Chapter 1. Back to before the apocalypse. The Fushi meteorological station continued to issue a red high temperature warning at 12:30 p.m. on October 4th. It is expected that this afternoon, the temperature in the areas of Lannan District, Jianzhuo, Henan County, Zhou County, and Qingshui County may reach above 40 degrees. Please take precautions. Why is it getting hotter and hotter? Zhou Jiayue blinked and quickly lowered her head to hide the expression on her face, mumbling, "In a couple of days, the train tickets haven't been booked yet." She bit down hard on herself. It hurt. This is not a dream. Recalling everything she experienced in her previous life, a nightmare, Zhou Jiayue lay in bed, tears immediately flowing out like a dam breaking. High temperatures, torrential rains, extreme cold, earthquakes, mutated plants and animals. She struggled to survive in the apocalypse for 3 years, enduring the most painful and chaotic times, and in the end, she died at the hands of a group of flesh-eating beasts. Zhou Jiayue's last memory in her previous life was being disemboweled. The bloody scene shocked Zhou Jiayue's nerves, and she curled up, her face pale and sorrowful, as if the pain of her body being ripped apart still lingered in her muscles. Yeah, don't lie on the bed playing with your phone right after eating. Yeah. Wang Yumei pushed open the door and saw her daughter curled up on the bed in pain, startled, and hurried over to embrace her daughter. Yeah, what's wrong? Wang Yumei anxiously held her daughter, gently patting Zhou Jiayue's face, deeply worried. Wang Yumei's voice and actions pulled Zhou Jiayue out of her nightmare. She opened her eyes in panic, the fear and vigilance in her gaze clearly reflected in Wang Yumei's eyes. When she recognized who was in front of her, Zhou Jiayue was stunned for a moment, and tears surged out again. "Mom?" Zhou Jiayue called out weakly. "Hey, Mom is here." Yeah. Where do you feel uncomfortable? Tell Mom, and I'll take you to the hospital." Wang Yumei held her daughter tightly, gently stroking her back. Zhou Jiayue fully awakened, feeling the warmth of the embrace, and her desolate heart began to feel warmth. Zhou Jiayue wiped her tears away, took a deep breath, and shook her head. "Mom, I'm fine. I just had a nightmare. There's no need to go to the hospital." Wang Yumei was still worried. "If there's anything, don't hide it from me. Your dad, Jia Jun, and I are all here." Hearing this, Zhou Jiayue's heart suddenly felt like it was soaked in hot vinegar, sour and soft. She actively nestled into Wang Yumei's arms, like a baby drawing warmth from her mother, sniffing and tearfully saying, "Mom, it's so good that you all are here." After that, the apocalypse arrived, transportation was paralyzed across the country, and she only managed to contact her parents a few times at the beginning. Later, water and electricity were cut off, and she completely lost contact with her family. She had not seen her dad, mom, or younger brother since. Zhou Jiayue wiped the corners of her eyes this time. She would never be separated from them again. After sorting out her emotions, Zhou Jiayue reignited her will to survive. The current high temperature was a sign of the impending apocalypse. The hot weather would last until early November, then rapidly drop, with temperatures plummeting from over 40 degrees to the teens in just a week. Then came the torrential rains, a full month of downpours that would submerge more than half of the cities across the country. The torrential rains marked the true beginning of the apocalypse. "Mom, let's go to the supermarket this afternoon." This time, she would cherish the opportunity given to her by heaven and could not sit idly by. But this was far from enough. "Mom, how much money do we have at home now?" Wang Yumei looked at Zhou Jiayue in surprise. She had never asked about such things before. Probably a bit over $1 million. Wang Yumei gave a rough estimate, which was about what Zhou Jiayue had calculated. They lived in Qingshui County, which was a small county with a not very developed economy, but both parents worked in the same unit, had long service years, and earned more than enough for their needs, as long as they didn't spend extravagantly. Saving $1 million over 20 years together was not difficult. "Mom, can we take this money out to use?" Yeah. Tell me honestly, are you borrowing from loan sharks? In recent days, Wang Yumei had been seeing news about college students borrowing from loan sharks and choosing suicide because they couldn't repay their debts. When Zhou Jiayue suddenly asked how much money they had, coupled with her just now having a nightmare, it was understandable for Wang Yumei to think too much. Zhou Jiayue was taken aback, admiring her mother's imagination, but then thought, isn't this just a perfect excuse? If she told her mom that the apocalypse was coming soon and they needed to stock up on supplies, and that after the apocalypse money would be worthless, her mom would probably think she was crazy. Moreover, Without special circumstances, it was impossible for the family to suddenly take out all their savings. Zhou Jiayue chose to remain silent. Seeing Zhou Jiayue looking down and not speaking, Wang Yumei felt her blood rush to her head in anger. You stubborn child. You really borrowed from loan sharks. If you need money, why not tell the family instead of going to borrow from loan sharks? Have you gone stupid from studying all day long? Don't you know loan sharks are untouchable? Is the family lacking in food or clothing? Borrowing from loan sharks? Are you trying to drive me to death? As she spoke, Wang Yumei's face turned red with anger. Zhou Jiayue felt a bit pained, but thinking of the cruelty of the apocalypse, she steeled her heart and said, Mom, I'm sorry, Can we take the money from home? Wang Yumei's chest heaved violently, and seeing her daughter like this made her heart ache with anger. But thinking of those college students who chose to commit suicide because they were afraid to tell their families and couldn't repay their debts, and seeing Zhou Jiayue's pale face and pitiful eyes, she couldn't bring herself to say anything too hurtful. Wang Yumei took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. How much do you owe? Zhou Jiayue thought for a moment and said, probably over 2 million. Wang Yumei's vision went black. She was truly infuriated by Zhou Jiayue. Chapter 2. The Golden House System. Mom. Wang Yumei fainted for a few seconds, and the first thing she did when she woke up was to slap Zhou Jiayue's face. Zhou Jiayue stood there dazed, letting the slap fall, her head down, not moving. But her lowered eyes were turning red. Her mother had never hit her since she was a child. This time, she was truly furious. Wang Yumei looked at Zhou Jiayue with a complicated expression, wanting to say something but stopping herself in the end. She said nothing and left the room with a serious and tired face. Zhou Jiayue felt a bit anxious, wanting to explain several times but held back each time. She closed her eyes and gritted her teeth. Inside, she kept saying sorry to Wang Yumei. The apocalypse was about to arrive, and she couldn't think of a better way to raise enough money, so she could only temporarily use the excuse of loan sharks. The reason she said 2 million was that besides wanting her parents' savings, she also had her eyes on their house. The torrential rains after the high temperatures turned most cities in the country into underwater cities. Buildings lower than 10 stories were uninhabitable. Qingshui County was just a small county. With an underdeveloped economy and transportation, the tallest building in the county was only 13 stories. The residential complex where they lived had a maximum of 11 floors. When the torrential rains came, apart from the top floor, other residents would have no living space at all, and their family lived on the 8th floor. She didn't know if her parents and younger brother had safely weathered the storm in her previous life, and she didn't even dare to think about what would happen if they had no other means of survival during the storm. She couldn't take that gamble. She needed enough money, and her whole family had to move away from Xing County. Since she needed to stock up on supplies, every extra dollar counted. Next, Zhou Jiayue followed the same method, returning everything on Taobao that hadn't been shipped yet, but would basically be useless after the apocalypse, and she turned off the automatic renewal feature for memberships on several platforms, making sure they couldn't steal another penny from her. After handling these platforms, Zhou Jiayue opened a forum, looking for posts on how to prepare supplies for various natural disasters. In both her past and this life, she had only been an ordinary person. Although she survived for 3 years during the apocalypse, the most profound memories she had were still of hunger and cold. The light from her phone screen illuminated Zhou Jiayue's face as she scanned through the posts, and after an hour, she combined her survival experience from the apocalypse and filled 3 pages of A4 paper with the supplies she needed to prepare. Some specialized items she couldn't afford right now, but she wrote them down anyway. It was better to be prepared. After organizing the list of supplies, Zhou Jiayue opened a rental app. She searched for information on high-rise buildings in Fushi. After looking around, she finally found a place she was satisfied with. A room for rent on the 27th floor of the Tianjin community in the center of Fushi. Zhou Jiayue clicked on the landlord's private message. The rental property was over 150 square meters, with 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 2 bathrooms, and 1 kitchen, with a monthly rent of 2,300 yuan, available for a minimum of 3 months. The details page of the rental included partial and panoramic photos of the house. Zhou Jiayue glanced at them and thought it looked acceptable. After some haggling with the landlord, they settled on a rent of 2,000 yuan per month. The landlord wouldn't be moving out until the beginning of next month, but to show her sincerity in wanting to rent the place and to prevent the landlord from changing their mind and renting it to someone else, Zhou Jiayue reluctantly sent 2,000 yuan as the first month's rent. She could pay the remaining 2 months' rent after actually moving in. Once the housing situation was settled, Zhou Jiayue planned to go out to the supermarket. As she stepped out of her room, she saw the tightly closed door across the hall. There were only herself and her mother at home. Zhou Jiayue stood silently in front of Wang Yumei's door for a few seconds before turning to leave. She couldn't say anything right now. She could only wait. Wait until she brought her family to a relatively safe place. Wait until she had stocked up on supplies. Wait for the apocalypse to come. At that time, her mother would naturally understand everything. Zhou Jiayue left home with red eyes. While inside the room, Wang Yumei lay on the bed, continuously shedding tears, her eyes filled with an unshakable sorrow. Wang Yumei wanted to call her child's father, but didn't want to disturb him at work, so she could only bury her thoughts deep inside, silently enduring it all alone. When Zhou Jiayue arrived at the largest supermarket in Xing County, she first went to the grain and oil section, holding a pen and paper, recording the unit prices of every brand of rice and cooking oil. After taking notes, she moved to other areas, doing similar record-keeping and comparison. There was no way around it. She had too little money now to spend freely. And with so many supplies to prepare, she wished she could stretch every penny, not seeking the best, just aiming for quantity to fill her stomach. In one afternoon, Zhou Jiayue only managed to record half of the items in the supermarket. It wasn't until her stomach started growling that she realized how much time had passed. The sales clerk nearby had already rolled her eyes countless times. Zhou Jiayue hadn't bought anything. She was just writing and drawing, and it was already considerate that they hadn't kicked her out. Zhou Jiayue rubbed her sore wrist and left the supermarket expressionlessly, facing the clerk's disdain. In the apocalypse, what kind of evil hadn't she seen? Just a few eye rolls, which didn't cause any real harm. She didn't care at all. The sun had already set, and the temperature outside was still high. The current heat was just an appetizer, and it was already unbearable as the heat wave hit. Zhou Jiayue glanced at a nearby cold drink shop, a hint of desire in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it because what flashed through her mind was how a cup of milk tea equated to several pounds of rice. With that calculation in mind, Zhou Jiayue's gaze towards the cold drinks instantly became indifferent, even shaking her head at the young people gathered at the entrance of the shop. Such wastefulness that on her way back, Zhou Jiayue passed by a Xinhua bookstore and saw the dazzling array of books inside, a twinge of regret crossing her mind. She had always done well academically and was admitted to the best university in the province for her college entrance examination. Thanks to her parents' careful nurturing and guidance, she loved reading. After the storm, the books in these bookstores would all be ruined by the flood, but she was struggling to ensure her own survival. So apart from feeling regret, there was nothing she could do. Detected the host's strong love for books, meeting system criteria, binding now. Beep. Congratulations to the host for binding the Golden House system. Chapter 3. Subspace. Zhou Jiayue looked around in surprise, but found that, aside from herself, no one else seemed to have heard that strange voice. She glanced at her parents' door, still tightly closed. Zhou Jiayue cautiously tried. System? No response. Furrowing her brow, she thought of something and picked up a book. In the blink of an eye, the book in Zhou Jiayue's hand disappeared. Then a golden little house appeared in her mind. Zhou Jiayue pressed her lips together and approached the little house with her consciousness. The moment her consciousness made contact with the little house, everything went black before her eyes. When she opened them again, she found herself in a spacious room. There was a bookshelf in the room, and it held only one solitary book, the very one she had just taken out. As soon as Zhou Jiayue appeared, a line of text appeared on the wall of the room. Golden House System, focused on the continuation of civilization. The host can currently earn points by collecting books with a point acquisition mechanism. 1 book equals 1 point. As for the use of points, Zhou Jiayue continued to read. 1 point can be exchanged for 100 renminbi. Zhou Jiayue. Her dark eyes instantly lit up, but fortunately, her rationality remained intact, and Zhou Jiayue continued reading. Points can be used to purchase items from a mall, and the system mall will open when points reach 100. A system mall? Could it be what she thought it was? To quickly accumulate 100 points to unlock the system mall, Zhou Jiayue searched her room for all her books. She didn't even overlook the exercise books stuffed under her bed since middle school. From the literacy books she read as a child to textbooks and exercise books from school, as long as it was a book, it counted. She collected a total of over 1,000 books. Beep. Collected 1,232 books. Current points, 1233. Beep. Detected that the conditions to open the system mall have been met. Now opening the system mall. Beep. System mall opened successfully. Then, Zhou Jiayue saw a small store icon appear next to the golden house in her mind. With a thought, an array of products appeared before her eyes. Food category. 1 point could be exchanged for 1 pound of rice. Damn, that's so unfair. 1 point converted to cash could buy 30 to 40 pounds of cheap rice. Weapon list. 100 points could be exchanged for a dagger. Weapons are essential in the apocalypse during special times. This can be considered, even if it's a bit expensive. Zhou Jiayue continued to scroll down. Oh, there's even a book for sale. 10 points can be exchanged for a book. Zhou Jiayue. There are a lot of items in the shop, and the further down you go, the more expensive the items become, which correspondingly means higher functionality and quality. This made Zhou Jiayue curious about what the final item could be. She directly jumped to the last page. Subspace. Contains 100 cubic space. Has preservation function. Soul binding. Can grow. Limited time. Flash sale price. 2,000 points countdown. 30 minutes. Subspace. Zhou Jiayue's eyes immediately shone with intense desire. She must get this. In the apocalypse, the most terrifying thing is not natural disasters, but humanity itself. During the rainy season, she had witnessed a family being robbed the same night. They accidentally revealed they had a lot of supplies at home. Their door was pried open, and all their supplies were stolen. And no matter how many precautions you take, there will always be a moment of carelessness. Once she has stockpiled supplies, she certainly won't publicize it everywhere. But what if something happens? But if she has this subspace, even if others find out she has supplies, she wouldn't have to worry about them being stolen. This is a great treasure. The countdown had turned to 29 minutes and 48 seconds. Zhou Jiayue no longer wasted time, grabbed the key to her little electric scooter, and rushed out. She remembered there was a book clearance sale at Xinyue Square today, 3 books for 10 yuan. Zhou Jiayue quickly went downstairs, hopped on her scooter, and sped to Xinyue Square in 5 minutes. She parked her scooter and quickly ran to the bookstall. Boss, I want to buy books. Zhou Jiayue first bought 100 books. The 100 books filled her little scooter. She couldn't carry more than that. Seeing her buy so many, the boss happily gave her a discount, charging only 300 yuan for the 100 books. So Zhou Jiayue said, "Boss, they'll come back later to buy more. Prepare them for me, and give me a lower price." The boss smiled. "All right, when you come back, if you buy another 100 books, they'll give you another 20 off." Zhou Jiayue nodded and then rode her scooter to a nearby blind spot of the surveillance camera with the 100 books. Ding! Collected 72 books. Current points, 1305. Zhou Jiayue frowned. 72 books. She clearly saw that the boss bundled 10 books together and gave her a total of 10 bundles. It's impossible for there to be fewer. Could it be that the same book does not count for points? Thinking of this possibility, during her second trip, Zhou Jiayue requested the boss to give her 100 different books. Ding! Collected 100 books. Current points, 1405. Ding! Collected 100 books. Current points, 1505. Ding! Collected 100 books. Current points. Ding! Zhou Jiayue didn't even have time to wipe her sweat and hurriedly clicked to exchange. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining subspace. Deducted 2,000 points. Current points, 5. However, after feeling the space bound in her mind, Zhou Jiayue felt it was worth it. With the subspace in hand, Zhou Jiayue could finally take a breather. She wiped the sweat off her face. Her cheeks flushed, but her eyes sparkled, filled with hope for the future. Seeing that there were still quite a few books at the stall, Zhou didn't plan to let it go. The stall indeed had many books, not categorized, with at least 10,000 books available. However, most of the remaining ones were duplicates of what Zhou Jiayue had bought earlier. So after collecting more than 200 books again, Zhou Jiayue stopped. Current points, 256. Chapter 4. Husband, I wish to sell the house, yet he appears to be preparing to leave. Zhou Jiayue spotted Zhou Jiayue and immediately approached her. After casting a furtive glance towards the room of their parents, he whispered, "Sister, have you angered Mom today?" Zhou Jiayue pressed her lips together, refraining from offering an explanation, and merely inquired, "What are you going to do?" "Mom just gave me 20 yuan, saying I should eat out tonight since she didn't prepare dinner." "Sister, Mom seems to be in a rather foul mood. If you've upset her, you should promptly apologize. She will forgive you." All right, I understand. You go ahead and eat. I still have evening study later. After sending Zhou Jiayue on his way, Zhou Jiayue proceeded to the kitchen. Although her culinary skills were limited, she was capable of boiling noodles. A few minutes later, carrying a steaming bowl of noodles, Zhou Jiayue knocked on Wang Yumei's door. Who is it? Is it old Zhou? Mom. Suddenly, silence enveloped the room. Zhou Jiayue sighed, holding the bowl of noodles as she pushed open the door. Mom, I have made some noodles. Wang Yumei lay on the bed, turning away in silence, still harboring her anger. Zhou Jiayue placed the noodles upon the bedside table and settled beside Wang Yumei. After a moment's reflection, she resolved to clarify the matter. Mother, I must confess. I deceived you earlier. I have not engaged in usury. I was wrong, and I hope you will not harbor anger towards me. She had come to this decision while preparing the noodles, now equipped with a system that allowed her to accumulate points through the collection of books. She could convert them into currency. With more than a month remaining before the true onset of the apocalypse, she found herself with ample time to prepare for the impending challenges ahead. Therefore, if that lie caused her mother such distress, and she possessed alternative means to achieve her goals, she chose to reveal the truth, even if this decision would lead to her own increased hardship. However, upon hearing Zhou Jiayue's words, Wang Yumei immediately associated her with those university students who, burdened by the weight of concealing the truth from their parents, had chosen to take their own lives. A pang of anxiety gripped her heart, swiftly replacing her previous sorrow with a new concern. She sat up, her eyes still slightly swollen, yet she grasped Zhou Jiayue's hand, striving to offer a reassuring smile. Yeah, it was your mother who acted impulsively before. I should not have struck you. Do not be afraid. We will repay the debt, and your father and I will find a way. Please, do not let your thoughts wander. Mother, I truly did not. Enough, my dear. I understand now. You have made noodles, have you not? Let me taste them and see if there has been any improvement. What shall we do? At least she is willing to eat. Zhou Jiayue hurriedly served the noodles to Wang Yumei, thoughtfully placing them on a tray. Have you eaten yet? Yeah? Not yet. Then let us dine together. I cannot finish this bowl alone. All right. Concerned that Wang Yumei might go hungry, she noticed the bowl was indeed quite full and promptly fetched another pair of chopsticks. After they finished the noodles together, Zhou Jiayue collected the dishes on the tray. Still slightly worried about Wang Yumei's condition, she advised, Mother, if you need anything, just call for me. I will be in the room. Wang Yumei nodded. All right. Mother understands. Sensing Wang Yumei's somewhat perfunctory response, Zhou Jiayue furrowed her brow, but soon sighed. Reflecting on the matter, she recognized this as a habit she had cultivated since childhood, one that helped her minimize the recurrence of mistakes. The emergence of the Golden House system instilled her with greater assurance and courage in facing the impending apocalypse. However, one notable point is that the system's first rule states, the Golden House system is dedicated to the continuation of civilization. Is the preservation of civilization solely reliant on the retention of books? Does this statement carry a deeper significance? Additionally, while browsing at the bookstall today, she discovered another rule of the system. Identical books are counted as one, meaning that even if the system accepts them, points will not accumulate. Henceforth, she must be vigilant when collecting books to avoid squandering time and effort. Simultaneously, she acquired a 100 cubic meter subspace, resembling a newly sprouted sapling, quietly standing in her mind alongside the small yellow house and the little shop. Zhou gazed at the small yellow house situated in the center, stroked her chin thoughtfully, and took out a cup of water, hoping to test whether the little yellow house could accommodate items beyond books. However, her attempt was in vain. Zhou Jiayue sighed with relief, fortunate that she had decisively purchased the subspace. Reflecting on the gains of the day, she once again opened the system marketplace and flipped to the last page, only to discover that the subspace had indeed reverted to its original price of 1 million points. Hiss! Zhou Jiayue clutched her delicate heart and inquired of the system, Lil Huang, could you perhaps inform me in advance about any future sales or flash deals in the mall? The Golden House responded, Host, one must not harbor speculative tendencies. Zhou Jiayue. Very well, you are quite lofty. Otherwise, which aspect have you not excelled in? Not only have you left a record with the provincial leaders, but your own superiors will not easily let you off the hook, which is quite troublesome. Even though he has already eaten at the workplace, Zhou Jiayue still scoops up all the noodles from the pot, as his frugal nature, forged through years of hardship in his youth, is deeply ingrained in him. The weather is warm, and the noodles remain pleasantly lukewarm even now. After finishing his noodles, Zhou Jiayue took a quick shower and then retreated to his room, preparing for sleep. However, the house was shrouded in darkness, as no one had left a light on for him that evening. Wang Yume had been preoccupied with her worries throughout the day and had forgotten to do so. As for Zhou Jiayue, well, she had succumbed to slumber half an hour ago. Zhou Jiayue, feeling his way in the darkness at the entrance, scratched his head and realized that the absence of lights indicated that his family had likely retired for the night. In the middle of the night, Wang Yume tossed and turned, awakening Zhou Jiayue, who, still in a haze, inquired, "What's the matter? Why are you so restless at this late hour?" Wang Yume turned over once more, sighed softly, and said, "Old Zhou, I wish to sell the house." Zhou Jiayue, still in a state of drowsiness and confusion, muttered, "If you want to sell, then sell." After a moment, his mind finally caught up, and he abruptly opened his eyes. "What did you say? Sell the house?" Chapter 5. The leader will not be coming. Why on earth would anyone want to sell a perfectly good house? What's transpired? Zhou Jiayue sat up and turned on the bedside lamp, his brow furrowed tightly. Aside from the initial shock, his tone remained relatively calm. Wang Yume was at a loss for how to begin, yet the matter of selling their home had to be discussed with Zhou. After a prolonged hesitation, she finally confessed. Yia has borrowed from loan sharks, accumulating debts exceeding 2 million. Borrowing from loan sharks? Zhou Jiayue was taken aback. How could Yia resort to such measures? Wang Yume shook her head. She had spent the entire day contemplating how to repay the money, forgetting to inquire how her daughter had arrived at such a predicament. Did Yia explicitly tell you she borrowed from loan sharks? No, I deduced it myself. This afternoon, Yia suddenly asked how much money we had at home and whether she could access it. I questioned if she had borrowed from loan sharks, and she initially acquiesced, admitting to a debt of over 2 million, yet later denied it. Old Zhou, I fear for our child's mental state. Noticing that Wang Yume also appeared perplexed by the situation, Zhou Jiayue furrowed his brow in an effort to comfort her. Let us not jump to conclusions. Tomorrow morning, I will take a leave of absence and have a thorough conversation with Yia. If it turns out she has indeed borrowed from loan sharks and owes over 2 million, we will sell the house. Even if it means sacrificing my dignity to procure funds, I cannot allow Yia to stray onto a perilous path. If not, we must ascertain clearly why she suddenly requires such a substantial sum. All right, when you speak with Yia, be sure to remain calm and avoid adding to her psychological burden. Yes, I understand. Keep this matter to yourself for now. Leave it to me to handle. Having shared her worries, Wang Yume felt a significant weight lift from her heart. Although her mood still bore a sense of heaviness, the knowledge that someone was sharing her burden made the situation feel less unbearable. After Zhou Jiayue lulled Wang Yume to sleep, he stood on the balcony of the living room and smoked throughout the night. Zhou Jiayue harbored no addiction to cigarettes. The packets nestled in his pocket were primarily intended for offering to leaders or business partners. Yet, as dawn's light began to unfold, a small mountain of cigarette butts accumulated at his feet. With such grave matters weighing on his mind, how could he possibly find rest? As the pillar of his family, he could not afford to exhibit any signs of fragility. After all, what would become of his wife and children? Much like Zhou Jiayue, Wang Yume was also beset by an unshakable worry. She caught a whiff of the lingering tobacco scent clinging to her husband's clothes, yet, in a tacit understanding, she chose not to confront him. Instead, she feigned sleep, inching closer to embrace him, offering solace and encouragement. Together, they had weathered over 20 years of life's tempests, their hearts intertwined in mutual understanding. After breakfast, as Zhou Jiayue departed for class, Zhou Jiayue called upon Zhou Jiayue, who was also preparing to leave. Yeah, your father wishes to have a word with you. Setting down her crossbody bag, she nodded in agreement. The father and daughter engaged in a private conversation within the confines of Zhou Jiayue and Wang Yume's room. Dad, I know what you're about to ask, Zhou Jiayue began. her tone earnest and serious. "I haven't tea borrowed from loan sharks. I initially deceived Mom because I genuinely needed the money, but later, not wanting to cause her distress, I changed my story." Her voice remained relatively calm as she continued. "Yeah, were you involved in? Why the sudden need for such a large sum?" With the family's impending relocation just a month away, Zhou Jiayue sought her family's cooperation. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to reveal part of the truth to her father. "Dad, I need money to purchase supplies." Zhou Lihua was taken aback by the answer, and it took him a while to inquire what kind of supplies could possibly cost over 2 million. Zhou Jiayue took a sip of water and gently steered the conversation. "Father, do you not find the recent weather rather peculiar? Even though it is already October, we are still facing daily red high-temperature warnings. The weather is exceedingly abnormal." Her father acknowledged her observation, noting that temperatures have indeed been rising year after year. However, Zhou Jiayue, taking a deep breath, interrupted Zhou Lihua, her gaze growing profound and tinged with a hint of anguish as she said, "I have been having a recurring dream these past few days. A dream connected to the apocalypse." Zhou Lihua was momentarily taken aback, and it took him quite some time to regain his composure. He felt an urge to laugh, but upon observing the earnestness and the subtle anguish etched on his daughter's face, he sensed that she might have genuinely endured the apocalyptic world she spoke of. Zhou Lihua shook his head, realizing that he had perhaps been overthinking. The child had merely experienced a dream, yet he found himself taking it to heart. Yeah, it was just a dream." "No, father, I had not given it much thought either, but the events that have transpired in recent days align with the scenes from my dream. Father, this may indeed be an omen." Zhou Jiayue's gaze seemed to possess a penetrating quality. "Father, the current high temperatures are expected to persist until early November. Following that, a rapid drop in temperature will ensue, ushering in an entire month of torrential rain. Under this deluge, 60 of the cities across the nation will be submerged. Given that Xing County lies in a low-lying area, the entire county may very well be engulfed." Zhou Jiayue was acutely aware that her solitary words could not persuade her father of the impending apocalypse. Thus she intensified her argument. "Father, the provincial leader who is scheduled to visit Xing County next week will not be coming." "What did you say?" Zhou Lihua exclaimed, astonished as he turned to his daughter. He seldom discussed matters pertaining to his workplace at home, and the notification regarding the provincial leader's visit had only been recently communicated. The unit had mandated confidentiality, and since Wang Yumei's organization was not included in this inspection, even she was unaware of the provincial leader's intended visit. He swore he had never mentioned this work-related matter at home. How could his daughter possibly know? Furthermore, she had even predicted that the provincial leader would not come for the inspection. Zhou Jiayue was acutely aware that the provincial leader, who was originally scheduled to inspect Xing County, would inevitably be apprehended for corruption the day after tomorrow, thus rendering their visit impossible. In her previous life, this incident had been a significant news story within the province, leaving a lasting impression on her. "Father, if this matter validates my words, would you be willing to trust me just this once?" Zhou Lihua furrowed his brow and remained silent for quite some time. He found it exceedingly difficult to accept the gravity of Zhou Jiayue's demeanor, especially given the weight of her prophecy. After a prolonged pause, he sighed and said, "Yeah, it's not that your father doubts you. After next week, should your prediction come to fruition, we shall have another discussion." Chapter 6. 1 person equals 4,000 gene of rice. Zhou Jiayue did not expect her father to immediately place his trust in her. However, once the seed was sown, even if he remained skeptical, the resistance to persuading them to depart would considerably diminish. Having resolved a lingering concern, Zhou Jiayue ventured out to the Xinhua bookstore. After a leisurely perusal, she selected over 1,000 books eligible for points. The bustling atmosphere of the bookstore made it impractical for her to gather the books on the spot, so she arranged for a delivery at a later time with the store owner. After leaving her contact number, Zhou Jiayue proceeded to the county library. Xing County, being a small locale, naturally had a modest library, yet housed approximately 50 to 60,000 volumes. The reliance solely on scanning for retrieval significantly hampered efficiency. Zhou Jiayue endeavored tirelessly, consuming 2 steamed buns purchased in the morning while seated in the library at noon. By the end of the day, she had managed to scan approximately 700 books. In her quest to thoroughly understand the system's criteria for book collection, Zhou Jiayue conducted an experiment and discovered that the same book could be classified as 2 distinct volumes if the notes inscribed upon it differed. However, the notes must bear relevance to the content of the book. They cannot be mere aimless and meaningless scribbles. Zhou Jiayue engaged in profound contemplation, analyzing the criteria established by the system for judgment. The diversity in note-taking reflects the distinct cognitive patterns and linguistic habits of the individuals who compose them. Beyond the variations in content, do the differing standards for book evaluation also stem from the unique thought processes of the authors? Even when the subject matter is largely similar, discrepancies in formatting can arise. For instance, in textbooks, editions such as Renjiao, Sujiao, and Beishida present content that is largely comparable, yet the arrangement of material can differ significantly. Such variations in layout often reveal the distinct cognitive frameworks and knowledge structures of the compilers. Should this endeavor prove successful, she could accumulate a greater number of points. Points translate to resources. Every single point counts. 2 days later, news broke that the provincial leader, initially scheduled to inspect Xingshu County, had been implicated in corruption, with the individual already under surveillance as of yesterday. Upon receiving this news, Zhou Lihua was taken aback. After dinner, Zhou Lihua engaged in a private conversation with Zhou Jiayue once more. This time, Zhou Lihua initiated the dialogue. Yeah. Did anything else transpire in that dream of yours? Zhou Jiayue pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling something she had overlooked. She grasped Zhou Lihua's arm with urgency and inquired, "Father, are you planning to visit the quarry in Wuzhen tomorrow?" As soon as the words left her lips, Zhou Lihua realized that this was indeed another of his daughter's dreams manifesting. "Father, please don't go. That quarry is at risk of collapsing." Concerned for her, her parents had refrained from sharing the troubling news, and had it not been for her younger brother's phone call, she would have remained unaware of such events. A collapse at the quarry? This cannot be allowed. I must urgently contact Secretary Meng. 2 minutes later, the call concluded. Zhou Lihua, under the pretense of having relatives residing in Wuzhen, informed his superiors that he had heard reports of potential instability at the quarry and successfully persuaded them to cancel tomorrow as plans. He then swiftly alerted the village secretary in Wuzhen, urging him to organize the village officials to persuade the workers still at the quarry to evacuate, and to establish a perimeter to prevent villagers from approaching. After executing these measures, Zhou Lihua exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. Meeting his daughter's gaze, he felt a twinge of awkwardness before smiling and saying, "If the quarry does not collapse tomorrow, I shall find myself in quite the predicament." Zhou Jiayue was amused, exclaiming, "Dad, you believe me now?" Yet, deep within Zhou Lihua's heart lingered an air of incredulity. Just moments ago, while conversing with his superior, he had realized his own impulsiveness. Nevertheless, driven by an intrinsic conviction, he resolutely conveyed the matter at hand. This indirectly indicated that, on some subconscious level, he had begun to entertain the notion that his daughter might indeed possess the extraordinary ability to foresee the future. For the following half hour, the father and daughter engaged in a thorough discussion about the events to come. It was only when Zhou Jiayue produced a meticulously detailed inventory of supplies from her pocket, along with the chat history with the landlord of Fu City on her phone, that Zhou Lihua comprehended the extent of his daughter's silent efforts. Wang Yume, oblivious to the nature of their recent conversations, surmised from Zhou Lihua's reaction that Ye had not resorted to predatory loans. She had indeed misjudged the situation. This realization caused a slight blush to rise on Wang Yume's cheeks, as she acknowledged her own overreactions, having frightened herself without first seeking clarity. The quarry's collapse occurred as anticipated, drawing significant attention from the county officials, and Zhou Lihua received private gratitude from his superiors on multiple occasions. According to the original schedule, Meng Hongyan was supposed to be inspecting the foot of the mountain at the time of the collapse. Had it not been for Zhou Lihua's timely phone call, he might have been struck by falling rocks, or worse, could have met his demise beneath the tumbling debris. Reflecting on this possibility filled Meng Hongyan with dread. as he recognized Zhou Lihua as his savior. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiayue, still scanning books in the library, suddenly heard a notification from the system in her mind. Successfully rescued 12 individuals, earning 1,200 points. Zhou Jiayue was taken aback. Her first reaction was to ponder when she had ever saved someone. Her second reaction was astonishment at the fact that saving a life could earn her a staggering 100 points. Currently, the most affordable rice on the market was priced at $2.50 per pound, and 1 point could be exchanged for $100. To put into perspective, saving a single life was equivalent to 4,000 pounds of rice. What a lucrative deal. Following the system notification, a new line of text appeared on the screen in her mind's eye, stating, "New method to gain points. Saving lives. Successfully saving a life grants 100 points." A remarkable 100 points. Zhou Jiayue felt a twinge of restlessness. However, if given the choice, she would steadfastly opt to immerse herself in her studies. The adage, "one grain of rice earned, a grain of rice resented," echoed in her mind. When you lend assistance to someone, they are likely to seek your help again when trouble arises. As the apocalypse looms on the horizon, who can say whether the life you have saved may betray you for a morsel of sustenance in the blink of an eye? People may turn against you, but books remain unwavering. Moreover, she was puzzled. When had she ever rescued 12 individuals? Today, could it have been at the quarry? Chapter 7. The beginning of stockpiling supplies. Zhou Lihua remarked otherwise. The unit had initially arranged for 4 individuals, including the leadership. However, there were several workers at the quarry, bringing the total to nearly 12. No wonder, Zhou Jiayue murmured to herself. "What are you saying, Yaya? It's nothing. I'm on the verge of starvation. My stomach is beginning to protest." Seizing the rare opportunity for the family to be gathered together, Wang Yume decided to prepare a late-night snack. Zhou Jiayue consumed his meal in a hasty manner, casting a glance at his father and sister, sensing an air of peculiarity. It appeared that their relationship had inexplicably grown much closer over the past few days. While they had always shared a bond, the current intimacy felt distinctly different. Yet now, whenever his sister inquired, their father readily divulged information, which struck him as odd. How delightful. Just eat your meal. Why so chatty? Zhou Jiayue received a sharp blow to the head, cradling it with his hands as he rubbed the area gently, murmuring, "I knew you would bully me. So fierce. Let's see who would dare to marry you in the future." Zhou Jiayue rolled her eyes and delivered him a punch. "Your sister has some important matters to attend to. Do not envy her. Just focus on your meal." As the head of the family, Zhou Lihua's words carried considerable weight. In recent days, Wang Yume had also been swayed by Zhou Lihua. Whatever their daughter wished to pursue, they would wholeheartedly support, and there was no need to inquire too deeply. They would learn in due time. "Xiao Jun, if the temperature does not drop in the coming days, your school may also suspend classes." Wang Yume, who worked at the County Education Bureau, was privy to such information. Really? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiayue's eyes sparkled, but then a thought crossed his mind, and his mood darkened. He murmured, "Classes should have been suspended long ago. So many teachers and students have suffered from heat stroke, especially those with weaker constitutions, who have all been sent to the hospital." His words rang true, as the bizarre heat wave had led to a significant increase in severe heat stroke cases across hospitals. The mortality rate for heat stroke, particularly heat exhaustion, was alarmingly high, with this year's death toll due to extreme temperatures exceeding that of previous years by more than double. This topic felt somewhat heavy, and the group chose to avoid discussing it. Days passed under the constant threat of high temperature warnings, and when the temperature rose another degree, the school announced a suspension of classes, shifting students to online learning from home. Zhou Jiayue ventured out each day, returning home late, and by the end of October, she had completed reading every book in the county library. Excluding duplicates, the total number of distinct titles amounted to approximately 18,000. Coupled with her previously accumulated points, Zhou Jiayue had transformed into a veritable little heiress. Current points, 20,856, as she stepped once more into the largest supermarket in Xing County. The sales clerk, who had previously harbored a particular disdain for Zhou Jiayue, rolled her eyes with evident annoyance. However, This time, Zhou Jiayue was not there merely to browse. She had become intimately familiar with the prices of every item within the store. Each visit, she refrained from making purchases, merely indulging in the act of observation. How could such a young girl possess such audacity? If she lacked funds, she ought not to frequent the place. What a miser! Noticing Zhou Jiayue's gaze, the sales clerk ungraciously rolled her eyes once more, muttering, "What are you looking at? I never mentioned you. Why take offense?" Zhou Jiayue let out a cold laugh. Disregarding her, she deemed it futile to converse with the foolish. She promptly dialed the supermarket manager's number, which had been provided to her by Zhou Lihua. After all, larger supermarkets invariably engage with individuals from various organizations. "Is this Manager Huang? I wish to discuss a business opportunity with you." "Yes, it is I." Zhou Jiayue hung up the phone and then heard a sarcastic remark nearby. "TSK, I wonder what they are pretending to be. Discussing business, haha, it's truly laughable." Zhou Jiayue closed her eyes, feeling a surge of frustration, yet acknowledging her inability to retaliate. She had always been rather inept in confrontations. Otherwise, she would not have met such a tragic end in her previous life. "Miss Zhou." Huang Kai descended from the office upstairs and spotted a young girl standing at the supermarket exit. Tentatively, he called out, only to meet the girl's gaze, which held an icy demeanor. "It's me, Manager Huang." Huang Kai hurried over, and upon recognizing Zhou Jiayue's face, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. He smiled and said, "Director Zhou contacted me yesterday, mentioning that Miss Zhou would be coming today. I have been waiting for your call. I did not realize you were the esteemed daughter of Director Zhou. I hope you will forgive my earlier ignorance." "It's a trifling matter," Zhou Jiayue replied coolly. Huang Kai pondered for a moment, convinced he had not offended her, and thus dismissed her demeanor from his mind. "Miss Zhou, would you like to come upstairs? What items are you interested in purchasing?" As Zhou Jiayue and Huang Kai ascended the stairs, the previously chatty girl who had referred to Zhou Jiayue as a penny pincher raised her head, pale with trepidation. It seemed she had stumbled upon a formidable opponent. However, the young girl had not disclosed anything to the manager, so it was likely that there would be no repercussions. Furthermore, she had not uttered anything particularly egregious. After all, it was only natural to comment on someone who frequently wandered around the supermarket without making purchases. Anyone would speak up in such a scenario. Being overly sensitive about such trivialities would be rather petty. After reassuring herself, the gossipy girl felt justified and regained her confidence. Meanwhile, upstairs, Huang Kai personally poured tea for Zhou Jiayue, wearing a warm smile as he inquired, "Miss Zhou, what business would you like to discuss?" Zhou Jiayue got straight to the point and presented a list that enumerated over 70 types of goods, including rice, flour, various instant foods, salt, sugar, sauces, vinegar, vegetables, fruits, as well as shampoos and shower gels. "How many of these items do you have in your supermarket?" Huang Kai picked up the paper, glanced at it, and was taken aback, wondering just how much Ms. Zhou intended to acquire. Zhou Jiayue mentioned a figure, estimating the budget to be around 700,000. Such a substantial amount? Huang Kai was taken aback. Their supermarket's monthly revenue was merely about 300,000. To procure goods worth 700,000, they would have to clear out the warehouse, and some items would likely need to be sourced from other regions. "Miss Zhou, when do you require these items?" "The sooner, the better. Ideally, within 3 days," she replied, producing another list detailing the specific quantities required for each category of goods, along with a designated delivery location. "Once the items are prepared, please deliver them to the specified address. This card contains 200,000, which will serve as a deposit." Huang Kai nodded repeatedly, and after accepting the inventory list and deposit, the sincerity of his smile deepened. As Zhou Jiayue departed, Huang Kai personally escorted her out. Upon passing the supermarket, she paused at the entrance, casting a glance at the quail-like cashier who was staring down at the ground. A barely perceptible smile danced at the corners of her lips. With an air of feigned nostalgia, she remarked, "Manager Huang, if every employee in your supermarket were as considerate as you, perhaps the revenue would flourish even more. What the underperformers? They can still be dealt with." With that, Zhou Jiayue took her leave. Was this a sign of her discontent with the others in the supermarket? After all, she was a significant patron. Who had dared to offend her? Standing at the register, Huang Kai's gaze swept across the room and landed on the sallow-faced Su Shuru, who was still bowing her head. He inhaled sharply, suddenly comprehending the situation. No wonder the young lady had worn a frosty expression when he had just come down. She had been looking to create trouble for him. Su Shuiru, you need not come in tomorrow. After Huang Kai left, Su Shuru finally mustered the courage to voice her grievances, her face clouded with despair. I didn't do anything wrong. I merely spoke a few words. Is that really necessary? The other staff members chose to ignore her. Su Shuru had always been prone to speaking out of turn, despite their repeated warnings. Instead, she had only received reprimands. Now, it seemed she had provoked someone she ought not to have. Serves her right. Chapter 8. Senior Fei, a few days ago, Zhou Lihua withdrew all the savings from her home and entrusted them to Zhou Jiayue, encouraging her to boldly gather supplies. The total savings amounted to 1.46 million, which exceeded her expectations. She had already depleted her own savings while purchasing books, leaving her with nothing. Of the 146,700,000 was earmarked for directly ordering supplies from the supermarket, allowing her to pick up the goods directly and save considerable time. After leaving the supermarket, Zhou Jiayue's second destination was the butcher's shop. Boss, can you prepare 2,000 pounds of pork, 1,000 pounds of beef, and 1,000 pounds of lamb within 3 days? Zhou Jiayue began by stating that the meat, measured in thousands of kilograms, would likely cost around 110 to 120,000. Zhou Jiayue smiled gently, explaining that her family runs a restaurant, and due to an increase in banquets recently, they are in need of supplies. She inquired when the owner would be able to fulfill the order. If urgency was required, she could arrange for delivery the day after tomorrow. The butcher's relative operates a slaughterhouse capable of handling pigs, cattle, and sheep, thus producing several thousand pounds of meat with just a few additional animals. Very well, she concluded. Please provide a contact number so we can coordinate. I will transfer 10,000 as a deposit and will come to collect the goods the day after tomorrow. Zhou Jiayue acted swiftly, exchanging contact numbers with the butcher before hastening to her next destination. Sir, I require 1,000 chickens and 1,000 ducks, all properly processed, to be delivered within 3 days. Additionally, I need 200 of the largest gas canisters. Lastly, please prepare 20 sets of this cookware. After leaving the supermarket, Zhou Jiayue began to run throughout the county town. The landlord from Fushi would depart in 3 days, and she needed to hurry there. She had already perused every book available in the county, and although she could exploit the system through note-taking, the efficiency was utterly inadequate. Furthermore, the rented house required reinforcement. After the apocalypse, ordinary doors could scarcely withstand a few attempts at forced entry. Should she encounter someone more deranged, a few blows would render the door utterly useless. Additionally, Xingshui County was exceedingly small, and many necessities could only be procured in the city. After a day of running around, she managed to secure all the supplies she could find, eagerly awaiting their collection in 2 days. As for everyday clothing, Zhou Jiayue opted not to purchase items from the store, as they were exorbitantly priced and ostentatious. Moreover, her spatial storage was already strained with food, leaving little room for anything else. Thus, she chose to have her clothing directly shipped to Fushi. 2 days later, the butcher was the first to call. He had 2,000 jin of pork, 1,000 jin of beef, and 1,000 jin of lamb, totaling a cost of 111,000, including a 10 jin complimentary portion of pig head meat. Additionally, she ordered 1,000 each of chickens and ducks, costing 50,000. Lastly, she arranged for 215 kilogram gas canisters at a price of 42,000. Zhou Jiayue additionally procured 20 alcohol stoves and 10,000 50-gram alcohol blocks from an online store, which generously included 20 lighters as a complimentary gift, amounting to a total expenditure of 8,200 yuan, all of which were dispatched to Fushi. The supermarket also contacted her, urgently reallocating supplies from distant locations, and managed to deliver within 3 days. They received 1,000 barrels of cooking oil, each 5 liters, 10 tons of rice, 5 tons of flour, 5 tons of instant noodles, and a total of 20,000 boxes of self-heating rice and hot pot, featuring various flavors. Additionally, they specifically purchased 20,000 bags of instant noodles in assorted flavors, along with 2 tons of various coarse grains and 5,000 barrels of mineral water, each 15 liters. In terms of seasonings, they acquired 5,000 pounds of salt, 2,000 pounds of sugar, 1,000 pounds of monosodium glutamate, and 1,000 bottles each of soy sauce and vinegar. The fresh produce included 5 tons of assorted vegetables, 2 tons of various fruits, and 5,000 eggs and duck's eggs each. Various flavors of rice toppings and side dishes were also purchased, such as mushroom beef sauce, mountain radish, preserved meat with grandma's dishes, lao gan ma, and crispy chopped chili, with over 10 varieties, each comprising 500 bottles. Furthermore, personal care products were included, 1,000 bottles each of shampoo, body wash, and facial cleanser, 100 towels, toothbrushes, basins, and buckets, 1,000 pounds of laundry detergent, and 2,000 packs of tissue, with 300 sheets per pack. Women's hygiene products were also acquired in a quantity of 1,000. Upon settlement, including the deposit, the total expenditure amounted to 699,000 yuan. After settling all accounts for the supplies, the total cost reached 1,456,600 yuan, leaving Zhou Lihua with 3,400 yuan remaining in Zhou Jiayue's account. Zhou Jiayue inhaled sharply, realizing that money truly does not last long. There were still numerous items she had yet to purchase. The subspace possesses preservation capabilities, prompting her to prioritize placing perishable goods such as meat, vegetables, and fruits into it. She continued to stow away whatever she could, and for those items that could not fit, she temporarily stored them in the rented warehouse. After managing her supplies, Zhou Jiayue informed her family and, drenched in sweat, boarded the bus to Fushi. Once inside the vehicle, she felt faint from the heat, sensing that she might be suffering from heat stroke. Heat stroke, heat stroke. Zhou Jiayue slapped her forehead, exclaiming how she always felt as though she had forgotten something. The medication. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, food became scarce, and medicinal supplies were even more limited. At a critical moment, a single antipyretic pill could potentially save a life. Zhou Jiayue rubbed her forehead, feeling quite bewildered by the sweltering heat. However, to be frank, even if she had the intention to purchase, many medications were simply unattainable for an ordinary person, unless one possessed special access. Zhou Jiayue furrowed her brows in contemplation for an extended period before finally recalling an individual. During her university years, she pursued traditional Chinese medicine. Her meager combat abilities had allowed her to survive for 3 years in a cannibalistic apocalypse. Relying solely on the rudimentary knowledge she had acquired over 2 years in a time when both medical supplies and practitioners were severely scarce. While at university, she had a relatively close relationship with a senior sister who, after graduation, did not become a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, but instead turned into a purveyor of Western pharmaceuticals, frequently chastised by their mentor for betraying their roots. Upon remembering this person, Zhou Jiayue perked up and initiated a conversation with her senior sister on WeChat. After exchanging a few pleasantries regarding their recent circumstances, Zhou Jiayue got straight to the point. "Sister Fei Fei, I have a friend seeking to procure some medicine. Do you have any channels available?" The reply came quickly, accompanied by a questioning emoji. "What kind of medicine does your friend wish to purchase?" "My friend's family operates a clinic, but their previous supplier has ceased operations due to personal issues with his wife. They are currently searching for alternative sources for medication. Since I know you, I thought I would inquire on their behalf." Zhou Jiayue has now mastered the art of conversing effortlessly with both people and spirits, her demeanor unwavering and devoid of any hint of guilt. "Li Fei Fei, please share your friend's WeChat with me." "All right, then I shall trouble you, Sister Fei Fei." Zhou Jiayue forwarded her seldom-used WeChat account. Shortly thereafter, a friend request arrived. "Hello, I am Li Fei Fei, a senior of Jiayue. I heard from her that you are currently searching for pharmaceutical suppliers. As it happens, Li Fei Fei began by introducing her professional background, then proceeded to share the information of the supplier she was in contact with, expressing her willingness to facilitate a connection if there was interest. Zhou Jiayue's lips curled slightly into a smile. It was accomplished. Chapter 9. Fushi. After compiling a list of necessary medications and sending it to Li Feifei, Zhou Jiayue leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes to rest. 2 hours later, the vehicle arrived in Fushi. Although the air conditioning had offered some respite during the journey, the moment she stepped out, a wave of heat enveloped her, making her feel as though she were trapped in a sauna, the scene before her distorted by the sweltering air. Zhou Jiayue adjusted her sun protection attire, pressed down the brim of her sun hat, and swiftly sought refuge in the shade of a nearby tree. She opened a mobile application and summoned a ride to Tianjin Community. While awaiting her vehicle, Zhou Jiayue received a message from her father, Zhou Lihua. Yeah, I have taken a house and car to the bank for a loan. The funds should arrive today. If it's still insufficient, I will communicate with the family, and I will find a solution. Upon reading her father's message, Zhou Jiayue felt a warmth in her heart. She had nearly abandoned the idea of leveraging the house for financial support. Yet her father had demonstrated even greater resolve by securing a loan from the bank. It seemed that the points within the system could be temporarily set aside. A few minutes after receiving the message from Zhou Lihua, Zhou Jiayue checked her bank account balance and indeed found an additional 1,200,000. 40 minutes later, she successfully met with her landlords. To her surprise, the person renting them the house was a young girl. The landlords were a couple nearing 60, preparing to board a flight abroad the following morning. After finalizing the rental agreement, Zhou Jiayue took out her phone and said, "Uncle and Annie, I have already transferred the rent for the next 2 months. Please check." "Ah, yes, we received it," they replied. The couple then briefly introduced Zhou Jiayue to the community. Tianjin Community is considered a mid to high-end residential area, consisting of 8 buildings in total, with the landlords residing in Building 5. Each building has 25 to 27 floors, with considerable space between them allowing for ample sunlight, and each floor houses 4 apartments. The landlord's floor only had 2 households. The other family had retreated to the countryside in July to escape the heat and had remained there as the temperatures showed no signs of dropping. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiayue discreetly glanced towards the neighboring unit before bidding farewell to the landlords with a smile. She planned to stay in a hotel tonight and would move in after the landlords departed the following day. Around 6 in the evening, Zhou Jiayue emerged from the hotel, intending to visit various door and window shops, appliance stores, and outdoor equipment retailers. The day's highest temperature had reached a scorching 45 degrees Celsius, and by 6 in the evening, it had only slightly decreased to about 35 or 36 degrees. In response to such extreme heat, the market had made adjustments. For instance, some stores altered their operating hours to open from 5 a.m. to 9 o'clock a.m. and from 6 p.m. to 11 o'clock p.m., while other professionals who primarily worked indoors maintained their regular schedules. After exploring extensively, Zhou Jiayue gained a better understanding of several shops in Fushi. At 5 o'clock the next morning, while the sky remained dark, the landlords prepared their belongings for their journey to the airport, and Zhou Jiayue arrived early to bid them farewell. After completing the necessary handover and adding Zhou Jiayue to the community group, the landlords were set to leave. Observing their age, Zhou Jiayue kindly offered to assist with their luggage. Grateful for her warmth and politeness, the landlords reconsidered and provided a small favor. "Little Zhou, we have an empty garage downstairs. Here is the key. If you have a car, you may park it there without any extra charge." "Haha, thank you for your concern, little Zhou, but the area where my son lives is relatively safe with very few criminal incidents." Zhou Jiayue pressed her lips together, choosing silence. Her kindness was limited, and she knew when to stop. Once the landlord and his wife departed, she promptly summoned a technician to install security doors and windows. After taking measurements, the technician provided a quotation based on Zhou Jiayue's specifications. The total cost for the doors and windows, including labor, was estimated to be around 240,000 yuan. After all, Zhou Jiayue demanded materials that met the specifications of a bank vault, and the price could not be anything less. Zhou Jiayue made a prepayment of 50,000, intending to settle the remaining balance once the installation was completely finished. In a bid to expedite the project, Several window and door craftsmen began their work as soon as the materials were delivered by the store. Zhou Jiayue, after glancing over their efforts and issuing a few safety reminders, stepped out once more. At the property management office of Tianjin Community, Zhou Jiayue informed the property manager, "I wish to rent both room 2702 and room 2703 in Building 5. The manager replied, "Ma'am, both rooms are bare and yet to be renovated." "That is perfectly fine." After paying 1,000 yuan for the usage rights of rooms 2702 and 2703 for 1 month, Zhou Jiayue called the renovation contractor, instructing him to replace the doors and windows in the adjacent rooms 2702 and 2703 as well. The two rooms were utterly vacant, lacking even basic water and electricity supply. Yet this suited Zhou Jiayue's intentions perfectly. She did not plan to inhabit these rooms. Rather, they were designated to serve as a storage facility for materials. Half an hour later, Zhou Jiayue made her appearance at the largest outdoor equipment store in Fushi. Zhou Jiayue meticulously compiled a list of essentials to present to the store clerk. The inventory included 20 rechargeable high-intensity flashlights, 5 tents, 20 sleeping bags, 10 moisture-proof mats, 5 inflatable boats, 2 speedboats, 10 raincoats, 50 portable oxygen tanks, 20 baseball bats, 20 multifunctional military shovels, 10 first aid kits, 20 windbreakers, 40 pairs of anti-slip mountaineering shoes, 20 pairs of snow boots, 100 pairs of gloves, and 20 polar suits. In total, this extensive assortment cost 70,000. Zhou Jiayue provided the shop assistant with her phone number and delivery address, and after settling the payment, she hurried off to her next destination. It would not be long before the power would be cut off following the torrential rain. Although her newly rented apartment was equipped with most household appliances, she still needed to acquire some generators. Moreover, the perishable items she had stored, such as meat, vegetables, and fruits, required proper preservation, necessitating the purchase of several large refrigerators. "Sir, do you have any high-quality home generators available? Ideally, one that operates silently." Inside a large appliance store, the owner stifled a few yawns, forcing himself to be alert. "Young lady, if you're looking to buy a generator, you've come to the right place. I dare say that in the entire city of Fu, no one would challenge the quality of our generators. However, may I inquire about the power capacity you intend to purchase? Home generators typically range from 2 to 20 kilowatts. The smaller the power, the less noise it produces, yet achieving complete silence is quite challenging. If noise is a concern for you, I suggest you consider purchasing a soundproof cover as well." Zhou Jiayue nodded thoughtfully for a few seconds before stating, "I require 10 sets of generators with an approximate power of 8 kilowatts, as well as 10 units of your largest commercial refrigerators." Upon hearing Zhou Jiayue's request, the proprietor immediately perked up. The acquisition of 10 sets of generators and 10 large-capacity refrigerators would amount to a considerable expenditure of 90,000. Given Zhou Jiayue's substantial purchase, the owner generously included several soundproof covers and an array of spare parts as complimentary additions. Zhou Jiayue naturally accepted it without hesitation. Chapter 10. Omen. "Boss, this generator consumes fuel excessively. Do you have any channels for fuel collection?" Zhou Jiayue casually inquired, though her mind had already devised a plan. The reason for her early arrival in Fu City was, in part, to procure fuel. Gasoline and diesel, lacking special channels, could only be purchased in limited quantities. However, ordinary individuals possess their own methods. She could siphon the fuel from her vehicle and store it, then repeatedly visit different gas stations to refuel. Xing County was rather small, with only one gas station, making it inconvenient for her to return repeatedly. Yet, in Fu City, the possibilities for such operations expanded significantly. This method, albeit somewhat cumbersome, had alternatives that were more time-efficient and less labor-intensive, albeit with increased risks and costs. She could hire someone to assist her in the purchases. The owner of the appliance store hesitated momentarily, glanced around, and upon noticing the absence of others, leaned closer to Zhou Jiayue and whispered, "Young lady, if you require a substantial amount, I happen to have something available." Zhou Jiayue's eyes sparkled with unexpected delight. The proprietor of the appliance store had introduced her to an underground workshop specializing in fuel processing. The oil produced in such clandestine establishments often originated from dubious sources. And naturally, the workshop was far from being a legitimate factory. In the past, she would have promptly reported such an operation, but circumstances had changed. She now relied on this illicit workshop for her survival. May the owner remain blessed and safe throughout his life. After leaving her contact number and delivery address with the proprietor, Zhou Jiayue hurriedly made her way to the workshop. Situated in the countryside, 70 kilometers from the city center, Zhou Jiayue had obtained her driver's license during her sophomore year, initially intending to save money during her university years to purchase a small car for herself upon graduation. However, her priorities had shifted. She rented a vehicle from a rental agency and set off for the workshop as directed by the appliance store owner. The craftsmen responsible for installing windows and doors were still at work. Fortunately, the spacing between the buildings and the community was ample, and at this hour, Zhou Jiayue was the sole occupant of her floor. The sound insulation of the apartment was commendable, or else she would have faced numerous complaints by now. Lying on the hotel bed, Zhou Jiayue calculated her available funds alongside the items she still needed to procure. Regarding daily necessities, she had prepared 200 sets of clothing for each family member across all 4 seasons, and similarly, 200 pairs of shoes tailored to each individual size. With 500 pairs of unisex socks, the delivery was en route and expected the following day. In terms of food, the current stock would suffice for at least a decade without concern for sustenance. The accompanying utensils and kitchenware appeared to be fully adequate as well. She had secured 3 properties, 1 for living and 2 for storage. If she could acquire the other unit on this floor, she would possess the entire 27th level. In that scenario, should the electricity fail, sealing the staircase would significantly enhance her family's safety, though that matter could be discussed later. During periods of torrential rain, the only means of transport would be boats. For her family, several kayaks and inflatable boats would be more than sufficient. And as for the frigid temperatures that followed such storms, well, the weather could be deadly, but with ample food supplies, there would be little reason to venture outside. As for other matters, Zhou Jiayue exchanged a few messages with Li Feifei through a secondary WeChat account. After agreeing on the delivery time and address, she transferred a deposit of 100,000 yuan. Although Li Feifei was surprised that a clinic owner would place such a large order at once, she chose to overlook this peculiarity, adhering to the adage that one should not turn down a lucrative opportunity. Once she had assessed her current supplies, Zhou Jiayue realized that her available funds would be insufficient to cover the total costs when everything was ready for payment, unless she redeemed her points. In that eventuality, her money would merely become a series of meaningless numbers on a card, utterly devoid of utility. Rubbing her chin thoughtfully, Zhou Jiayue devised another brilliant plan. Early the next morning, the items she had purchased from the appliance store and the outdoor goods shop arrived. Since the 3 properties were still undergoing door and window installations, Zhou Jiayue temporarily stored her acquisitions in the garage lent to her by the landlord couple before their departure. Zhou Jiayue spent 3 solitary days in Fushi, during which the ordered items gradually arrived. 2 of the 3 houses had their doors and windows installed, robust enough to rival the security of a bank vault. Throughout this period, Zhou Jiayue also visited various shopping malls and supermarkets to replenish her supplies, for who could ever have too many provisions? Naturally, the funds used were borrowed from various lending platforms. Among these platforms, most masquerade as legitimate entities, yet fundamentally operate as illegal usury websites. Thus, Zhou Jiayue felt no psychological burden in taking out loans. Gratitude is due to Ms. Wang Yumei for her insightful suggestions. Zhou Jiayue concentrated the majority of her supplies within the bare room, which had been fitted with windows and doors, leaving only a small portion of necessities in the inhabited 2701. 10 commercial refrigerators proved immensely useful, effectively emptying Zhou Jiayue's spatial storage. With basic sustenance secured and some funds remaining, she endeavored to enhance her quality of life as much as possible. Thus, she returned to the familiar appliance store. As soon as Zhou Jiayue made her appearance, the shopkeeper recognized her, for she had recently been a significant client. The owner of the appliance store cheerfully inquired, "What would you like to purchase today, young lady?" Dishwashers, hairdryers, water purifiers, electric blankets, multifunctional massage chairs, and washer-dryer combos. Zhou Jiayue, however, did not desire much to enhance her quality of life. Apart from the electric blanket, she only purchased one or two of each item. With a discount of 10%, she still spent nearly 30,000. Subsequently, Zhou Jiayue ventured to the mall, where she ordered a plethora of high-calorie yet delightful foods, such as hot pot, milk tea, fried chicken, hamburgers, cakes, and spicy hot pot. After all, the storage space had preservation capabilities. In light of the internet disruption following the apocalypse, she also acquired 20 laptops, each preloaded with an assortment of films, television series, animations, single-player games, novels, and comics for her entertainment. While awaiting her orders, Zhou Jiayue took a trip to the Fushi City Library. Renowned nationwide, the library had largely transitioned to a digital format, allowing her to discover that electronic browsing enabled system scanning and reading. After exhausting two 8 TB external hard drives, she successfully downloaded the electronic versions of 3 million books from the library. She planned to savor them at her leisure. Inspired by this experience, Zhou Jiayue promptly registered for an account with the World Digital Library and downloaded every book and resource available. As she observed the progress bar racing across her computer screen, her eyes gleamed with anticipation. Wealth was within her grasp. With 20 laptops operating simultaneously, the data was swiftly downloaded, and Zhou Jiayue contentedly stored away over 500 hard drives. This was not merely the continuation of human civilization. It was also her ladder to affluence. With an abundance of easily accessible millions of points, Zhou Jiayue felt elated. Just as she drove along, humming a tune and intending to purchase her final batch of fuel from a small workshop, the searing temperature outside began to plummet rapidly. The blazing sun was ensnared by swirling clouds, and as Zhou gazed at the gathering storm clouds on the horizon, a sudden unease gripped her. She pulled over to the roadside and glanced at her phone. It was November 7th. The crowds in major cities were the first to sense the shift in temperature. They were jolted by the sudden chill, soon followed by the delightful relief of the dissipating heat. Finally, it's cooling down. If it hadn't tea, I might just perish from the heat this winter. The internet buzzed with a fleeting euphoria due to the drop in temperature. Yet, Zhou Jiayue found herself unable to empathize with them. Her expression grew serious as she watched the billowing clouds on the horizon. A storm was imminent. Chapter 11. The stubborn old man. After exhausting all her funds, Zhou Jiayue called her father, Zhou Lihua, inquiring about the progress of matters at home. Zhou Lihua and Wang Yume have already secured leave from their workplace, stating that they will take a trip to the countryside to fetch their grandfather, Zhou Gowen, and will return to Fushi shortly. Zhou Jiayue nodded. However, upon recalling her grandfather's obstinate temperament, she grew concerned that this matter might encounter further complications. Zhou Jiayue made a phone call to her parents and learned that they were still in the countryside. After wandering around her home, she discovered that aside from a few valuable possessions, nearly everything else had been left behind. With a decisive gesture, she summoned her spatial abilities to store all items in her residence, including tables, chairs, and kitchenware, except for the immovable fixtures like the floor and toilet, as they would soon be ruined by the impending flood and should not go to waste. Subsequently, she visited the warehouse she had previously rented, packing away the remaining belongings into her spatial realm, with a small portion also crammed into her vehicle. Once everything was in order, Zhou Jiayue set off for the countryside where her grandfather, Zhou Gowen, resided. At 69, her grandfather was still quite vigorous, living alone in the rural area since her grandmother had passed away 2 years prior. He expressed that he had spent his entire life in the countryside, cultivating the land, and felt deeply rooted in the soil of his homeland, declaring that he had no intention of leaving. As for Wang Yume's parents, being originally from the county town, they did not harbor the same longing for their rural origins. However, Wang Yume, being the only daughter, had parents who were even older than Zhou Gowen. A few years ago, they had both passed away. She had a brother, but their relationship had always been strained, and they ceased to communicate following their parents' demise. Upon arriving at her grandfather Zhou Gowen's residence in the countryside, Zhou Jiayue discovered that Zhou Gowen was indeed unwilling to leave with Zhou Lihua. Zhou Jiayue who stood by helplessly, was at a loss for words, still enveloped in confusion himself. "Sister," Zhou Jiayue called out, prompting the three individuals caught in a standoff to turn their attention toward her. "Yeah? What brings you here?" Zhou Jiayue pushed open the fence that barred the courtyard and hurried toward Zhou Lihua and the others, fully aware that her grandfather would refuse to accompany them. "Do not persuade me. Why on earth would I want to go to the city? If you wish to go, then by all means go. I shall not accompany you." Zhou Gowen, this stubborn old man, was resolutely unyielding. Zhou Lihua found it difficult to elucidate the reasons, so he firmly resolved not to depart. Zhou Lihua let out a bitter laugh. "Father, please refrain from calling me that, you unfilial son." Zhou Gowen snatched the item from Zhou Lihua's hands. Zhou Jiayue observed and realized it was none other than her grandmother's memorial photograph. What a bold move. Indeed, her father dared to use their grandmother's portrait as leverage against their grandfather. Ahem, if grandfather does not wish to leave, then so be it. Zhou Jiayue exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Lihua and Wang Yume, and both instantly understood. Zhou Lihua, with a gentle smile, addressed his elderly father, saying, "Very well, father. If you truly wish to remain, we shall not press you. However, considering the lateness of the hour, might we request to stay the night and rest? We can depart tomorrow." By the time Zhou Jiayue arrived in Xing Shui County, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and now, the sky had grown even darker. Zhou Gowen cast a glance at Zhou Lihua, snorted heavily through his nose, and then remarked, "You may stay as you wish. But do not entertain any notions about my old man." "Of course not." The old house in Zhoujia village comprises merely 2 rooms. One is occupied by Zhou Gowen, while the other is cramped with the family of Zhou Jiayue, consisting of 4 members. Yeah, do you have any solutions?" In the pitch-black room, Zhou Jiayue illuminated the space with her phone's flashlight, gathering her family close together. "Mom, Dad, sister, what enigmatic game are you all playing?" Zhou Jiayue yawned, gazing at the other 3 with a look of bewilderment. However, aside from Zhou Lihua and Zhou Jiayue, Wang Yume was also uncertain as to why they suddenly needed to go to Fushi and insisted on bringing their father along. Yet, she was not excessively curious. She believed that whatever she needed to know would reveal itself in due course, and she lacked an insatiable curiosity for matters that did not concern her. As long as she could support her husband and daughter in their endeavors, that sufficed. Zhou Jiayue cast a glance at the foolishly grinning Zhou Jiayue, a mischievous thought bubbling within her. "Jiayue, we are fleeing for our lives." "Huh? Ha ha ha, sister, what are you saying? That joke lacks any finesse." Zhou Jiayue rolled her eyes, too lazy to respond to him. Once the thunderous snoring emanated from Zhou Gowen's room, Zhou Jiayue stealthily crouched and slipped to the door. She retrieved a slender tube from her pocket, inserting it through the crack of the door into Zhou Gowen's chamber. Gently blowing into the tube, a cloud of white smoke billowed forth from the opposite end. After a brief interval, Zhou Jiayue signaled backward. Subsequently, Zhou Lihua and Zhou Jiayue, donning masks, stealthily entered Zhou Gowen's room, lifting him along with his bedding and transporting him to the car. Meanwhile, a small puppy, just 3 months old, sensed something amiss and began to bark. Zhou Jiayue quickly reassured it. "Be good, little black. Don't bark, don't bark." Zhou Jiayue cradled the puppy, contemplating for a brief moment before placing it beside Zhou Gowen in the car. Sensing the familiar scent of its owner, the little black dog, with its round, glistening eyes, turned slightly before settling down to doze off beside Zhou Gowen. Were they departing at this very moment? Subsequently, 2 vehicles, one after the other, gracefully exited the tranquil countryside. Zhou Jiayue let out a triumphant hum, as if to say, "Have you forgotten what I have studied?" Zhou Jiayune's eyes widened in astonishment, and then a sudden realization dawned upon him. "Sister, that's impressive." Indeed, one should never offend those who pursue the medical profession. In truth, the mist that had just enveloped them was merely a prop that Zhou Jiayue had purchased from the system's marketplace for 50 points, usable only 3 times, with each application lasting 3 hours. However, this information was not to be disclosed. For the time being, he could only rely on his traditional Chinese medicine practitioner persona to divert attention. Chapter 12. Torrential Rain. Zhou Gowen was once a barefoot doctor, tending to the fields in the countryside, where he cultivated not only various vegetables, but also a selection of common medicinal herbs. Zhou Jiayue pursued a medical career, profoundly influenced by Zhou Guan. The nighttime temperatures are significantly lower than those during the day. Even when the daytime temperature plummets by 15 degrees, it still hovers around 27 or 28 degrees. However, it has now descended to a mere 17 or 18 degrees, and even within the confines of the vehicle, one can feel a distinct chill. Xingtai County is surrounded by mountains, and driving at night, the dark silhouettes of the mountains lining the road resemble dormant beasts. The journey from Xingtai County to Fushi takes 3 hours. At 23:55, an hour has elapsed since Zhou Jiayue and her companions set off. Thick clouds continue to gather and churn, their gray-black hues blending seamlessly into the night. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaks across the darkness like a luminous arrow. Zhou Jiayue's complexion shifted dramatically, the daylight-like flashes of lightning illuminating the astonishment and trepidation in her eyes. The thunder that followed seemed to explode in the ears of the onlookers, casting an inexplicable gloom and oppression over everyone in the vehicle. Except for the soundly sleeping Zhou Guan. Even the little black dog, in a state of anxiety, scurried about, emitting low whimpers. Zhou Jiayue took a deep breath, her gaze shimmering with an elusive hue. With another rumble of thunder, she gritted her teeth and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The 2-hour journey was reduced to an hour and a half. Just as Zhou Jiayue and her companions entered the city of Fu, a torrential downpour commenced. The misty effect was remarkably potent, and indeed, 3 hours felt like just that. Helplessly, Zhou Lihua and Zhou Jiayue had to once again bear the weight of Zhou Guan, braving the downpour as they followed Zhou Jiayue into the residential complex. Soaked by the relentless rain, the cold wind swept through, causing them all to shiver in unison. Zhou Jiayue, accompanied by several individuals, entered room 2701. She swiftly retrieved clothing, towels, and a hairdryer, urging the drenched companions to change and dry their hair. Once they were settled, Zhou Jiayue gazed out at the torrential rain, feeling an inexplicable sensation rising within her. The downpour had arrived earlier than anticipated. In her previous life, it was clear that the torrential rain would not descend for another week. Just as Zhou Jiayue pondered the reasons behind this anomaly with a grave expression, a thunderous voice erupted from behind her. "Zhou Lihua, get over here this instant." Zhou Jiayue was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the efficacy of the mist had long since passed. She swiftly cast a sympathetic glance at her father, exclaiming, "Cough, cough, Dad. Keep it up. I have faith in you. You will surely be able to appease Grandpa." Zhou Lihua wiped his face, pondering what he could possibly do. He found himself in a predicament. In that moment, the authority he had cultivated over the years dissipated into thin air. With a mournful expression, Zhou Lihua felt too guilty to meet the gaze of his elderly father. "Father, please allow me to explain." Suddenly, a shoe sole flew toward him. But Zhou Lihua was quick to react, bending his leg to evade the projectile. "Do not address me as father. Where the hell are we? You've truly brought me to this wretched place." Zhou Guan sat firmly on the sofa, his fists clenched upon his knees, his gaze piercingly sweeping across the surroundings. The few individuals standing in the hall exchanged furtive glances, like quails too timid to utter a sound. The siblings, hiding at the back, shared a silent dialogue. Zhou Jiayue discreetly tugged at Zhou Jiayue's sleeve, their eyes communicating. "Sister, what should we do? Grandfather is truly angry." "Zhou Lihua, truly my dear son." Allow me to pick this up for you." Let us wait until the rain subsides. Who knows when it will cease?" This sudden downpour, arriving ahead of schedule, instilled a sense of unease within Zhou Jiayue. Yet, the thought of the abundant supplies in the adjacent room quelled her restless spirit. No matter the circumstances, it surely could not be worse than in her past life. Moreover, she possessed a treasure trove of resources. Room 2701 comprised 3 chambers in total, 2 spacious ones and a smaller one. Ultimately, she decided that Zhou Lihua and Wang Yumei would share one room. The stubborn old man Zhou Guan and Zhou Jiayue would occupy another, while Zhou Jiayue would reside alone in the small room. As for the little black dog, A cozy nook could be fashioned for it in the corner of the living room using cardboard and cushions. Outside, thunder roared ominously as she perused the documents. She recalled the confidential papers Zhou Jiayue had entrusted to her during his leave of absence. Furrowing her brow, she retrieved a brown envelope from the drawer. Zhou Gu remarked that he would only open and examine the contents when he truly had no other choice, for otherwise, it would only serve to heighten his worries. Zhou Jiayue is several years older than Meng Hongan. Ever since Zhou Jiayue rescued him in the incident at the quarry, he has privately referred to Zhou Jiayue as Brother Zhou, although he does not fully grasp the profound implications behind Brother Zhou's words. He feels no need to trouble himself with unnecessary worries. Meng Hongan gazes out at the rain, feeling a slight sense of relief as he contemplates how the weather has finally cooled down. The heavens leak, the Milky Way is obscured. A torrential downpour throughout the night. The following morning, as Zhou Jiayue was having her meal, she received a call from the owner of the window and door shop, informing her that there was still one window left uninstalled in Unit 2703. However, due to the torrential rain, both travel and installation were rendered inconvenient, and they would have to wait for the rain to cease before sending a technician to complete the installation. Zhou Jiayue sipped her millet porridge, nodding in understanding with a gentle smile gracing her lips, offering reassurance. It's all right, there's no rush. Since the installation isn't complete, it's naturally premature to discuss the payment. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Jiayue's smile faded as she finished her porridge, then took her keys and headed to room 2703. The door to 2703 had been installed before the workers departed yesterday. Upon entering, she discovered that the materials and tools for the final window were still scattered across the floor. Aside from the materials and tools, the ground near the wall where the window remained uninstalled was dampened by the rainwater that had seeped in. Zhou Jiayue furrowed her brows, and at that moment, Zhou Jiayue and others entered out of curiosity. Sister, could it be that you have rented this place as well? Zhou Jiayue exclaimed in astonishment while surveying his surroundings, then questioned with confusion, but it hasn't been renovated. How can anyone live here? He was eager to have a room of his own. Heaven knows, last night, his grandfather's snoring could rival the thunder outside. I do not intend for this place to serve as a residence. Not for living? Zhou Jiayue's gaze immediately turned forlorn. Zhou Jiayue cast a humorous glance at him, shaking her head gently before turning to Zhou Jiayue. Dad, could you lend me a hand? I intend to install this window myself. As she spoke, she had already picked up the items from the ground and began to tinker with them. According to the original plan, all the doors and windows in the room were supposed to be installed before the torrential rain arrived, but who could have anticipated? Chapter 13, Stocked Up. Zhou Jiayue sighed, realizing that she could no longer wait for the installation workers and would have to take matters into her own hands. As a young woman, she felt that such tasks were beneath her. Zhou Jiayue frowned, maintaining his usual displeased demeanor. He took the items from Zhou Jiayue's hands and called out to Zhou Jiayue, asking him to come over and hand him the things. Zhou Jiayue understood her grandfather's good intentions and smiled, not stopping him, but merely reminding him to be cautious. Enough, enough. The old man has always repaired the windows and doors in the countryside by himself. He does not need you, this young girl, to instruct him. Go on and attend to your own matters. There is no need for so many people to gather around for such a task as installing a window. Zhou Jiayue waved his hand in annoyance. Zhou Jiayue shrugged, fully aware that the old man had a sharp tongue but a tender heart. Thus she did not take his words to heart. After reminding him a few more times to stay safe, she departed with Wang Yumei and Zhou Jiayue. Having indulged in a shopping spree earlier, they had filled the 2,702 with their acquisitions, leaving the excess items in the basement garage. Now, with a torrential downpour imminent, they needed to swiftly retrieve the belongings from the garage before the water levels rose. Zhou Jiayue was once again taken aback. A garage filled with supplies. Stop standing there in a daze, hurry and lend a hand. Zhou Jiayue slapped the young boy, who was still gaping in astonishment, on the head. She could hardly fathom how someone as astute as herself could have such a younger brother. It was truly disheartening. A flicker of surprise also crossed Wang Yumei's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Previously, old Zhou had vaguely hinted to her that his daughter had procured a batch of supplies in Fushi. It seemed this was indeed that very batch. The garage lent to Zhou Jiayue was a combination of two adjacent garages, offering a spacious area of no less than 120 cubic meters. Zhou Jiayue rummaged through the garage and retrieved a folding flatbed cart, slowly transporting the items upstairs alongside Wang Yume and Zhou Jiayue. Naturally, during the process of moving the supplies, the subterfuge of the hidden space was indispensable. To minimize the likelihood of being recognized later, at Zhou Jiayue's insistence, Wang Yume and Zhou Jiayue donned full-body raincoats, complete with hoods and masks. They wrapped themselves tightly, leaving only their eyes visible, masquerading as delivery personnel from a moving company. Zhou Jiayue had draped a thick layer of waterproof black cloth over the flatbed cart, concealing its contents from prying eyes. Zhou Jiayue was taken aback by Zhou Jiayue's audacious maneuver, stealing a glance at his mother, who wore a composed expression. He felt as though he had yet to awaken from a dream. Zhou Goen and Zhou Lihua installed the windows, while Zhou Jiayue accompanied two others to transport supplies. By midday, the windows were securely in place, and the supplies had been successfully delivered. Units 2703 and 2701 share an identical layout, and due to the lack of decoration, 2703 boasts a slightly more spacious interior than 2701. The garage, along with a portion of the materials in the intermediary space, was entirely filled into 2703, yet it merely occupied two vacant rooms. Zhou Jiayue gazed at the remaining vacant space, narrowing her eyes as her desire to hoard surged within her. It was merely the first day of the torrential downpour, and the rain had yet to reach its peak. The ground was covered by only a shallow layer of water, just above her ankles. Most individuals remained oblivious to the impending, relentless rain and were unlikely to stockpile supplies. In fact, many might even be deterred from venturing outside due to the rain. After lunch, Zhou Jiayue pulled Zhou Lihua and Wang Yume aside to discuss her situation. She had already borrowed money from various platforms using her identity, and the current loans had yet to be repaid, making it difficult to secure additional funds. Therefore, she sought assistance from her parents. While she could redeem her points, she had recently encountered an enticing item in the system's marketplace. The price was exorbitant, yet it was something she desperately needed, and the sooner she could redeem it, the better. Ideally, she wished to refrain from utilizing her points for the time being. All right, I'll take care of it now, Zhou Lihua readily agreed. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Yume gritted her teeth and concurred as well. 2 hours later, a sum of 1,500,000 swiftly arrived. Zhou Jiayue donned her rain boots and unfurled her umbrella. After taking a deep breath, she stepped into the rain and drove to a large supermarket situated a bit farther from her community. Regardless of the brand, she amassed a total of 2,000 pounds of rice and flour. For beverages, irrespective of flavor, she procured 500 boxes. Fresh produce, irrespective of price, amounted to 200 pounds. The prepared food section was entirely cleared, the fresh food section was emptied, and the condiments aisle was swept clean. And snacks. Off she went. After satisfying her culinary cravings, Zhou Jiayue meandered to the household goods section. Upon seeing various brands of tissues, she suddenly remembered that when the water level rises and the drainage system becomes clogged, the toilet will be rendered unusable. Zhou Jiayue clasped her head and spun around a few times before opening her phone to search for portable toilets. Previously, during a visit to a certain scenic spot, she had encountered outdoor mobile restrooms, which were only slightly larger than a standard upright double-door refrigerator. Remarkably, a customized shower unit measuring 5x1, 5x2, 7 meters for such a portable toilet costs just over 2,000. Zhou Jiayue searched for manufacturers and shops of portable toilets in the city. After identifying the nearest store, she swiftly raided the supplies in the living essentials section before heading out. Toilets are not consumables, two would suffice. However, she deemed it necessary to stock up on waste tanks, as they are disposable, and she had no desire to clean out the waste buckets. The sky hung low, and torrential rain poured down as the raindrops struck the ground like shattering glass beads. The windshield wipers struggled to keep up, nearly sparking from the effort. The roads were not particularly crowded, yet the rain severely obstructed visibility, prompting Zhou Jiayue to refrain from speeding. Zhou Jiayue first proceeded to room 2703 to retrieve the items purchased today from the interdimensional space. While the cooked food and fresh fruits and vegetables remained temporarily stored within the space, Zhou Jiayue pondered, stroking her chin, realizing that she needed to purchase several more large refrigerators. The following day, the pressure on the city's drainage system surged. As rainwater had already surpassed the height of a 20-centimeter step, Zhou Jiayue continued her acquisitions with an air of calm composure. Zhou Jiayue, with a bun clasped between her teeth, was struck by a fleeting thought and made her way to a nearby kitchen appliance store. Soy milk makers, juice extractors, meat grinders, noodle machines, and high-speed blenders. She purchased 2 of each item available in shop. Upon exiting the appliance store, she noticed the adjacent fitness equipment shop. After a moment's reflection, she stepped inside. Treadmills, dumbbells, punching bags, and multi-function training machines. Zhou Jiayue, considering the dimensions of the communal area 2701, purchased only a few items. Before returning, she visited another window and door shop in the city, spending 200,000 on a high-strength security door and several security windows. Once the space was filled again, Zhou Jiayue sighed with relief, as her funds had been nearly depleted. Damn, what miserable weather! When will this rain ever cease? The office workers waiting for the bus at the station stood on the steps, rainwater reaching their calves, their clothes soaked through, hair disheveled and clinging to their faces. Umbrellas trembling, their expressions marked by frustration. Chapter 14. Risks of Bargain Hunting. Caution is required next time upon returning to the community. Zhou Jiayue parked her car in the underground garage, donned a raincoat, and made her way toward her building along the wall. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a group of 4 drenched individuals rushed in, 3 men and 1 woman. An elderly man, 2 middle-aged individuals, and a young man. The elderly man was being carried on the young man's back, his clothing only slightly dampened, though his face showed signs of fatigue. The middle-aged individuals exhibited a respectful demeanor, their presence exuding an air reminiscent of military backgrounds. The young man bore a resemblance to the elderly man, sporting a buzz cut, and even through his clothing, one could sense a powerful physicality. He was the most imposing figure among the 4. As they squeezed into the elevator, the space became instantly cramped. The young man's gaze lingered on Zhou Jiayue for a fleeting second before he turned to face the front. Zhou Jiayue, as the elevator doors slowly closed. An instantaneous sensation of weightlessness left one feeling somewhat uneasy. Zhou Jiayue cast a glance, her mind filled with curiosity as to why the floors were not in order. 2nd floor, 3rd floor, 4th floor, 25th floor, 26th floor. Zhou Jiayue slightly widened her eyes, finally coming to a realization. No way. After the figures of several individuals vanished from sight, her lips immediately drooped, and she cradled her head in her hands, muttering, "What is going on? I just bought the doors and windows." Room 2704. As the group entered, the young man swiftly retrieved a cloth to wipe down the sofa before assisting the elderly man to sit. Soon after, he rummaged through the wardrobe for a set of dark, warm clothing. "Grandpa, change into these clothes first. Be careful not to catch a cold." Meng Jianguo waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Just leave it here. I'll change myself in a bit. Enough worrying about me. You all are soaked through. Azzy, stop bustling about and quickly change into some dry clothes." Upon entering, Du Ming headed straight for the bathroom to turn on the hot water, while Xing went to the kitchen to boil water. Once everyone had tidied themselves up and dried their hair, Xing frowned and remarked, "Having been away for too long, the house is covered in dust, and aside from half a bag of rice, all the edible provisions have spoiled." They had yet to have dinner. Du Ming poured hot water for everyone, and upon hearing this, he retrieved an umbrella, reassuring them. There is a supermarket nearby. It should still be open. I'll go buy some food. While Du Ming went out to procure provisions, Meng Weijiang and Xing busied themselves with cleaning the house. After residing in the countryside for nearly half a year, not only was the house dusty, but cobwebs had formed as well. Wrapping himself in a coat, Meng Jianguo took a sip of hot water, feeling the chill slightly dissipate. Observing the flurry of activity around him, he let out a sigh. This year's weather has been exceedingly peculiar, either enduring sweltering heat or incessant torrential rain. The high temperatures have already led to a reduction in crop yields. And this strange rain, if it continues unabated. Meng Jiangwo felt a vague sense of unease. Wang Yimei, lacking in knowledge and thus devoid of a sense of impending crisis regarding the future, inquired, should we go over and say hello? After all, they will be our neighbors. All right. Sigh, I hope our new neighbors are amiable. Zhou Jiayue pressed her lips together in silence. Her expression serene, yet her heart weighed down by melancholy. Why did it have to be today, of all days? Sighing, she resolved to refrain from overthinking. Such contemplation only brought heartache. Opportunities come with risks, and she must exercise caution in the future. Another night of torrential rain had passed. The following day dawned with a persistent haze, and upon awakening, she found it difficult to discern whether it was morning or evening. Zhou Jiayue no longer ventured outside. She had stockpiled all necessary supplies and accomplished all tasks at hand. What lay ahead was a period of leisurely indulgence at home, not merely idling away her time, but rather dedicating herself to diligent study and accumulating points. Once she had persuaded her family to relocate the fitness equipment into the living room and encourage them to exercise whenever possible, Zhou Jiayue embraced her homebody lifestyle. Nestled in a swinging chair in the living room, she held a platter of snacks in her left hand and a refreshing fruit beverage in her right. With the notifications for point accumulation silenced, she navigated through the rapidly scrolling content on her computer. Occasionally, she would peruse her phone to check group messages. The utilities remained uninterrupted for now, and the internet was still functional, albeit with a somewhat weakened signal. Outside, the floodwaters had risen to the thighs of an average adult male. Authorities continuously issued warnings regarding the torrential rains. Numerous individuals online shared videos of the rising waters, as if the entire world were engulfed in rain. In lower-lying areas, many homes had already succumbed to flooding. In coastal cities, the deluge was compounded by a relentless typhoon, bringing down trees, displacing road signs, and uprooting billboards. Meanwhile, in the interior, a few playful souls gleefully extracted large wooden tubs, reveling in their carefree amusement. Zhou Jiayue perused the information for over 10 minutes, predominantly encountering such content. A faint sigh emanated from beside her. Zhou Jiayue tilted her head slightly and asked, Dad? Zhou Lihua sat on the sofa, a book in hand, yet unable to immerse himself in its pages. He pinched the bridge of his nose, pondering the state of Xing County, uncertain of its circumstances. Zhou Jiayue pressed her lips together, fully aware that her father remained concerned. She could only say, Dad, you have done all that you could. The confidential document entrusted to Meng Hongyan by Zhou Lihua represents a glimmer of hope for the 100,000 residents of Xing Shui County. This document is the result of deliberations between Zhou Lihua and Zhou Jiayue. Thus, upon her utterance, Zhou Lihua instantly comprehended her intent. Zhou Lihua paused momentarily, then offered a wry smile and shook his head, letting out a sigh. To achieve greatness is to benefit the world. In times of hardship, one must cultivate oneself. His father understood this well. Yet, due to the inertia of his profession, he found himself habitually contemplating such matters. A torrential rainstorm was poised to devastate more than half of the nation's cities. He was but an ordinary man, limited in his capabilities. Having managed to secure his family's safety ahead of time, thanks to the foresight of some so-called prophets, he could only extend whatever assistance he was able to offer. This, he realized, was the extent of his capabilities. Zhou Jiayue nodded gently, choosing silence. Yet, within her heart, she contemplated that regardless of wealth or poverty, she had no desire to save the world. Her sole aspiration was to cultivate her own well-being and that of her family. This thought led her to recall the little yellow house in her mind, eliciting a soft chuckle. She communicated her thoughts, system. It would be far more fitting for you to bind to my father. After all, her father possessed a far greater capacity for love. The system remained silent, perhaps lost in its own thoughts. Zhou Jiayue chuckled softly, her brows and eyes relaxing as she continued to browse through her ebooks. She was hardly concerned about the system's emotional state. From a moment she was bound to the system, she understood that unless she met her demise, she would remain its sole host. Her remarks were merely intended to provoke the system, especially after its previous refusal to inform her about the market activities, accusing her of taking shortcuts. Chapter 15. Rising water levels. The water was rising once more. In room 2704, Meng Weijiang stood on the balcony, gauging the depth of the water at the base of the building, her brow slightly furrowed. The weather forecast indicated a week of torrential rain ahead. Given the current rate of increase, the first and second floors would likely become uninhabitable. Her time was limited. She needed to stock up on supplies for her grandfather before leaving. After sharing her concerns with Meng Jiangwo, she set off with Du Ming to procure provisions from a nearby supermarket. Following 2 consecutive days of heavy rainfall and the warnings from the weather reports, many individuals, sharing Meng Weijiang's sense of urgency, began to take precautions. Consequently, the sales figures of major supermarkets surged rapidly. After helping Meng Jiangwo amass a month's worth of supplies, Meng Weijiang found herself compelled to depart. Meanwhile, reports of disasters flooded the internet from various locations. In remote, low-lying areas, homes were swept away and submerged, rivers overflowed, and bridges collapsed. In urban underground regions, rainwater surged back, turning subway stations, underground parking lots, and basement malls into treacherous water curtains. Fortunately, while nature may be merciless, humanity is compassionate. Relevant authorities promptly initiated rescue operations, with firefighters, armed police, and special forces, everyday heroes, working tirelessly to save those trapped, as people embraced one another in tears of relief. Zhou Jiayue gazed at the videos circulating widely online, filled with admiration for those courageous individuals who stepped forward. Yet her appreciation ended there. The rain continued unabated. Now on its 5th day, the ground floor of the Tianjin community had been completely submerged, with water now reaching the 2nd floor. When the residents of the 2nd floor attempted to escape, they discovered that all the high-rise hotels and inns in the city were fully booked. It was then that they awakened to the reality outside their windows, as the relentless downpour instilled a growing sense of dread within them. For this was a once-in-a-century deluge. In the online realm, where freedom of expression still thrived, discussions erupted like oil splattering in a hot pan, lively and chaotic. What should I do? I live on the 2nd floor. I didn't feel anything when the 1st floor was flooded, but now the water has reached my home. I am huddled on my bed, surrounded by water, terrified. Damn, why can't I book a single room? My area is low-lying, and the water has already risen to the 3rd floor. Those who Haven T evacuated are now huddled in the stairwells, looking pitiable. The government is actively engaged in rescue efforts. Everyone remain calm, and together we will overcome this hardship. Together, my foot. I'm in the countryside, where it's all single-story houses. Now my entire family is standing on the roof, and the water keeps rising. How can we possibly endure this together? My parents and children are also in the countryside. I lost contact with them yesterday. I don't know if this Is there anyone who can go rescue them? In the university dormitory group, the cafeteria had been submerged 2 days prior, and our entire dormitory had not stocked up on food. We are so hungry. Is there anyone who has food? I am willing to pay a high price for it. In a previous life, Zhou Jiayue and her roommates had also taken in other younger students, only to hasten their own depletion. Zhou Jiayue lowered her eyelashes. Indeed, governments across the nation are fervently mobilizing rescue efforts. However, this deluge is a nationwide calamity affecting over 1 billion individuals, making it impossible to save them all. Priority must be given to the regions that have suffered the most devastating impacts. Zhou Jiayue let out a sigh, dismissing such thoughts from her mind. She felt both indifferent and powerless. The water flowing from the faucet had turned murky and brown since yesterday. The internet remained, albeit with a sporadic signal. The military had been deployed, and every television channel had been replaced with state broadcasts, showcasing heroic rescue teams battling on the front lines, saving lives. Leaders urged everyone to hold on. The nation would not abandon any of its citizens. Yet, all these reassurances crumbled in the face of the mounting panic as the water levels rose. Residents on the 2nd floor fled before their homes were entirely submerged. The rain showed no sign of relenting, and those on the 3rd floor were equally apprehensive. Hello, my home has been flooded. May I temporarily stay at your place? Rest assured, I'll 1T stay for free. I can pay you. I'm terribly sorry, but my family is quite large, and our rooms are already full. Perhaps you could ask someone else. Zhou Jiayue politely declined each request from those seeking refuge. In such dire circumstances, it was always the upper echelons that were first considered. Those with a gentler disposition would blush and retreat after her refusal. However, some, perceiving the young girl at the door, attempted to exploit her kindness. In these perilous times, rather than offering assistance, they brazenly sought to gain entry. "Young lady, you are so young. How can your heart be so cold? Let us in, or beware of the consequences," they taunted. Faced with such individuals, Zhou Jiayue responded with a swift kick, promptly slamming the door shut. Growing increasingly exasperated, she ultimately exchanged her frustrations for a barbed wire fence within the system's marketplace, securing it to the door. "Let us see you try knocking now." Although they could not breach her defenses, the incessant knocking was irksome. Now, tranquility had returned. Initially, she wished to avoid conflict, hoping to steer clear of trouble. Yet, she had forgotten that in this apocalyptic world, there was little room for such considerations. Even if a confrontation arose, she was certain of one thing: it would not be her demise. Zhou Jiayue took a deep breath, promptly shifting her perspective, and then swiftly convened a brief family meeting with her relatives. Grandfather, father, mother, and Jiajun decided that henceforth, any guest seeking shelter would be unequivocally turned away. The torrential rain showed no signs of abating. If it persisted endlessly, would we be compelled to provide refuge for others eternally? Moreover, if we accepted one individual, how could we guarantee that a second would not follow? Observing the intensity of the downpour, it was only a matter of time before the water would inundate the third floor, the fourth floor, or even higher. Should a multitude come seeking assistance, what would we do? Were we to save everyone? I prefer not to view others with suspicion, yet if any of those we welcomed harbored ill intentions, we would be facing grave peril. Even if we chose to distribute our supplies, how long could the provisions sustain the entire building? Once the supplies were depleted, what then would we do? Zhou Jiayue deliberately concealed that there was a batch of supplies at 2702. She held her family's hands, her eyes glistening with tears, saying, "I only wish for our family to be safe and sound. The well-being of others is beyond my concern." The other members of the Zhou family were deeply moved by Zhou Jiayue's words. The irascible old man, usually so obstinate, fell into an unusual silence. Zhou Lihua, upon hearing this, could only sigh in resignation. Wang Yume seemed to comprehend something, and after the initial shock, her eyes were filled with a complex blend of emotions and heartfelt sympathy. Zhou Jiajun's expression revealed a hint of hesitation. His upbringing and educational background had fostered within him a warm-hearted and benevolent character. Having never confronted the brutal realities of a post-apocalyptic world, he found it impossible to coldly reject the pleas for help from others in such dire circumstances. Yet, his sister was right. He could not jeopardize the safety of his family in the pursuit of aiding others. Zhou Jiayue naturally noticed Zhou Jiajun's expression and let out a faint sigh. "Jiajun," she said. The young man appeared conflicted, opening his mouth several times, yet at a loss for words. Zhou gently patted his shoulder, smiling reassuringly. "It's all right. No need to say anything, I understand." The boy's restless heart found solace in her understanding, his eyes slightly reddening as he nodded emphatically. A small black puppy with short fur circled around Zhou Jiayue's legs twice, barking playfully. Zhou Jiayue chuckled softly, playfully ruffling the fur of the little black dog. "And you, little black, mustn't run about carelessly, lest you find yourself caught and turned into soup." Aside from room 2701, room 2704 had also received its share of attention. However, upon seeing a tall and robust middle-aged man open the door, the others, intimidated by the fierce countenance of the imposing figure, exchanged only a few words before retreating, daring not to stir up trouble. After declining several pleas for assistance, Du Ming's gaze fell upon the thumbtack network affixed to the door of room 2701. A flicker of surprise coursed through him. What sort of reputable household would possess such an item? Instinctively, a sense of caution arose within him. Chapter 16. Body enhancements on the 27th floor. There was no room for compassion. Those who came seeking help returned empty-handed. Fortunately, not everyone in the building mirrored the indifference of the 27th floor, perhaps out of kindness or perhaps swayed by the allure of money. A majority managed to find a place to stay after several appeals. The difficulty lay with families of 4 or 5, who could only disperse to find accommodations. Old Meng, the residents of room 2701 are rather peculiar. I recall an elderly couple residing there previously. Should I investigate further? The young woman appeared to be in her 20s. Frail in stature, yet possessing an undeniable grace. She exuded a calm and reserved demeanor. Moreover, her ability to venture out in inclement weather spoke volumes of her courage. Initially, she kept her head down, deliberately minimizing her presence. But when she learned they were fellow residents of the 27th floor, the fleeting expression of astonishment and melancholy that crossed her face did not escape his notice. The astonishment was understandable, but what lay behind her melancholy? What thoughts occupied her mind at that moment? Or rather, what intentions did she harbor? Meng Jiangwo sensed that this young lady concealed secrets within her. Yet, given the current tumultuous times, it was prudent to avoid stirring up trouble. Indeed, old Meng, Zhou Jiayue, was unaware that with a mere glance, she had already registered at room 2704. At present, she seized the opportunity of being cooped up at home to fervently accumulate points. Ding, scanning books for acquisition. Current points, 30,000. The moment her points reached 30,000, Zhou Jiayue opened the system mall and found the long-desired item, the body enhancement agent. Would you like to spend 30,000 points to purchase the item body enhancement agent? Yes. Ding, deducting 30,000 points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the body enhancement agent. Current points, 0. As the automated prompt from the system concluded, a vial of green serum suddenly appeared in Zhou Jiayue's hand. She scrutinized it for a moment before consuming the liquid in one swift motion. The potion coursed down her esophagus, entering her digestive system, and subsequently flowed into her bloodstream, dispersing throughout her body. Zhou Jiayue felt a gentle warmth enveloping her body, reminiscent of soaking in a hot spring, as her pores opened comfortably. Almost immediately, a slight tingling sensation coursed through her, as if delicate needles were piercing her skin and flesh. Had Zhou Jiayue possessed the ability to introspect, she would have witnessed her cells rupturing and perishing, only to be reborn in the wake of their demise. This transformation unfolded from within, as the cellular renewal concluded. Faint crackling sounds emanated from her body. The misalignment of her bones caused her to furrow her brow, intensifying her agony, yet she clenched her teeth, suppressing any utterance of discomfort. Fortunately, this ordeal was not prolonged. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly lodge a complaint. Such a service was utterly inhumane. Once the pain subsided, Zhou Jiayue keenly sensed the modifications within her form. She straightened up, feeling as if she had gained several centimeters in height. Her figure remained slender, yet it now boasted healthier contours, exhibiting firm and resilient muscles. As she clenched and then relaxed her fists, her eyes sparkled with an exhilarating sense of strength she had never possessed before. After a few moments of gesturing, she finally detected a rancid, sour odor emanating from herself. With a grimace, she rushed to the bathroom and turned on the shower. Earlier, when clean water ceased to flow from the pipes, she had turned off the water valve. Now, the water used in her home, apart from what was fit for drinking, was rainwater treated through a filtration system. The pristine water cascaded, washing away the impurities from her body. Zhou Jiayue had never imagined that her body could become so filthy one day. After languishing in the bathroom for half an hour and using nearly half a bottle of shower gel to scrub away the black scabs on her skin, Zhou Jiayue finally emerged from the bathroom gracefully. Wang Yume looked at her in astonishment, remarking, "You seem to have become quite beautiful after your shower." Zhou Jiayue. Well, she had to admit that just a moment ago, while gazing into the mirror in the bathroom, she realized that her complexion had lightened by at least a shade. Her features appeared more refined and three-dimensional. Her hair was lustrous and silky, and even her previous severe myopia had reverted to normal vision. With her body undergoing a comprehensive enhancement from within, Zhou Jiayue felt that the expenditure of 50,000 points was indeed worthwhile. With a little more effort, she could arrange similar enhancements for her grandfather, parents, Jia and Xiaohei. Now that her body had been fortified, Zhou Jiayue could finally prioritize her exercise regimen. As a premature infant, her physical frailty was congenital. During the university's physical assessment, her instructors were always concerned that she might faint at any moment. After the torrential rains came the extreme cold. Following the arrival of this bitter chill, many who survived the deluge succumbed to the frigid temperatures, perishing from the icy grip of winter. Among those who lost their lives, the majority were the elderly, children, and individuals with constitutions like hers. In her previous life, surviving the harsh cold had been nothing short of a stroke of luck. However, it left her with lingering ailments, as her organs suffered severe frostbite, drastically shortening her lifespan. Thus, in this life, she felt an urgent desire to procure bodily enhancers to improve her constitution. A robust physique would significantly increase her chances of survival in extreme cold and prepare her to face various dangers that lay ahead. Had she been stronger in her past life, she surely would not have met such a tragic end. Zhou Jiayue shook her head, casting aside distracting thoughts. In an effort to further comprehend her current physical condition, she first attempted the treadmill. Gradually adjusting from the lowest setting, she discovered that running 2 kilometers at the treadmill's maximum speed posed no challenge whatsoever. Subsequently, she tested her strength on a multi-gym, completing 200 pull-ups before descending from the bar. Zhou Jiayue, who had been spectating from the sidelines, was left in stunned disbelief, nearly dislocating his jaw. He felt as though his worldview was teetering on the brink of collapse. "Sister, have you undergone a genetic mutation?" Zhou Jiayue, rendered speechless, slapped her hand down and exclaimed, "Get lost." "Wow, sister, your strength has certainly increased." Zhou Jiayue glanced at her palm, nodding in satisfaction. The transformation of her physique could not be concealed from her family, with whom she shared her life. Furthermore, she intended to improve their health as well. So Zhou Jiayue had no intention of hiding anything. She merely omitted the existence of the Golden House and fabricated a suitable explanation for the origin of the body-enhancing agent. Apart from Zhou Jiayue, who remained in shock, the others, after a brief moment of surprise, readily accepted her explanation. They then began to express their concerns, fearing that the potion might have undesirable side effects. Zhou Jiayue reassured them, stating that even if there were side effects, she possessed the means to address them, after which the Zhou family ceased their inquiries. Having discerned the condition of her body, Zhou Jiayue meticulously crafted a detailed exercise regimen tailored to her current state, all the while urging others not to become complacent. In the days that followed, aside from diligently reading to accumulate points, Zhou Jiayue dedicated at least 2 hours each day to physical training. After repeatedly assuring her parents that she was not overexerting herself, she plunged into an intense fitness regimen. The year 2701 unfolded serenely. Meanwhile, the outside world was engulfed in despair. Chapter 17. Compulsory mission on the 8th day of the torrential rain. At the Tianqing community, the waters had risen to the 4th floor. Widespread casualties began to emerge in many areas. Online, despairing and pessimistic sentiments ran rampant. "Ha ha! The apocalypse has arrived. The apocalypse has arrived. Let them all perish. Why hasn't the rescue team come yet? We are on the brink of starvation. My grandmother took her own life last night, unwilling to burden us. My baby has a fever, yet there are no medicines left at home. Who can come to our aid?" The anguished curses of the mentally shattered, the repeated failures of the starving to find hope, the heart-wrenching pain of final farewells from loved ones, the mother's desperate cries for help. The pervasive sense of fear and despair hung over the entire city. The somber gray clouds above resembling a vast vortex, greedily consuming the world's suffering and torment. After the sullen clouds had satisfied their hunger with a belch, the rain intensified even further. Zhou Jiayue concluded her workout and, as a matter of habit, glanced at the community chat group. It appeared somewhat desolate, a stark contrast to the previous day's vibrant atmosphere. The most recent message read, "Is there anyone who still has food? Anything will do. I am willing to pay a high price." This message had been posted 2 hours prior. Perhaps everyone had finally come to the realization of the unending downpour. Or perhaps others had depleting supplies, feeling helpless despite their desires. Regardless, it was of no concern to Zhou Jiayue. Just as she was about to turn off her phone, the infuriating system unexpectedly issued a bizarre task. Mandatory task. Please rescue 100 people within 15 days and receive heartfelt gratitude from over 90 individuals. Zhou Jiayue. Mandatory task is irrevocable. Task reward. 3 body enhancement agents. Failure penalty. System all disabled for 6 months. Zhou Jiayue. System. Do you not wish to reflect upon the words you are uttering? Zhou Jiayue stumbled in exasperation at the system. Steadying herself, she took a deep breath. Very well. This is how we shall play it. Just you wait, system. Zhou Jiayue, in a fit of frustration, clicked on the profile of the resident in Unit 1602 and sent a friend request. Counting silently in her mind, she decided to wait 10 seconds. If the request was not accepted, she would simply let it go. System, you should be grateful you lack a physical form. The occupant of 1602 was a young bachelor named Yang Kan, who had just turned 30. It is said that one should establish oneself by the age of 30. And indeed, he had achieved considerable success in his career as a distinguished lawyer at the foremost law firm in Fushi City. Coincidentally, he was on leave during those days, choosing to remain at home to rest. However, the rain intensified, and after 2 days of respite, he found himself trapped indoors, unable to venture out. Living alone, he seldom cooked, opting instead for takeout or dining out. Thus, he had no habit of stockpiling food. 3 days prior, he had finished the last of his instant noodles and was now out of supplies. In a matter of days, the once handsome young man now appeared gaunt, with hollow cheeks and dark circles under his eyes. His hair was a disheveled mess, greasy enough to fry vegetables, and he bore an unkempt appearance with a faint, unpleasant odor lingering about him. Desperate, he clutched his waterlogged stomach and, swallowing his pride, sent a message in the building's group chat, then sat motionless, staring at the screen. His eyes were reddened with strain, tears welling up without his realization. Despair gradually seeped into his heart, constricting his throat and rising in bitterness. He was only 30. After all, a health check just 2 weeks prior had declared him in excellent health. He had a promising future ahead of him. The phone slipped from his grasp, and Yang collapsed helplessly onto the sofa. For the first time, he felt the specter of death looming so near. Ding! Weak and unsteady, as he bent to retrieve his phone, he tumbled off the sofa, striking his forehead against the ground. Ignoring the pain, he noticed a friend request devoid of any notes. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted it swiftly. Trembling fingers composed a hurried message. "Hello, I am Yang Kan, the resident of 1602. Are you inquiring about the procurement of supplies?" After sending the message, he clutched his phone tightly, the faint glow of the screen reflecting his anxious anticipation. As the countdown reached 3, Zhou Jiayue noticed a notification on her phone. "The other party has accepted your friend request. You may now commence your conversation." Zhou Jiayue ground her teeth and clicked her tongue, her expression icy as she inquired, "What are your intentions for the transaction?" The once still heart began to thump with renewed vigor. "Currently, I possess 370,000 in my bank account, and my assets, both real estate and personal property, amount to approximately 2 million. Additionally, I have some jade and gold at home. Should you require it, I can offer everything to you, as long as you can provide me with sustenance to survive the present." Perhaps considering the prolonged nature of the torrential rain, Yang swiftly revised his request. "No, I only need food for a week. I am willing to part with all that I possess, should it meet your approval." He feared that his previous statement might incite dissatisfaction and lead to a rejection of the deal. Thus he lowered his demands infinitely. Zhou Jiayue raised her eyebrow, finding this person somewhat agreeable, and the frustration that had been stirred up by the system began to dissipate slightly. "Money holds little value now, and I have no need for a house or a car." Upon reading this, Yang felt a chill run through him. However, since the other party was still willing to message him, it indicated that the matter could be discussed further. "Then you Zhou Jiayue pondered for a moment and inquired, "Do you have the books?" Yang Kan replied, "Yes, indeed. Prepare the books along with the jade and gold. I shall arrive by 3 o'clock this afternoon." After sending this message, Zhou Jiayue ceased to check her phone, while Yang Kan felt a surge of anxious uncertainty. However, the thought of starving to death propelled him into a daring decision. At 2:55 in the afternoon, Zhou Jiayue donned a sleek athletic outfit. She hefted a bulging backpack and wielded a baseball bat in one hand, with a concealed fruit knife strapped to her waist beneath her clothing, an ensemble indicative of her intent to venture out. "Where are you off to, Yaya?" Wang Yume asked with concern, observing her. Zhou Jiayue inspected the equipment, casting a reassuring glance at Wang Yume before turning her attention to Zhou Lihua and Zhou Jiayue. "Sister, rest assured, I shall safeguard Grandpa and our parents." Chapter 18. The Bodhisattva proclaimed, "You are unworthy to be her disciple." Zhou Jiayue chose not to take the elevator, opting instead for the adjacent emergency exit. If she had taken the elevator and it were to suddenly lose power midway, it could have led to dire consequences. After a 2-minute descent to the 16th floor, she observed a few individuals huddled in the vacant shell of an unfinished apartment. Most of them were residents from the lower floors, unable to find shelter elsewhere, and they gathered in small groups, seeking warmth in their shared predicament. Upon noticing Zhou Jiayue as she emerged from the stairwell, their attention was instantly drawn to the bulging backpack slung over her shoulder. It was evident that it contained a considerable supply of food. The pangs of hunger gnawed at them. They licked their cracked lips, their eyes fixated on her backpack. Had it not been for the baseball bat in her hand and the unwelcoming glare she cast upon them, they would have surely lunged at her to seize the coveted provisions. Zhou Jiayue's countenance was frigid as she observed the expressions of those around her, her heart devoid of any compassion. Not even a thought of assistance arose within her. If these individuals were to be granted food so readily, it would only serve to invite disaster upon themselves. Zhou Jiayue strode past the unfinished apartment with a stern expression, and then, under the unwavering gaze of onlookers, she knocked on the door of 1602. Yang Kan, having received Zhou Jiayue's message, had prepared the items she required and was stationed by the door. At the sound of the knock, he swiftly peered through the peephole, recognized her, and promptly opened the door to let Zhou Jiayue in. He had previously been unaware of Zhou Jiayue's appearance, yet upon seeing her, he instantly recognized her as the one with whom he was to transact. After all, at such a time, who else but someone with provisions could appear so vibrant, their demeanor lively and their attire impeccably clean? Yang Kan's gaze was immediately drawn to the backpack slung over Zhou Jiayue's shoulder. He suppressed his eagerness and gestured towards the items piled in the living room. Everything was there, books neatly packed in 2 large cardboard boxes, with an estimated count of at least 300, all pertaining to legal studies. The jade and gold were stored separately in elegant gift boxes, the lids placed aside, all arranged meticulously. Zhou Jiayue carelessly tossed her backpack onto the sofa. After surveying her surroundings, she knelt on one knee before 2 boxes of books, gripping a baseball bat. All the tomes were eligible for points redemption. Although she had downloaded a substantial number of titles from the World Digital Library, the entirety of global literature far exceeds hundreds of billions. Countless invaluable works remain unabsorbed. The books before her were not particularly rare. They had previously been ubiquitous in the market, yet inscribed with Yang Kan's personal reflections and insights, they transformed into something truly singular. At just 30 years of age, the elite lawyer embodied not only talent and fortune, but also the indispensable quality of hard work. She could even envision the diligent figure of a youth burning the midnight oil, their determination etched in the annotated pages of these books. Zhou Jiayue's primary objective lies in literature. Jade and gold are merely incidental. After all, grain is precious, and it would be unwise to allow it to be perceived as readily obtainable. Zhou Jiayue's face finally adorned a faint smile as she emptied the contents of her backpack onto the table. 15 pounds of rice, 5 pounds of vegetables, and 2 pounds of pork. If deemed satisfactory, these shall be taken with me. Yang Kan's eyes widened slightly, and upon realizing the situation, he immediately nodded fervently. As for the jade and gold, Zhou Jiayue merely glanced at them before casting them into the mustard seed space. Yang Qian, seated on the floor of the room, cradled the supplies in his arms, staring at the items for a considerable time, his eyes suddenly welling with tears. With careful rationing, these provisions would be sufficient for him to survive for an entire month. Zhou Jiayue departed from 1602 with her empty backpack. As the system prompt resonated in her mind, Ding successfully rescued one individual and received heartfelt gratitude from the rescued party. Zhou Jiayue curved her lips into a smile, her steps light and buoyant. The individuals within the unfinished apartment gazed at her deflated backpack for a considerable time before their attention shifted, collectively landing on the door of room 1602. Some, quicker in their wits, soon grasped the situation, subtly shifting their bodies to stealthily follow her upstairs after Zhou Jiayue had ascended. Zhou Jiayue remained ever vigilant, sensing the moment she was being followed. With a cold smirk, she deftly evaded him on a particular floor. The disheveled, middle-aged man lost sight of her, and with a sullen expression, he cursed under his breath. Yet, unwilling to relinquish such a plump target, he stubbornly continued his search on each floor. Zhou Jiayue concealed herself behind the door of an escape passage, observing as the middle-aged man flitted about like a headless fly. Lost in thought, she suddenly noticed the man's body come to a halt. He hunched over, pausing for a couple of seconds before slowly turning around. As he gazed at the shadow cast by the escape passage door, a chilling grin spread across his lips. "I see you." Zhou Jiayue was discovered, letting out a quiet sigh as she reluctantly emerged from behind the door, her brow furrowed. Upon seeing the rosy fullness of her face, the middle-aged man's gaze grew increasingly frenzied. "Ha ha ha, I knew you must have more food. Hand it over." Zhou Jiayue pressed her lips together and lifted the baseball bat in her hand. Upon noticing her movement, the middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically, and he began to feign helplessness. I haven't eaten in so long. My mind is muddled from hunger. I'm so sorry." The man suddenly fell to his knees, pleading with Zhou Jiayue in a frenzied manner. "Please, I beg you, have mercy on me. Just a little food will suffice. I implore you to show compassion. The Bodhisattva will bless you." "Bodhisattva?" Zhou Jiayue tilted her head, yet she did not overlook the glimmer of greed and cruelty in the man's eyes. "Yes, as long as you provide me with food, the Bodhisattva will surely bless you." Zhou Jiayue let out a light laugh, tinged with both mockery and a hint of emotion. The corners of her lips gradually curled into a benevolent smile. "I have the utmost faith in the Bodhisattva. Well, I do indeed have some food, but it is at my home. Please follow me. I shall take you to retrieve it." Upon hearing Zhou Jiayue mention food, the middle-aged man could not help but swallow hard, a flicker of menace flashing in his eyes. Yet, his gaze soon fell upon the threatening baseball bat in her hand, rendering him hesitant to make a move. Zhou Jiayue comprehended his intention and smiled gently, setting aside the baseball bat and raising her empty hands to reassure him. "Fear not, for we are all devotees of the Bodhisattva. I shall not harm you." The middle-aged man forced a smile, his expression betraying his unease as he nodded. Just as he began to relax and approached Zhou Jiayue, closing the distance to merely a step, she suddenly lunged forward. The man, caught off guard, emitted a startled gasp, his eyes widening as he slowly lowered his gaze, only to discover a gleaming fruit knife embedded in his abdomen. Zhou Jiayue wore a smile upon her face as she swiftly unsheathed the dagger. Then, amidst the man's incredulous gaze, she covered his mouth and forcefully plunged the fruit knife into his heart once more. Simultaneously, she sidestepped to evade the splattering blood. At the moment he collapsed, Zhou Jiayue's expression turned frigid as she softly uttered, "The Bodhisattva believes you are unworthy to be her devotee." The middle-aged man, his eyes wide open in disbelief and fury, seemed unable to comprehend how she could wield such brutality. Subsequently, after retrieving a bloody dagger from his possession, she coldly disposed of it through the window of the emergency exit. Watching the body tumble down, crashing into the flood and sending up a great splash before being mercilessly engulfed by the torrent, Zhou Jiayue maintained her impassive demeanor. She even let out a cold scoff, lamenting, "What a pity, he could have lived a few more days. Chapter 19. The Temple of Fengxian on Mount Bujue. Wang Yume and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief upon seeing Zhou Jiayue return safely, oblivious to any irregularities. Only Xiao He, circling around Zhou Jiayue a few times, emitted a sound of disquiet. Zhou Jiayue gently stroked the head of the small black dog, and after retrieving a piece of jerky from her pocket, she managed to soothe it. Just moments ago, she had taken a life for the first time in her existence. She had anticipated feeling a sense of discomfort, yet to her surprise, aside from the unpleasant sensation of blood clinging to her skin, she felt no real unease. Zhou Jiayue chuckled self-deprecatingly. Perhaps she was a born assassin. Zhou Jiayue would not linger over the fact that she had taken a life. In this post-apocalyptic world, what was there to be sentimental about? Her primary concern was how to successfully accomplish her task within the span of 15 days. The completion of this task hinged upon two essential criteria. First, she needed to assist 100 individuals. Second, she required their heartfelt gratitude. The total population of her apartment building currently ranged from 130 to 150 inhabitants. Certainly, she could don the guise of a benevolent figure, distributing supplies to each resident, thereby easily fulfilling the first criterion. However, the second posed a considerable challenge. Should she choose this path, others would merely perceive her as foolish for possessing an abundance of resources. As for gratitude, well, one could merely hope not to be torn apart in the process. At this early stage of the torrential downpour, during the initial 2 days, some residents with heightened crisis awareness had already stockpiled supplies in advance. Within the entire building, the individuals who genuinely required assistance likely numbered less than half. Moreover, among this subset, those akin to the middle-aged man she had encountered earlier were certainly not within her contemplation, necessitating further reductions from this already scant group. There were simply too few individuals in need. Zhou Jiayue furrowed her brows, her arms crossed over her chest as she reclined in her chair, her toes lightly tapping the ground. Her gaze drifted through the window, landing upon several buildings in the vicinity. Across the way, a household had left their curtains drawn open. Thanks to the enhancements from the bodily augmentations, Zhou Jiayue possessed exceptional eyesight. Through the torrential rain and the floor-to-ceiling windows, she could clearly discern the circumstances within that household. It was a family of 5, an elderly man, a married couple, and 2 children. This family had run out of provisions since the day before, and in a moment of desperation, the couple resolved to slaughter their pet. The 2 children cried throughout the day, and ultimately, driven by hunger, they tearfully consumed the meat. Zhou Jiayue's gaze shifted to another building. Within resided a young couple, their home adorned with decorations suggestive of newlywed bliss, the celebratory characters still clinging to the window panes. Following a gathering of friends and family, a considerable amount of food remained when the torrential rains began. However, due to a lack of foresight, they had lent out a significant portion of their provisions when others came seeking aid. The couple's supplies quickly dwindled, and now they had not consumed anything for 2 days. At this very moment, in Xing County, the terrain lay low, with floodwaters in the city reaching the 4th and 5th floors, while in Xing County, the deluge had ascended beyond the 7th. Not to mention, the rural areas under Xing County's jurisdiction had witnessed their low-lying homes succumb to the floodwaters by the 3rd day of relentless rain. Upon realizing the onset of the flood, Meng Hongyuan promptly organized rescue efforts and sought assistance from the city. Yet, the county's manpower was woefully insufficient, and the widespread devastation made it impossible to respond effectively. The city's rescue teams faced insurmountable obstacles due to blocked roads, hampering their timely arrival. Furthermore, other counties and districts, including the urban area, experienced varying degrees of calamity, overwhelming the city's emergency lines. With no help forthcoming from the city, Meng Hongyuan was compelled to press on with the rescue efforts himself. Lacking sufficient professional rescue teams, he enlisted the aid of community volunteers. Yet, the need was still far greater than the available resources. The waters surged too swiftly, and the rain fell with relentless fury. Often, before a victim could be saved, the rescue teams themselves fell prey to the rising tide. From a time when he could still catch brief moments of rest, Meng Hongan had now endured 5 sleepless days. The grim tally of casualties lay before him, and when he closed his eyes, visions of raging floodwaters and incessant cries for help haunted him, blood-soaked and awash in red. Meng Hongan's body swayed, prompting his secretary to swiftly support him. "Secretary, you must rest. If this continues, the flood will recede before you do." Meng Hongan pressed his throbbing temples, closing his eyes momentarily. Weariness etched across his face, as if he had aged a decade overnight. Despite being in his early 40s, half of his hair had turned white. He waved his hand, his voice hoarse and gravelly. "I am fine. I need to check on the people of Wu Village." Wu Village. Wu Village. A sudden thought struck him. "Zhujiayue, you go to my home and retrieve the confidential document from a drawer of my study." "No, I will go myself." He recalled the document left to him by Zhou Jiayue before his departure. Initially, he had failed to comprehend why it was essential, but now, an understanding began to dawn within him. Did Brother Zhou foresee the impending flood long ago? But how could he have known? Is this the kind of event that an ordinary person could predict? The car was rendered unusable, so Meng Hongan boarded a kayak. His thoughts a tangled mess resembling a chaotic ball of yarn. Upon reaching his residence, he climbed through the window of the 8th-floor corridor and dashed up the stairs. Fortunately, his dwelling was on the 9th floor, still untouched by the rising waters. Meng Hongan was fervently eager to uncover the contents of that confidential document. In a flurry, he opened the drawer, retrieved the document, and with trembling fingers tore off the sealing strip. The document contained merely 2 brief lines. "The Fengtian Shrine on Bujua Mountain is stocked with 1,000,000 supplies. The funds expended are for personal use of public money. Do not blame us. Bujua Mountain is the highest peak within Xing County, where the Fengtian Shrine stands, dedicated to honoring those who have made remarkable contributions to the county over the millennia." As Meng Hongan read these concise lines, he suddenly erupted into wild laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha! Salvation is at hand. Salvation is at hand." Aside from the inadequacy of rescue personnel, his greatest concern had been the insufficient food supply. With 20 to 30 individuals crammed into a single room, they could only rest against the walls. Meng Hongan was troubled, his hair falling out strand by strand in despair. But now, Brother Zhou had stockpiled supplies in advance. The people of Xing County would be saved. As for the misuse of public funds, this was a matter that would benefit the populace. How could it be deemed personal use? Chapter 20. Alternative Redemption. Zhou Jiayue. Unaware of the events transpiring in Xing County, after determining the direction of her mission, convened with her family to discuss the subsequent steps to undertake. Although they were taken aback by Zhou Jiayue's sudden change of heart, they ultimately recognized that saving a life is more commendable than constructing a 7-tiered pagoda, and thus the members of the Zhou family expressed their unwavering support. As Zhou Jiayue articulated her intentions, she naturally noticed the subtle shift in her family's expressions. Yet, what could she do? She was undeniably a villain, yet the system compelled her to save others. The true heartache lies not in loud disputes. Before retiring for the night, Zhou Jiayue intended to organize the items within her subspace. However, as she sorted through her belongings, she soon realized something was amiss. Where had the jade and gold she had collected that very day gone? Although those treasures held little value at present, they were nonetheless her possessions. They could not simply vanish. As her consciousness spread throughout the entire space, a peculiar expression overtook Zhou Jiayue's face when it reached the boundaries of that realm. The jade and gold had indeed disappeared, yet astonishingly, the subspace had expanded by 5 cubic meters. Zhou Jiayue harbored a suspicion and cautiously probed. "Xiao Huang, if you fancy gold or something of the sort, you needn't be shy about it. Just tell me directly. Why the secrecy? I'm not the type to be stingy." Golden House suppressed its feelings, but ultimately could not hold back. "I only have a penchant for books." "Oh, I am well aware of your love for literature, but that doesn't preclude an affection for gold. Just look at your name, Golden House. Surely, you must have an affinity for gold. There's no need to feel embarrassed. I can comprehend your desires. Next time, simply communicate openly with me. Let us avoid this roundabout approach." Golden House responded with a hint of disbelief. "I have no interest in such mundane things. They are merely consumed by the interstitial space to facilitate its expansion. Ah, I see now. You should have stated that sooner. Zhou Jiayue speaks in a sarcastic manner, saying, "Look, it is precisely due to your lack of honesty that others have misunderstood you. Well, now you have faced the consequences." Zhou Jiayue watched the system falter with immense delight. "Xiao Huang, please refrain from such antics next time. It would pain me to see you distressed over a misunderstanding." The Golden House. Vomit, accidentally uncovering the secret of the expanding subspace. Zhou Jiayue also managed to unsettle the system, leaving her exceedingly pleased, a smile gracing her face even in slumber. The following day, Zhou Jiayue set out with Zhou Lihua and Zhou Jiayue, all three fully equipped, each bearing a bulging pack. Wang Yumei, Zhou Goen, and Xiao He remained behind to guard the house. The directive was clear. Mother, do not open the door for anyone. The movements of the group were clearly observed through the peephole from the opposite side. Room 2704. Old Meng, should I accompany them to take a look? Meng Jingwo pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Caution is paramount. Yes, there were not many vacant rooms in Building 5, and, ultimately, Zhou Jiayue and her companions settled in an empty shell apartment on the 18th floor. Zhou Jiayue took out her phone and sent a message in the building group, from 9 to 10 o'clock a.m. in the bare apartment 1803. Books or gold may be exchanged for supplies. Do not be late. Once this message was dispatched, Zhou Jiayue paid no heed to the ensuing stir it caused within the group. Before her, several individuals who had noticed her actions had already gathered. They encircled the entrance of the bare apartment, their eyes fixated on the backpacks of the three behind her, swallowing hard. The longing reflected in their eyes was akin to overflowing water, and the subtle madness that emanated sent shivers down the spines of Zhou Lihua and Zhou Jiayue. Zhou Jiayue recognized two familiar faces from the 16th floor she had encountered the previous day. After assessing the strength of both parties, she deemed them not worthy of concern and chose to disregard them. Nevertheless, exercising caution, she instructed Zhou Lihua and Zhou Jiayue to remain vigilant. Both were equipped with baseball bats, and they discreetly carried pepper spray in their pockets. Zhou Jiayue surveyed her surroundings, retrieving a sign and an electronic scale from her backpack. She affixed the sign to the adjacent wall, ensuring it was visible upon entry. It read, 50 books or 10 grams of gold can be exchanged. Choose 1 gene of rice, 2 bags of bread, 500 milliliters of mineral water. Considering that some households might lack the means to cook or access water, Zhou Jiayue thoughtfully included bread and water among the exchangeable goods. The reason for selecting only books and gold for the exchange was due to the simplicity in calculations. As for the established exchange rate, the system had never encountered a host as shrewd as her. Even the system's marketplace paled in comparison to her cunning. In response to the system's sarcastic remarks, Zhou Jiayue rolled her eyes and retorted, questioning its ignorance of the current scarcity of resources in the outside world. To survive, one must be willing to pay a price. Those gathered at the entrance glanced at one another upon reading the sign's contents. Someone discreetly took a photograph and shared it in the building's group chat. Zhou Jiayue observed the individual's actions but refrained from intervening. As time trickled by, those who had seen the group message were filled with uncertainty. While exchanging gold for supplies was one thing, the notion of trading books for them was utterly baffling. Was the sender of this message out of their mind? Could this be an elaborate scam? In room 1602, Yankin also came across the group message. Unlike the others, he did not harbor doubts. He was fortunate enough to possess supplies, having already given Zhou Jiayue both the books and gold the previous day, which rendered him less agitated than the rest. In room 1704, Su Mingyan's eyes, dulled by despair, flickered at the group message. Weakly, she nudged the man beside her, her voice barely a whisper. Darling, someone in the group is saying that books and gold can be exchanged for supplies. The man lying in bed was emaciated, his gaunt features reminiscent of a skeleton, with prominent cheekbones and sunken eyes, suggesting he would not endure much longer. He opened his mouth to speak, but could not utter a single word. Su Mingyan blinked, her eyelids heavy with unshed tears, the ache in her eyes a torment. Yet no tears fell. Summoning her frail strength, she attempted to retrieve 50 books from the study, but soon realized she could hardly lift even 10. In room 1201, a family of 4 surrounded 2 frail figures that seemed to clash with their surroundings. It was not a matter of freeloading. They had paid for their stay, 100,000 yuan, for just a few days. Moreover, they had brought supplies upon moving in. Food had become exorbitantly priced. Even with money, one could hardly procure it. The meager sum they had provided was long exhausted. Look, doesn't your sister have a gold necklace around her neck? Perfect. Take it to exchange for supplies. They refused to believe that anyone would be foolish enough to barter supplies now. They merely sought an excuse to expel the guests. Song Chuanjin embraced her sister tightly, gritting her teeth in indignation. This family was far too oppressive. She and her sister had originally resided on the 3rd floor, and when the water rose above the 2nd, she decisively sought refuge with the tenants above, bringing along their remaining supplies. She had offered her host the supplies in exchange for a daily payment of 10,000 yuan. Initially, they had welcomed them warmly, but as the rain continued unabated, their demeanor shifted. They not only seized all their jewelry and gold bars, but also raised the rent to 20,000 yuan per day. With no other recourse during these exceptional times, she bore the burden in silence, fearing that acting rashly would leave them without shelter. Now, if she could not discern that this family intended to drive them out, she would be a fool. Talk of exchanging supplies. How come they themselves did not partake in such exchanges? Chapter 21. Finally open for business, Song Chuanjin grasped her sister Song Chuanhui's hand and took a deep breath. All right, we can seek to exchange for supplies. But you must return the gold jewelry you took from us earlier so that I can trade it for more food. Once ingested, what can possibly be expelled? The family allowed a cold laugh and unceremoniously expelled the 2 sisters, Song Chuanjin and Song Quanhui. Shortly thereafter, several garments were carelessly discarded, landing on the ground like refuse. With a heavy heart, Song Chuanjin suppressed her anger and tears, diligently gathering each piece of clothing. With her eyes slightly reddened, she reached out to stroke her younger sister's head, asking, "Are you afraid, Quanhui?" Song Quanhui, with eyes as clear as a child's, gazed at her sister and shook her head, declaring that she was not afraid as long as she was with her sister. Zhou Jiayue waited for over 20 minutes, yet no one came to exchange goods. She gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, letting out a resigned sigh. Alas, in these times, it is indeed challenging to be a good person. Look, tangible resources are available, yet no one desires them. Just as Zhou Jiayue contemplated whether to close up for the day, an exceptionally frail woman squeezed her way through the crowd blocking the entrance. Breathing laboriously, she appeared on the verge of fainting. After cautiously glancing at the sign on the wall, she timidly inquired, "Is it truly possible to exchange books for goods?" Zhou Jiayue gazed at the woman, perceiving her embarrassment, and smiled as she nodded in agreement. Certainly. The woman, upon receiving the affirmative response, became visibly excited. I have books at home, but I cannot move them. Would you be able to?" Her eyes were filled with a pleading sincerity. Zhou Jiayue raised an eyebrow, unperturbed by the possibility of deception. After all, the sunken cheeks were an unmistakable testament to her distress. The woman could barely stand. Zhou Jiayue pondered for a moment before addressing Zhou Lihua and Zhou Jiajun. "I shall go take a look. You 2 remain here. If anyone arrives to exchange supplies, proceed with the transaction as per the established regulations. However, should there be any troublemakers..." Her gaze drifted coldly over the crowd gathered at the entrance. Her tone chillingly resolute. "Eliminate them on the spot." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiajun swallowed hard, glancing at the person by the door before gripping the baseball bat tightly in his hands. Prior to their departure, Zhou Jiayue had engaged in a mental preparation with Zhou Lihua and Zhou Jiajun, emphasizing the importance of remaining resolute in such a moment. Before leaving, Zhou Jiayue discreetly slipped something into Zhou Lihua's hand. The object remained obscured from Zhou Jiajun's view due to the obstruction of their bodies. As Zhou Lihua felt the shape and texture of the item, his expression shifted noticeably. Meeting Zhou Jiayue's gaze, he inhaled deeply and gave a barely perceptible nod. Zhou Jiayue curled her lips into a smirk, slinging a backpack over her shoulders as she departed with the woman. The baseball bat rested casually on her shoulder, giving her an air of defiance that suggested she was not to be trifled with. After Zhou Jiayue's departure, The crowd gathered at the entrance of room 1803 became palpably more restless. Their eyes fixated on the backpack placed on the ground, from which spilled out glistening white rice, pristine drinking water, and fluffy bread, inciting a frenzy of salivation. Zhou Jiayue sensed the restlessness of the crowd, his countenance stern. He struck the bat against the wall, producing a piercing sound, and then stepped forward, his authority immediately manifesting. Unlike others who suffered from hunger and cold, their gaunt frames betraying their weakness, the Zhou family, blessed with ample resources, enjoyed hearty meals with meat at every sitting, resulting in an exceptional state of vigor. Moreover, under Zhou Jiayue's encouragement, they engaged in daily physical training, and while they may not possess chiseled abs, their mere presence exuded an imposing aura. Indeed, under Zhou Jiayue's formidable presence, the crowd gathered at the entrance instinctively took a step back. The father set a commendable example, and the son was not one to lag behind. Zhou Jiayue endeavored to adopt a fierce expression, resembling a protective wolf cub, vigilantly guarding the supplies before him. Zhou Jiayue followed Su Ming into room 1704, where she discovered an impressive collection of books. The residence comprised 3 rooms, 2 of which were dedicated entirely to storing books, resembling a miniature family library. It turned out that Su Mingyan and her husband, Wei Dongsheng, were both university educators. Su Mingyan taught biology, while Wei Dongsheng specialized in literature. Wei Dongsheng had a penchant for collecting literary classics, with over 70% of the books in their study being sourced by him. Consequently, the couple found themselves lacking in financial reserves, as nearly all their funds were devoted to the acquisition of books. Zhou Jiayue wandered through the 2 studies, and the system informed her that there were 13,750 books available for her to collect. Zhou Jiayue's eyes sparkled with determination. These books were essential to her. However, she felt it necessary to show respect for their original owner. Thus, in response to Su Mingyan's anxious gaze, Zhou Jiayue smiled warmly and said, "I trust you are already familiar with the exchange rules. May I inquire how many resources you intend to exchange?" Su Mingyan cautiously replied, "Could I perhaps start with 2 loaves of bread and a bottle of water?" Zhou Jiayue smiled and shook her head. Su Mingyan thought she had changed her mind, and her face turned pale, despair suddenly filling her eyes. Zhou Jiayue blinked and chuckled awkwardly. "What I mean is, merely exchanging a few loaves of bread and some water is hardly sufficient. We have no idea when this torrential rain will cease. You could certainly afford to exchange a bit more." Su Mingyan was momentarily taken aback by Zhou Jiayue's words. Her expression froze, and it took her a considerable time to regain her composure. Clearing her throat, she proposed, "How about exchanging 2 kilograms of rice, 10 loaves of bread, and 20 bottles of water?" Zhou Jiayue, "Perhaps we could have a bit more." Su Mingyan, 10 kilograms of rice, 50 loaves of bread, and 50 bottles of water? Zhou Jiayue sighed, subtly implying to her, "With so many books at your disposal, why not be a bit bolder? Additionally, I have vegetables and meat here. Would you consider it?" Su Mingyan remained speechless. Ultimately, in a scenario where Zhou Jiayue was on the verge of outright expressing her interest in the books, Su Mingyan, caught between laughter and tears, exchanged 20 kilograms of rice, 100 packs of bread, 100 bottles of mineral water, 20 kilograms of vegetables, and 10 kilograms of meat. Zhou Jiayue certainly could not directly retrieve items from her space for an on-site transaction, as her backpack was limited in capacity. Therefore, she first extracted what was within her backpack to leave behind, and then arranged with Su Mingyan that the remaining items would be delivered later, before taking her leave. Observing the items Zhou Jiayue had left behind, Su Mingyan felt a profound sense of relief, nearly overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming inwardly, "Darling, we have food now." In room 1803, after Zhou Jiayue's departure, Song Qiwanjin ascended the stairs with her sister, hiding amidst the crowd to observe. Although she too doubted whether anyone would genuinely exchange supplies at this time, they had nowhere else to go, so they decided to take a look. Deep down, she harbored a flicker of secret hope. What if it were true? The items lay exposed in the bag. But most of the individuals blocking the doorway had fled from the lower floors, not having the time to bring anything else with them. The few who were capable of exchanging supplies hesitated, lacking a pioneer willing to take the first step. They contemplated inquiring with Room 1704 to ascertain whether the exchange of supplies was indeed possible. Du Ming stood at the back of the crowd, initially fearful of being recognized. Maintaining a distance, and without a mobile phone, he was unaware of the ongoing events. It was only after Zhou Jiayue departed with Su Mingyan that he cautiously approached. Upon reading the content on the board, Du Ming's heart jolted, followed by a furrowed brow, as he pondered in silence. Although Zhou Lihua and Zhou Jiayue had seen Du Ming, they had only heard descriptions from Zhou Jiayue regarding the appearances of the individuals from 2704, making it difficult for them to recognize the people before them at first glance. Chapter 22. Please do not cause any trouble amidst the crowd. Song Xuanjin observed for a considerable time, noting that the two individuals guarding the supplies, despite their robust and fierce appearance, possessed clear eyes devoid of any treachery. After a series of contemplative deliberations, she ultimately resolved to take a bold risk. There was no alternative, since last night that family had ceased to provide them with food. Previously, they had only received thin rice porridge accompanied by a bit of pickled vegetables. She could endure, but Quan Hui could not. Quan Hui had been frail since childhood and could not bear to go hungry any longer. Song Xuanjin removed the gold lock necklace from Xuan Hui's neck, tenderly patted her sister's head, and then, feigning calmness, pulled her through the throng towards Zhou Lihua and his son. I would like to exchange for 2 bags of bread and 2 bottles of water. In truth, rice would have been more filling and cost-effective, but under their current circumstances, with no place to rest, they had no means to cook. Zhou Lihua nodded slightly, accepting the gold lock necklace handed over by Song Xuanjin, signaling Zhou Jiayue to place it on the electronic scale for weighing. The gold lock was solid, weighing 30 grams, perfectly sufficient to exchange for the supplies that Song Xuanjin desired. As she finally obtained the items, Song Xuanjin felt a surreal sense of disbelief, as if it had indeed been exchanged so effortlessly. A wave of emotion surged, nearly bringing her to tears. Yet, this was not a moment for sentimentality. Sensing the piercing gaze behind her, Song Xuanjin tightened her grip on Song Quanhui's hand. She dare not step outside room 1803. Instead, crouching in a corner with Song Quanhui, where they immediately opened the water and bread. Quanhui, eat quickly. She feared that if they ventured out, the food in their hands would be lost, so it was imperative to consume it swiftly. Song Quanhui held a bag of bread, nibbling delicately, occasionally sipping water, making not a sound. Indeed, upon seeing the torn bread in Song Quanhui's hand, the group at the door visibly glistened with hunger. Their breaths quickened, eyes fixated. The sounds of swallowing echoed one after another. They were utterly famished, like beasts driven by instinct. Someone took a step towards the two sisters. Song Xuanjin's heart raced wildly. Her eyes widened in terror as she clutched Song Quanhui tightly, her arms and legs trembling slightly. Zhou Lihua and Zhou Jiayue had barely begun to act when they witnessed an individual, seemingly seized by the collar, his face flushed crimson, who was abruptly propelled backward. The crowd scattered in alarm, revealing a young girl with a serene yet strikingly beautiful visage, her long hair elegantly tied back in a ponytail. As she gracefully approached from the rear of the throng, Zhou Jiayue cast a casual glance at the sisters Song Xuanjin and Song Quanhui before turning her attention to the crowd at the door. With a baseball bat resting against her form, she raised a finger and shook it gently, a subtle curve gracing her lips. Her tone, though soft, was laced with an unmistakable warning. Please do not cause any trouble. The onlookers, witnessing the figure who had just been flung out and now lay on the ground, writhing in pain, turned their gazes back to Zhou Jiayue with an involuntary mix of fear and reverence. In that moment, no matter how gentle and harmless her smile appeared, none would dare to perceive her as a purely benevolent soul. Song Xuanjin positioned herself partially in front of Song Quanhui. Unlike the fear emanating from the crowd, she regarded Zhou Jiayue's upright silhouette with a heart gripped by a tumult of emotions, gratitude, envy, longing. These intricate feelings intertwined, igniting an indomitable blaze within her once desolate and dreary spirit. Perhaps the success of the Song sisters had stirred something within a portion of the onlookers. Zhou Jiayue observed a figure in the crowd hastily manipulating their phone. She nonchalantly shrugged and exchanged a few words with Zhou Lihua and Zhou Jiayue before leaning against the wall, lost in thought. In truth, she pondered how to communicate the matter of resource exchange to the other buildings. Should she shout through a loudspeaker? No, that would not do. She is, after all, an elegant fairy. Perhaps she could engage the property management? Yet, it seemed they had long since been overwhelmed. Moreover, must she row her little boat to each building for every subsequent exchange? Oh, how vexing. Another day filled with the desire to outsmart the system. At 9:40, another individual arrived to exchange resources. This time, it was a man nearing his 40s, dragging 100 books on a cardboard box, while wielding a reflective kitchen knife in his hand. Zhou Jiayue gazed at the book for a few moments, biting her lip in silence before finally nodding. Consequently, Zhou Jiayue complied with the man's request and measured out 2 pounds of rice for him. Upon receiving the rice, the man's expression was one of complexity, likely astonished that 100 seemingly worthless books could indeed be exchanged for such sustenance. However, he quickly secured the rice, casting a wary glance at the crowd gathered at the door before brandishing a kitchen knife across his chest, ultimately departing safely. After another 10 minutes, perhaps encouraged by the prospect of success, another couple approached to exchange supplies, similarly bringing books. In their eyes, it seemed that books were far less valuable than gold. Just as the zipper was pulled halfway down, a piercing cry echoed from outside, 1803. Help! Zhou Jiayue furrowed her brow, swiftly zipping up her backpack. Once Zhou Lihua and Zhou Jiayue had secured their own bags, she grasped her baseball bat and maneuvered through the crowd that parted automatically to either side. In the corridor, an elderly woman wept as she knelt on the ground, while an elderly man lay prostrate, his face a ghastly shade of purple, mouth agape, convulsing violently. Asthma? Zhou Jiayue furrowed her brow in contemplation. Help! Is there anyone who can rescue my husband? The old woman's cry was sharp and piercing, laden with anguish and despair. Song Chuanjin and Song Quanhui soon arrived, and upon recognizing the elderly couple, Song Chuanjin was momentarily taken aback. Un sotang, on guan. The old woman, upon hearing the familiar voices, momentarily halted her wails and looked up, catching sight of the Song sisters standing nearby. Chuanjin, Quanhui. It turned out that the elderly couple were also residents of the 3rd floor, neighbors of the Song sisters, and their relationship was quite amicable. With their parents frequently away on business, the sisters had formed a bond with the couple, who, in turn, treated them as their own children, often bringing them delicious homemade dishes. Song Chuanjin, ever grateful, would often take her sister next door to visit, providing companionship and solace to the elderly pair. Recognizing that Uncle Tang was experiencing an asthma attack, she quickly sought to calm the distraught old woman. Aunt Guan, where's the medicine? Hurry, we need to give Uncle Tang his medication. The old woman, grief-stricken, lamented, it's all gone, all gone. Oh Tang, if you leave this world, I shall not wish to live anymore. Song Chuanjin was taken aback. She was not a doctor, and without the medicine, she felt utterly helpless. What to do? In a moment of desperation, she instinctively cast a pleading glance towards Zhou Jiayue, who stood nearby with her arms crossed. Zhou Jiayue, why are you looking at me? Chapter 23. The ancestral jade bracelet. Most of the medicines purchased by Li Feifei were stored in room 2702, leaving only a small selection of commonly used medications in the subspace. Unfortunately, there was no medication for asthma among them. However, while browsing the system's marketplace, she discovered a remedy that could completely cure asthma with just a single dose, but the price deterred her. To her, the elderly couple was merely a pair of strangers, and they did not appear to be capable of affording the medication. She would not engage in a financially unwise transaction. Zhou Lihua and Zhou Jiayue genuinely wished to assist them, yet they possessed no medicine capable of curing the ailment, rendering their intentions futile. Perhaps the elderly woman's sorrowful weeping was so pitiful that even those around her could not bear to look on any longer. Zhou Jiayue cast a sympathetic glance at the elderly couple on the ground, pondering something before gently nudging Zhou Jiayue's arm. In a hushed tone, he inquired, Sister, are you not studying medicine? Is there truly nothing we can do? Zhou Jiayue cast a glance at him and was about to shake her head when, surprisingly, the elderly lady, despite her advanced age, possessed remarkably keen hearing. With a sudden cessation of her tears, she rushed to Zhou Jiayue's side. "My dear girl, I implore you, please save my old husband. I beseech you, in my next life, I shall repay you by toiling like a beast of burden." Zhou Jiayue was also taken aback by the old lady. Upon meeting Zhou Jiayue's gaze, he instinctively shrank his neck, silently lamenting his misfortune. Zhou Jiayue stifled the urge to recoil and lifted the elderly lady from the ground. Furrowing her brow, she remarked, "I possess merely a superficial understanding. I cannot save your husband. Asthma, aside from medication, can also be treated through acupuncture in traditional Chinese medicine." During her studies with her mentor, she had witnessed her mentor administer acupuncture to a patient suffering from asthma, yet she had never performed it herself. Moreover, this old gentleman was experiencing an acute asthma attack, which differed significantly from routine treatment. Thus, she felt uncertain and reluctant to take on the responsibility. Zhou Jiayue appeared remarkably youthful, which led her to trust the words of the elderly Mrs. Guan. However, she found herself at a loss, devoid of any medicine, and she was the sole individual present who could potentially save the man in need. Mrs. Guan wept, trembling uncontrollably, casting a glance at her husband, who was gasping for breath on the floor. Gritting her teeth, she implored, "My dear girl, as long as you are willing to help, regardless of the outcome, I shall accept it." With that, she rolled up her sleeves and removed a jade bracelet that she had kept hidden beneath her garments. Reluctantly, Mrs. Guan caressed the bracelet one last time before placing it into Zhou Jiayue's hands, her eyes brimming with tears as she said, "My dear girl, I possess nothing else. Only this ancestral jade bracelet remains. Regardless of whether you succeed or not, consider this bracelet as the payment for my husband's treatment." The bracelet was of exceptional quality, and even those unacquainted with jade could perceive its value and rarity from its translucent texture. Zhou Jiayue discerned the resolute determination in old Lady Guan's eyes. Glancing at the jade bracelet in her hand, she let out a sigh. The old woman had spoken so plainly, and moreover, Zhou could subtly perceive the yearning of the interstitial space for this exquisite bracelet. It seemed that it was indeed a remarkable treasure. After her final confirmation with old Lady Guan, assuring her that she would focus solely on healing without concern for life or death, she spent 100 points in the system's marketplace to exchange for a set of silver needles. Zhou Jiayue requested Zhou Lihua and Zhou Jiayue to assist in restraining Tang Ximing. She then lifted the patient's garments and, after taking a deep breath, deftly inserted the silver needles. As Song Qiuanjun instinctively dispersed the encroaching crowd, she and Song Qiuanjue quietly supported old Lady Guan, patiently awaiting the outcome. The points of focus included Feiyu, Zhongfu Taiyuan, Dingchuan Tiantu, Shanzhou, Chei's, Yujia. Zhou Jiayue was wholly absorbed in her task, oblivious to the fact that not far from the crowd, the robust middle-aged man, 2704, who she had met only once before, was intently observing her every move. Upon sensing footsteps on the staircase, Du Ming swiftly concealed his presence, taking care to remain nearby, allowing him to witness the events unfolding on the 18th floor in their entirety. The perilous thumbtack network, the peculiar method of resource exchange, the subtle display of strength, and an impressive medical skill set all served to elevate Zhou Jiayue's level of danger in Du Ming's estimation. As Zhou Jiayue administered her injections, Zhou Lihua and Zhou Jiayue remained vigilant, not only restraining Tang Ximing's body, but also keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. After all, their backpacks still contained unexchanged resources, and they had not forgotten the covetous glances from those earlier. From the moment Zhou Jiayue delivered the first needle, Tang Ximing's breathing gradually steadied. By the time she completed the final injection and wiped the perspiration from her brow, Tang Ximing was already able to breathe normally. Witnessing the old man's recovery, old Lady Guan was overcome with joy, while the Song sisters looked at Zhou Jiayue with sparkling eyes. Truly remarkable. Zhou Jiayue, preoccupied with her own thoughts, exhaled deeply and instructed Zhou Lihua and Zhou Jiayue to assist the individual to room 1803. The needle must remain in place for a while longer, at least half an hour before it can be removed. Observing the desolate room, 1803, devoid of even a single stool, Zhou Jiayue felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. She contemplated the necessity of bringing over a set of tables and chairs the following day, lest there be no seating available. During the wait for the needle to be extracted, Zhou Jiayue remained industrious. She accepted the backpacks from Zhou Lihua and Zhou Jiayue, instructing them to attend to the patient while she turned to leave with the 3 bags in tow. There were still supplies to replenish for Su Mingyan. The temperature had plummeted to 11 or 12 degrees, signaling the gradual onset of winter. This time of year was notorious for exacerbating asthma, and a moment's lapse could trigger an episode in the elderly gentleman. After the jade bracelet belonging to old Lady Guan was consumed by the spatial rift, the space had expanded dramatically, and Zhou Jiayue felt a flicker of trepidation. What a precious artifact that jade bracelet must be. Though her heart was hardened, she adhered to certain principles. The additional provisions and garments would serve as compensation for the value represented by the jade bracelet. Zhou Jiayue provided the elderly couple with merely a single meal. It was not that she lacked the desire to offer more. Rather, it was the peril of possessing too much. To extend her generosity further would endanger the very old man and woman she sought to assist. She could not remain by their side indefinitely to safeguard them. The garments and provisions offered by Zhou Jiayue arrived like a timely blessing for the elderly couple, who graciously accepted them without hesitation. After ensuring that the old man and woman consumed their sustenance well, Zhou Jiayue turned to take her leave. Chapter 24. Power outage. The elderly couple, perceptive to the situation, refrained from further imposing upon her generosity after receiving the supplies. Song Chuanjin watched Zhou Jiayue's departing figure, her mouth opening slightly in a gesture of unspoken words, ultimately lowering her gaze in disappointment, remaining with her sister and a few others in room 1803. Uncle Tang, Aunt Guan, how are you all faring now? Song Chuanjin cautiously inquired once the majority of the guests had dispersed. Uncle Tang and Aunt Guan exchanged a glance, both sighing in resignation. Previously, they had departed the 3rd floor alongside the Song sisters, who had found refuge with a family on the 12th floor. In contrast, they were taken in by a family on the 9th floor, also obliged to pay for rent and meals. As the temperature dropped, Uncle Tang's cough worsened, and they had exhausted their supply of asthma medication the day before, leaving them unable to afford the exorbitant lodging and meal costs. Consequently, that family had no choice but to evict them, likely fearing that Uncle Tang might succumb within their home, bringing about ill fortune. Upon learning of the elderly couple's plight, Song Chuanjin felt compelled to offer words of consolation. Yet, reflecting on her own and Xuanhui's circumstances, she could only manage a bitter smile, rendered momentarily speechless. Within the bare apartment on the 16th floor, a group of ragged individuals huddled together, whispering conspiratorially. Brother Song, I told you, that woman surely has more food. We should have seized everything yesterday. Then we must avenge Brother Luo. Damn it, that scoundrel from 1602 is particularly troublesome. He refused to open the door, no matter how long I pleaded at the entrance. I'll seize my chance soon enough. Speaking of which, that woman looks like a novice. Once we get her, enough. Yuan Song slapped the grinning, lecherous man on the back of the head, casting a warning glance at the others. Do not act rashly. I have my own plans for this matter. Understood, Brother Song. Current number of rescued individuals, 15,100. Current heartfelt gratitude received, 790. Countdown, 14 days. Observing the tally of rescues, Zhou Jiayue furrowed her brow in contemplation. Counting carefully, she noted Yang Can as 1, the library couple as 2, the sisters with the gold necklace as 2, the asthmatic old man and the bracelet-wearing old woman as 2, the man with the kitchen knife as 1, and the book-exchanging couple as 2. In total, she had managed to rescue only 10 individuals. Zhou Jiayue deemed this possibility quite substantial. Otherwise, the rationale behind the statements of these 15 individuals would be unfathomable. Merely considering the number of individuals rescued, the task appears deceptively simple to accomplish. However, the gratitude rate is less than half. Zhou Jiayue ground her teeth, realizing that to earn the heartfelt gratitude of 90 individuals, she would need to assist nearly 200 people based on the current data. She was acutely aware that relying solely on material exchanges would further diminish this gratitude rate. As for how low it might sink, Zhou Jiayue scoffed. She had never hesitated to contemplate the human heart with the utmost skepticism. For now, she decided to observe the situation. If all else failed, she would simply squander her points before the task met its inevitable failure. Zhou Jiayue sighed, retrieving a notebook from her drawer to document the day's experiences, before immersing herself in the routine of reading and accumulating points. The following morning, she discovered that both the internet and electricity had been cut off. The abrupt loss of power extinguished more than 90% of the dim lights in the shadowy world around her. The sky darkened, resembling satin stained with ink, as if being retouched by the same brush. The world grew increasingly silent. In this profound stillness, the patter of raindrops and the roar of floodwaters became deafeningly pronounced. The heavy clouds hung lower in the sky, as large raindrops pelted relentlessly against the hearts of all, enveloping them in a palpable sense of oppression. In this murky world, many, unable to endure the suffocating despair any longer, chose to depart from this life forever. Wang Yume, while mopping the balcony, witnessed a woman across the way. So frail, she seemed as if a gust of wind could whisk her away. The woman clutched a bundle wrapped in a cotton coat, and with a sudden leap from the high building, she plunged into the water below with a resounding splash, vanishing from sight. Wang Yume staggered back in shock, her mop clattering to the ground, as she covered her mouth and let out a brief, startled scream. Her mind went blank, yet silent tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Upon hearing the commotion, the members of the Zhou family quickly rushed over, with Zhou Jiayue being the first to arrive. She steadied Wang Yume, noticing her pale complexion and the panic in her eyes, and silently sighed. Moments earlier, she had been in her room preparing the items she needed for the day, not paying much attention to the happenings across the way. However, having arrived swiftly, she caught sight of a tail, a subtle clue that, combined with Wang Yume's position, led her to surmise what had just transpired. The later arrivals, including Zhou Lihua, had not witnessed the events unfold. They only saw the frantic and disoriented expression on Wang Yume's face, prompting them to anxiously inquire, "What happened? What is going on?" Zhou Jiayue pressed her lips together as she witnessed someone leap from the building opposite her. Her mother was taken aback by the shocking sight. The onlookers initially exhaled in relief, but soon their thoughts turned to the urgent need to call the police and summon an ambulance. However, as this notion took hold, they found themselves momentarily paralyzed by the grim reality. In this dire situation, where could one still make a call to report the incident or request emergency assistance? The expressions of the crowd shifted through a myriad of emotions, yet they remained somewhat more composed than Wang Yume. Zhou Lihua embraced Wang Yume, gently patting her back while softly reassuring her, "It will be all right, it will be all right. Our family will be fine. Do not be afraid." Wang Yume may have only glimpsed the despair in the woman's arms, as her eyes briefly fell upon the frail figure cradling a newborn. Yet, that infant had likely passed away 2 days prior. Its pallid complexion and rigid form remained unresponsive to the relentless winds and rain. Moreover, the woman's exposed wrists bore a tapestry of both fresh and old scars, a testament to her suffering. Though the trials had not broken her spirit, the loss of her child had shattered her will to survive. Zhou Jiayue cast another glance at the towering clouds above her, then lowered her gaze, her expression unusually somber. Wang Yume had been in a rather poor mood, so Zhou Jiayue decided to keep Zhou Lihua at home to keep her company. Today, it was just she and Zhou Jiayue venturing out. Zhou Lihua recognized that his daughter was resolute in her thoughts. After offering a few gentle reminders, he refrained from further commentary. Clearly, his wife required his attention more than their daughter at that moment. It was still 1803 when Zhou Jiayue arrived, only to be greeted by a throng gathered at the entrance. Someone in the crowd spotted Zhou Jiayue and called out, "Don't push, don't push. The person has arrived." Chapter 25. A test of patience. The crowd swiftly parted to make way. The moment Song Chuanjin, who had been trapped within the throng, caught sight of Zhou Jiayue, Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as she was about to call out, she realized she did not even know the person's name, leaving her momentarily disheartened. Zhou Jiayue cast a fleeting glance at the crowd of onlookers, pausing momentarily on a few individuals among them. Zhou Jiayue carried a small table and, upon Zhou Jiayue taking her seat, placed the table before her. He then retrieved an electronic scale from his backpack and set it atop the table. Having completed these tasks, the young man stood by Zhou Jiayue's side, wielding a baseball bat like a devoted sentinel. Zhou Jiayue, crossing her legs, glanced at her watch, her gaze sweeping over the crowd before she casually announced, "From 9 to 10, 1803 can exchange supplies. Do not miss the opportunity." No sooner had she finished speaking than someone hurriedly emerged from the throng. Despite having gone days without sustenance, a middle-aged man, rounder than most, rushed to Zhou Jiayue, eagerly placing a seemingly hefty gold bar on the electronic scale. With a flattering smile, he exclaimed, "Hee, I wish to exchange." Zhou Jiayue glanced at the gold bar and nodded. Zhou Jiayue then inquired what he wished to exchange. Ultimately, in accordance with the man's request, they traded it for rice and water. The hefty man's gold bar weighed no less than 300 grams, and after the exchange, their supplies dwindled by half. Observing the sagging backpack, the remaining individuals grew increasingly restless, clamoring to advance. "I arrived first. Allow me to exchange first." "Oh, please don't push, you're stepping on my book." "I got here at 8 o'clock. I should be the first to exchange." "Oh no, who stepped on my shoe?" "I only wish to exchange for a pound of rice. Let me go first." Zhou Jiayue took a deep breath, rose decisively, and sent several individuals, clearly suspected of causing trouble, sprawling to the ground. Her icy gaze swept across the crowd. Those who could exchange, do so. Those who could not, get lost. Zhou Jiayue, standing in the background, could only think, "Sister is formidable," without allowing the fallen individuals a moment to protest. Zhou Jiayue grasped each of them like a chick and tossed them aside. Yet, her actions did not end there. She extended her hand and pointed at a few in the crowd. "Will you leave on your own, or shall I assist you?" she inquired, addressing those initially caught in her scrutiny. The girl's tone was frigid, tinged with an unmistakable impatience, as if the mere utterance of defiance would provoke her fist to meet their faces. The individuals singled out exchanged startled glances, then quickly averted their eyes towards those who had been thrown out, swallowing hard before hastily departing with their heads bowed. They had merely come to gather intelligence and gauge their adversary's strength, not to invite a beating. Once the troublemakers departed, the crowd dwindled by half. Those remaining could only silently pray that the others would not be as ruthless as the first hefty individual, who had swiftly exchanged all the supplies. Subsequently, those who sought to exchange items behaved rather conventionally, with most opting for a mere 2 or 3 pounds of rice or a few bottles of water. After confirming that the remaining individuals were relatively honest, Zhou Jiayue relinquished her position to Zhou Jiayue. She then positioned herself near the window, her gaze settling upon the nearby buildings, her eyes calm and distant. From the outset, she had sensed a divergence in the individuals who had just departed. Although their appearance was disheveled, their mental state starkly contrasted with that of those around them who had genuinely endured days of hunger. Their physiques were not excessively gaunt, nor was their craving for sustenance as fervent as that of others. Instead, their eyes, when directed at her, bore a mixture of curiosity, scrutiny, calculation, and a hint of caution. They had initially incited the crowd to surge forward, while she remained behind, merely shouting slogans. Those at the forefront moved with a synchronized precision, not in pursuit of food, but rather towards her. Although she had anticipated that the exchange of supplies would inevitably bring about complications, she had not expected such troubles to arise so swiftly. She was not blindly optimistic, believing that the presence of the system rendered her invincible. This group, having tested the waters today, might well take more direct action against her in the future. Given her performance today, they might initially harbor some trepidation, but as time progresses, confrontation would become inevitable. Zhou Jiayue is acutely aware of her strengths and weaknesses. She has not undergone systematic training in combat or martial arts. Her fighting relies solely on brute force. While she can manage a few ordinary individuals, Facing a dozen or 20 skilled fighters would undoubtedly lead to her downfall. Even with systematic assistance, it is indeed challenging for 2 fists to contend against 4 hands. Zhou Jiayue sighed, feeling a twinge of headache. She contemplated whether she should take refuge at home for a while. After all, her ironclad resolve was indeed formidable. No, she was not timid. She was flexible, capable of bending and adapting, discerning the times. As for the task at hand, preserving her own life took precedence. Today, approximately 7 or 8 households came to exchange supplies, most of whom were there to barter for rice. The trade for bread and water was notably sparse. Once everyone had collected their provisions and departed, Zhou Jiayue glanced at the time and retrieved a box of salbutamol from her pocket. She instructed Zhou Jiayue to take it, along with the remaining packages of bread and water, to the elderly couple in the corner. Old Man Tang and Old Lady Guan were taken aback, especially upon seeing the box of medicine, and tears of gratitude welled up in their eyes. The notification of successful assistance did not resonate in her mind. It seemed that the same person could not be counted repeatedly. Zhou Jiayue discreetly curled her lips in disdain. The system was indeed merciless. Upon receiving the food, the elderly couple instinctively wished to share a portion with the Song sisters, only to be met with a gentle shake of the head and refusal from Song Qianjun. Zhou Jiayue observed the scene silently, refraining from expressing any opinions. After a couple of minutes, she stood up to depart, but unexpectedly, Song Qianjun finally mustered the courage to speak. "Please, wait a moment." Zhou Jiayue paused and turned to the sister adorned with a golden necklace who had called out to her, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. "Is there something you need?" Song Qianjun inhaled deeply, gently patting her younger sister's head in a gesture of reassurance before mustering her composure to approach Zhou Jiayue. "Be cautious of those troublemakers. They are from Building 3. Through merely 2 days of observation, Song Qianjun discerned that Zhou Jiayue was far from the type to exhibit excessive compassion. Unlike Uncle Tang and Aunt Guan, who were naive enough to believe that Zhou Jiayue's provision of supplies marked her as a benevolent figure, she recognized that Zhou Jiayue had selectively offered assistance, withholding it from both herself and Quan Hui. From a young age, she had been more attuned to the value of jewelry than most, fully aware of the worth of Aunt Guan's jade bracelet. By providing Uncle Tang and the others with food and medicine, she was likely compensating for the jade bracelet Aunt Guan had presented the previous day. This also revealed that the girl before her, appearing to be several years her junior, possessed a strong sense of principle. Thus, if she wished to secure Zhou Jiayue's assistance, she needed to demonstrate sufficient value in return. Zhou Jiayue felt somewhat taken aback, not anticipating that this individual not only discerned the deliberate provocation, but also took the initiative to alert her. However, Zhou Jiayue was acutely aware that goodwill seldom arises without ulterior motives. Thus, she regarded her with keen interest and inquired. "So?" Song Qianjun bit her lip and continued. "You must have recently relocated to this community and are still unfamiliar with its dynamics. The Tiancheng community is rather eclectic, with many matters not easily grasped by outsiders. As for me, I happen to be a long-standing resident, possessing knowledge of over 90% of the residents' information. Though I must admit, I lack insight into newcomers like yourself." Song Qianjun cautiously articulated. Zhou Jiayue gazed deeply at her for a moment, and then smiled, inquiring, "What is your name?" Chapter 26. This is your sole opportunity. Well then, Miss Song, allow me to ascertain whether you truly possess an intimate understanding of the community. As you claim. Caught off guard by the question, Song Qianjun hesitated. The identity of that individual cannot be casually revealed. She had not anticipated that Zhou Jiayue's first question would be so incisive. "Not to worry. Let me pose the questions instead. Miss Song, you need only nod or shake your head." Song Qianjun blinked and nodded slightly. "Are you from military background?" With determination, she nodded affirmatively. "Are you from Kyoto?" Clenching her teeth, she continued to nod. Zhou Jiayue regarded Song Qianjun's unnatural expression, her gaze penetrating and profound, as she posed her final question. "Once above 1, beneath 10,000? A sheen of perspiration broke out on Song Qianjun's forehead. She began to suspect that Zhou Jiayue might have known something all along and was deliberately toying with her. with a rigid countenance. Song Chuanjin neither nodded nor shook her head, clinging to the last vestige of her self-deception. Zhou Jiayue smiled. Having gained an understanding of the identities of 2704 and Song Chuanjin, the first inquiries stemmed from the demeanor exhibited during their initial encounter, particularly that of the young man, whose every movement bore the hallmark of rigorous military training. The second question arose from the distant sighting of a vehicle. At that time, her body had not yet undergone enhancement, and she could only vaguely discern a character resembling Jing, hence the formulation of this subsequent inquiry. As for Song Chuanjin, her ability to identify that individual, despite being an ordinary resident, was sufficient to attest to her extraordinary nature. If memory served her correctly, the developer of Tianqing Community was indeed affiliated with the Song Group, a leading enterprise within the province. Zhou Jiayue observed the nearly overwhelmed expression of Song Chuanjin and could not help but chuckle. Well, since Miss Song finds this question rather challenging, let us shift our focus to a different topic. Let us discuss the group of troublemakers from today. Song Chuanjin felt as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders as she sighed in relief. Aside from the matter concerning Unit 2704, there was little else that posed a concern. She briefly elaborated on the demographic composition of the entire community. The Tianqing community primarily consists of ordinary individuals lacking notable status. However, there are exceptions, such as Meng Jiangwo from Building 5 and the Song Sisters. Additionally, there are Hu Minyan from Building 3 and Zhuang Mingjie from Building 1. Hu Minyan, a former world champion boxer for 2 consecutive terms, is known for his fiery temper and reckless actions, even having been accused of bullying the weak. His sole redeeming quality is his loyalty. He once nearly killed a man in vengeance for a friend, an incident that led to his imprisonment for 8 years until his recent release a few months ago. Song Chuanjin specifically emphasized Hu Minyan from Building 3. Following his release, legitimate boxing venues would no longer accept him, forcing him to engage in underground fights in dubious locations, where he befriended a gang of unscrupulous individuals he referred to as brothers. The day before the torrential downpour, Song Chuanjin had witnessed Hu Minyan hosting a gathering at his residence with his entourage. In the days following the storm, the property management received several complaints from various households in Building 3, claiming that residents from Unit 4003 had entered their homes to commit robbery and inflict harm. The photos captured during these incidents unmistakably featured Hu Minyan and his dubious companions. Given that this disturbance occurred within the confines of the Song family's territory, it was reasonable to assume she should intervene. However, at that time, she found herself ensnared in her own predicament, leaving her no capacity to address the issue. Little did she anticipate that today she would encounter individuals from Building 3. The ruckus in Unit 1803 was instigated solely by ordinary residents of Building 3, seemingly having fallen under Hu Minyan's influence post-storm, thus becoming his lackeys and pawns. As for how they managed to traverse from Building 3, Song Chuanjin mentioned that one household in Building 3 was particularly fond of extreme sports and possessed several sets of diving equipment. It is highly plausible that Hu Minyan pilfered from that household, instructing his minions to approach via the water. Moreover, it is noteworthy that the buildings are not entirely disconnected. There are individuals who know one another across the various units. Not only Hu Minyan, but it is likely that the entire community has become aware of the wealth of resources possessed by the resident of Building 5. Song Chuanjin articulated this with great detail, even analyzing Zhou Jiayue's current perilous situation. Zhou Jiayue twirled a strand of hair that had fallen upon her chest, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a brief moment, she smiled and nodded at Song Chuanjin. I am immensely grateful for your information, Miss Song. If you do not mind, there will be 10 portions of bread and water delivered to you shortly. Upon hearing these words, Song Chuanjin could not deny the surge of longing within her. Yet, at this juncture, the utmost priority was not sustenance, but rather a secure refuge. Building number 5 was on the verge of becoming the focal point of ire. Presently, they were merely pawns in Hu Minyan's game. In just a couple of days, perhaps even sooner, this situation would escalate. By then, not only Hu Minyan, but potentially others from different buildings would converge here. When that time arrives, those like them, exposed and vulnerable, might find themselves among the first casualties. Suppressing her desires, Song Qianjun declined Zhou Jiayue's offerings and instead made another request. I seek sanctuary. She gazed intently at Zhou Jie, stating, I can discern that you require a considerable amount of gold and books. Although I am unaware of your reasons for such needs, I have no intention of prying. However, I assure you that once the tempest subsides, I shall gather as much gold and literature as you desire, to the best of my capabilities. Zhou Jie gazed at her, shaking her head after a few seconds. She did not believe that Song Qianjun was speaking falsely. However, even after the torrential rain ceased, she could not procure gold and books for her. After all, following the deluge came the bitter cold, a harsh and extreme weather that posed a far greater threat, capable of easily claiming the lives of those who ventured out to explore. Zhou Jiayue's refusal rendered Song Qianjun's complexion slightly pale. She wished to negotiate further when she heard Zhou Jiayue inquire, You must be familiar with the jewelry stores in Fu City, correct? Zhou Jiayue recalled that there was a jewelry design company under the Song Group located in Fissures. Zhou Jiayue inquired, given the current water level, how many jewelry stores do you believe remain unscathed within the city? Song Qianjun appeared even more perplexed. Most jewelry stores are situated on ground floor, save for two establishments located on the bustling streets and Luoke Street, which, due to financial constraints, are positioned on the top floor of them all. They might still be dry. Very well. Accompany me tomorrow and guide me there, Zhou Jiayue instructed. Song Qianjun responded, Zhou Jiayue cast her a glance and rose to her feet. Miss Song, I only value tangible benefits that I can see and obtain. I have no interest in empty promises. Bring me enough jewelry by tomorrow, and this will be your sole opportunity. Chapter 27. The rain diminishes. Going out, Song Qianjun was momentarily stunned, but finally grasped the situation. Zhou Jiayue acquiesced to her request, willing to offer refuge. The condition was that they would venture out together the following day to procure a sufficient quantity of jewels. Song Qianjun cast a glance at the relentless downpour outside, took a deep breath, and clenched her fist tightly. This was her sole opportunity. Very well. Zhou Jiayue briefly explained the situation to her family and informed them that she would be going out tomorrow. Yeah, with such heavy rain, it is unsafe to go out. Zhou, the prophet, Zhou, it matters not, for the rain shall lessen by tomorrow. Others in the Zhou family. Then let Jia Jun accompany you. Venturing out alone is far too perilous. Zhou Jiayue glanced at Zhou Jiajun. The youth's eyes filled with anticipation. Sister, please take me with you. I assure you I will not cause any trouble. Zhou Jiajun is the most aware among the group of what she is seeking to find, having absorbed every word of the conversation between her and Song Qianjun. Although he cannot comprehend why his sister is still in pursuit of jewelry at this moment. Being cooped up indoors for so long has left him yearning to venture outside. Sister, please take me along, Zhou Jiajun pleaded, tugging at Zhou Jiayue's hand with an air of childlike charm and affection. Zhou gently rubbed her forehead and said, All right, when the time comes. Follow my lead and refrain from wandering off. During the month of torrential rain, there would be 2 instances of reduced rainfall. The first would occur from the 11th to the 13th day of the downpour, marking one of the optimal periods for venturing out to search for supplies and conduct rescues. After persuading her family, Zhou Jiayue delivered several boxes of self-heating rice and water to the Song sisters. Eat well. We will set off at dawn tomorrow. We cannot afford to faint after just a few steps. Song Qianjun accepted the provisions, and at that moment, despite understanding that Zhou Jiayue was not a genuinely benevolent person, she could not help but feel a pang of emotion at her seemingly disdainful words. She was not a good person, yet she was certainly not a bad one. No wicked individual would express concern for others' hunger or faintness as she did. Zhou Jiayue was unaware of Song Qianjun's thoughts. Had she known, she would have smiled while inwardly critiquing, If you faint from hunger, who will guide me? Without navigation, I cannot venture out. After delivering the food to Song Qianjun, Zhou Jiayue departed, postponing any discussions regarding the promised protection until everything was thoroughly resolved. Once she had amassed sufficient jade and gold and expanded the pocket dimension, She could store items from 2702 or 2703 within. At that time, it would suffice to vacate a room for them to reside in. On the 11th day of the torrential rain, the downpour unexpectedly diminished, yet those in slumber remained oblivious. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the door of 2701 was stealthily opened and subsequently closed with the faintest sound of hinges. In the darkness, two shadowy figures descended from the escape passage to the 18th floor with utmost caution. Song Chuanjin had not closed her eyes since nightfall. On one hand, she felt a tinge of anxiety that kept her awake, and, on the other, she was uncertain of the exact hour Zhou Jiayue would arrive, fearing she might miss her. Hearing a soft call, Song Chuanjin sprang to her feet, nervously approaching the shadowy figure. It was indeed. She nodded gently and hastened to follow the figure's lead. Previously, Zhou Jiayue had informed her of the midnight outing in private, leaving the elderly and Song Quanhui unaware. Song Chuanjin dared not divulge too much to them. Now, as she truly prepared to leave alone, a flicker of apprehension and fear surged within her. Darkness enveloped both inside and outside the building. The moon and stars were obscured by thick clouds, offering no glimmer of light. Song Chuanjin swallowed hard, gazing at the shadow ahead, barely able to discern its outline. Constantly reminding herself, Song Chuanjin, do not be afraid. At this moment, the water had risen to the 7th floor, leaving the corridor entirely deserted. Zhou Jiayue retrieved her mobile phone from her pocket as she ascended the staircase, activating its flashlight feature before tossing a one-piece raincoat to Song Chuanjin. Put it on, she instructed succinctly. After a flustered, Song Chuanjin managed to don a garment. Zhou Jiayue had already waded through the water, hurling the kayak out of the window while gripping a rope tightly in his hand. Zhou Jiayue was the first to leap from the window, followed closely by Song Chuanjin, who, with the assistance of Zhou Jiayue and Zhou Jiayue, gracefully landed onto the kayak. Once Zhou Jiayue also made his descent, the kayak slowly glided towards the gate, illuminated by a faint beam of light. As it was their inaugural venture into paddling, there were several moments of directional deviation and even a few instances of backward movement. Fortunately, Zhou Jiayue maintained a steady composure, and after several adjustments, she adeptly guided the duo in finding their bearings and mastering the paddling technique. Once they had completely departed from the residential area, Zhou Jiayue stowed away her phone, replacing it with a powerful flashlight. Under the guidance of Song Chuanjin, the trio arrived at a jewelry store located in a bustling street after an hour. The shopping center boasted 5 stories, with the first level soaring almost 2 stories high. And given the slightly elevated terrain, only a shallow layer of water covered the 5th floor. The group slipped through an open window, the water barely reaching their ankles. They pulled the kayak inside, securing it in a somewhat concealed spot before heading directly to the jewelry store. With a sweep of the flashlight, Zhou Jiayue gained a clear understanding of the store's interior. Prior to their departure, Zhou Jiayue had conferred with Zhou Jiayue on their course of action. Upon arrival, the two seamlessly commenced their operation. One by one, the glass display cases housing the jewelry were shattered, and amidst the darkness, Zhou Jiayue skillfully waved her hand, collecting a significant portion of the jewels into her spatial pocket. As she sensed her space expanding, the corners of her mouth curled upward, her spirits soaring. Standing at the entrance, Song Chuanjin observed the siblings' audacious actions, inhaled deeply, and closed her eyes, choosing to feign ignorance. After clearing the store of its treasures, Zhou Jiayue glanced at the other shops on the same floor, contemplating that they had come this far. Thus it would be remiss not to conduct a thorough sweep. With a commanding voice, she prompted the others to embark once again on their audacious shopping spree. Recognizing the prevailing circumstances, Song Chuanjin wisely opted to join in. The assortment of stores on this floor appeared chaotically arranged, lacking any coherent planning. Zhou Jiayue stumbled upon an electronic specialty store, shattering the glass door to gain entry. As she perused the aisles, she unexpectedly discovered a plethora of remarkable items that she had not considered during her prior stockpiling. Among these treasures, the most invaluable was undoubtedly the walkie-talkie, with communication ranges varying from 1 kilometer to 10 kilometers. Zhou Jiayue unceremoniously swept everything into her space. There were various electronic devices. Since there was ample space now, storing them all would hardly occupy much room, and of course, none could be overlooked. In her possession, these items might yet see the light of day again. Left here, they would merely gather dust and moisture, losing the very essence of their existence. After perusing several dining establishments, aside from the open food items, she collected all the boxed beverages, sealed semi-processed goods, and the condiments from the kitchen. Once she had finished gathering resources from this floor, Zhou Jiayue and Song Qiuanjin's findings, combined with the items Zhou Jiayue had deliberately revealed, resulted in an abundance of supplies that could not even fit into an entire kayak. The group exchanged glances, taking in the overflowing pile of provisions. Their eyes filled with regret. None of them could bear to discard anything. Just as they were grappling with this dilemma, Zhou Jiayue blinked and rummaged through her backpack, producing a deflated kayak. With a hint of embarrassment, she said, "I almost forgot I have a kayak as well." Zhou Jiayue and Song Qiuanjin. Chapter 28. Visitors to building number 3. In the store that was previously searched, they happened to find a bicycle pump. Without uttering a word, Zhou Jiayue hurried over to retrieve the air pump. After laboriously inflating it, he allocated a portion of the gathered supplies to the new kayak. Zhou Jiayue chose to sit alone, allowing Zhou Jiayue and Song Qiuanjin to occupy another seat. On their return journey, having become familiar with the route and having gradually perfected their paddling technique, the trio spent 10 minutes less than on their way there. After swiftly stowing their belongings, they set off once more. In a bid to save time, Zhou Jiayue deliberately retrieved the inflatable boat before departing. With a calm demeanor, she tucked it behind the kayak, much to Song Qiuanjin's astonishment. Once they had traversed 2 city blocks, well away from the neighborhood, the three of them finally transitioned from the kayak to the inflatable boat. Zhou Jiayue occupied the helm, uttering a brief caution to hold on tightly before she pressed the throttle down with determination. The roaring sound reverberated through the stillness of the night, startling those nestled within the towering edifices nearby, who curiously leaned out to witness the commotion. Good heavens! Someone is operating a speedboat. Could be a rescue team coming to our aid. Yet, they appeared rather unconvincing. Regardless, someone shout for help. There are still people here. The onlookers on either side of the building exclaimed in astonishment, their excitement palpable. Zhou Jiayue was startled into a state of heightened alertness by the sudden emergence of heads and voices from either side, rendering him rigid with fear. Song Qiuanjin gripped the sides of the speedboat tightly, her face taut with tension, and warned at the fork in the path. Turn right. Before he could respond, a gust of frigid wind filled his mouth. After delivering her warning, Song Qiuanjin sealed her lips, observing Zhou Jiayue's unperturbed figure. Her gaze swept over the heads peeking out from either side, and she couldn't help but admire Zhou Jiayue's caution once more. Zhou Jiayue sat at the forefront, her flashlight secured at the bow of the boat, her garments fluttering in the wind. The exuberant cheers from either side were lost on her. This particular shopping mall towered higher than those along the bustling streets, with the upper 2 levels exposed above the water surface. The young boy, his face etched with distress, lamented, "Sister, my legs have gone numb." Zhou Jiayue forcefully propelled him into the shopping mall. Drawing from their previous experience, the trio promptly dispersed to commence their search upon arrival. Zhou Jiayue took charge of the jewelry store. With no one in proximity, she deftly cracked open the glass case and swiftly collected all the items into her spatial compartment. Quickly, she proceeded to the next boutique. After acquiring treasures from 2 more shops, Zhou Jiayue paused at the staircase, surveying the floor. After a moment of contemplation, she picked up the intercom and communicated with Zhou Jiayue before descending alone to the next level. The stores on the subsequent floor were notably more organized, primarily offering maternal and infant supplies. Items such as baby formula, bottles, drool pads, diapers, open crotch pants, bathing products, cribs, baby chairs, and early education materials filled the shelves. Additionally, there were maternity clothes, health supplements, nutritional products, personal care items, pregnancy guides, prenatal education books, and postpartum essentials available for mothers. Zhou Jiayue wandered around, heedless of the consequences. She collected any book she encountered into her golden house, discarding the rest into the void of her spatial dimension. After emptying this level, her space was still only half full. The two jewelry shops had directly expanded the space to 200 cubic meters. When Zhou Jiayue had thoroughly scavenged this floor, the upper level was nearly ready as well. Her bounty was abundant. Earlier, as she passed through a certain route, the people had cried out for help towards the departing speedboat. Yet, as they watched it recede into the distance, the flicker of hope that had surged suddenly began to dim. They were not here to rescue them. Perhaps it was a sense of unwillingness. Or perhaps they still clung to the fantasy that those aboard the boat were merely fetching reinforcements. In any case, no one was willing to succumb to sleep again. They kept their eyes wide open, fixated on the direction from which the speedboat had vanished. The sun could not penetrate the thick, dark clouds, merely revealing a pallid hue. Song Chuanjin did not refuse Zhou Jiayue's kindness. She eagerly opened the door to room 2702, only to discover the cleverness contained within. The outer side of the door was coated in a verdant hue, appearing no different from an ordinary iron door. However, upon opening it, the true essence was revealed. Song Chuanjin possessed a discerning eye, the material of the door, even the windows. She swallowed hard, her gaze subtly shifting to Zhou Jiayue, who leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, her thoughts evolving with each passing moment. It had been 6 hours since 1 o'clock in the morning, and despite significant improvements in her physical condition, Zhou Jiayue found herself feeling somewhat fatigued. With her eyes half-lidded, she languidly remarked, aside from the sturdy doors and windows, "This place is merely a bare shell, suitable enough for use." Song Chuanjin shook her head, acknowledging that it was indeed quite satisfactory, and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Wait, is there something else?" Zhou Jiayue, in light of the numerous jewels found today, patiently inquired. I still do not know your name." "Oh." Zhou Jiayue. After uttering this, Zhou Jiayue turned and departed. Zhou Jiayue. The 3 syllables lingered on her lips as Song Chuanjin gazed at the pile of supplies at her feet, her eyes brimming with joy. She whispered excitedly, "Sister, Uncle Tang, Ankwan, let us go. We have a place to stay." After a brief and simple tidy-up, the group quietly made their way to room 2702. Song Chuanjin held her sister Song Chuanhue's hand, and though the room was barren, an inexplicable sense of calm settled within her. From this point onwards, things would surely get better. Zhou Jiayue observed his hesitance and instantly comprehended his inner turmoil. He was troubled by the plight of those in need of rescue. Zhou Jiayue tugged at the boy's still damp face, saying with a fierce expression, "Why are you so concerned about others? What connection do they have to you? I can't tell you possess the potential to be a savior." She certainly did not wish for a simple outing to inspire this impudent child with grand aspirations of saving the world. Zhou Jiayue winced slightly at the painful grip, pouting as he brushed away Zhou Jiayue's hand. "I'm not." The boy's spirits inexplicably sank. "Sister, I am aware that I cannot save them. Yet, I distinctly heard and saw everything, and yet I remain powerless to act, which leaves me feeling quite distressed. Sister, will they perish?" Zhou Jiayue gazed at him silently, and after a considerable pause, she let out a sigh. Having traversed 3 years in the post-apocalyptic world, she had grown accustomed to indifference and the harsh realities of life and death. Yet, she had overlooked the fact that the other members of the Zhou family still retained the conscience cultivated during times of societal stability. Despite her earnest attempts to impress upon them the brutality of the apocalypse and the distortion of human nature, they had simply not experienced enough. Their inherent dispositions, shaped from childhood, were not easily altered. In this light, it was she who appeared unfeeling, as if she were a being apart from them. Zhou Jiayue feared that without a definitive outcome, the reckless boy would wallow in self-reproach. She could only rub her temples and say, "If fortune smiles upon us, perhaps we shall see rescue within these next few days. We will not perish. At the very least, not all will be lost." In her previous life, the nation had launched a comprehensive rescue effort during the 3 days when the torrential rain had lessened. However, given the limitations of human resources, her words were tinged with caution. If luck were indeed on their side, not everyone would meet their demise. Naturally, the early arrivals at room 1803 were met with disappointment. Yuan Song was sent crashing against the wall by a burly man with 3 giant python tattoos inked upon his bald head. Dare you toy with me? Chapter 29. I shall see just how resilient your bones are. At 10 minutes past 9 in the morning, room 1803 was surrounded by a throng of muscular men. 4 or 5 stood within the room, while the remainder occupied the doorway and corridor. These men seemed impervious to the chill of the air. Clad only in black vests despite the 11 or 12-degree temperature, their formidable pectoral muscles intimidating to behold, with open leather jackets draped over them. Their exposed necks, arms, and chests were adorned with animalistic tattoos, wielding baseball bats or knives, exuding an aura of menace and danger. Yet, some of the more obstinate souls, who failed to flee at the first sign of trouble, were seized and beaten by the hulking figures, stripped of all their belongings, and unceremoniously discarded. As the clock struck 9:20, a frail man accompanying the muscular brute was suddenly sent sprawling by a kick. Yuan Song, clutching his abdomen in pain, dared not utter a single complaint. Gritting his teeth, he scrambled to the feet of the man with the 3 python tattoos, not daring to lift his gaze. He trembled as he hastily explained, "Yin, brother Yin, I swear I'm not lying. Just 2 days ago, they exchanged supplies here at 9 o'clock. Look, there are signs left on the wall. Many have successfully traded for supplies." Minion had indeed noticed the signs on the wall. With a cold smirk, he replied, "Then to enlighten me, where does she reside? Who among them traded with her?" Thus far, they remained unaware of the whereabouts of that group, only knowing they resided above the 18th floor. Yuan Song's face turned pale as his mind raced. In truth, he did not recognize most of those who came to exchange supplies. Before the torrential rain, he was not one to mingle freely. Who could know the identities of all the residents in the building? Perhaps spurred by the instinct to survive, a sudden thought struck him. Raising his head as if clutching at a lifeline, he quickly declared, "Brother Yin, the occupant of room 1602, he has exchanged supplies with that woman." Minion cast a frosty glance in his direction, exhaling a heavy breath through his nose. The bloody machete lightly tapped against Yuan Song's face. In an ominous tone, he warned, "Should you dare to deceive me again, you might as well forego that thing around your neck." Yuan Song stiffened, refraining from moving even an inch, his eyes darting wildly, filled with fear. "And no, I wouldn't dare. Let us proceed to room 1602. In room 1602, after Yang Kan and Zhou Jiayue exchanged supplies, they secluded themselves in their quarters, leading a quiet life. With provisions at hand, Yang Kan soon regained his vigor and diligently tidied up both his home and his person, feeling a twinge of shame at the previous disarray. However, when he heard the knocking and cries for help at the door, he contemplated the situation seriously and resolutely chose to ignore it. After all, he could not ascertain whether those outside were merely greedy individuals enticed by the sight of supplies. He was no saint. During such precarious times, caution was paramount, even if it meant misjudging someone. As he observed the individual who had provided him with supplies exchanging goods throughout the building, and noticed that pleas for rescue persisted at his door, his unease deepened. Eventually, he disregarded any further knocks, choosing instead to immerse himself in his own pursuits. Having traded all his books to that individual, Yang Kan, finding himself at leisure, returned to a former hobby, wood carving. This morning, after breakfast, he sat by the window, utilizing the scant light to continue his unfinished sculpture. Suddenly, loud bangs resounded as if someone were attempting to break down the door. Yang Kan set aside his carving, furrowing his brow as a wave of anxiety washed over him, instinctively tightening his grip on the utility knife. Outside, a burly man kicked the door twice before drawing a hammer from his waistband. Gripping the hammer's handle, he flexed his arm and shoulder, then swung it forcefully at the doorknob, resulting in a noticeable deformation of the lock. With a derisive snicker, the man struck several more blows until the lock fell away, and with a powerful kick, he forced the door open. Yang Kan, hearing the commotion, felt as though his breath had all but ceased. Several robust individuals stormed in, immediately commencing a search of the various rooms. Yang Kan locked his door, but it was easily breached. One of the intruders kicked aside a table that had blocked the entrance. grinning malevolently before delivering a brutal blow to Yang Kan's abdomen with a baseball bat. The metal bat struck with such force that Yang Kan coughed up a mixture of bile and blood, collapsing in agony. The assailant let out a triumphant howl. Seizing Yang Kan by the hair and dragging him before Hu Minyan, who lounged on a sofa in the living room, while Yuan Song stood hunched beside him. As Yang Kan was pulled into the room, another thug emerged from the kitchen bearing the remnants of food. After placing the provisions on the coffee table, he stood aside. Hu Minyan cast a glance at the food, his eyes narrowing in surprise at the sight of meat. Lying on the ground in pain, Yang Kan managed to lift his head, gasping, Who are you? Leaning back against the sofa, Hu Minyan had one of his subordinates step forward to inquire. Who is your father? Quickly tell us where that woman you exchanged supplies with is staying. It turned out they were searching for her, but unfortunately, they had targeted the wrong person. He was unaware of her exact whereabouts, nor did he even know her name. As a result, he was swiftly kicked down by the burly man who questioned him. Damn it, this kid is being uncooperative. Yin, I believe a good beating will make him confess. The expressionless Hu Minyan waved his hand, and Yang Kan was dragged aside by the brute. The sound of anguished cries echoed from the corner. Yuan Song cast a glance and felt his hair stand on end, too fearful to look further. The residents of the upper and lower floors, upon hearing the screams, showed no inclination to intervene. They hastily secured their doors and windows, urging their families to maintain silence. The 27th and 16th floors were too far apart. The cries mingled with the sound of rain, gradually fading away, unable to reach the top floor. A few minutes later, Yang Kan was once again dragged before Hu Minyan. Resembling a beaten dog, his body was stained with blood, his face swollen and bruised, and the brute had been rather indiscriminate in his blows, even leaving a gash on Yang Kan's head. When thrown to the ground, he trembled as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. The burly man yanked Yang Kan's hair, forcing him to lift his head. Hu Minyan narrowed his eyes, leaning slightly forward, as if admiring a work of art, gazing at Yang Kan's bloodied visage. In a casual tone, he inquired, Now can you speak? Yang Kan opened his mouth only to cough up a mouthful of blood. With each breath, he felt his chest being repeatedly torn apart. Blood trickled from his forehead into his eyes, and he could barely open them, everything around him bathed in crimson. I don't know, he stammered. Hu Minyan was almost amused by this. His cheeks bulged as he clenched his jaw, his gaze darkening in an instant. He beckoned to the burly man who had previously smashed the door with a hammer, and the man understood immediately, exchanging a glance with the one still holding Yang Kan, who then relented his grip. Yang Kan fell to the ground, letting out a muffled groan. In the next moment, his right hand was pressed against the wooden coffee table. Hu Minyan, with a devilish grin, ominously declared, I want to see just how tough your bones really are. As he gazed at the descending object before him, Yang Kan's pupils widened in terror. Host. Chapter 30. The host has a brain. Zhou Jiayue was abruptly awakened by the blaring alarm of the system. Startled from her slumber, she sat up in a panic, wondering what had transpired. Host, there are intruders in Building 5. Yang Kan is in grave danger. Still dazed from her dreams, Zhou Jiayue struggled to comprehend the situation. Who? Yang Kan. He is the first recipient of your exchanged resources. The Golden House urged. You must go and rescue him. Zhou Jiayue rubbed her eyes in bewilderment and glanced at the time. She had scarcely slept for 3 hours when the system summoned her for a task. Frustrated, she tugged at her hair and sharply uttered a single word. Reason. The Golden House promptly responded. Yang Kan has been subjected to abuse due to a prior exchange of resources with the host, establishing a direct causal relationship. Should Yang Kan perish as a result, not only will the host's task progress be adversely affected, but certain functionalities of the system will also be restricted. Yang Kan's life is now on a countdown, 29 minutes and 36 seconds. Zhou Jiayue had fully regained her composure, her expression dark as she dressed. Earning a heartfelt gratitude was no easy feat moreover. According to the system, Yang Kan's predicament was partially attributable to her. Thus, it was indeed imperative to take action. Regarding the situation downstairs, the Golden House did not engage in any disputes with Zhou Jiayue, but rather reported the findings with utmost clarity. There were a total of 12 individuals, half wielding baseball bats and the other half brandishing knives, all exhibiting a level of force comparable to that of the host. Among them, the greatest threat to the host was their leader, who was armed with a firearm. Zhou Jiayue's motion of binding a dagger to her leg froze momentarily. Huang, are you sending me to my doom? Golden House. The host possesses wit. Zhou Jiayue. I thank you. Huang Jinwu. I shall assist you as well. Zhou Jiayue. It's rare to speak plainly. As the countdown continued to diminish, Zhou Jiayue conducted a final inspection of her equipment, confirming everything was in order before dashing out. Hey, yeah, where are you going? Urgent matter. Close the door tightly. Don't follow me. After hastily relaying her message, she vanished from sight. Host, they're approaching. After having his hand crushed, Yang Can fainted instantly. Awakening from a water dousing, he appeared to be on the brink of death, gasping for breath. Hu Minyan found the situation dull and instructed his subordinates to search floor by floor. He was determined not to believe they could not locate her. Yuan Song mentioned that the woman was above the 18th floor, prompting Hu Minyan and the others to commence their search from the 19th floor. Host, they have reached the 19th floor. Zhou Jiayue slid down the staircase handrail directly. Residents of the 19th floor. What are you doing? This is illegal. I will sue you. Haha, go ahead and sue. I'm so terrified. Beast, let go of my daughter. You old fool. Are you seeking death? Zhou Jiayue rushed downstairs with unparalleled speed, halting her descent on the 19th floor as she seized the handrail to prevent her body from sliding further. Without hesitation, she hurled a smoke bomb into the wide-open doorway of room 1901. As she spoke, she deftly flung a needle. A swift sound echoed as someone collapsed within the haze. A taunting voice emerged from the mist. Hey, are you all that incompetent? Enraged by the provocation, a burly man intent on eliminating the occupant of room 1901 charged toward the source of the taunt. Upon breaching the fog, he was met with a dagger sharp enough to reflect a visage. The blade pierced his heart with a swift thrust. With a muffled gasp, he fell. The smoke began to dissipate, and Zhou Jiayue did not linger. Withdrawing the dagger, she ascended the stairs. Hu Minyan glanced at the two brothers lying motionless on the ground, his jaw tightening with fury. Pursue, he commanded. The blood droplets vanished between the 19th and 20th floors, leaving the others to search floor by floor. Hu Minyan scoffed, dismissing the event as mere theatrics. He ordered continue upwards. Yes, on the steps between the 21st and 22nd floors. The two leading men found their shoes ensnared by a powerful adhesive spread across the stairs. As they attempted to lift their feet, they stumbled, losing their balance and crashing onto the steps, becoming hopelessly stuck. Brother Yin, the entire flight of stairs is coated in glue. Damn it, Hu Minyan cursed, exhaling heavily before stepping over the two immobilized bodies and leaping onto the landing. He addressed them, Ah-san, Ah-si, bear with it. Once we capture that wretch, your grievances will be avenged. The two grinned through gritted teeth, thanking him. Hu Minyan glanced upwards and called to those below. There's no glue above. Step on Ah-san and Ah-si to ascend. The ascent was fraught with caution, each step taken with trepidation for hidden traps. It wasn't until they reached the 25th floor that Hu Minyan realized the adhesive covering the stairs couldn't have been freshly applied. It had been laid long before. Damn! The culprit is still below. Panic ensued as they rushed back down, only to discover the two brothers had already breathed their last. Hu Minyan's eyes blazed with anger as he bellowed, Wretch! Wretch! The other men, consumed by rage, lost their composure. Two charged down atop the corpses, only to scream in horror as they leapt onto the next landing, their feet punctured by silver-gray iron spikes embedded in the ground, coated with poison. Their bodies quickly succumbed as they fell. The gruesome sight jolted the remaining men back to their senses. Hu Minyan, breathing heavily, veins bulging at his temples and neck, vowed, I will kill that wretch. From a dozen, only 6 remained. As Zhou Jiayue listened to the system's announcement, an unsettling heaviness lingered at her heart. The same tactics could not possibly deceive the remaining 6 individuals. The glue and nails had been scattered and secured by the system itself, all to create the illusion that she was still downstairs. Yet, she now stood in the corridor on the 20th floor. Indeed, after the initial fury, Hu Minyan led the remaining 5, treading over the bodies of their fallen comrades as they pressed onward. Hu Minyan was convinced that Zhou Jiayue could not lay further traps in such a short span. Even if she could, as long as they acted with caution, they would not fall prey to her schemes. The reliance on such underhanded strategies indicated that the true prowess of that wretched woman was rather limited. With eyes aflame with rage, Hu Minyan instructed the others to split up and search, pairing off into teams of 2. Zhou Jiayue was momentarily taken aback after the system announced the locations of the remaining individuals, and then a peculiar smile crept upon her lips. How truly! Zhou Jiayue's figure swiftly appeared at the entrance of the safety corridor on the 19th floor. A heavy metal door suddenly emerged, firmly positioned on the corner platform, obstructing the ascent of those below. The residents of apartment 1901 had long since retreated to other floors, yet the remaining 3 households still harbored the potential for concealment. 2 burly men frantically assaulted the door, and Zhou Jiayue unsheathed the silenced pistol from her waist, her movements rapid as she dashed into the corridor. Before the 2 men could react, she fired a shot at each of them. As they fell, fearing they were not yet lifeless, she approached and delivered a finishing shot to each of their heads. The sound of gunfire echoed, and vibrant crimson flowers blossomed from their skulls. After dispatching the 2, Zhou Jiayue collected the metal door and proceeded downstairs. On the 18th floor, 2 shots sufficed to resolve the situation. Descending further, she would soon confront Hu Minyan, who similarly wielded a firearm. Chapter 31. If not dead, then speak. She had refrained from using her gun earlier precisely because Hu Minyan was also armed. Premature exposure would only heighten the opponent's vigilance. The gun was a trump card for the adversary, as long as she did not display overwhelming strength. Hu Minyan would be unlikely to utilize it. After all, each bullet was a precious resource, unlike herself, who had an inexhaustible supply of ammunition, thanks to her system. This technological advantage was a cornerstone of her strategy. However, in the face of a larger enemy force, recklessly brandishing a weapon would only lead to her own disadvantage. Thus, her initial approach was to divide and conquer, reducing the numerical disparity to mitigate risks and weaken the adversary's overall strength. With 6 individuals already deceased, Hu Minyan's audacity in sending people to act separately stemmed, in part, from her ignorance of Zhou Jiayue's own armament. Had she known, even her arrogance would not have permitted such reckless dispersal. Observing Hu Minyan's almost suicidal tendency to deliver her adversaries to her, Zhou Jiayue could only accept the situation with a complex mix of emotions. 12 individuals had now dwindled to just 2. On the 17th floor, in room 1701, Hong Hui and his family crouched beneath their bed, trembling in fear at the sounds of the front door being violently breached. Hong Hui tightly covered his son's mouth, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed upon the approaching black boots. The footsteps circled the bed for a moment before shifting towards the window. Hong Hui's heart raced as he heard the curtain rip apart, escalating his dread. Was there truly no one there? The owner of the boots appeared momentarily perplexed. Realizing there was no one inside, the burly man turned to leave. However, before Hong Hui could exhale in relief, the footsteps abruptly halted at the doorway. Swiftly pivoting towards the bed, a face emerged, locking eyes with Hong Hui. Ha ha ha. Did you think I was leaving? You little mice hiding beneath the bed. The burly man chuckled mockingly, his eyes brimming with derision as he gazed at the terrified face peering from beneath the bed. The bloodshot orbs glistened with a savage and cruel excitement. He raised his long knife high, seemingly intent on skewering the rodent hiding below. However, with a soft thud, the man's expression froze in place. Hong Hui, clutching his son tightly, closed his eyes, anticipating pain that never came. Instead, a heavy thump resounded, startling him into opening his eyes. The burly figure lay crumpled on the ground, his body contorted, eyes wide open as if in disbelief. The long knife fell beside him, blood gushing from the gaping wound on his forehead. Hong Hui bit down on his other hand, stifling any sound. Only after confirming the safety of his home, with no one else present besides the lifeless body of the burly man, did he muster the courage to crawl out from beneath the bed, trembling, and grasped the knife from the floor to investigate further. 5 minutes earlier. Host, there are two individuals downstairs. One on the 17th floor and the other on the 16th floor. The door to 1702 has been breached. The resident is in danger. Understood. He dashed downstairs, seizing the opportunity to eliminate the burly man on the 17th floor while he was engrossed in his performance. Upon realizing that the occupant of the 17th floor was not Hu Minion, Zhou Jiayue inhaled deeply and rushed downstairs. Host, the person is in 1602. Hu Minion crouched beside a bloodied figure, nearly unrecognizable, and with a subtle lift of his wrist, he positioned the blood-stained knife against the man's neck. His gaze was cold and thick, akin to concentrated snake venom. His voice dripped with malice. Do you have any idea how many lives have been lost? Yang can lay on the floor, a pool of blood spreading beneath him. Darkness danced at the edges of his vision, and apart from the icy numbness. He felt no sensation. He sensed someone speaking in his ear, but it was merely a buzzing, incomprehensible. Fear not. I shall send you down to join my brothers. That wretched one will arrive shortly. Hu Minion's expression was a tempest of anger and cruelty as he raised the knife, his gaze sharpening, ready to sever Yang Can's head. In an instant, a black figure barreled through like a cannonball, colliding with a burly man resembling a small mountain. Zhou Jiayue swiftly rose from the ground, and Hu Minion was equally quick in her movements. Ha! I thought you would hide for a while longer. You finally have the audacity to show yourself. You wretched creature. Zhou Jiayue brushed off the dust from her attire, scoffing lightly as she stood 3 meters apart from Hu Minion, calling someone a scoundrel repeatedly. Are you merely chanting slogans to bolster your own courage? You fool? Host, Yang Can has only 5 minutes left in his countdown of life. Zhou Jiayue cast a sidelong glance at the bloodied figure sprawled on the ground, observing the myriad of wounds adorning their body, and involuntarily furrowed her brow. Weren't you intent on avenging your ragtag brethren? I stand here, awaiting to witness whether you possess the capability to do so. Before entering, Zhou Jiayue had concealed the gun in her space, holding only a baseball bat in her hand. She refrained from informing Hu Minion that all of his loyal companions had fallen to her hands, leaving him a mere figurehead. Her primary concern was to spare him from emotional distress. She feared that upon realizing he was outmatched, he might resort to drawing his weapon and eliminate Yang Can on the spot. How audacious! As anticipated, after Zhou Jiayue's words ignited his fury, Hu Minion twisted his neck and charged at her with a knife in hand. Zhou Jiayue raised her bat with caution, her muscles taut and her mind intensely focused. Each time she intercepted Hu Minion's blade, a tingling sensation coursed through her hands and arms. Gritting her teeth, she fought while retreating, drawing Hu Minion away from Yang Can's side. Hu Minion, in turn, felt a silent shock. This woman possessed immense strength. The living room was in disarray, tables and chairs overturned, the sofa slashed and torn, its stuffing spilling out, swirling chaotically in the wind created by their blows. Yang Can's countdown. 3 minutes after the final clash of weapons, Zhou Jiayue seized a chair and hurled it, quickly creating distance. Simultaneously, a silenced pistol appeared in her hand, and she swiftly pulled the trigger at Hu Minion. The shot struck only his shoulder. Seizing the moment of his stunned state, Zhou Jiayue adjusted her position, aiming the gun at Hu Minion's head. With a resounding bang, the massive man finally fell, his long knife clattering to the ground, marking the end of his life. Hu Minion's eyes were filled with disbelief, his body twitching slightly on the floor. His fingers moved, but Zhou Jiayue approached and firmly stepped on them. The girl, looking down coldly, swiftly relieved him of the black pistol concealed at his waist. With 2 minutes left on the countdown, Zhou Jiayue crouched beside Yang Can, frowning as she gently patted his face. Hey, if you're not dead, open your mouth. A healing elixir, redeemed with 1,000 points, rested delicately between her fingers. Her brow furrowed, her mood exceedingly grim. After a whole morning of labor, they were left with nothing. The white pill rolled down her throat, transforming into wisps of white smoke before it even reached her stomach. The smoke, like flowing threads, coursed through Yang Can's body, enveloping him in a warm embrace, akin to the gentle glow of evening light, stirring an involuntary sense of longing within him. He struggled to crack open his eyes, and a face, cold and frosty, came into view. He had not completely lost consciousness. It was she. Once again, as if descended from the heavens, she had come to his rescue. Chapter 32. Free labor. Yang can barely had time to utter a word before the effects of the medicine rendered him unconscious. As Zhou Jiayue observed the wounds on the youth's body heal visibly at an astonishing pace. Even the crushed bones of his hand restored to their original state in an instant. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. It was no wonder that such a feat required a staggering 10,000 points. Once she confirmed that Yang was unharmed, Zhou Jiayue arose to make her departure. However, as she took her first step, her gaze fell upon Hu Minyan, who had already succumbed to death on the other side. This sight served as a stark reminder of the corpses scattered across various floors. System, could you assist in dealing with this? Golden House, already witnessed by others, unable to assist. Zhou Jiayue. Well, it seems that her identity as a murderous fiend can no longer remain concealed. Zhou Jiayue let out a deep sigh, just as she intended to take action to obliterate all traces of the scene. A furtive figure timidly peeked in through the doorway from the corner of her eye. Zhou Jiayue glanced over, her gaze meeting the other party's astonished eyes. A faint smile gracing her lips. Behold, the one who collects the dead has indeed arrived. Zhou Jiayue wore a serene expression, smiling gently as she waved at the person at the door, believing herself to be quite amiable. To her surprise, the individual at the entrance changed countenance and promptly fled. Zhou Jiayue's smile froze upon her face. In a dimly lit room, soaked in blood, a young girl stood beside a horrifying corpse, its surface marred with crimson stains. As her head slowly turned towards you, her gaze locked with yours, revealing a sinister smile. She extended a bloodied hand and waved at you. In that moment, what would you do? My dear grandmother, I have encountered a deranged killer. Zhou Jiayue, rooted in place, witnessed the free laborer fleeing, her expression darkening as she turned on her heels. Help! Don't kill me, please. Yuan's song, still on this level, was swiftly caught by Zhou Jiayue, who seized him by the collar, eliciting a wail of despair that echoed through the air. Zhou Jiayue ground her teeth, her tone frigid as she declared once more, I will kill you now. Yuan's song instantly fell silent. Zhou Jiayue observed the quivering figure before her, pausing for a moment, her brow furrowing as she inquired, What is your purpose in coming to 1602? Upon recognizing Yuan Song's visage, Zhou Jiayue recalled having encountered his countenance previously while exchanging supplies with Tang Ken in the bare apartment on the 16th floor. Though she had not paid him much heed at that moment, her memory served her well. A fleeting glance was sufficient for her to retain the image in her mind. Furthermore, the following day in 1803, she had also spied him amidst the throng. Zhou Jiayue recalled Song Chuanjin's assertion that there exists a connection between every building. The fact that Hu Minyan and his companions were able to precisely locate Yang must surely imply the presence of a guiding hand. They not only knew she possessed supplies, but were also aware of the exchange that had taken place between her and Yang Can. Zhou Jiayue's gaze upon Yuan Song suddenly darkened. It was you who lured Hu Minyan and the others to building number 5. This was not a question, but a straightforward declaration. Upon hearing this, cold sweat instantly trickled down Yuan Song's back. The girl exhibited no discernible expression, and her tone remained devoid of fluctuation. Yet, from his calmness, he sensed the imminent approach of death. Yuan Song's body trembled with fear, and he instinctively stammered, no, it wasn't. A black handgun was pressed directly against Yuan Song's temple, the frigid metal making his words choke in his throat. Zhou Jiayue's eyes were as dark as the deepest abyss, devoid of any impurities. She regarded him with an impassive expression, her voice icy as she stated that lying comes at a cost. Yuan Song's throat constricted, his pupils shrinking to the size of green beans, yet he found himself utterly speechless. Suddenly, a pungent metallic odor permeated the air. Zhou Jiayue cast a glance at Yuan Song, her brows knitting together as she holstered her weapon and stepped back. Well, those who were with you before, I do not wish to witness further disturbances. Do you comprehend? Yuan Song found himself in a precarious situation, but he could only nod in acquiescence. I understand. The bodies in the corridor. Dispose of them. Yuan Song dared not refuse, murmuring, all right, understood. Once she had delineated the task of body disposal, Zhou Jiayue turned to depart. Indeed, she had harbored intentions of murder against Yuan Song. It was evident that his continued existence served her purposes far more than his demise would. A coward, fearful for his life, would seize any opportunity to survive and would not dare to defy anyone capable of taking his life. To put it bluntly, he was one who cowered before strength. His contact with Hu Minyan stemmed merely from the belief that the latter was stronger than she. Now, with the display of her own formidable power in eliminating Hu Minyan and others, she had instilled a profound sense of dread in him. His fear of Hu Minyan would translate to an even greater fear of her. Her mission remained incomplete, with numerous tasks yet to be undertaken. Thus, this fortuitous source of free labor was too advantageous to disregard. As one of the perpetrators responsible for her significant loss of points, allowing him to perish would merely serve to benefit him. Zhou Jiayue, with a stoic expression, contemplated how to exploit the other party. As she ascended the stairs, she fortuitously encountered Hong Hui, who was wielding a long knife and stepping out to assess the situation. Zhou Jiayue caught sight of a familiar face from a distance. Raising an eyebrow upon recognition, it was the man with the kitchen knife from the 1803 resource exchange. On the staircase between the 21st and 22nd floors, the once potent adhesive had now lost its stickiness, transforming into mere liquid. Meanwhile, the fixed iron nails silently vanished as Zhou Jiayue passed by. Zhou Jiayue was lost in thought, oblivious to the fact that the knife-wielding man, upon noticing the gun in her hand, paused for a few seconds before bowing deeply to her retreating figure. Meanwhile, Yuan Song, after Zhou Jiayue's departure, sat on the ground for 5 minutes, gradually regaining his composure. In a fit of rage, he muttered, "What the hell is going on?" He leaned against the wall to stand up, his legs still trembling slightly. In truth, he had regretted his decision the moment Hu Minyan arrived. Was it truly so easy to conspire with a tiger? Alas, it was too late for remorse. Under the weight of the other party's threats, he had no choice but to divulge everything he knew. Before the storm, he had been merely a slightly selfish, ordinary man, and the post-storm predicament had only served to awaken the baser instincts of humanity. When faced with the choice of survival, he would undoubtedly prioritize himself without hesitation. Thus, he could only apologize to the residents of 1602. Given another chance, he would still make the same choice. Regrettably, he had not anticipated the formidable prowess of that female demon. Had he known, he would have avoided provoking her. Now, not only had he failed to avenge his grievances, but he also ended up with nothing to show for it. After being beaten by Hu Minyan, he was left wounded and ultimately became the free labor of the female demon. With a dejected expression, Yuan Song felt as if he had lost everything but dared only to curse inwardly. Confronted with Zhou Jiayue, he wouldn't even dare to utter a word. The thought of how, after Hu Minyan's arrival, those brothers who had once called him Songgu had vanished without a trace only fueled his frustration further. When there was food, they feasted together, but when it came to a beating, he was left all alone. Ah, truly, what good brothers they were. Chapter 33. The value of goodness is 2. Regarding Yang Can, the system stated that there was a causal relationship between them, necessitating her intervention. However, was not the causality with those killed by her, such as Hu Minyan, even greater? They had perished directly at her hands. Yet, the system refrained from passing judgment or intervention in this matter. Zhou Jiayue delicately twirled her fingers, her gaze slightly focused. Could it be that the system possesses a criteria for determining who ought to be saved and who may be condemned? Zhou Jiayue pondered this and posed the question accordingly. This time, the Golden House did not equivocate, providing a clear response. The system has recently developed a mechanism for evaluating the moral value of individuals. When the benevolence value is 0 or higher, the individual is deemed worthy of salvation. Conversely, if it falls below 0, indicating a negative moral value, the individual is unequivocally classified as a villain, and such persons are not recognized within the continuum of civilization endorsed by the Golden House. However, as the moral values are subject to fluctuation, This scoring mechanism serves merely as a reference for the host's decision to offer assistance. Ultimately, the authority to decide rests firmly in the hands of the host. Yang Kan's benevolence value exceeds 0, and since the cause of his death is closely linked to the host, his demise would impact the host. This also functions as a protective mechanism for those in need of rescue. Zhou Jiayue nodded slightly, understanding the underlying implication of the system. If her benevolence value fell below 0, even if another's demise were linked to her, it would bear no consequence upon her. After all, a benevolence value beneath 0 would categorize the individual as one unworthy of salvation. Conversely, should her benevolence value exceed 0, yet the cause of death be unrelated to her, her inaction would similarly have no repercussions. This revelation brought a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if every individual she had aided were to require her assistance upon facing peril, she would surely be driven to madness. Surely, this protective mechanism must have a time limit? Indeed, from the moment of the first rescue, the protective duration is 7 days. Zhou Jiayue furrowed her brow. It was too lengthy. Golden House. Well, 5 days? Zhou Jiayue was taken aback. The system seemed unusually accommodating today. She tentatively remarked, "It is still too long." The Golden House replied, 3 days. The shortest is 3 days. It truly cannot be any shorter. Zhou Jiayue squinted her eyes, sensing that something was amiss. Is this still the aloof system that regards all as mere mortals? Could it possibly have been swapped out? Zhou Jiayue remained silent, contemplating deeply, and concluded that the issue likely stemmed from the sudden emergence of the moral value assessment by the system. A subtle smile curved her lips as she spoke softly. "Xiao Huang, you must have evaluated my moral value as well, haven't you?" The Golden House was momentarily taken aback, hesitating to respond, seemingly struggling to articulate his thoughts. Zhou Jiayue let out a soft hum. Her curiosity piqued as she opened her personal panel. There, beneath her name, she discovered an additional line of data. Host, Zhou Jiayue, virtue value, 2. Note, maximum score 100, Zhou Jiayue. Is it because my virtue value is too low that the system has changed its disposition? Zhou Jiayue suddenly found it somewhat intriguing. With a gentle tap of her fingers, she languidly uttered a few words. "One day, any more than that, and I shall cease." Zhou Jiayue. What has made a sound? Golden House. Confronted with a host whose virtue value is merely 2, Golden House trembles with trepidation, treading cautiously as though on thin ice. Who could have anticipated the shock and complexity of emotions it experienced upon discovering this value from its newly developed mechanism? It is important to note that in a stable society, an ordinary individual's virtue value would never fall below 30. Those who are altruistic and dedicated to charitable endeavors often possess virtue values exceeding 70, even in the present apocalypse. While humanity's capacity for kindness may not compare to more stable times, yet its host, with a virtue value of 2, is always on the brink of plummeting to 0, poised to demonstrate an immediate descent into darkness at any moment. Golden House truly feels despondent. As a system dedicated to the preservation of a noble and just civilization, it finds itself in a precarious position should its host succumb to malevolence. Ultimately, it has set the protection period at a mere 2 days, straddling the limits of its programming. Golden House reassures itself. Let this be a gesture of warmth for the host. After Zhou Jiayue clarified the details of this protective mechanism, she began to tally the expenses incurred during the rescue operation. The silencer cost 3,000 points each, with ammunition charged separately at 5 points per round. She expended 9 rounds, leaving 3 rounds in the chamber, totaling 60 points. The strong adhesive was 200 points. She purchased 2 sets of iron nails, comprising 12 nails per set, at a cost of 200 points. The smoke bomb was priced at 150 points. The poison was concocted from herbs she had discreetly gathered while bringing her grandfather Zhou Guan from his hometown, and the embroidery needle was readily available at home, thus incurring no points for these 2 items. The major expense was the healing elixir, which amounted to a staggering 10,000 points. In total, she spent a remarkable 13,610 points solely for the purpose of saving Yang Kan. Upon completion of the task, she would possess 4 body enhancement serums, perfectly sufficient to provide for her family. This clearly illustrated that this protective mechanism was indeed a bottomless pit. Zhou Jiayue once again summoned the system to unleash a torrent of scathing words. Meanwhile, Yuan Song, having steadied himself against the wall, strode directly into room 1602. He approached the lifeless body of Hu Minyan, observing the bloodied hole in the man's forehead, which deepened his trepidation toward Zhou Jiayue. In a fit of rage, he kicked Hu Minyan several times, shouting in a frenzy, "How dare you kick me? You deserve to die." After venting his wrath, Yuan Song spat twice, his gaze shifting as he began to scour the room for valuables. Having heard the commotion in 1602 subside, he took the risk to investigate, driven by the knowledge that the supplies had yet to be claimed. Hu Minyan and his companions had gathered the resources from 1602 and placed them on a table, leaving them momentarily unattended while they ascended to search for the female specter after nearly beating Yang Can to death. Perhaps they believed no one would dare to approach. The kick Hu Minyan had delivered to him in 1803 still throbbed painfully. Another kick might prove too much for his already battered body. Yuan Song laboriously overturned scattered chairs and benches, collecting the food strewn across the floor. He could always deal with a corpse later. For now, he needed to salvage the goods. As he gathered more items, Yuan Song's eyes sparkled with increasing excitement, oblivious to the fact that in the corner, the man he presumed was lifeless had subtly opened his eyes. Yang Can lay on the ground, taking a moment to comprehend the events that had transpired. Then he let out a silent, bitter laugh. Supporting himself, he sat up and discovered that all his wounds had vanished, and his physical condition was unprecedentedly robust. Even the ailments caused by excessive hunger had completely healed. He quietly observed the disheveled living room, watching the vagrant engrossed in collecting items, only to realize after a lengthy gaze that the man was so absorbed he had not noticed him. Unable to contain himself, Yang Can cleared his throat twice as a subtle reminder. Ahem! Yuan Song's movements froze instantly, a chill running down his spine as he swallowed hard, battling his fear to turn towards the source of the sound. A piercing scream escaped him, and he abandoned the items, fleeing in terror. A ghost! Yang Can remained silent. Chapter 34. The plea from 2704. After Yuan Song had fled, Yang Can rose quietly, gathering the items Yuan Song had collected and placing them in another room. He then approached the corpse of Hu Minyan, staring at the unseeing face for a long moment. Suddenly, in a fit of madness, he plunged the utility knife in his hand fiercely into Hu Minyan's abdomen, neck, face, and eyes. If Zhou Jiayue were present, the Golden House would register that Yang Can's benevolence value was plummeting rapidly. 37, 28, 22, 13, 7, 4, and finally stabilized at 1, the sole offering to his deity. The few individuals in the original 16th floor unfinished apartment glanced at Yuan Song with a hint of evasion in their eyes, their hearts laden with embarrassment. After all, they had recently abandoned him to flee alone. Songge, are you all right? Hesitantly inquired the youngest among them. Yuan Song turned to look at them, his face pale. And at this moment, he was fully alert. Just moments ago, he had been rendered speechless by fear. What was this? Clearly, he had not perished. Yuan Song inwardly cursed, lamenting his extraordinary luck. Moreover, the female demon had warned him not to stir up trouble again. If she were to discover the mischief he had been involved in, it could undoubtedly lead to further complications. Though hunger could lead to death, he would rather endure starvation than risk inciting trouble between early demise and late demise. Yuan Song surveyed the individuals before him, narrowed his eyes, and weighed his options before swiftly adopting a different demeanor. He put on an air of camaraderie, raising his hands and proclaiming, "It's good to see you all safe. For you have called me brother. For the sake of my brothers, any sacrifice is worthwhile." Even he found his own words nauseating. Yet, he feigned sincerity so well that a few among them were visibly moved, their eyes glistening with tears. "Songge, sob, from this day forth, you are my true brother. We shall share fortune and face adversity together." "Ha ha, well said," he replied, followed by the gathering of the deceased. It was not until the latter part of the night that he was jolted awake by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Zhou Jiayue turned her head to glance at the inky darkness outside the window, her eyes reflecting a profound depth reminiscent of a blade. With a sigh, she conveniently donned her attire, gripping a dagger in her hand, and made her way to the entrance. Zhou Jiayue stood at the entrance, peering through the peephole to discern the identity of the person frantically knocking on the door, her expression one of mild astonishment. At that moment, Zhou Lihua and others also heard the commotion and exited their rooms, their faces etched with vigilance and anxiety. Zhou Lihua inquired with his gaze about who was outside the door, directing his attention toward Zhou Jiayue. The members of the Zhou family exchanged glances, their hearts filled with perplexity, uncertain of the intentions of the unfamiliar neighbor. Wang Yumei furrowed her brow and inquired, "Is there something urgent that requires our assistance?" Meanwhile, outside the door, Du Ming anxiously pounded on it with a frying pan. As for why he could not simply knock with his hands, that was no jest. With such a large thumbtack network, even if he battered his hands, those inside would remain oblivious. Thus, he resorted to this makeshift solution, retrieving a pot from his home. Their household was devoid of medicine, and initially, Meng Lao had restrained himself from voicing his discomfort, hoping perhaps that his condition would improve on its own. To their dismay, his ailment worsened considerably, culminating in a high fever and unconsciousness by nightfall. Had it not been for Xing's vigilance, who rose in the night to check if Meng Lao had caught a chill, they would have remained unaware of his fever. Reluctantly, he was compelled to seek assistance from room 2701. While he was uncertain whether they possessed any medication, he had witnessed the young girl from 2701 cure an elderly man's asthma with silver needles. Perhaps she held the key to a solution. Zhou Jiayue delayed opening the door, leaving Du Ming in a state of anxious perspiration. He pounded on the door, exclaiming, "Please, I implore you. My esteemed father is suffering from a high fever. I am well aware of the customs and am willing to exchange books and gold for assistance. I beseech you, open the door." Du Ming's voice resonated loudly, and naturally, the inhabitants within the Zhou household heard the commotion at the entrance. The entire Zhou family turned their gaze towards Zhou Jiayue, awaiting her decision. The expressions of those observed through the peephole were genuine. If it were merely a high fever, she had antipyretics at her disposal. However, the events of the morning left her apprehensive, and at least for the time being, she lacked the inclination to assist anyone further. The Golden House timely offered a reminder. "Host, do not hesitate. The individual outside possesses a benevolence value of 32, and the person in need of rescue is of utmost significance to the seeker. If the host can extend assistance, the probability of receiving heartfelt gratitude from the other party exceeds 95. Zhou Jiayue blinked. A 95 probability, a remarkably high chance. She promptly composed herself, sheathed her dagger, and tucked it at her waist. With a cheerful smile, she opened the door. "A high fever? Just in time, I can remedy that." As the door swung open, Du Ming's iron pot froze in midair. Upon hearing Zhou Jiayue's words, Du Ming was filled with astonishment. Zhou Jiayue slightly raised her chin, signaling for them to lead the way. All right. Du Ming quickly guided Zhou Jiayue into room 2704. Inside, Xing was diligently replacing the damp towel on Meng Jiangwo's forehead and wiping his hands repeatedly. Hurry, take a look at my old man." Before commencing treatment, Zhou Jiayue took a moment to assess the situation. After all, a high fever was merely one side of the story. As a physician, she understood the importance of a personal diagnosis. 2 minutes later, Zhou Jiayue rummaged through her pocket and, in the presence of Du Ming and Xing, produced a box of antipyretics and a box of nutritional solution. Aside from the high fever, the old gentleman is also somewhat malnourished. Let me be clear. A box of antipyretics costs 500 grams of gold or 2,500 books, and a nutritional solution is similarly priced. You can choose to take both or just one. The decision is yours. Du Ming and Xing exchanged glances and turned to Zhou Jiayue, responding earnestly. "We will take them all." Zhou Jiayue nodded, and after Xing brought over the 1,000 grams of gold, she handed them the medicine and nutrient solution. Once the transaction was complete, Zhou Jiayue was about to leave when Du Ming called out to her, "Wait." In contrast to his excitement, Zhou Jiayue's tone remained calm. "Is there anything else?" Du Ming continued. "The old gentleman's condition has not improved. Could you possibly wait a little longer to see how things unfold?" Zhou Jiayue glanced at Du Ming and then at the still unconscious Meng Jiangwo. She neither accepted nor declined, merely stating, "This will incur an additional cost." Chapter 35. The rescue team arrives ultimately. Zhou Jiayue decided to stay for an additional hour. After all, the other party had offered an extra 1,000 grams of gold. How does the task progress appear? Currently rescued individuals. 68,100. Heartfelt gratitude received. 4690. Countdown. 11 days. Zhou Jiayue's eyes were cast downwards. Previously, when she exchanged supplies in 1803, she had disabled the automatic progress notifications for her tasks, preferring to glance at them only when she remembered. After the second round of supply exchanges, she found that the number of individuals she had rescued amounted to only 38, with a mere 12 genuine expressions of gratitude. Following this, her efforts were focused on scouring for more supplies. To save Yongkin, who did not count points repetitively, and now, here she was. The sudden increase in her completion rate brought her both joy and a hint of confusion. "Host, this is due to your elimination of Huminion and others, which allowed you to save some residents of building number 5. The surge in genuine gratitude also stems from those individuals you rescued during the day." As she listened to the system's timely clarification, Zhou Jiayue raised her eyebrows slightly. So that was it. After administering antipyretics, Meng Jiangwo's high fever quickly subsided. Number of rescues: 1. Genuine gratitude. 2. Zhou Jiayue's gaze swept over the two caregivers attending to Meng Jiangwo. The genuine gratitude she felt was likely directed towards them. Perhaps when Meng Jiangwo awakens and learns of this event, he will have an additional reason to express his heartfelt thanks. Meng Jiangwo's condition gradually stabilized, and after spending an hour in room 2704, Zhou Jiayue departed. The following day, as the rain subsided, a thunderous whirring sound of turbines echoed from afar around 3 in the afternoon. The first to witness the scene on the main street was Building 1, the closest to the entrance of the community. What on earth is that? Such a colossal ship. A national flag flies atop it. It's the rescue team. The rescue team? Does that mean we are saved? Ha ha. We are saved. We are indeed saved. I knew the country would not abandon us. The roaring sound grew increasingly nearer, and soon, not only the residents of Building 1, but also those in several other buildings caught sight of the magnificent vessel anchored at the entrance of the community. Their hearts brimmed with the same surprise and anticipation. Numerous rope ladders were cast down from the ship's edge, and small boats descended onto the water's surface. Dozens of personnel clad in combat uniforms swiftly descended the ladders, leaping into the boats, and then deftly began to row towards the Tiantian community. Zhou Jiayue stood on the balcony, her gaze encompassing all that transpired at the entrance of the community. Lost in thought, she furrowed her brow after a few moments and drew the curtains shut, informing her family of the arrival of the rescue team. Wang Yumei, intrigued, inquired, "If the rescue team has arrived, should we also prepare to leave?" Zhou Jiayue shook her head, and before she could explain the reason, she heard Zhou Lihua say, "There is only one boat, which certainly cannot evacuate all the residents of the community. It is likely that priority will be given to rescuing those who reside on the lower floors and whose homes have already been inundated." Zhou Jiayue nodded in agreement, acknowledging her father's words. Indeed, this rescue mission ought to have little bearing on us. Zhou Jiayue. However, there are still some residents whose homes have not been inundated, yet their food supplies have been depleted. If the rescue team does not evacuate them, Zhou Goen glanced at him, cradling a small black dog in his arms, and leisurely remarked, "This is not something for us to ponder, is it, little black one?" Woof. Zhou Jiayue. Zhou Lihua noticed the contemplative expression on Zhou Jiayue's face and couldn't help but inquire, "Yeah, do you have any further thoughts regarding this rescue operation?" Zhou Jiayue's expression appeared somewhat solemn, as a sudden recollection of the high-rise buildings requisitioned by the state in her previous life crossed her mind during the discussion among the group. In her prior existence, The government had similarly organized a comprehensive rescue operation at this very time. However, the sheer number of disaster victims was overwhelming, and the few designated shelters could scarcely accommodate the demand. Although the place she resided in during her last life was not Fushi, the situations across various regions bore striking similarities. She pondered whether Tianqing community had been requisitioned in her previous life. If it had indeed been taken, her family would undoubtedly be compelled to accommodate several individuals. While she was reluctant to confront the authorities, the prospect of suddenly accommodating extra people in her home was quite unsettling. These thoughts merely swirled in her mind. Outwardly, Zhou Jiayue attributed her unease to having not rested well the previous night, resulting in a slight headache. It was still premature to voice such concerns, as the events had yet to unfold, rendering unnecessary any expressions of worry. Should Tianqing community remain unaffected, it would be a cause for collective joy. Yet, if it were to be requisitioned, Zhou Jiayue's palm, resting beneath the table, suddenly clenched with intensity, her gaze darkening. She would not allow any presence that could threaten the safety of her family. A fleet of over 20 small boats made their way towards the 8 buildings of the community. Upon witnessing this, the trapped individuals within the buildings erupted in cheers, as if they had achieved a monumental victory. A similar scene unfolded across various locales in Fushi. Each small boat carried 2 rescuers, and 3 to 4 boats were stationed before each building. Observing the boats below, the residents who had been on the upper floors joyfully descended. The quickest to rush down were those who had resided on the lower levels, now homeless due to the rising waters, wandering aimlessly among the floors. Following closely were those who, though they had shelter, found themselves without provisions. Only a few residents, who had neither housing concerns nor food shortages, ambled leisurely behind, preparing to observe the unfolding situation. As the rain subsided, the water level ceased its ascent, stabilizing at the height of 7 floors. A few rescuers had just climbed in through the window of the 7th floor when they witnessed a throng of people rushing down, jostling and crowding at the escape route of the 7th floor. One rescuer frowned at the sight, bellowing, "Don't crowd. Yes, yes, don't push. I'm about to fall." The person at the front clutched the handrail, half of their foot dangling off the step, nervously echoing the sentiment. However, those behind seemed oblivious, pressing forward relentlessly. With a sudden surge, several individuals at the front were shoved down by those behind them. The quick-thinking rescuers reacted swiftly, each grabbing hold of one to prevent them from plunging into the water. The crowd exchanged glances, clearly reluctant to part ways. Young brother, you will rescue all of us, right?" Someone timidly inquired. The rescuer who had previously shouted for them to retreat glanced at the questioner, his expression momentarily tightening, before nodding and reassuringly addressing those on the staircase. "Rest assured, we will not abandon a single person." With the rescuer's persuasion, the residents finally dispersed, and the rescuers quietly exhaled in relief. Chapter 36. The rescue team arrives too in Building 5. The bodies in the corridors had long been cleared away, leaving only faint bloodstains that were difficult to erase. However, as darkness fell, those shallow stains went unnoticed without a strong light to illuminate them. Outside, the rescuers called out twice, prompting Zhou Jiayue to crack the door open just enough to reveal half her face. "Hello, how many people are in your household? Do you have any provisions left?" Zhou Jiayue's gaze flickered. Upon noticing a vessel docked by building number 5, she promptly removed the thumbtack net from the door. At such a moment, it was unwise to draw attention. "Rescue worker, how many days can we sustain ourselves?" Zhou Jiayue, 3 days. "All right, it's fine now. Close the door and don't wander around." After hastily jotting down a few words in the notebook, the rescue worker proceeded to the next household. Zhou Jiayue watched the rescuers depart, gently closing the door behind them. The report indicated that Building 1 housed a total of 147 individuals, comprising 42 first-tier personnel, 57 second-tier personnel, and 48 third-tier personnel. The report for Building 2 revealed 149 individuals, with 46 first-tier, 48 second-tier, and 55 third-tier personnel. Building 3 accounted for 83 individuals, with no first tier, 72 second tier, and 11 third tier personnel. Building 4 reported 163 individuals, consisting of 51 first tier, 53 second tier, and 59 third tier personnel. Building 5 included 130 individuals, with 34 first tier, 16 second tier, and 80 third tier personnel. The report continued for Building 6, and then Building 7, followed by Building 8. For the sake of statistical clarity during the personnel assessment, individuals were meticulously categorized into tiers. First-tier personnel represented the homeless, second-tier personnel denoted those lacking sustenance, while third-tier personnel were those not in immediate need of assistance. Notably, first-tier personnel were prioritized for rescue above second-tier personnel. Jiang Han sat in the control room of the vessel, his military green jacket casually fastened. Before him lay a blank sheet of paper, on which he recorded the reports for various teams. As he scrutinized the data listed on the page, a flicker of surprise crossed his otherwise nonchalant expression. He emphasized the figures for Buildings 3 and 5 with a black pen, noting their anomalous statistics compared to the rest. Twirling the pen in his fingers, his gaze lingered on Building 5, recalling conversation with a friend prior to the mission. After a moment's contemplation, he crossed out Building 5. The limited space aboard the vessel necessitated careful consideration. Having arrived from another neighborhood, Tianjin Community was the penultimate stop, allowing for a maximum capacity of only 300 individuals. The remaining individuals would have to await the next transfer. In Tianjin Community, there were 284 first-tier personnel. Jiang Han utilized the intercom to instruct the teams to prioritize bringing the first-tier personnel aboard before exiting the control room. In room 2701 of Building 5, Meng Jiangwo, still frail, sat on the sofa, flanked by Du Ming and XNG. He expressed his surprise upon seeing the young man who had unexpectedly led the rescue mission to Fushi. Jiang Han had grown up under Meng's watchful eye, and seeing him now, tall and composed, elicited a smile from Meng, who couldn't help but think of his own grandson. With a soft sigh, he murmured, "I wonder how Wei Jiang is doing." His grandson, stationed in the army, seldom had the opportunity to make phone calls, and with the power and internet outages, communication had become even more challenging. "Hong'an? Wei Jiang has gone to Xingxin County?" Jiang Hanja nodded, for this was not a matter of confidentiality. After exchanging a few more words, he inquired if Meng Jiangwo required his company to the resettlement site in Fushi. In truth, having assessed the situation, Jiang Hanja was not particularly inclined to go. The resettlement site in Fushi was overcrowded. Disregarding the provisions, the living conditions were far inferior to a personal residence. The only concern of residing privately was the matter of sustenance. Indeed, after a moment's contemplation, Meng Jiangwo shook his head at Jiang Hanja, expressing that he would prefer to remain there, allowing them to assist those who genuinely needed help. Acknowledging Meng Jiangwo's decision, Jiang Hanja refrained from further persuasion. Realizing Meng Jiangwo's intention, he prepared to depart, harboring a desire to investigate Building 3. However, his primary mission was to prioritize rescue efforts. He could only note this matter for future consideration. Upon returning to the ship, Jiang Hanja instructed his deputy to deliver a supply of provisions to Meng Jiangwo and his companions. The supplies were modest, consisting of merely 50 bags of compressed biscuits and a case of mineral water. Given the current scarcity of resources, every item was meticulously accounted for. Furthermore, these provisions were not appropriated from public resources, but rather were procured in advance from the personal quota of his friend, Meng Wei Jiang. Upon learning that Jiang Hanja was the leader of the Fushi rescue team, once the supplies were delivered to Meng Jiangwo, the deputy clarified their origin. Meng Jiangwo gazed at the items, his eyes glistening with emotion as he remarked, "This rascal." As long as Meng Jiangwo and his companions remained, Jiang Hanja allocated the remaining 16 slots to Building 5, successfully evacuating all Level 1 and 2 personnel from there. After the last batch of Level 1 personnel departed, the large ship prepared to set sail. The remaining individuals stood at the window, facing the community's entrance, their eyes fervently fixed on the vessel as it departed. Room 2701, Building 5. It was only after the ship had sailed away that Zhou Jiayue exhaled in relief. However, before she could fully relax, A knock echoed at the door once more. Next door. Song Chuanjin? What did she want? Zhou Jiayue furrowed her brows slightly, contemplated for a moment, and eventually nodded. Wang Yume then opened the door. Young lady, you must be looking for our Yaya, correct? Wang Yume smiled warmly, inquiring with enthusiasm. During dinner yesterday, Yaya had mentioned that several new neighbors had moved in next door. Before Song Chuanjin could fully comprehend the situation, she noticed Zhou Jiayue approaching from behind Wang Yume. Her eyes brightened instantly, and she hurriedly nodded, exclaiming, Yes, yes, I'm looking for Miss Zhou. What can I do for you? Zhou Jiayue asked, standing at the threshold, leaning slightly against the doorframe. Her expression remained indifferent, showing neither intention to introduce Wang Yume nor to invite Song Chuanjin inside. Feeling somewhat awkward, Song Chuanjin quickly adjusted her demeanor and asked, do you still need any jewelry? Zhou Jiayue raised her eyebrows slightly. Do you have it? Song Chuanjin replied, Not all. Noticing that Zhou Jiayue had already put her hand on the doorknob with a blank expression, Song Chuanjin hurriedly added, Have you heard of the Song Group? They have a jewelry design company located in Fissures, where there are quite a few unprocessed raw stones. I happen to know the place. Zhou Jiayue glanced at her with an odd expression and then inquired, What is your purpose? Song Chuanjin smiled sheepishly. I still wish to gather some daily necessities. I'm uncertain whether, after we retrieve the jewels, you might allow me to borrow the inflatable boat. No, just a kayak. If that would be possible, borrow a kayak? It was not entirely out of the question. However, the presence of the rescue team indicated that most of the nearby vacant buildings and supermarkets had likely been thoroughly searched, making it quite challenging to easily collect daily necessities. Zhou Jiayue's inner self shook its head, unwilling to dampen her spirits. However, while daily necessities were hard to come by, raw gemstones could still be collected. Thus, she inquired, Are there many raw gemstones in the company? Song Chuanjin nodded. There are quite a few, more than the combined offerings of the jewelry stores on the bustling street and Luoke Street. However, most of them remain unprocessed, so their value is. Zhou Jiayue was indifferent to this, for whether they were raw stones or processed jewels, they would ultimately serve to nourish the space of the interface. The space, it seemed, would not be particular about whether they were raw or refined. If she were to venture out, it was imperative to do so promptly. Zhou Jiayue contemplated for a moment and arranged to meet Song Chuanjin at 2 o'clock tomorrow morning. The rescue team had just departed, leaving everyone in a state of heightened excitement. Should she appear in a kayak, she would undoubtedly be pierced by the gaze of the crowd. The daylight hours were not an option. It had to be the early morning, when everyone was utterly exhausted and succumbed to slumber. At 2 o'clock in the morning, two shadowy figures stealthily descended the stairs of the 27th floor, navigating their way downward by instinct. Zhou Jiayue believed that one of the commendable deeds performed by the rescue team today was evacuating all the individuals from the corridor, significantly reducing the risk of them being seen. As they passed the 16th floor, a fleeting beam of light captured Yang Kan's attention. The faint bruises beneath his eyes revealed his exhaustion. However, the moment he closed his eyes, vivid images of the assault flashed through his mind like a relentless slideshow. Over and over, these memories resurrected his pain and his hatred towards Minyan and others. He felt as though his body and soul were severed, with his weary form languishing while his spirit loftily observed his struggles, rendering him unable to find solace in sleep. He noticed a fleeting shadow at the entrance of the 16th floor, and instinctively, his body reacted before his mind could catch up. Regrettably, by the time he pursued it, the figure had vanished. Standing at the staircase entrance, he gazed into the still, dark corridor, entranced, remaining in that silent reverie for several minutes. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor, Zhou Jiayue and Song Chuanjin had already boarded a kayak heading towards the Song family jewelry design company. Guided by her familiar memories, Song Chuanjin swiftly led Zhou Jiayue to the company. The doors and windows were sealed, devoid of any signs of recent visitors. Zhou Jiayue retrieved the fire axe, gripping its handle firmly, and with a single, forceful swing, the glass window shattered as effortlessly as if it were made of paper. Song Chuanjin had grown accustomed to Zhou Jiayue's extraordinary strength. After clearing away the shard from the broken window, Zhou Jiayue was the first to vault through the opening. wielding the axe in one hand while grasping Song Qiuanjin with the other, pulling her in as well. Once they were both inside the company, Zhou Jiayue released her grip and gestured for Song Qiuanjin to lead the way. Zhou Jiayue followed Song Qiuanjin, her hammer held aloft in one hand, observing her feigned search as she pretended to rummage about. Suddenly, beneath a withered potted plant, she unearthed a set of keys, prompting an involuntary chuckle from Zhou Jiayue. Song Qiuanjin exclaimed, "I have found the key to the warehouse where the raw stones are stored." Zhou Jiayue stifled a laugh, nodding in agreement. "It seems we are quite fortunate." Song Qiuanjin cleared her throat awkwardly and urged, "Let us depart swiftly." The unprocessed raw stones were all stored in the uppermost chamber. With a key in hand, Song Qiuanjin unlocked the storeroom door and, unable to contain herself, said to Zhou Jiayue with a hint of bravado, "Feel free to take whatever catches your eye." Zhou Jiayue cast an enigmatic glance at her, prompting Song Qiuanjin to falter first. "Hey, I was just joking, just joking. Please don't take it to heart, esteemed one." Instead of accompanying Zhou Jiayue into the warehouse, Song Qiuanjin seized the moment to slip into an office on the east side of this floor, while Zhou Jiayue was preoccupied. The office was spacious, featuring even a small lounge. Within the lounge's cabinet, she discovered several clean garments, which she promptly gathered. After packing away a few essential items, Song Qiuanjin gazed at the bed in the lounge and the sofa and table in the office, letting out a resigned sigh. She shook her head, filled with regret, wishing fervently for a grand vessel of her own. Just then, Zhou Jiayue returned after finishing her dealings with the raw stones. Chapter 38. Goodness a Scam. Noticing Song Qiuanjin's wistful gaze fixed on the sofa and other furnishings, Zhou Jiayue felt a flicker of understanding. After all, room 2702 was still intended for Song Qiuanjin and her companions. She was the most aware of how immaculate it remained. Zhou Jiayue felt a twinge of guilt for the first time, but upon reflection, she questioned what there was to feel guilty about. When the property at 2702 first came into her possession, it lacked even the most basic doors and windows. At the very least, she had left them with specially designed doors and windows that offered exceptional security. She had been quite generous. Zhou Jiayue glanced around and inquired of Song Qiuanjin, "Where do you plan to go next?" After all, she had promised to borrow a kayak from someone. Song Qiuanjin hoisted the items from the ground onto her shoulder and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "Let's explore the lower floors first. There should be plenty of useful items within." The office building housing the Song Family Jewelry Design Company comprised 15 stories. Upon entering, Song Qiuanjin had led Zhou Jiayue straight to the top floor. Now, having gathered their belongings, it was the perfect opportunity to scour the lower levels. Zhou Jiayue had no objections. In fact, out of consideration for the raw stone, she thoughtfully assisted Song Qiuanjin by carrying some items that were rather cumbersome for her. This gesture was met with an expression of profound gratitude from the latter. Zhou Jiayue turned her face away, her expression devoid of emotion, while Song Qiuanjin, walking ahead, remained oblivious. Behind her, every movable item within the office and its adjoining lounge had vanished without a trace. A fleeting glimmer of peculiar light flickered in Zhou Jiayue's eyes. This was a feature of the subspace that emerged after expanding to a volume of 1,000 cubic meters, capable of remote object manipulation within a 10-meter range. The management at Song's Jewelry Design Company was remarkably lenient. Indeed, the work environment was exceptionally relaxed, to the extent that clocking in was unnecessary. As long as one completed their assigned tasks, they were free to engage in whatever pursuits they desired, provided they did not violate laws or tarnish the company's reputation. This was the dream scenario for countless corporate workers. Contrasting this freedom was the company's notably low hiring rate coupled with its outstanding employee benefits. The triad of high intellect, high salary, and high freedom constituted the strategic pillars of Song's jewelry. Employees lauded the company for providing tea lounges on each floor, stocked with an abundance of snacks and fruits. Upon descending the stairs, Song Qiuanjin made a beeline for the internal tea lounge. Opening the cabinet, she discovered an ample supply of food. After thoroughly raiding several tea lounges, she had amassed 4 large bags filled solely with snacks. The fabric bags were ingeniously crafted from dismantled curtains. Once she had collected the snacks, she meticulously scoured each workstation, ultimately filling 10 large fabric bags to the brim. Song Qianjun mused to herself, what a confounded sense of reliability. She felt an overwhelming urge to embrace it. But a glance at the baseball bat that Zhou Jiayue had somehow acquired made her hesitate. She felt timid and dared not approach. Zhou Jiayue secured 2 kayaks together with a rope. One was designated for storing supplies, while the other was intended for seating and accommodating a limited amount of additional provisions. Song Qianjun exerted every ounce of strength to carry 3 fabric bags, leaving the remainder to Zhou Jiayue. Zhou Jiayue skillfully threaded a rope through all the fabric bags, and as she tightened it, the 7 bags were instantly bound together. She then hoisted the mountain of bags onto her shoulder, tilting her head to one side, with one hand dragging the load while the other wielded a menacing metal baseball bat. Song Qianjun followed closely behind Zhou Jiayue, her heart racing with a mix of anxiety and excitement. As she gazed at Zhou Jiayue, who valiantly bore the weight of the 7 bags, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Due to the burden they carried, particularly while ascending the stairs, their steps felt even heavier than before. Song Qianjun especially felt as though her legs were leaden. The air seemed to constrict in her throat, making it difficult to breathe, and her heart and lungs ached intensely. Zhou Jiayue sensed an unusual presence behind her. Turning around, she furrowed her brow and inquired, "Do you need a moment of respite?" "No, it's unnecessary." Song Qianjun gasped for breath, her legs aching and swollen to the point of near immobility. Yet, she understood that halting at this juncture was not an option. The inhabitants of the building had likely awakened by now, and it was uncertain when one of them might feel compelled to venture outside. The allure of wealth is a powerful motivator, as is the necessity for resources. Unlike Zhou Jiayue, who possessed formidable strength capable of intimidating others, Song Qianjun feared that if she encountered a few formidable adversaries, she might lose everything. Thus, she shook her head and with great difficulty uttered continue. Zhou Jiayue let out a sigh, putting away the baseball bat, her free hand retrieving 2 fabric bags from Song Qianjun. Then she turned her head, her voice cold, urging, "Let's go." Observing Zhou Jiayue, who had already moved ahead, Song Qianjun felt an inexplicable sting in her nose, sniffed, and hurried to catch up. With the absence of 2 bags, Song Qianjun felt considerably lighter, and she managed to keep pace with Zhou Jiayue. At the entrance of room 1602, Yonkin had sat there for an entire night. It was uncertain whether the effects of the healing elixir had yet to dissipate. But after enduring the cold wind all night, Yonkin appeared remarkably spirited, showing no signs of illness whatsoever. He remained vigilant, attentive to the sounds emanating from the staircase. The echoes of footsteps and heavy breaths resonated from below. As the sounds grew louder, Yonkin's eyes flickered, and he blinked his dry eyelids before unsteadily rising to his feet and heading towards the staircase. He was unaware of the shadow that had descended in the early hours. Nevertheless, a compelling instinct urged him to remain there. As Zhou Jiayue rounded the corner between the 15th and 16th floors, she sensed a piercing gaze directed at her from above. Zhou Jiayue glanced up, and before she could discern the figure, the object in her right hand had transformed into a baseball bat. Upon seeing Zhou Jiayue, Yonkin's previously lifeless gaze instantly ignited, akin to a dormant volcano suddenly erupting, releasing a torrent of searing heat. Unaware of Zhou Jiayue's defensive posture, Yonkin's taut nerves unraveled the moment he beheld her. His face lit up with surprise, and he joyfully descended the stairs. Yet, after only a couple of steps, the accumulated fatigue surged upon him like an overwhelming tide. In an instant, darkness enveloped his vision, and he misstepped, tumbling down the staircase. Zhou Jiayue had no time to evade and could only brace herself to prevent the individual from crashing down upon her. Witnessing this scene from the sidelines, Song Qianjun instantly leaped up, exclaiming, "What the hell? It's a staged accident. Miss Zhou, this is undoubtedly a scheme." Chapter 39. Do not bear it alone. Zhou Jiayue furrowed her brows and loosened her grip, causing Yonkin to collapse onto the ground. She gazed at the young man's unconscious face, her expression heavy with contemplation. She had certainly sensed the surge of emotions Yang Can had just unleashed. Yet her heart remained utterly unperturbed. She abhorred complications. "Miss Zhou, what shall we do with this person?" Song Chuanjin. Upon witnessing Yang Can's thud to the floor and his lack of response, finally comprehended her earlier misunderstanding. Zhou Jiayue cast a glance at her before resuming her ascent, calmly stating, "There's no need to concern yourself." She exhibited no intention of pausing to investigate. Song Chuanjin bit her lip and hurried to catch up, her inner thoughts echoing. "Good luck to you, my friend." With wide eyes, Song Chuanjin asked in astonishment, "You don't want any of this?" Zhou Jiayue left a glimpse of her back to Song Chuanjin, who had obtained what she desired. After speaking, she entered room 2701. Song Chuanjin stood in a daze, staring at the firmly closed door for several seconds. Taking in the items at her feet, she inhaled deeply and closed her eyes. Initially, she believed that acquiring merely 1/3 would suffice. Yet now, Zhou Jiayue had bestowed everything upon her. Song Chuanjin's eyes reddened, her heart brimming with a bittersweet sensation. She gently patted her face, sniffled, and swallowed her complex emotions before hastily summoning the occupants of room 2702 to assist in moving the belongings. Old Tang and old Madame Guan exchanged knowing smiles of satisfaction. Tenderly, Song Chuanjin ruffled her younger sister's disheveled hair and softly remarked, "It is the sister next door who is remarkable. She has aided us greatly. Remember to express your gratitude when you see her." Song Tue obediently nodded, exclaiming, "Yes. Thank you, Sister Zhou from next door." In Zhou Jiayue's perspective, this was merely an equitable exchange. Having taken the raw stone, she lent her kayak and assisted in transporting supplies out of consideration for the substantial raw stone. However, in Song Chuanjin's heart, while the raw stone held significant value, it paled in comparison to the precious assistance Zhou Jiayue had rendered. Perhaps to Zhou Jiayue, the kayak and bundles of supplies were trivial, yet in Song Chuanjin's eyes, they were as weighty as a mountain. Without Zhou Jiayue, she and her sister would have perished from hunger long ago. Previously, had it not been for Zhou Jiayue's intimidation of those who sought to seize their food, their fate might have been sealed much earlier. Zhou Jiayue saved their lives. Such a profound grace warrants not merely a few precious stones, but even the entirety of her fortune without any qualms. Song Chuanjin had already resolved that once the torrential rain ceased and stability was restored, she would transfer all her shares in the Song family to Zhou Jiayue. As Zhou Jiayue entered room 2701, she was met with several pairs of piercing eyes scrutinizing her. "Ahem. Everyone, please rise. What should we have for breakfast today?" Zhou Jiayue's indifferent expression shifted, her gaze darting about as she attempted to deflect the situation with a light-hearted chuckle. Zhou Lihua furrowed his brows in silence, while Wang Yumei averted her gaze. Zhou Goen remained composed, tending to the dog with steady hands. Only Zhou Jiajun's eyes darted around, before he scampered over to Wang Yumei, stirring the pot with mischief. "Mom, I think my sister might be craving bamboo shoots stir-fried with me." Zhou Jiayue's eyes widened in astonishment. "You audacious little rascal, have you grown overly bold?" Zhou Jiajun made a grimace and exclaimed, "Humph, who allowed you to sneak out without taking me along?" "Hee. Indeed, this time." Zhou Jiayue did not inform her family before leaving. Zhou Jiajun's eyes widened in astonishment. "The person I was yesterday is no longer the person I am today. Do not underestimate me." "Zhou Jiayue." "Hee. Zhou Jiajun." The siblings glared at one another, while Zhou Lihua, with a resigned expression, wiped his face, dissipating the fury that had consumed him. He then spoke up, suggesting, "Let's dine first." The steamed buns, freshly prepared, were brought forth, still emitting wisps of steam. The dough, crafted from fine wheat flour, released a subtle aroma of grain once steamed. There were 4 delectable fillings for the buns: cabbage and pork, green pepper and ham, minced meat with eggplant, and pickled mustard greens with vermicelli. Zhou Jiayue was not a picky eater, nor could she distinguish one flavor from another. She simply grabbed the nearest item and began to devour it with gusto. The filling was perfectly seasoned, the proportions just right, with each bite the soft, savory essence instantly filled her mouth. The fist-sized bun was consumed in 4 or 5 bites, and Zhou Jiayue puffed her cheeks as she reached for another. Ever since she began exercising, her appetite had notably increased. After downing 3 buns in quick succession, occasionally accompanied by a few sips of fresh soy milk, the warmth of the nourishing food settled in her stomach, enveloping her in a comforting warmth. Satiated and content, Zhou Jiayue reclined in the corner of the living room on the massage chair. With the press of a button, the chair sprang to life, providing a soothing massage to her back, arms, waist, hips, and legs, allowing her entire body to relax harmoniously. Zhou Jiayue squinted her eyes, believing she had narrowly escaped a calamity and was just beginning to feel joy when she heard old Zhou's calm voice remark, "Let this be the last time." Zhou Jiayue choked momentarily, forcing a wry smile as she acquiesced. She understood that her parents, grandfather, and Jiajun were all concerned for her well-being. Empathizing, she realized that if anyone else in the family were to sneak away without a word, she would undoubtedly worry, perhaps even feel anger, and certainly would not dismiss it lightly, as old Zhou had done with a simple remark. Coming to this understanding, Zhou Jiayue assured them that she would inform them in advance whenever she planned to go out. However, upon hearing this, Zhou Lihua sighed and said, "We are a family. There are many things you might try to believe in us. You need not bear everything alone." Captured by old Zhou's seemingly penetrating gaze, Zhou Jiayue momentarily froze. Bowing her head, it took her a while before she managed to utter a muffled, "All right." Between the 15th and 16th floors, half an hour later, Yongkin was jolted awake from his slumber by a sudden gust of cold air. Rubbing his head, he sat up, and upon realizing the surrounding emptiness, he nearly believed that everything that had transpired was merely a figment of his imagination. It wasn't until he spotted the watermarks on the steps that he confirmed it was indeed reality. Rubbing his aching head, he glanced at his disheveled appearance, and his expression grew even more dismal. It seemed that every time he appeared before her, he was in a particularly pitiful state. Once he learned that Zhou Jiayue was still within the building, a sense of calm washed over him. Perhaps sensing her displeasure, he steadied himself this time, refraining from hastily following the watermarks to find her. She had saved him twice, and he merely wished to express his gratitude, not to annoy her. Chapter 40. The nephew unseen for 5 years. After breakfast and a brief rest, Zhou Jiayue commenced her physical training. Her physical fitness had improved exponentially since the beginning. Moreover, she discovered that throughout her training, her latent potential was continuously being unearthed, akin to a treasure trove yet to be fully excavated, with only a small portion revealed thus far. 2 hours later, Zhou Jiayue concluded her workout, admiring the sleek muscle contours on her body, nodding in satisfaction. As the morning progressed, those in the community who had not been rescued began to grow increasingly anxious. Some leaned out of their windows, gripping the ledges tightly, and upon hearing such remarks, one could not help but retort irritably, "Is today not over yet? Why the rush?" The irate man exhibited clear frustration, and upon closer inspection, one could discern the shared anxiety and anticipation flickering in his eyes. In the tense atmosphere, emotions were volatile, and soon both sides erupted into a heated argument. "What are you barking for?" "Huh, I'll be wherever I please. It's none of your business." "Damn it, are you looking for trouble?" "You are the one asking for it." The large vessel that had appeared the previous day re-emerged at the entrance of the community. "Ha ha, I knew it. I knew it." Upon sighting the rescue boat, the crowd became even more agitated than before. Within the grand vessel, the first mate inquired of Jiang Hanza, "Captain Jiang, shall we halt the ship?" Jiang Hanza pinched the bridge of his nose, recalling their departure from Tianqing community just yesterday. Following the map, they had arrived at Mingzhu Garden community, where the situation was far more dire than anticipated, teeming with people. During their rescue efforts, several riots erupted. After addressing the issues at Mingzhu Garden, it was already past midnight. After a brief 2-hour respite and a modest meal, they resumed their rescue operations. The calamity was more severe than predicted, and the current shelter was unable to accommodate any additional individuals. Jiang Hanza closed his eyes and commanded his first mate to dispatch a batch of provisions to those in need, based on yesterday's registration records. While ensuring to calm their distressed emotions, the first mate saluted yes, and then exited the control room. At Tianqing community, a commotion arose. What does this mean? You're not taking us with you. No way. You promised yesterday that you would rescue us. You must take us away today. If you do not take us, you shall not leave either. The relief workers delivering supplies were encircled by an agitated crowd. The emaciated individuals wore expressions of anger, their faces flushed, eyes wide with fury, resembling ferocious hyenas. The relief workers strained their voices, explaining that it was not a matter of unwillingness to rescue them, but rather they needed to wait a few more days, as the shelter was already at capacity. We are actively seeking to secure and expand new shelters. After much reassurances, the crowd's uproar began to subside slightly. However, during the distribution of supplies, instances of misappropriation could not be avoided. For instance, some, despite having resources at home, insisted on claiming additional provisions. Others, having already received their share, returned moments later claiming they had not received anything, as supplies were limited. The relief workers did not indulge such behavior, directly asking bystanders to identify the culprits. Should anyone be pointed out yet continue to protest, they would be subjected to a search, with any discovered items confiscated. By the time all relief teams had successfully distributed the supplies, nearly 2 hours had elapsed. Zhou Jiayue stood on the 27th floor, gazing at the departing ship, letting out a soft sigh. The fact that the rescue team delivered supplies without evacuating any individuals only underscored the current scarcity of space at the designated shelters. She had just ascended the stairs and caught a glimpse of the provisions being offered, a ration consisting of 10 compressed biscuits and 2 bottles of water. Each registered adult was entitled to 1 portion, while children under the age of 12 received half. How long could these supplies sustain them? Yet, a torrential downpour was imminent. Would the rescue vessels be able to arrive in time? Zhou Jiayue shook her head, harboring a sense of skepticism. However, this was not necessarily a misfortune for her. At 6 in the evening, without any forewarning, a torrential downpour commenced. Damn it, I'm going to be raining heavily again. It's over. The floodwaters will rise, and my home will be submerged. Woe is me, cold and hungry. I feel as though I can scarcely endure any longer. Ha ha ha, this is the apocalypse. The world is hell-bent on destroying us. We are all doomed. No one will survive. Ha ha ha. The pervasive negativity spread like a virus, accompanying the deluge as cries, curses, and pleas echoed, creating a cacophony that reached a fever pitch overnight. In Xingshui County, at the foot of the unending mountain, several colossal vessels were anchored upon the water surface. Just 10 minutes prior, all survivors and supplies salvaged from the flood had been ferried onto the ships. The remaining 40,000 vanished without a trace. Fortunately, on Unending Mountain, due to an ample supply of food, no death from starvation had occurred. Occasionally, a few individuals, afflicted by cold due to the weather, were treated by some surviving traditional Chinese medicine practitioners who braved the rain to gather herbal remedies. Yet, for other sudden ailments, the absence of necessary medical equipment and medications left them at the mercy of fate. Those who persevered would survive, while those who could not would find eternal rest in that place. Meng Hongan found himself powerless, merely waiting for higher authorities to dispatch aid. What he did not anticipate was that the rescuer would be his nephew, whom he had not seen in nearly 5 years. Upon their reunion, the first words from his nephew ignited a furious reaction within him. "Uncle, it's been 5 years. You've aged quite a bit." Meng Hongan thought to himself, is it possible to wish away such a nephew? Chapter 41, Expansion of Space. Regardless of the clamor outside, it seemed entirely disconnected from 2701. Zhou Jiayue spent an entire day with a heart as tranquil as still water. As the clock struck 10 in the evening, she closed her laptop, lay down on her bed, and shut her eyes, yet her mind was preoccupied with contemplating her next course of action. A torrential downpour had suddenly arrived, and the rescue team would not reappear in the immediate future. There remained 10 days until the rainfall was expected to subside. This period coincided perfectly with the conclusion of her mission, serving as the most opportune moment for her to fulfill her objectives. However, there was no need for haste. The rescue team had just dispatched supplies, which would last at least 2 days. She resolved to wait a little longer, until the supplies were depleted, until the survivors believed that the rescue team would not return, until their nightly slumber was plagued by an overwhelming sense of despair, and they had come to fully grasp the brutal reality of the world. At that moment, her appearance would represent their sole glimmer of hope. They would be compelled to muster all their strength to endure. Consequently, her mission would be accomplished to the fullest extent. Zhou Jiayue's consciousness delved into the subspace within her mind, where she meticulously gathered every uncut gem from the Song family jewelry design company. A considerable number of raw stones accumulated in one corner of this space, leading to an overnight fortune in the subspace. Since dawn, the space has been voraciously consuming these stones, yet it has yet to fully digest them. Zhou Jiayue's consciousness emerged within the expanse, subtly perceiving the joy and satisfaction emanating from the surroundings. She extended her awareness infinitely outward, and after a considerable duration, finally grazed the boundaries of the space, which measured 2,000 cubic meters. Logically, as the space continued to consume the raw stones, its dimensions should have been perpetually expanding. Yet, Zhou Jiayue sensed no such extension. It was as if the 2,000 cubic meters constituted an absolute limit. Zhou Jiayue gazed at the raw stones that continued to be consumed within the space. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Just as she pondered the mystery, a tender voice, reminiscent of a 3- or 4-year-old child, gently echoed in her ear. "Master." Zhou Jiayue was startled, and a sense of vigilance surged within her. "Master, do not be alarmed. I am the spirit of the intermediary space." "Oh, I am so full now. I have finally had my fill." "Thank you, Master." Zhou Jiayue steadied her emotions, sensing the intimacy in the voice addressing her. After a brief moment of hesitation, she inquired, "Where are you? I cannot see you." "Master is in the newly established realm," came the reply. Zhou Jiayue blinked, sensing something, and withdrew her consciousness from the space. Indeed, she discovered a tiny green sprout, no larger than a grain of rice, emerging beside the solitary leaf in the seedling-shaped subspace. The sprout, tender and vibrant, radiated a delicate verdancy. Zhou Jiayue's consciousness approached the small green sprout, and then gradually, she tentatively extended her awareness towards it. At the moment her consciousness made contact with the sprout, Zhou Jiayue was engulfed in darkness. After a wave of dizziness, she found herself standing in a clearing approximately 5 square meters in size. Zhou Jiayue gaped in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. She glanced at her hands, and to her surprise, her entire body had been enveloped within the space. The ground was covered in dark, rich soil, while around her, dense fog loomed thickly like formidable walls. Zhou Jiayue stood still, taking a deep breath as the fragrant scent of vegetation filled her lungs with the air. Although the soil was devoid of greenery, Zhou Jiayue looked up, her gaze ascending to a height of 1 meter above her head, where a shroud of white mist enveloped the space, yet an enigmatic light pierced through the fog, illuminating the surroundings. Zhou Jiayue squinted her eyes, extending her hand, and a beam of light gently graced the back of her palm. The long-awaited warmth. It was the sensation of sunlight. Zhou Jiayue unexpectedly felt a surge of emotion. Since the torrential rain, she had not experienced the warmth of the sun. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, a small green sprout emerged, making soft sounds as it broke through the dark soil. Zhou Jiayue gazed in astonishment as a diminutive child, resembling a ginseng doll, emerged from the earth. Atop the child's head rested a vibrant green tuft of grass, which, with each movement of its ascent, unfurled a delicate crimson blossom at its center. The little one was no larger than the span of 2 palms, and upon breaking free from the soil, was clad only in a tiny red apron, leaving its smooth, tender form completely exposed. Upon spotting Zhou Jiayue, the child joyfully dashed towards her, exclaiming with delight, "Master, Master, at last I have found you." Zhou Jiayue suppressed the astonishment within her heart and lifted the child clinging to her calf, who was weeping in distress. Are you? The little one flailed in the air, fear evident in their eyes, and nodded, pouting. Yes, master. Please put you down. I'm afraid of heights. After a brief moment, the child's head reappeared, and with a tone of grievance, they remarked, Master is so naughty. Zhou Jiayue cleared her throat softly, crouching slightly as she gently poked Yi's head with her finger. Have you always known about me? Indeed, I have always been here, dear master. You are rather foolish. Zhou Jiayue. It was merely that Yi had been too famished before, unable to expand her capacity further. Zhou Jiayue captured the information within Yi's words and, in astonishment, inquired, More spaces? Are you suggesting that there are several spaces like this one? Yi blinked her large, grape-like eyes, emerging cautiously from the ground. After casting a careful glance at Zhou Jiayue, she joyfully clutched her finger and nuzzled against it. Yes, yes, there are countless spaces within the subspace, and Yi isn't quite sure just how many there are. Zhou Jiayue was taken aback, her mind conjuring the image of a sapling-shaped subspace, as a bold idea began to take shape within her thoughts. Zhou Jiayue rephrased the question, inquiring about how many spaces Yi had previously opened. The little one counted on her fingers several times before realizing that she had opened. Yi had opened 7 spaces. Are all the spaces the same size? Not at all. The subsequent spaces grow progressively larger. If Yi were to grow a little more, the space where the master currently resides would be several times larger than the first one. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiayue gasped in astonishment, gazing at the solid black soil beneath her feet. Zhou Jiayue's eyes glimmered with excitement as she picked up Yi and showered her with affectionate kisses. Be good, grow strong. The master's future relies on you. Yi shyly covered her rosy little face, her chubby fingers parting slightly to steal a glance at Zhou Jiayue, her round, sparkling eyes radiating happiness. Seeing her master smile at her, Yi was instantly filled with enthusiasm, nodding vigorously and declaring, Yes, yes. Yi will grow diligently, master. In the future, Yi will take care of you. Zhou Jiayue was amused and couldn't help but give a gentle kiss, truly a sweet child. After leaving the space, Zhou Jiayue spent 10 points to purchase 2 packets of vegetable seeds from the system's marketplace. After sowing the seeds in the second space, she drifted into a deep slumber with a smile on her face. 2 days passed in peaceful tranquility. On the 16th day of the torrential rain, at 9 in the morning, Zhou Jiayue and her companions reappeared in 1803. However, this time, the composition of the team had changed. Consisting of Zhou Jiayue, Zhou Jiajun, Zhou Goen, and Xiao He, Zhou Lihua and Wang Yumei remained at home to keep watch. As Zhou Lihua had previously expressed, they are her family, and she can place a greater degree of trust in them. The decision regarding the individuals venturing out was a collective agreement made within the household. The task cannot be accomplished in a single endeavor. Today, it is Zhou Jiajun and Zhou Goen, and next time, it will be Zhou Lihua and Wang Yumei. Although they do not fully understand her motives, they are willing to believe in her, support her, and assist her. Just as Zhou Jiayue has consistently sheltered them, they too wish to spread their wings and protect their family. The remains in the corridor have long been cleared away. But due to the matters concerning Hu Minion and the rescue team, Zhou Jiayue has not engaged in resource exchanges for several days. Thus, apart from Zhou Jiayue and a few others, there is no one left in 1803. Zhou Jiayue once again experienced the inconveniences brought about by the lack of internet connectivity. It seems she must seek assistance from others to help promote her cause. Zhou Jiayue pondered for a moment before setting down her backpack. She addressed Zhou Jiajun and Zhou Goen, saying, The rain has already risen to the 8th floor. Others may seek refuge from the lower levels. I will go and investigate. Sister, you may go with peace of mind. I shall keep a vigilant eye on our supplies. Although Zhou Goen did not utter a word, the sharpness of his gaze conveyed everything. Zhou Jiayue nodded slightly and proceeded downstairs, where she coincidentally crossed paths with Yang Can, who ascended the stairs daily. Zhou Jiayue furrowed her brow, attempting to sidestep. However, Yang Can took 2 steps forward, abruptly turning around his gaze sparkling as he looked at Zhou Jiayue's retreating figure, inquiring, "Do you require assistance?" Zhou Jiayue paused in surprise, halting her steps, and finally turned to regard him properly. With a slight arch of her brow, she inquired, "Free?" Yonkin blinked and then broke into a smile. Indeed, free. There seemed to be no other option. She was in dire need of complementary labor. The resource exchange at Building 5, Room 1803, is resuming. I want the entire community to be aware of this. Can you manage that? Yonkin glanced at the heavy rain outside, hesitating slightly. However, this hesitation stemmed not from a reluctance to assist, but from a concern about her ability to meet Zhou Jiayue's request. Yet upon meeting Zhou's indifferent gaze, Yonkin nodded affirmatively. "I can." Regardless of the challenge, he was always capable of devising a solution. "Very well, I shall await your good news." With Yonkin's agreement, Zhou Jiayue turned to ascend the stairs. Her voice drifting down from above. From 9 to 10 in the morning, punctuality is essential. This hour would serve as a test of Yonkin's abilities. She did not expect him to summon the entire community immediately. That was simply impractical. Within this hour, it sufficed to disseminate the news within Building 5. Once the first person appeared, others would naturally follow. After reading this, she felt even more perplexed, scratching her head and muttering softly, "But there is no one here?" Zhou Jiayue let out a soft hum, crouched down to stroke the head of the little black dog, and said calmly, "Wait." Zhou Jiayue gently squeezed the plump face of her dog, for the first time questioning the very nature of her pet. Contemplating that the true identity of the little black dog might indeed be that of a small black pig. "Little Black, you ought to lose some weight," Zhou Jiayue sighed. Little Black responded with a low whimper, voicing its protest. Zhou Jiayue resolved to frequently take Little Black out for strolls, for remaining cooped up at home might lead to an affliction. She studied traditional Chinese medicine, not veterinary science. Little Black remained blissfully unaware that its leisurely existence of endless meals and idleness was soon to reach its conclusion. Zhou Jiayue affectionately patted the head of Little Black. Contemplating that since no one was around, she turned to Zhou Jiayue and said, "Let's take Little Black for a couple of laps." "Little Black." Zhou Jiayue. In the end, Little Black was mercilessly dragged away. Zhou Jiayue, witnessing the pitiful expression on Little Black's face, felt compelled to utter a few words, yet was swayed by Zhou Jiayue's remark. "Grandfather, Little Black is currently too overweight. He is at risk of hypertension." Thus, Zhou Jiayue fell silent, prioritizing the prevention of health issues from the very beginning. "Little Black, I'm still but a baby." During the ascent, Zhou Jiayue fortuitously encountered Yonkin, who was busy knocking on doors. Sensing the presence of a stranger, Little Black instinctively barked, his woof echoing not only to Yonkin but also capturing the attention of the elderly duo within the securely closed door. "Grandma, is there a puppy outside?" The small boy, with a disproportionately large head and a tiny body, gazed intently at the door. "Grandma, I am so hungry. I want to eat dog meat." Zhou Jiayue was unaware of the connection between Yonkin and his sister. However, Yonkin, with a mere glance, surmised the potential relationship between Zhou Jiayue and Zhou Jiayue. After all, in this day and age, there are few who manage to lead such dignified lives, and the resemblance between the siblings was striking, at least 50% alike. Yet, Yonkin chose not to voice his suspicions, instead offering Zhou Jiayue a friendly smile. Zhou Jiayue was bewildered by this smile, as if he were a monk unable to grasp the situation. Yet, noticing the other party smiling at him, he instinctively nodded and returned the smile. In response, the amusement in Yonkin's eyes deepened further. Zhou Jiayue harbored a certain wariness towards strangers, even when Yonkin exhibited utmost friendliness. He had no intention of forging a connection. Just as Zhou Jiayue turned to depart, the door behind Yonkin swung open. A small boy dashed out, pointing excitedly at the little black dog beside Zhou Jiayue, exclaiming, "Grandma, a dog. It's really a dog." The boy flailed his arms forward, and upon being caught, he immediately cried out, "Let go of me. You let go of me." At that moment, a frail old woman emerged from behind the half-open door, leaning heavily on a cane. She appeared emaciated, resembling a matchstick figure clad in human skin, her gauntness bordering on the unsettling. upon witnessing her precious grandson being restrained. The old woman's legs steadied, and she raised her cane, aiming to strike Yang Can. "Be careful," Zhou Jiayue cautioned. The instant Yang Can sensed the old woman's movement. He exerted force, pulling the boy in front of him. The old woman, unable to halt her swing, inadvertently struck her beloved grandson with a resounding thud. The boy cried out in pain, followed by a wail of tears. Startled, the old woman tossed aside her cane and lunged forward, intent on scratching him. Noticing her approach, Yang Can retreated while switching from grasping the boy's hand to pushing him. The small boy stumbled forward, colliding with the advancing old woman. They both fell to the ground with a loud thud, the boy's cries intensifying, while the old woman accidentally twisted her waist, unleashing a piercing scream. "You wretched fiend," bullying the elderly and the young. In response to the old woman's accusations, Yang Can remained unfazed, even letting out a cold laugh. As shadows of darkness swirled in his eyes, Zhou Jiayue approached, furrowing his brow as he observed the pair of grandparents and grandchild, finding the scene rather amusing. It was quite ironic, as they were the ones who instigated the altercation, yet now sought to shift the blame. "Thank you very much, my friend." Zhou Jiayue expressed his gratitude to Yang Can, turning his head. Yang Can nodded, indicating that it was of no consequence. The ruckus created by the duo had stirred an entire floor of onlookers. Some could not resist peeking out to investigate, while others adhered to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble and remained behind closed doors. Those who ventured to look first beheld the chaotic grandparents and grandchild, only to be subsequently captivated by the plump, glossy little dog nearby. Their gaze instantly fixated on the canine, and saliva began to flow in anticipation. What fat dog! Little Hay, under the scrutiny of so many eyes, bristled with fur and anxiously circled Zhou Jiayue's feet, barking nervously a couple of times. Zhou Jiayue also sensed the malevolent gazes peering through the door crack. Anxiously, he tightened his grip on the dog leash while his other hand stealthily moved to his waist, resting on the pepper spray concealed beneath his coat. Simultaneously, he began to retreat, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. However, before those lurking could make a move, Yang Can's voice resonated through the air. Yang Can surveyed the surroundings, took a step forward, and adorned his face with a perfectly measured, polite smile. He clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the crowd towards himself. "Ladies and gentlemen of 1803, we shall resume the exchange of supplies today. Those in need may now bring their books and gold for redemption. By the way, the exchange hours are from 9 to 10 in the morning. Should you miss today's opportunity, you will have to wait for the next occasion." Upon concluding his announcement, Yang Can raised his wrist as if checking the time, then sighed with a look of regret. Less than 10 minutes remain. What a pity! It seems many will not be able to procure supplies today. One wonders when the next opportunity will arise. Zhou Jiayue stared blankly at Yang Can's performance. Being in close proximity, he could clearly see that there was nothing on Yang Can's wrist. As for the others, due to the considerable distance and the dimness of the corridor, coupled with the absence of any reliable timekeeping devices in their homes, they remained oblivious to the truth. Even those residents who possessed clocks or wristwatches began to doubt whether their timepieces were running slow. Zhou Jiayue was introduced by Yang Can. He soon realized that this individual was assisting them in attracting customers. Could it be that this is the helper that his sister has brought in? Zhou Jiayue scrutinized the surroundings, his brow furrowed in perplexity. It seemed unlikely that this individual had fled from below in search of refuge. Zhou Jiayue stroked his chin, feeling the uncomfortable gazes dissipate. Thus he no longer felt the urgency to flee. Once Yang Can finished speaking, he leaned in with an air of intrigue and whispered, "My good fellow, are you a friend of my sister's?" Yang Can glanced at him in surprise, yet before he could respond, Zhou Jiayue patted his shoulder and familiarly said, "Oh, by the way, my sister is Zhou Jiayue, and I am her brother, Zhou Jiayue." Upon hearing this, Yang Can's eyes flickered momentarily, and then he smiled and nodded. "Indeed, I am a friend of Miss Zhou." Zhou Jiayue found Yang Can's words somewhat awkward. However, before he could ponder further, someone recognized him. "Hey, aren't you that young man from room 1803? Has room 1803 truly resumed the exchange of supplies?" Zhou Jiayue cast a surprised glance at the person who had posed the question, astonished that someone could recognize him. After a moment, he blinked playfully, adopting a theatrical demeanor. And encouraged indeed, "Dear sir, if you wish to exchange supplies, you should hurry along. If you delay, there may be nothing left." "What?" The gentleman who had inquired grew anxious upon hearing this, and hurriedly pressed, "Will you still be here tomorrow?" Zhou Jiayue shrugged, expressing his helplessness. "I'm not privy to such decisions. They rest with the elders at home. However, our resources are limited. If you exchange some, we will have less. If you truly wish to trade, dear sir, you must act swiftly." The middle-aged man, now even more troubled, contemplated his options. After a moment of deliberation, he resolutely made a decision. The rain showed no sign of abating, and should the rescue team fail to arrive in the coming days, what good would it do to hoard gold? It would be far wiser to trade it now for supplies, as each additional day lived would offer a glimmer of hope. With this thought, the middle-aged man sighed once more, regretting not having thought to purchase more books earlier. Otherwise, he could have exchanged them for resources now. Truly, one realizes the scarcity of books only when they are needed. Yankin hesitated for a few seconds before turning to follow Zhou Jiayue. As they left that floor, Yankin spoke up, "Hello, Jiayue. May I address you as such? By the way, I am Yankin." Zhou Jiayue nonchalantly waved his hand, saying, "All right, then I shall call you brother." Yankin smiled and nodded, his gaze then settling on a small black dog that trotted unevenly. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and Yankin turned to Zhou Jiayue, saying, "Jiayue, I would like to ask you for a favor." "Huh?" Yankin briefly articulated his idea, and Zhou Jiayue found it quite intriguing. Thus he agreed. Yankin felt a twinge of eagerness, but after a brief moment of hesitation, he shook his head, saying, "You go ahead. I will wait for you here." "All right." Upon finishing his words, Zhou Jiayue picked up the little black dog and bounded up the steps in a single leap, cradled in his arms. The little black dog suddenly let out a sharp sneeze and exclaimed, "Who dares to plot against this canine?" Zhou Jiayue cast a peculiar glance at him, then shifted her gaze to the little black creature. She tapped her fingers on the tabletop, deliberating for a couple of seconds before acquiescing. Firstly, the building posed little danger at present. Secondly, even in the event of an unforeseen encounter, Zhou Jiayue's skills and the resources at his disposal were sufficient for self-defense. And thirdly, should they truly face an insurmountable peril, the system would promptly alert her, allowing her to arrive in a timely manner. With these three layers of assurance, Zhou Jiayue felt little apprehension, and moreover, the child needed ample opportunities for growth. Upon receiving her consent, Zhou Jiayue breathed a sigh of relief. He then cheerfully sauntered over to Zhou Goen's side, enthusiastically giving his shoulder a gentle pat. "Grandpa, I'm off to play with Little Black now." Zhou Goen waved his hand in disdain and shot him a glare, urging him to leave quickly, just like his father, foolishly oblivious. Zhou Jiayue. Remaining at home, Zhou Lihua. Xiao He whimpered twice. "Is there no one to inquire about my opinion?" Chapter 44. Embarrassed to the core. "Brother Can, let us go." Just as Zhou Jiayue was executing his grand plan of escape with his dog, Zhou Jiayue was at the other end, where the middle-aged gentleman, having arranged his assets, arrived at 1803 with a substantial sum of money. Zhou Jiayue focused her gaze and exclaimed, "Oh, isn't that the chubby fellow from before? He appears to have lost quite a bit of weight." Zhou Jiayue approached with a beaming smile, greeting the newcomer. The stout man chuckled, "Little girl, this time I wish to exchange for a greater quantity of items." Zhou Jiayue's fingers tapped lightly on the table. This rotund individual had already expressed heartfelt gratitude during his initial visit to exchange supplies. Identical individuals cannot have their task values recalculated. Zhou Jiayue was reluctant to waste resources, so she shook her head and said, "That's not acceptable." Upon hearing this, Tu became anxious, exclaiming, "Oh dear, why is that not possible? How about I exchange for a little less?" "Young lady, would you consider that?" Zhou Jiayue shook her head, but offered a suggestion. "You might consider asking family or friends who have not yet exchanged their supplies to assist you in the process." Tu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a proposition. What difference did it make? It merely introduced an intermediary. What a peculiar regulation. Unwilling to complicate matters further, Tu wished to voice more thoughts, but was met with Zhou Jiayue's indifferent gaze. He suddenly felt a jolt of realization. This little vixen was not to be trifled with. How foolish of him to assume that a mere smile indicated approachability. Li Shanshan disdainfully withdrew her hand, exclaiming, "What on earth are you doing, too fatty?" The exchange between Li Shanshan's family members became a cacophony of voices, leaving Tu Hu in a state of anxiety, perspiration beading on his forehead. The young woman responsible for the exchange had established a new rule. Once supplies were exchanged, one could no longer partake in the process, but could have family or friends who had not yet exchanged assist in the matter. Li Shanshan frowned at this news, her impatience palpable. Is it really such a hassle to swap for some food? What a ridiculous rule. Wiping his sweat, Tu Hu refrained from joining Li Shanshan's complaints and instead spoke gently. "Dear, the supplies belong to them. If they wish to exchange, they may. If not, there is little we can do." Li Shanshan, irritated, cursed softly, but had yet to acquiesce when her brother Li Bin, with a glint of mischief in his eye, approached. "Brother-in-law, I haven't exchange supplies either. If you give me the gold bar, I can go do it. Don't tire my sister out." Tu Hu hesitated upon glancing at Li Bin. He had long understood Li Bin's cunning and duplicitous nature. Where there was unsolicited kindness, there was often deceit. Just as Tu Hu was about to decline, Li Shanshan shot him an impatient glare. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and give the gold bar to Xiao Bin." With a bitter smile, Tu Hu relented. "Then I shall accompany Xiao Bin." Li Bin protested. "Oh, brother-in-law, do you not trust me? 1803, right? I can manage on my own. You stay home and keep my sister company." With that, Li Bin snatched the backpack containing the gold bars from behind Tu Hu. Tu Hu's expression stiffened, reluctantly releasing his grip. He could only chuckle awkwardly. With the backpack slung over his shoulder, Li Bin swaggered up to Zhou Jiayue, having already pilfered half of the gold bars from a bag and stowed them in his own pockets. He had been unaware that the one conducting the exchanges was such a strikingly beautiful woman. Li Bin's eyes lit up. "Little sister, are you handling the exchanges all by yourself?" Meanwhile, Zhou Goen, seated nearby, could only twitch his lips in disbelief. When Zhou Jiayue noticed Li Bin's presence, she promptly instructed the system to assess his benevolence value. A fool with a benevolence value below 0 holds no worth for redemption. Zhou Jiayue lowered her head, reluctant to speak, and Li Bin mistakenly thought she was merely shy, which only heightened his excitement. "Little sister, on such a cold day, you are sitting here all alone. How about I keep you company?" Zhou Jiayue exhaled a deep breath, her fist slightly clenched, but as soon as she raised her gaze, she instinctively shut her eyes. Damn it, her eyes ached terribly, wounded by the sight before her. Zhou Jiayue found it rather distasteful to deal with such individuals. So she turned her head and shouted to the side, "Grandfather, your granddaughter is being bullied, and you just sit there watching the spectacle?" Zhou Goen could no longer contain his anger. Upon hearing those words, he let out a cold snort and rose to his feet, delivering a swift kick aimed directly at the vital point. He simultaneously berated, "What a disgrace. The Zhou family could never produce such a hideous creature." Li Bin let out a cry of agony, clutching his groin as he fell to his knees, writhing in pain. "Grandfather, he is so loud," he lamented. Zhou Goen let out a cold snort once more, striding forward to deliver a swift blow to Li Bin's neck with his hand. Li Bin felt a sharp pain in his neck, his eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhou Jiayue finally felt a sense of comfort, and, with a beaming smile, gave Zhou Goen a thumbs up, generously praising, "Grandpa, you are truly remarkable." Meanwhile, Zhou Jiayue was dashing around the various floors with Little Black. "Woof woof. No, bark louder. Woof woof woof. Precisely, just like that. Maintain it. 2 large bones are waiting for you. Whiff, 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 whiff." Enticed by the promise of the meaty bones, Little Black completely forgot its earlier reluctance when being dragged out. Now, it reveled in freedom, its plump body shaking with exuberance, determined to showcase its most dashing demeanor. Zhou Jiayue stifled a laugh as he endeavored to persuade. While Yang Can emerged when the residents were drawn out by the barking of dogs, passionately promoting the revival of resource exchange at room 1803. Within a mere 20 minutes, the entire Building 5 was abuzz with the news of room 1803's reinstatement of resource exchange. Those who had long been famished, their bellies pressed against their spines. Upon hearing this announcement, either carried books or clutched gold, hurriedly rushing towards room 1803. Chapter 45. Grandfather is a remarkable person, Shan Shan. With so many people flocking to room 1803, I fear there may be some trouble. Perhaps I should go and take a look. Tu Hu expressed his concerns. Hearing Tu Hu's words, Li Shanshan couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry, furrowing her brow as she nodded. Then you should go and check. In room 1803, following Zhou Jiayue and Yang Kan's fervent promotion, those who had sought refuge from downstairs were the first to arrive. Having learned from the previous experiences of the downstairs residents, they began to pack their belongings at the first sign of the torrential rain, preparing to flee at a moment's notice. Previously, the rescue team had evacuated a group of individuals, leaving several rooms upstairs vacant. However, a significant number of these vacated rooms had their doors smashed by Hu Minyan and others with hammers. As the floodwaters began to rise, the residents of the lower floors swiftly gathered whatever they could carry, dragging their families along, now taking shelter in those emptied rooms. While the situation was precarious, it offered at least a semblance of safety. Only those who were visiting for the first time and whose goodwill was greater than zero were allowed to exchange resources at room 1803. This policy immediately incited the ire of a small faction of individuals unable to make exchanges. Why are we not allowed to trade? Indeed, why are we denied? Is it impossible to discuss this amicably? Then do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. With their numbers on their side, these individuals felt emboldened, their malice swelling as they contemplated a direct confrontation. Zhou Guan, originally stationed nearby to maintain order, immediately took out a gleaming butcher's knife from his backpack upon hearing the commotion from Zhou Jiayue's side. He strode over decisively and, with a resounding thud, plunged the blade into the table. Zhou Guan positioned himself protectively in front of Zhou Jiayue, his gaze piercing as he addressed the loudest among the group with a menacing tone. Perhaps you would prefer to discuss your intentions with my old man directly? How do you intend to be discourteous? The tip of a cleaver plunged sharply into the tabletop. The individuals under Zhou Guan's scrutiny were immediately drenched in cold sweat. What an imposing presence this elder possesses. Their newfound courage was swiftly punctured by the threat of the cleaver, and the would-be troublemakers exchanged uneasy glances before retreating from the crowd, tails tucked firmly between their legs. None wished to be the first to test whether that blade would find its mark upon them. Zhou Guan observed the departing figure, letting out a cold snort before addressing those who remained. Is there anyone else with objections? Step forward and voice them. Don't linger and murmur later. The individuals in line behind him were struck with fear, rendered mute by his imposing presence. The butcher's knife remained embedded in the table. Zhou Guan, standing nearby with arms crossed, surveying the crowd with a predatory gaze. His scrutiny was akin to that of a slaughterhouse operator eyeing livestock. The remaining onlookers dared not meet Zhou Guan's gaze. As their eyes wandered, they finally noticed the motionless, contorted figure slumped in the corner. Dead? A corpse. A shiver ran through the crowd, their furtive glances at Zhou Guan and Zhou Jiayue resembling those of individuals glimpsing the Grim Reaper. Zhou Jiayue paid no heed to the opinions of others. She merely gazed at Zhou Guan's formidable silhouette and was suddenly reminded of the tales her grandfather, Old Zhou, had recounted to her during her childhood. Old Zhou had spoken of her grandfather's youth, a time when he was a notorious figure in his village, revered and feared alike. Orphaned at an early age and without siblings, he grew up on the kindness of others, often taking advantage of their generosity, and was notorious in the village for his mischief and cunning. In pursuit of a livelihood, her grandfather shamelessly apprenticed himself to the village butcher for several years. Just as he had begun to save a modest sum, fate dealt a cruel hand. A devastating epidemic swept through the village, claiming the lives of many, including that of the butcher's family. By sheer fortune, her grandfather was among the survivors. Perhaps it was this brush with mortality that spurred him to dedicate himself to the study of medicine. At the age of 20, however, he was illiterate and knew not a single character. To study medicine, he first needed to learn to read. Thus, he began with the simplest character, one, and every day squatted at the entrance of the only primary school in town, mustering the courage to solicit the children and teachers emerging from classes to teach him. Through sheer determination, he managed to grasp the rudiments of reading. In those days, gaining admission to university required genuine talent and knowledge. And although he had learned a few characters, he was far from qualifying for the entrance examinations. Furthermore, education was costly, and he could ill afford it. With the path to university closed off, he sought out traditional medicine practitioners, begging them to take him on as an apprentice. Perhaps moved by his earnestness, one elderly physician indeed accepted him. The pursuit of medical knowledge was arduous and monotonous, particularly for someone of his age, yet he persevered against all odds. Remarkably, he endured this challenging journey, fueled by an indomitable spirit. Years later, the elderly physician passed away, leaving her granddaughter, who had long remained unmarried due to frail health, in her care. On her deathbed, she entrusted her granddaughter and the practice to her grandfather. Though there was no romantic bond between them, he devoted himself to caring for the ailing young woman as a way to honor the old physician's teachings. In his efforts to secure her health, he even sold the practice, yet despite his dedication, she succumbed to her illness less than 2 years later. Eventually, relying on his rudimentary medical skills, he wandered from village to village until he met his grandmother, which marked the beginning of a stable life. As Zhou Jiayue reminisced about her childhood while listening to old Zhou's stories, a faint smile graced her lips. Her grandfather was indeed an extraordinary man. Under the intimidating gaze of Zhou Goen, the queue of people stood obediently. As the line dwindled to just a few, Zhou Jiayue opened the task progress. Currently, the number of individuals rescued stands at 74 out of 100, with heartfelt gratitude received amounting to 56 out of 90, and a countdown of 7 days remaining. Upon observing these figures, Zhou Jiayue furrowed her brow. How could the increase in genuine gratitude surpass the rise in the number of rescues? Host. This is due to the fact that during the previous exchange of supplies, some individuals indirectly benefited as well. The previously accounted rescues are not subject to repeated accumulation, but the heartfelt gratitude generated for the first time can indeed be cumulative, the Golden House calmly elucidated. So that is how it is. Zhou Jiayue gazed at the remaining individuals and pondered whether it was possible to ascertain how many more people in the entire building were eligible for rescue. Golden House. Basic scan. 10 points per attempt. Zhou Jiayue's lips twitched slightly, exasperated by the relentless pursuit of money. Can we negotiate a bit? Perhaps a discount? The Golden House responded with silence, conveying its unwillingness to engage further. Zhou Jiayue smiled softly. So a basic scan, which implies the existence of intermediate and advanced scans as well. Please elaborate on the specifications. The Golden House projected directly into Zhou Jiayue's mind. Basic scan. Range. Spherical area with a radius of 50 meters centered on the host. Price. 10 points per use. Intermediate scan. Range. Spherical area with a radius of 200 meters centered on the host. Price. 100 points per use. Advanced scan. Range. Spherical area with a radius of 1,000 meters centered on the host. Price. 500 points per use. Zhou gently stroked her chin, opting to purchase a basic scan. She decided to take a preliminary plunge and assess the results. Chapter 46. Is the art of complementing rainbow wrong? Defining scope. Scanning initiated. Ding. Scanning completed. As the system's voice faded, a three-dimensional perspective diagram centered around her emerged in Zhou Jiayue's mind. She beheld the intricate architecture of the entire building, both interior and exterior, alongside the individuals present on each floor. In the perspective diagram, these individuals resembled NPCs from a game, their names floating above their heads, accompanied by upside-down triangles of varying colors. Zhou Jiayue blinked, and her mind automatically conjured relevant prompts. A red inverted triangle signified individuals who could still be rescued, but had not yet been saved. A green inverted triangle indicated those who had already been rescued, and a gray inverted triangle represented individuals deemed beyond rescue. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Jiayue noticed that amidst the vast expanse of green, there were merely 3 or 4 red inverted triangles, while gray ones numbered around 7 or 8. Above the heads of several individuals still queuing before her, The bright green triangles shone conspicuously. Zhou Jiayue let out a sigh, observing the unfamiliar faces before her, uncertain whether they would be able to increase her gratitude points. She tapped her fingers lightly on the table and, with a smile, beckoned to the person at the front. "Come, say thank you to me." The individual pointed at themselves, looking utterly bewildered. Thank you?" With no system prompt in response, Zhou Jiayue's smile immediately vanished, and her expression turned impassive. Next, the person standing behind the bewildered individual displayed remarkable insight. Upon hearing Zhou Jiayue's words, they shifted their stance and pushed the person in front aside. With a sycophantic grin plastered across their face and hands rubbing together, they exclaimed, "Ah, the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt my own insignificance and humility. You are like an immaculate goddess from the Tian Shan Mountains, with skin as pure as snow and bones as exquisite as iced jade. Your beauty is beyond the grasp of my inadequate vocabulary. To exchange goods with you is a fortune I must have earned in a previous life. Thank you. I express my heartfelt gratitude. I am thankful to my parents for bringing me into the same era as you, and to fate for this encounter amidst the torrential rain. I dare not inquire your name, for I fear my impurities may tarnish your divine radiance." Zhou Jiayue, with an expression of utter disbelief, interrupted him. After collecting the gold he had placed on the table, she hastily tossed him the corresponding supplies and waved her hand, calling out to the next in line. She feared that if she listened any longer, she might unearth an entire 3-bedroom apartment's worth of nonsense. To her astonishment, the other party's exaggerated flattery elicited a system notification indicating a gratitude value of 1. Truly a sight to behold. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically upon witnessing that sycophant effortlessly exchange a few flattering words for supplies. Their gazes towards Zhou Jiayue tinged with an unspoken sentiment of, "I never expected you to be this kind of person." Zhou Jiayue, do you not believe me when I say I am not one of you? Zhou Jiayue gazed numbly at the performance of the individuals behind her, as if struck by some profound revelation, while the veins on her forehead throbbed vehemently. "Next, next, next," the crowd murmured. "Is our flattery not resounding enough?" After everyone had their turn, apart from the initial flatterer, only the last individual stammered a few compliments, thereby qualifying for the exchange of supplies. The crowd pondered. Could it be that our flattery was misaligned? Once the gathering dispersed, Zhou Jiayue glanced at the time, intending to confront the few individuals marked by the red triangle. However, she unexpectedly encountered Tu who was searching for Li Bin just as she stepped outside. Tu who offered an awkward smile to Zhou Jiayue, and upon shifting his gaze, he spotted Li Bin sprawled in a corner. Tu gasped in shock and hurried over to rouse him. "Oh dear, what happened, Xiao Bin?" Under Tu who's vigorous shaking, Li Bin slowly regained consciousness, instinctively tightening his legs. After a painful gasp, he finally recognized Tu who before him. "Sister, brother-in-law, what brings you here? What on earth? Why are you lying on the ground? Did you exchange for supplies?" "Supplies." As Li Bin fully awakened, he clutched his neck and sprang to his feet, pointing at Zhou Jiayue and Zhou Goen, who had yet to leave. "Brother-in-law, it's them. They assaulted me. I merely came to exchange for supplies, and they knocked me out." Tu who instinctively followed Li Bin's accusing finger, locking eyes with Zhou Jiayue's frigid gaze. Although she uttered no words, a chill enveloped him. He hesitated to confront her, thinking there must be some misunderstanding. Upon hearing Tu who's words, Li Bin felt a fleeting sense of guilt, only to regain his indignation. He had merely spoken out of turn. He hadn't physically harmed anyone. Instead, he demanded compensation for the injuries he had suffered. "Brother-in-law, there is no misunderstanding. You must help me teach them a lesson." Tu was instantly drenched in cold sweat, admonishing sharply, "Stop spouting nonsense." Li Bin was taken aback by Tu who's unexpected outburst, having assumed he was the ever-kind individual. Infuriated, he stomped his feet, trembling as he pointed at Zhou Jiayue and her companion, then at Tu who. "Fine, just you wait." With that, he awkwardly stormed off. Zhou Jiayue, preoccupied with her own matters, paid no heed to him as he departed. Meanwhile, Tu who wore an expression of embarrassment as he apologized to Zhou Jiayue and the other person present. Zhou Jiayue cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, Mr. Tu, I currently lack the time to indulge that fool, but next time may prove different. As a brother-in-law, I believe Mr. Tu ought to possess the capability to manage his own wife's brother. Zhou Jiayue ceased to speak. Having expressed her stance, she departed alongside Zhou Goen. It was only after Tu and the others had left that they realized how the other party knew their surname. Tu. In that instant, their awe towards Zhou Jiayue deepened considerably. After exiting room 1803, Zhou Jiayue activated the intercom to call Zhou Jiayue, informing him of their meeting place. Before proceeding with Zhou Goen towards the first small red triangle. Upon knocking on the door, the recipient, upon seeing the supplies in Zhou Jiayue's hands, wore a gaunt expression filled with trepidation, stating, We do not have any gold to exchange with you. Zhou Jiayue furrowed her brows. Is there really no book? There are, but only about 30 volumes. You need at least 50 books to make an exchange. This was precisely the reason why, despite their dire hunger, they had refrained from redeeming supplies at 1803. Zhou Jiayue let out a sigh and glanced at the small red triangle above the family's heads. Gritting her teeth, she forced a smile that did not reach her eyes and stated deliberately, It's fine, just keep it as a debt for now. Please write me an IOU, and you may repay me slowly. Ansu Mei and her husband Gu Kairan exchanged a bewildered look, both at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was Zhou Jiayue who took out paper and pen, composed the IOU, and after having them sign and affix their fingerprints, she resolutely thrust the document into their hands, thus concluding the matter. The couple clutched the note, staring blankly at Zhou Jiayue's retreating figure, then at their quietly obedient daughter, whose eyes shone with yearning. In an instant, their eyes brimmed with tears. They murmured towards Zhou Jiayue's back, Thank you, thank you. Yang Kan and Zhou Jiayue, accompanied by little He, arrived and witnessed Zhou Jiayue's reluctant expression as she swiftly handed over the supplies to others. The moment Yang Kan caught sight of Zhou Jiayue, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, akin to a devout follower beholding their revered deity. Grandpa's sister, Zhou Jiayue joyfully bounded over upon spotting them, his face alight with eagerness. Sister, was there a large crowd at 1803 just now? Zhou Jiayue could roughly surmise what he had done, as the barking of dogs both upstairs and downstairs was quite conspicuous. To prevent him from becoming too complacent, Zhou Jiayue deliberately remarked, It's rather mediocre. Zhou Jiayue let out a snort, effortlessly transforming his casual remarks into praises of his own prowess. After indulging in a few moments of self-aggrandizement, he did not forget to summon Yang Kan, chuckling that the idea of employing the little black one as bait was actually a clever stratagem conceived by Brother Kan. Brother Kan? Zhou Jiayue glanced at Yang Kan, her gaze imbued with profound significance, and lightly tapped Zhou Jiayue's head, wondering how they had become so familiar with each other in such a short span of time. Zhou Jiayue let out a sigh, exclaiming that it was only because King Ge was his friend. He would disregard everyone else. Yang Kan wished to intervene, but it was already too late. Upon hearing Zhou Jiayue's words, Yang Kan's complexion paled slightly, and he helplessly lowered his head, his fists tightly clenched. Unable to meet Zhou Jiayue's gaze, he deceitfully claimed to be her friend. How would she perceive him? Surely, she must think him utterly hypocritical. Yang Kan felt as though his breath was nearly stifled. Chapter 47, Building 4. Zhou Jiayue glanced at Yang Kan once more, the depth of her gaze intensifying with a shadowy hue. Upon perceiving the flicker of panic in his eyes, she ultimately refrained from uttering any further words in the presence of others. Zhou Jiayue bestowed upon Zhou Jiayue a backpack filled with supplies, instructing him to journey to the next location accompanied by Xiao He and Zhou Goen. Yang Kan hesitated, contemplating whether to depart, yet was beckoned by Zhou Jiayue to remain. Once Zhou Jiayue and the others had left, Zhou Jiayue turned her gaze toward Yang Kan, her tone laden with nuance. My friend? Yang Kan's complexion turned ashen. His lips parted in an attempt to speak. I'm sorry, At that moment, all he could express was an apology, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame for his own shortcomings. Zhou Jiayue cast a glance at him. Had she sensed any malice emanating from him? She would have never allowed him to remain and converse in her presence. Zhou Jiayue furrowed her brows, feeling that certain matters ought to be clarified sooner rather than later. Mr. Yang, I have an aversion to deceit. I believe our relationship can hardly be deemed a friendship. At best, it is a bond between creditor and debtor. After all, aside from our initial transaction, I have also, in a sense, rescued you without compensation. Yang Qin lowered his head, his gaze cast downward, his eyelashes fluttering gently, a glimmer of remorse shimmering in his eyes. In a meek tone, he murmured, I'm truly sorry. Zhou Jiayue regarded him with a gaze that inexplicably evoked a sense of guilt for what felt like bullying. She shook her head and spoke again, her tone devoid of any softness, hoping Mr. Yang would come to terms with reality and refrain from any future transgressions. After all, he was merely a free laborer. As long as he did not infringe upon her principles, she was inclined to grant him another chance. There will be no next time. Yang Qin clenched his fists, his voice quivering slightly. I understand, there will not be a next time. Zhou Jiayue nodded and chose to pass over the matter. Once Zhou Jiayue concluded his affairs, the red inverted triangles in Building 5 had all transformed into a vibrant green. Zhou Jiayue's task progress has been updated once again. Current number of people rescued, 78,100. Current heartfelt gratitude received, 61,100. Countdown, 7 days. The progress bar in Building 5 has essentially come to a standstill, prompting Zhou Jiayue to shift her focus to the nearby buildings. Resolute and decisive, she is unwilling to wait until the next day. Yang Qin, sensing Zhou Jiayue's intentions, took a deep breath and mustered the courage to step forward. Miss Zhou, please allow me to accompany you. I can be of assistance. Zhou Jiayue pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, as the saying goes, free labor should not be wasted. Although Zhou Jiayue did not utter a word, his gaze conveyed the same sentiment. Zhou Jiayue hesitated for but a fleeting moment before agreeing. All right, with 4 individuals and the necessary supplies, a single kayak seemed somewhat inadequate. Thus, Zhou Jiayue procured another one. 2 people per kayak was just perfect. Surrounding Building Number 5, several nearby structures had already craned their necks in curiosity when the atmosphere within Building Number 5 reached a crescendo of excitement. However, the overcast sky obscured visibility, and the torrential rain further hindered their sight. They could only faintly discern a throng of people from the entire building surging toward a particular floor. Yet the specifics of the events within remained shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, amidst the desolation of the relentless downpour, the vibrant ambience within Building Number 5, reminiscent of a festive celebration, ensnared their attention profoundly. Thus, even though clarity eluded them, they persisted in their efforts, straining to glimpse the happenings at Building Number 5. Consequently, as Zhou Jiayue and her companions exited their building, they became the focus of attention. Hey, someone from Building Number 5 is coming out, they exclaimed. What could they possibly be doing in such heavy rain? Surely, they aren't venturing out to scavenge for supplies? Who knows? Perhaps they seek to escape and find a rescue team. Yet, the most astonishing revelation was that they possessed kayaks. Oh, it seems they are heading our way. Look, they're approaching Building Number 4. Zhou Jiayue and her companions were all clad in raincoats and life jackets, with their supplies secured in the center. Wrapped in waterproof fabric and tethered to the small boat with ropes. Rain droplets, the size of soybeans, pelted down upon them, imparting a modicum of discomfort, while the occasional fierce wave caused the boat to veer off course. This torrential downpour proved to be far more perilous than the previous episode. Heavens, be cautious, exclaimed a bystander from one of the nearby buildings, witnessing the small boat nearly capsized by the surging waves. 2 small boats were tethered together with coarse jute ropes. Zhou Jiayue and Yang Qin occupied the foremost vessel, while Zhou Jiayue and Zhou Jiayue trailed behind. Zhou Jiayue, the leader, skillfully directed Yang Qin to maintain the course, while Zhou Jiayue and Zhou Jiayue, gritting their teeth, anxiously imitated Zhou Jiayue's movements. Despite the short distance of less than 100 meters, it took them over 20 minutes to reach their destination. Fortunately, they encountered no dangers and arrived safely. The residents of Building 4 were unaware of the intentions of Zhou Jiayue and her companions. Most hesitated to descend and investigate, while only a few brave souls conferred and decided to venture downstairs together. "What brings you to our building?" inquired the occupants of Building 5. The interior was considerably dimmer than the outside, and the group from Building 4 gathered on the steps, illuminating their surroundings with candles in lieu of flashlights. Zhou Jiayue cast a glance at the other person and gave Yang Can a knowing look. Yang Can then stepped forward voluntarily to express their intent. "Material exchange?" Yu Chong furrowed his brow, recalling something, and spoke with a hint of surprise. "Are you the unfortunate souls from Building 5? The Zhou family members?" Zhou Jiayue took a deep breath and stepped forward a few paces. "So what do you mean?" Yu Chong immediately responded with a hearty laugh. "Excellent, of course. You were just exchanging supplies at Building 5, weren't you?" Zhou Jiayue neither affirmed nor denied. She seemed to discern that the individual before her held some influence within Building 4, so she stated, "We will remain in Building 4 for only an hour. If you're interested in exchanging supplies, please do so promptly." Upon hearing this, Yu Chong furrowed his brow and exchanged a few words with his companions before turning to Zhou Jiayue with a request. He too recognized that among those who had come from Building 5, this young lady was the one in command. "I will relay this information immediately, but I fear I may not convey it clearly. Could I kindly ask for your assistance?" Zhou Jiayue raised an eyebrow. The system did not indicate any danger, so she nodded and addressed Yang Can and Zhou Jiayue, instructing, "You shall accompany these individuals." "Very well," both Yang Can and Zhou Jiayue replied in unison. After a few departed, Yu Chong engaged Zhou Jiayue in conversation, yet had not inquired about her esteemed surname. "My humble surname is Zhou, and it seems you hold considerable esteem in Building 4, sir." Yu Chong chuckled lightly. "Ms. Zhou, you may simply call me Old Yu. As for any esteem, it is merely that others regard me favorably, which has led to my appointment as the building manager." Zhou Jiayue smiled subtly, acknowledging Mr. Yu's humility. Yu Chong, not dwelling on Zhou Jiayue's choice of address, shifted his gaze to the packages behind her and Zhou Goen, struggling to divert his attention from those parcels. Yu Chong cleared his throat and inquired, "May I ask how many supplies Miss Zhou has brought?" "Our Building 4 currently accommodates a total of 112 individuals." Chapter 48. A good impression that kicks people away upon hearing Yu Chong's words. Zhou Jiayue discreetly assessed him. She then spoke slowly, her tone laced with a hint of icy detachment. "Mr. Yu, you must understand that not everyone possesses the means to exchange supplies. Furthermore, my selection of whom to assist is quite discerning." He furrowed his brow, opening his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Zhou Jiayue. "Judging by your appearance, it seems your household is not in dire need of provisions. If you wish to assist more individuals, you could certainly offer your own resources rather than imposing upon others. Moreover, do you truly believe that I, burdened with these supplies, would emerge unscathed from the multitude in Building 5 and make my way to Building 4 to exchange goods? Am I to be regarded as a paragon of virtue? Please refrain from moral coercion, as it may incite my displeasure, and the consequences might not align with your expectations." "Mr. Yu." Zhou Jiayue swiftly tore off Yu Chong's mask, unreservedly exposing her own vulnerabilities. Her admonition indeed caused Yu Chong's demeanor to darken, dispelling any pretense of the affable, honest persona he had been projecting. Zhou Jiayue was not mistaken. Indeed, Yu Chong's family did not experience the same financial constraints as most households. His mother had a habit of stockpiling food, ensuring that their supplies could sustain the entire family for approximately a month. Initially, the family regarded her frugality with disdain, but as the torrential rain approached, their previous contempt transformed into profound gratitude. After Zhou Jiayue's revelations, Yu Chong found himself momentarily speechless, and Zhou Jiayue had no intention of engaging in further conversation. She was present to fulfill a mission, not to forge friendships. Soon, Yu Jiayue and the others brought down the first group of individuals. Zhou Jiayue, after having the system assess the value of the upgrades, divided the individuals into 2 teams and subsequently allocated resources to one of them. What does this imply, and why were we not granted the same privilege? At this moment, Yu Chong also discerned that one of the teams Zhou Jiayue had formed comprised the notorious troublemakers within the building. Not only had they engaged in petty thefts, but they had also previously infiltrated others' homes during chaos, committing reprehensible acts. Noticing this, Yu Chong regarded Zhou Jiayue with a newfound wariness. How'd she come to know this? Among those who received resources, one seemed to have a particular animosity towards that group. Upon observing Zhou Jiayue's refusal to allocate resources to them, he let out a derisive laugh, spitting in disdain. Serves them right. Damn it, are they courting death? The few individuals accustomed to bullying were incensed by this affront and raised their fists, ready to retaliate. The one who had just mocked them, gritting his teeth and aware that a beating was inevitable, decided to curl up and shield his head. However, the anticipated pain never arrived. When he opened his eyes in bewilderment, he found that the young woman who had distributed the resources had effortlessly immobilized the aggressors with a mere gesture. Zhou Jiayue pushed her hand forward, causing the person she had restrained to tumble backward. She cast a disdainful glance at the individual crouched behind her, clutching their head. Were it not for the protective mechanism of the system, she would have been disinclined to concern herself with this matter. Zhou Jiayue let out a sigh as the person she had pushed down sprang to their feet, baring their teeth and charging towards her. "You filthy wench." The individual, still crouching on the ground, immediately shouted, "Watch out." Zhou Jiayue furrowed her brow to evade the attack when she heard someone from behind shouting, "Why are you still dawdling? Eliminate that wretched woman, and all the supplies will be ours." The few individuals who had been separated exchanged glances. They were far from virtuous themselves and had even collaborated with the assailants on several occasions. Upon hearing this, their expressions shifted and they joined the fray. Despite their combined efforts, they were no match for Zhou Jiayue. Zhou Jiayue and Zhou Goen, although aware of Zhou Jiayue's formidable prowess, could not suppress their concern and rushed forward to assist her in diverting the attacks. As for Yang Kan, he was undoubtedly an ardent admirer of Zhou Jiayue, and he was quicker than Zhou Jiayue and Zhou Goen to leap into the fray. However, despite his body being fortified through the healing elixir, rendering him stronger than before the tempest, he still lacked combat experience and was met with 2 punches as soon as he charged in. Zhou Jiayue helplessly shook her head. After sending the approaching individual, who was brandishing his fists, flying with a swift kick, she pulled Yang Kan out of the fray. If you cannot fight, then just observe from the sidelines and refrain from causing further chaos. Yang Kan, clutching his abdomen, lowered his head in shame, murmuring an apology. Zhou Jiayue cast a glance at him and fell silent. Having been cooped up at home, training diligently, such a splendid opportunity for practical experience is indeed rare. It is best to allow them ample chance to practice. Zhou Jiayue stood by, watching with keen interest, occasionally offering a prompt to help them evade their opponent's strikes. After a few minutes, Zhou Jiayue and Zhou Goen leaned against each other, panting, while around them lay a myriad of fallen adversaries. Zhou Jiayue smiled as she clapped her hands, subsequently highlighting the flaws that had been apparent during their recent battle. The duo's victory was attributed not only to their regular indulgence in fine food and drink and their vigorous training, but also to the fact that their opponents were merely second-rate fighters, relying solely on brute strength without any understanding of teamwork. Otherwise, it is uncertain whether they would have emerged victorious. After the battle, Zhou Jiayue felt a surge of adrenaline. Upon hearing Zhou Jiayue's words, he furrowed his brow in contemplation and soon recognized the issue at hand. With his mind now calm, he nodded and smiled, exclaiming, "Sister, you are truly remarkable." The few individuals groaning in agony on the ground remarked, "So they were merely honing their skills for the 2 of us." Those who had exchanged items had already retreated to a safe distance the moment the conflict erupted, fearing for their own safety. Now, witnessing Zhou Jiayue and her companions emerge victorious, they dared not approach, filled with trepidation. Only the individual who had initially crouched down with his head in his hands approached excitedly, mustering the courage to take a few steps on the fallen. Zhou Jiayue cast a silent glance at the individual, her mind briefly drifting through a string of adjectives, incompetent yet playful. After stepping on a few toes, this clumsy jester hurried over to Zhou Jiayue and her companions, bowing excitedly. "Thank you all. You are truly remarkable. These individuals are the bane of building 4. Until now, no one dared to confront them. Who would have thought that your arrival would lead to their downfall? Ha ha ha. Truly, the heavens are observant. Wicked individuals will inevitably meet their match. Oh, no. I mean, the wicked will surely encounter the virtuous. Zhou Jiayue waved her hand in disdain, considering there were still 2 days left in the protection period. She pondered for a moment and instructed Zhou Jiayue and Yang Qin to bind the several individuals on the ground. The most effective solution would have been to eliminate them. But given the presence of so many witnesses, she hesitated, deeming it too gruesome. She preferred to leave a favorable impression. The crowd was left in a state of bewilderment. Was a kick that sent someone flying truly the impression she wished to convey? Chapter 49. A blade for assistance. Once the farce came to an end, Zhou Jiayue cordially invited the others who had completed their exchanges to remain momentarily and witness the spectacle. Under the pressure of the few armed individuals, the audience complied willingly, displaying no signs of reluctance. Among them, Kaiwan appeared to be the most carefree, cheerfully introducing himself as He Yuhong, a soon-to-be graduate in his 4th year, majoring in mechanical engineering. Zhou Jiayue and the others nodded slightly, yet they bore no desire for acquaintance. He Yuhong, unfazed, merely touched his nose and quietly remained at the side, willingly assuming the responsibility of guarding the prisoner. Damn it. Once they leave, just wait and see how I make you pay. The thug, bound hand and foot and lying on the ground, aware of his inferiority against Zhou Jiayue and her companions, glared at He Yuhong, grinding his teeth in a low, menacing whisper. If He Yuhong were the least bit intimidated, he would not have spoken up in the first place. With a derisive smile, He Yuhong placed his foot upon the thug's mouth, and amidst the thug's fiery gaze, he pressed down hard, unflinchingly declaring, "You should worry about escaping first, loser." With his mouth trapped beneath He Yuhong's foot, the thug's face turned red, his anger bubbling like a ripe chili on the verge of exploding. He Yuhong remained unperturbed, even allowing a mischievous grin to spread across his face. The onlookers beheld as He Yuhong pinched his nose and swiftly removed the shoes and socks from another thug, shoving them into the mouth of the one beneath his foot, tauntingly proclaiming, "Hey, savor the flavor of your brother's feet." Zhou Jiayue and her companions exchanged glances, retreating in unison for a few paces. How distasteful. Soon, the second group of individuals arrived, and all personnel from Building 4 were gathered. The subsequent group, upon witnessing the thugs sprawled on the ground, shared a look that conveyed a palpable sense of dread. These thugs served as a grim warning. Those who had not earned the right to exchange for supplies were likewise hesitant to reveal themselves, their eyes darting furtively, shrouding their inner filth from view. After Zhou Jiayue exchanged the supplies, she glanced at the remaining crowd. With a subtle gesture of her finger, several individuals behind her swiftly surged forward, binding those whose goodwill was below zero. Zhou Jiayue stood at the stairway, a baseball bat firmly positioned before her, guarding against any potential escapees. "What are you doing? On what grounds do you bind me? Let me go, release me at once. Is there no sense of justice? A murder." Zhou Jiayue approached the group of raucous individuals with an expression devoid of emotion, a dagger suddenly pressed against the throat of the loudest among them. Her gaze was icy, and her tone was utterly devoid of fluctuation. It was as if the voice of a demon whispered ominously in their ears, urging compliance. "Behave yourself. Remain tranquil for a couple of days, and you shall encounter no trouble. However, should you entertain any treacherous thoughts, this blade shall serve as your final companion." The coldness and sharpness of the blade instilled a palpable fear. The man, now rendered speechless, widened his eyes in terror, paralyzed by the fear of having his throat sliced open. Witnessing Zhou Jiayue unsheath her weapon at the slightest provocation, the others hastily sealed their lips, terrified that this female tyrant might turn her attention toward them. As the crowd fell into silence, Zhou Jiayue slowly curved her lips into a smile and remarked, "See, isn't this much better? Why must you shout and create such a ruckus, causing my head to ache?" The crowd responded with a profound silence. Zhou Jiayue rose to her feet, her gaze sweeping over the crowd that huddled anxiously on the periphery. As she casually twirled the dagger in her hand, she remarked nonchalantly, "Do any of you harbor thoughts of rescuing these individuals?" Zhou Jie spoke casually, her eyes devoid of the hostility she had displayed when confronting the ruffians, exuding an air of approachability. The crowd stirred slightly, whispers circulating among small groups, until Yu Chong, embodying the voice of the assembly, stepped forward, his expression tense as he inquired, "Miss Zhou, how do you intend to handle these individuals?" Zhou Jiayue cast a glance at him, shrugged her shoulders with an innocent expression, and said, "I don't intend to intervene. I merely wish for them to be quiet for a while. After all, they are from your building 4, so it would be inappropriate for me to meddle." Upon hearing this, Yu Chong's lips twitched uncontrollably, internally criticizing. If only you would sheath a knife in your hand, your argument might hold more weight. However, such words were far too perilous for Yu Chong to voice, as he valued his life too dearly. Zhou Jiayue paused momentarily before continuing. "However, if these individuals are released without receiving the supplies, it would be you, the ones who have exchange for goods, who would suffer the consequences." Upon hearing this, the crowd indeed became increasingly agitated. Someone softly proposed, "Then let us keep them bound. After all, they're not virtuous individuals." This suggestion garnered unanimous agreement. "Yes, bind them. They have harmed so many. We cannot easily let them go." It was indeed true. The meager supplies provided by the rescue team had barely been touched by my family before they were entirely pilfered by these brutes, leaving us, a family of 4, to endure hunger for several days. We cannot grant them leniency. Yes, bind them. Bind them. Bind them. The smile at the corners of Zhou Jiayue's mouth broadened, indicating that everyone had reached a consensus. Henceforth, this matter would be entrusted to your building to handle, and we outsiders shall refrain from further involvement. The protection period is set for 2 days. It is impractical for her to remain vigilant throughout this time. They must learn to fend for themselves as well. Yu Chong, being astute to the situation, immediately addressed Zhou Jiayue and her companions, expressing, "We must extend our heartfelt gratitude to Miss Zhou for her timely intervention, aiding us in apprehending these malignant elements. Without your assistance, these individuals would have continued to wreak havoc on many more lives. On behalf of Building 4, I once again thank Miss Zhou for her generous support." This heartfelt declaration not only alleviated the previous discord with Zhou Jiayue, but also solidified his standing and position within Building 4. Zhou Jiayue chose not to expose his subtle intentions, smiling gently as she nodded and remarked, "It's all trivial matters." Through her endeavors in Building Number 4, Zhou Jiayue made significant progress in her task. Current number of individuals assisted, 148. 100 completed. Current heartfelt gratitude received, 83. 100. Countdown, 7 days on her journey back. She gazed at the task progress and let out a soft sigh. The challenge of earning genuine gratitude had become even more arduous than before. Among the 70 individuals rescued from Building Number 4, only 22 expressed sincere appreciation. This was the result even after her careful selection. Zhou Jiayue's brow unconsciously furrowed. Calamity indeed has the power to erode one's will and virtue. Perhaps, as time progresses, there will come a day when the sincerity and innocence of all people are utterly diminished, and malevolence is magnified without restraint. The ugliness of the human heart will be laid bare in all its grotesqueness, permeating every corner with filth and corruption. On that fateful day, humanity will inevitably face a self-destructive demise. Contemplating such an outcome left Zhou Jiayue inexplicably agitated. In her previous life, she had survived merely 3 years in the apocalypse, a result born of desperate struggle. Until the day of her demise, humanity continued to grapple hopelessly with various natural disasters, failing to establish a new order. Zhou Jiayue exhaled deeply, her inner turmoil akin to the surging undercurrents concealed beneath the torrential rain. Chapter 50, Relying on Us. Building 5, Room 1303. Ah, Song. What is the matter with you? Where is your brother-in-law? Didn't he go to look for you? Sister, I told you long ago that Tubiozi is unreliable. Upon seeing Tu Hu, Lieben felt a pang of guilt and swallowed hard. For it was indeed awkward to be caught speaking ill of someone behind their back. Yet, this sentiment was fleeting. Within 2 seconds, Lieben glared furiously at Tu Hu and turned to his parents, lamenting, "Dad, Mom, Those people in 1803 are too much. I approached them politely to exchange supplies, but they saw me as an easy target and demanded exorbitant prices. I tried to reason with them to protect my gold, and in return, I was beaten, and they took half of my gold. Li Bin opened his backpack for all to see, revealing that it indeed contained only half of the gold. Most likely, the other half had been secretly hidden away by Li Bin himself. Tu Hu's expression darkened. He was about to speak when he caught the furious gazes of Li's parents directed at him. Xiao Tu, what kind of brother-in-law are you? You were supposed to check on him, and this is how you did it? Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to respond, Dad, Mom. Those people are not someone we can provoke, and what happened is just Xiao Bin's account. There might be misunderstandings we are not aware of. What do you mean, Tu Hu? Are you implying that I am lying? Li Bin's face turned crimson with indignation as he pointed accusingly at Tu Hu, his demeanor betraying his excessive guilt. However, Li's parents were oblivious to their son's insecurity, perceiving only his immense grievance. They wasted no time in expressing their displeasure. Glaring at Tu Hu, Xiao Tu, when Xiao Bin said you were turning against us, we were initially skeptical, but now you openly doubt him in front of us. Do you not regard us as family? Xiao Bin is right. You have never considered us as kin. Do not forget, your achievements and everything you have gained today are all thanks to us. Listening to these accusations and reproaches, Tu Hu felt a severe headache. He and a Li family hailed from the same village. When he was young, his parents had perished in an accident while working away from home, and his family had no relatives in the area, having migrated from another province. It was the Li family that took him in, later supporting him through high school. He worked hard and succeeded, gaining admission to a respectable university. A grateful soul, he toiled during summer breaks to cover his first-year tuition and, throughout his college years, worked diligently, not only refraining from taking any money from the Li family, but also managing to send them 500 each month. After graduating, he secured a position at a foreign enterprise, consistently remitting funds to the Li family over the course of 10 years, eventually rising to an executive position. During this period, he worked tirelessly to earn money, having no thoughts of starting a family. One day, the Li family unexpectedly approached him, and upon learning he was still single, inquired if he would consider marrying Li Shanshan. Li Shanshan was 5 or 6 years his junior, and her academic performance had been rather lackluster, leading her to enter the workforce after completing middle school. While living with the Li family, he had always regarded Li Shanshan as a younger sister, but after entering university, their paths had seldom crossed. Years later, when he encountered Li Shanshan again, he found her transformed into a beautiful young woman. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no attraction. After all, men are visual creatures. Yet, Tu was not one to act impulsively. Before contemplating marriage, he earnestly inquired about Li Shanshan's feelings. If she were unwilling, he would not press the matter, and he would communicate this to her parents. He knew that Mr. and Mrs. Li held traditional views, favoring sons over daughters, and he was aware that Li Shanshan lacked significant influence in her household, so he had considered all aspects carefully. To his surprise, Li Shanshan agreed. After marrying, Tu dedicated himself even more to his work, for he now had a wife to support. He could no longer live as he had when he was alone, with carefree abandon. The apartment in Tianjin community was purchased as their marital home. 3 years into their marriage, when he learned that Li Shanshan was expecting, Tu could scarcely contain his joy. Mr. and Mrs. Li also moved in around that time, ostensibly to assist in caring for Li Shanshan. Tu had no objections, as he was often busy at work and lacked the time to offer much assistance. However, he did not anticipate that Mr. and Mrs. Li would bring along Li Bin's family. Li Bin, for years younger than Li Shanshan, was the apple of his parents' eye and had just married in March. As he was also his brother-in-law, Tu felt compelled to accept their presence. Shortly after the Li family settled in, a torrential downpour began. Tu took a deep breath and cast a pleading glance at Li Shanshan, only to receive a disdainful roll of her eyes in return. A chill of despair washed over him, leaving him feeling utterly drained. Seeing Tu's silence only fueled Mr. and Mrs. Li's resolve. Fine, if you won't help Li Bin, we'll handle it ourselves. We don't believe they would dare lay a hand on the elderly. Tu wiped his face, thinking that was not necessarily true. To his astonishment, Li Bin, Noticing Tu Hu's expression, shouted to Li Shanshan, "Sister, why are you just standing there? Hurry and stop them. Don't delay us in collecting our debts." Li Shanshan fronat, reluctantly approaching with an expression of impatience as she grabbed Tu Hu's arm. He dared not retaliate against her, simply watching in anxious desperation as Li Bin led Mr. and Mrs. Li out the door. Feeling helpless, Tu Hu shouted towards the corner where Han Yuanyuan stood, "Sister-in-law, quickly stop them, or something terrible will happen." The gang at 1803 is not to be trifled with. Chapter 51. Concealed hatred. Han Yuanyuan stood in the corner, her head bowed, attempting to diminish her presence. When she was called by Tu Hu, she trembled in fear, lowering her head even further, her hands entwined and biting her lip, emitting a choked sound. I dare not." Although Tu Hu could not discern her expression, the trepidation in her voice made it clear that she was not trustworthy. He took a deep breath, suppressing his inner anxiety, and turned to Li Shanshan with a serious gaze. "Shanshan, you must let go." Li Shanshan did not respond or look at him, merely gripping him tightly to prevent his departure. "Shanshan, if you continue to obstruct me, you will endanger Xiaobin and the others. The occupants of 1803 are not easily persuaded. If our parents cause a scene, they will surely provide us with supplies. And the situation in Building 5 would have already escalated. Shanshan, trust me, I would never harm Xiaobin and the others." Upon hearing this, Li Shanshan hesitated. For Tu Hu rarely displayed such solemnity. He was usually cheerful, even when she lost her temper. Yet, when he became serious, it indicated the gravity of the situation. Frustrated, she stamped her foot and ultimately released her grip, albeit with a harsh tone. "Then hurry up. If anything happens to my parents or Xiaobin, you can forget about this child." Her words ignited a sense of urgency in Tu Hu, yet he recognized that Li Shanshan was capable of such reckless actions. Gritting his teeth, he rushed out. Han Yuanyuan, concealed in the shadows, observed everything like a voyeur, carefully maintaining her hidden state. After Tu Hu dashed out, Li Shanshan turned in circles, and upon spotting Han Yuanyuan, could not help but mock. What a useless person. With her head lowered, Han Yuanyuan remained silent even under the scorn, as quiet as a wooden post. Tu Hu felt a surge of anxiety within him, climbing up and down. Already exhausted, but unable to pause, fearing that Li Bin and the others might encounter the occupants of 1803 before he did. Li Shanshan's words pierced his heart like a dagger. He believed he had treated her well. Since their marriage, he had rarely refused her reasonable requests. They had lived together for 3 whole years, yet apart from the initial tenderness, she had since revealed her true nature, no longer able to maintain the facade. He could not comprehend why she had agreed to marry him if she did not truly like him. Perhaps it was the early loss of his parents that made him value familial ties so deeply. Despite Li Shanshan's lack of affection, he treated her with kindness. For in his heart, their marriage implied she was now his kin, his responsibility. Moreover, with her now pregnant, he was on the brink of having his own child, a continuation of his life, a true flesh and blood. He was elated, thus allowing the Li family to gradually take advantage of him. However, Li Shanshan's words fell upon him like a bucket of cold water, threatening to extinguish the flames of hope within him. Unlike him, she did not yearn for the arrival of this child. She could even wield the life and death of the baby as a means of coercion against him. With a bitter twist of his lips, Tu Hu shook his head, forcing himself to dismiss such thoughts. He needed to hurry and stop Li Bin and the others. At that very moment, while Li Bin was scouring the area with his parents in search of someone, Zhou Jiayue and her companions had already departed from Building 5 for quite some time. Li Bin searched through the 18th floor, but found no one, and in his frustration, he kicked over the tables and chairs in room 1803. When Tu Hu caught up, he witnessed Li Bin venting his anger on the furniture. Relieved, Tu Hu was thankful that they had not encountered one another. Li Bin, still harboring suspicions from their previous interactions, coldly scoffed and turned away, feigning goodwill. Tu Hu, however, felt constrained in front of Li Bin's parents and refrained from saying anything too harsh, recognizing that it would only escalate tensions. With a sigh, he offered a wry smile to Li Bin's parents. "Say, Mom, Dad, I was in the wrong. I was just worried about Xiaobin and spoke out of turn. Please don't hold it against me." Seeing Tu Hu's sincere demeanor, Li Bin's parents reluctantly acknowledged him with a grunt. Tu Hu deliberately referred to the child in Li Shanshan's womb as their grandson, knowing well that Li Bin's parents favored boys. Upon hearing this, their resolve wavered as they exchanged glances, and Li Mother drew Li Bin closer. For a moment, Li Bin, having already been battered by the wind for several minutes, felt his own resolve falter. However, since it was Tu Hu who had spoken, he felt a surge of displeasure. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, his attention was drawn to a commotion outside the window. What on earth? Why are there so many people gathered by the window? He wondered aloud. As he approached the window to peer outside, he focused intently and spotted 2 kayaks that had just arrived at Building 4. Li Bin squinted his eyes, and after observing for a while, he suddenly shouted, "Damn it, they've managed to escape to Building 4. Tu Hu and Li Bin's parents had already crowded around the window by the time Li Bin uttered his first words, and they too caught sight of the 2 kayaks reaching the opposite building. Unaware of the full context, Li Bin's parents simply accepted his assertion. As for Tu Hu, he silently regarded the Li family before choosing to remain silent. There was little he could do. The individuals they sought were no longer in that building, and they had no means, such as boats, to traverse the floodwaters in pursuit. Unbeknownst to anyone, Han Yuan, who was being pulled along by Li Bin, concealed a deep-seated loathing and hatred behind her hair, which veiled her eyes. Back in Building 5, Zhou Jiayue tossed a bottle of injury ointment to Yang Qin before he departed. She had not spent any points. It was self-prepared. "There's one more trip this afternoon. Don't drop the ball," she stated coolly before shouldering a canvas bag filled with books and gold exchanged from Building 4 and turning to leave. Zhou Jiayue and Zhou Guan each carried one, though not as heavy as that of Zhou Jiayue. Chapter 52. Task accomplished. Upgrade of the Golden House. Upon returning to 2701, Zhou Jiayue placed the items exchanged from Building 4 into the little yellow house in the interdimensional space. She then accessed the information page. Current points: 20240. Zhou Jiayue slowly exhaled, contemplating her plans to visit the other buildings in the afternoon. After completing her tasks, she intended to immerse herself in her studies for a few days, confident that she could amass 30,000 points before the onset of the extreme cold. Following a brief respite after lunch, Zhou Jiayue set out once more, this time choosing to explore the nearby Building 6, which was relatively close to Building 5. In the afternoon, Zhou Jiayue remained exuberant, seemingly endowed with boundless energy and vitality. Zhou Guan waved his hand while holding a thermos, lamenting that his old limbs could no longer endure, and urged his foolish son to go instead. Now, observing him reclined comfortably in a massage chair, with peanuts and sunflower seeds at hand, a computer before him broadcasting a patriotic drama, and a footbath at his feet, he appeared utterly at ease. Zhou Lihua felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, but refrained from calling out his father, reluctantly complying with the elder's directive. Zhou Lihua donned a sullen expression as he gathered his belongings and followed suit. Upon seeing Zhou Jiayue descend, he promptly rose and approached her. Zhou Lihua, having never encountered Yang Qin before, inquired with a hint of surprise, "Who might this be?" Yang Qin, displaying utmost politeness, greeted her. "Hello, I am Yang Qin. Miss Zhou is my savior." He refrained from presuming a friendship. "No wonder I thought so, had it not been for the life-saving grace. Who would dare to befriend someone with my sister's tempestuous temperament?" Zhou Jiayue's forehead throbbed with veins, her fists subtly clenched. With a forced smile that failed to reach her eyes, she gazed at Zhou Jiayue and said through gritted teeth, "What did you just say?" Before Zhou Jiayue had the chance to plead for mercy, Yang Qin, somewhat anxiously, interjected, "No, Miss Zhou is quite delightful." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiayue cast a glance at Yang Qin and let out a snort, acknowledging his perceptiveness. Zhou Lihua gazed at the 3 individuals with a cheerful demeanor, his eyes flitting between Zhou Jiayue and Yang Qin, appearing contemplative. Subsequently, the group ceased their lingering and, after spending approximately 20 minutes, arrived at Building Number 6. The number of occupants in Building Number 6 was fewer than that of Building Number 4. While Building Number 4 housed 112 individuals, Building Number 6 contained only 93. Following a thorough evaluation and selection process, Only 60 individuals qualified for assistance. Fortunately, they garnered 18 gratitude points, narrowly fulfilling their objective. Congratulations, host, on completing Rescue Mission 1. Rewards are now being dispensed. Rewards have been allocated to the host's backpack. The system is set to undergo an upgrade, anticipated to last 30 minutes. During this period, the system will be inaccessible to the host. Please prepare yourself mentally. Zhou Jiayue blinked, and upon hearing the system's notification, an inexplicable sense of foreboding enveloped her. What does Rescue Mission 1 entail? Does it imply the existence of Rescue Missions 2, 3, 4, and 5? Zhou Jiayue was so enraged that she contemplated cursing the Tongzi, yet the Tongzi had already ascended, leaving her unable to penetrate the system space with her consciousness. The system marketplace was also inaccessible. Fortunately, the interstitial space remained open to her. Zhou Jiayue inhaled deeply, closed her eyes momentarily, and quickened her movements. She gazed at the second hand on her wrist, mentally counting down. 3, 2, 1. Ding! System upgrade complete. The Golden House is at your service. The instant that cold, mechanical voice of the system resonated, Zhou Jiayue's consciousness had already penetrated the Golden House. Within this singular, square study, identical to her initial encounter, countless volumes of collected books adorn the shelves. As for those acquired through scanning, they would automatically manifest as a book, placed neatly on the shelf upon completion of scan. Logically, such a solitary study could not accommodate all these tomes. Yet the Golden House's study resembled an infinite expanse, perpetually welcoming the next book to be gathered. Zhou Jiayue circled the entire study, but found nothing amiss. Just as she was about to inquire, a section of the wall suddenly rippled like water. Moments later, the undulating surface revealed the outline of a door. At the top of the door hung a gilded plaque inscribed with the words "Training Ground." Flanking the door stood a sword and a dagger. Zhou Jiayue approached to take a closer look. The sword gleamed with a resplendent golden hue, perfectly embodying the essence of the Golden House. One side of the blade was intricately engraved with celestial bodies, while the other depicted landscapes and flora. Delicate inscriptions adorned the hilt. And as Zhou Jiayue leaned in for a better view, she inadvertently caught a glimpse that left her feeling dizzy and disoriented. Zhou Jiayue swiftly closed her eyes, and after a considerable while, the sensation of dizziness gradually subsided. Zhou Jiayue furrowed her brows, for she possessed little knowledge of weaponry, and merely sensed the sword exuded an aura of malevolence. Perhaps sensing her thoughts, the Golden House retorted with irritation. This is the sacred sword forged from the divine copper of the Mountain of the Gods, suffused with the laws of heaven and earth. How could a mere mortal such as yourself comprehend its essence? Zhou Jiayue felt as though she had stumbled upon something of monumental significance. The gods? The sword of the sacred path? The laws of heaven and earth? The Golden House? Oh no, I'll let slip. Hey, why are you silent? System? Little Huang? Huang. No matter how Zhou Jiayue called out, the Golden House resolutely chose to remain unresponsive. Zhou Jiayue squinted her eyes and let out a disdainful snort. It seemed that this system had concealed many things from her. Realizing that she could not extract any meaningful information, Zhou Jiayue ceased her futile efforts. Due to the lingering shadow cast by the golden sword, she prudently refrained from glancing at the crimson long knife on the other side. Zhou Jiayue traversed the realm of blades and stood resolutely before the grand entrance. Surely, this training ground was not beyond the realm of discussion. The Golden House coughed lightly. This is the outcome of the system upgrade. Pray tell, hasn't the host always been troubled by the lack of formal training? This training ground can fulfill the aspirations of all martial artists, be it traditional martial arts or contemporary self-defense techniques. Anything the host can conceive can be found within this arena. The notion of learning anything seemed too good to be true to Zhou Jiayue. Indeed, the Golden House chuckled. It simply requires a bit of merit points. Zhou Jiayue had grown weary of the sarcasm. As for the novice tutorial, let it not be said that it too requires points. The Golden House intended to convey a different sentiment, yet as the words lingered on the tip of its tongue, it transformed into, the novice tutorials are entirely complimentary. The host truly underestimates our system. Zhou Jiayue chuckled softly. It would be best. In Chapter 53, The Green-Clad Maiden and the White Ape. The novice tutorial flickered through Zhou Jiayue's mind. After standing in place for a few seconds, she placed a single hand upon the grand door before her. The moment her hand made contact, the door responded as if the surface of a tranquil lake had been disturbed, rippling outward in concentric waves, centered around Zhou Jiayue's touch, extending infinitely into the distance. Zhou Jiayue's hand effortlessly traversed the door that resembled a mirror-like lake. Following that, her entire being was engulfed within. On the other side of the door lay a vast expanse of starry sky, akin to the cosmos itself. An overwhelming sense of insignificance arose within her. She felt as if, in this moment, she were as trivial as dust across the ages, as minuscule as a grain of sand in the boundless ocean. Stars twinkled and danced around her. Zhou Jiayue gazed in astonishment at the myriad of twinkling lights surrounding her, reminiscent of fireflies. Through the starlight, she faintly discerned figures encased within the radiant glow, along with weapons symbolizing conflict. Having perused the novice tutorial, Zhou Jiayue understood that each celestial body represented a unique martial arts technique. They sparkled brilliantly in the vast cosmos, collectively forming the Milky Way of martial arts. As the host of the Golden House, Zhou Jiayue was granted a singular opportunity to learn for free. After steadying her thoughts, she closed her eyes and focused her mind. The objects within the starry expanse grew increasingly vivid, and amidst the countless figures and weapons, a verdant bamboo stick captivated her attention. Curiously guiding her thoughts closer, she realized that the starlight encompassing the green bamboo was swiftly approaching her. The light drew nearer, expanding in size, and Zhou Jiayue opened her eyes in astonishment, only to find the starlight had already enveloped her. Before she could evade it, she was engulfed by the radiant glow. In the next moment, Zhou Jiayue found herself tumbling into a fragrant bamboo grove, alive with the sounds of chirping birds. The warm golden sun hung high in the sky, and the bamboo forest whispered softly in the gentle breeze. Birds flitted among the leaves, calling to one another, while in the distance, a pavilion constructed of bamboo could be faintly seen. Zhou Jiayue fell heavily to the ground, letting out a muffled groan of pain, realizing she was in an unfamiliar environment. She quickly rose to her feet. With a wary gaze, she scanned her surroundings, fervently calling out for the Golden House in her mind. Zhou Jiayue pressed her lips tightly together. The beginner's tutorial merely informed her that each star in the martial arts galaxy represented a unique technique. Yet it failed to disclose the consequences of their touch. A poor review indeed. Zhou Jiayue surveyed her surroundings before her gaze settled upon the distant bamboo cottage. Taking a deep breath, she clenched her fists and stepped purposefully toward the dwelling. Zhou Jiayue fell just 200 meters away from the bamboo cottage. As she approached, she could hear the soft laughter of a woman emanating from within. "Yuan Gong, this time you have truly lost." Zhou Jiayue took a deep breath, intending to knock on the door. However, as her hand was just raised, the bamboo door before her swung open of its own accord. Zhou Jiayue was astonished. The tea had been brewed, and she graciously invited him to partake. Zhou Jiayue beheld a young woman clad in a green robe, adorned with a radiant smile. Seated within the bamboo dwelling, the young lady possessed exquisite features, her lustrous black hair elegantly secured with a jade bamboo twig, half cascading down her back. She donned an apricot-hued garment, over which was draped a verdant long robe. Her alabaster fingers delicately toyed with a black obsidian chess piece. Opposite her sat a towering white ape, garbed in attire reminiscent of a young womaness. Upon noticing Zhou Jiayue's gaze, the white ape bared its teeth in a grin before turning its head away, engrossed in the intricacies of the chessboard before it. "Dear friend," the young woman called out, "the tea is growing cold. Are you certain you do not wish to partake?" Zhou Jiayue pressed her lips together and stepped into the bamboo hut. After taking a seat beside her, she finally discerned that the woman and the white ape were engaged in a game of Go. Zhou Jiayue's lips twitched, and she hastily took a sip of tea to calm her nerves. However, upon tasting it, she nearly sputtered it out, struggling to maintain her composure. She inwardly lamented the craft that could render tea more bitter than traditional medicine. "Are you truly the master who teaches me martial arts?" The woman nodded, indicating that she was indeed. Zhou Jiayue furrowed her brows, pondering the meaning of what constitutes. There was no urgency in practicing martial arts. It was time for dinner. New mushrooms had sprouted in the woods. Tonight, she would prepare a delightful dish of little birds stewed with mushrooms. After her musings, the young woman cheerfully pushed the door open, grasping the basket and hoe at the entrance of the courtyard, humming a tune incomprehensible to Zhou Jiayue. She briskly made her way towards the bamboo grove. Zhou Jiayue initially intended to pursue the woman for clarification, but upon witnessing her swift movements, she relinquished that thought and remained quietly in the bamboo house. The pace was too swift for her to keep up. Within the bamboo dwelling, only Zhou Jiayue and the white ape, clad in human attire, remained. Naturally, her gaze fell upon the white ape, who sat perplexed before a chessboard. Sensing Zhou Jiayue's scrutiny, the white ape cast her a sidelong glance before turning its back on her. Zhou Jiayue. She had already been missing for nearly 2 hours, and it was about time for dinner at home. If she could not locate her, it was highly probable that old Zhou and the others would take the risk of venturing out. Regardless of the outcome, she had to make her departure. "Please inform me of the method to leave this place." The system was unresponsive, leaving her reliant on this solitary human before her for assistance. To her surprise, the woman in the green attire cast a peculiar glance at Zhou Jiayue and shook her head, indicating that she too was powerless. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiayue's expression shifted dramatically. How could it be? Observing that the woman's demeanor seemed genuine, Zhou Jiayue's composure began to unravel bit by bit. Was there truly no way out? Do not be alarmed. The flow of time here differs from the outside world. Even if you remain here for 10 or 15 days, only a brief moment will have passed outside. After a bird had been stripped of its feathers, the woman in green gestured for Zhou Jiayue to come closer, smilingly inquiring, "Can you cook?" Completely unaware of the immense shock her previous words had inflicted upon Zhou Jiayue. Chapter 54. Is this plan feasible? Upon learning about the differing flow of time, Zhou Jiayue's anxiety slightly abated. With a complex expression, she accepted the naked little bird with its neck twisted, hesitantly asking, "So, do I just do it like this?" The green-clad woman blinked, looking at Zhou Jiayue with confusion. What else would you do?" Zhou Jiayue gently rubbed her forehead, realizing she was dealing with a culinary novice even more inexperienced than herself. At least she knew to remove the entrails. She couldn't help but wonder if the woman in blue had ever actually cooked before. With a sigh, Zhou Jiayue chose not to burden herself further and retrieved the long-stored hot pot from her spatial pocket. Previously preoccupied with hoarding, she had overlooked the perfect opportunity to take it out. Now, however, she could openly enjoy it. The reason she felt emboldened to extract objects in front of the woman in blue was that the latter was undeniably extraordinary. With her bamboo staff and white ape, if Zhou Jiayue was not mistaken, she was a remarkable woman recorded in history who single-handedly aided the Jiayue tribe in dominating the world. The fact that she existed in this space in such a form, and showed no surprise at Zhou Jiayue's ability to conjure objects seemingly from thin air, suggested that she was well aware of the existence of the Golden House. Just as Zhou Jiayue had anticipated, even upon witnessing her conjuration, the woman in blue displayed no astonishment, her eyes sparkling with eagerness as she focused on the steaming hot pot. How delightful! I recognize this. If memory serves, it's called hot pot. Who would have thought that after several centuries, I would once again indulge in hot pot? Such nostalgia, with a hot pot at hand. The woman in blue dismissed the bird, releasing all those alive, while lamenting the fate of those who had perished. Zhou Jiayue quietly listened to the mutterings of the woman in the green attire. After placing the hot pot upon a bamboo square table, the woman eagerly picked up a slice of beef tripe. This is the flavor, she exclaimed, just as she reached for her second piece. A sudden whirlwind swept past her. Zhou Jiayue had just tidied her tousled hair when she heard an indignant accusation from beside her. "Well, how dare you secretly indulge in a feast without me?" Zhou Jiayue exclaimed in astonishment. Goodness, the monkey has spoken. He chuckled. I certainly do not possess such a thing. Do not wrongfully accuse me, my dear friend, for it was brought by a companion. The woman in the green attire rolled up her sleeves, and, as she spoke, she indulged in yet another portion of lamb hot pot. The white ape shot Zhou Jiayue a reproachful glance while clutching his bowl and began to devour his meal with fervor. The duo, a man and a monkey, consumed their food with remarkable haste, as if they had not eaten in centuries, their chopsticks moving with such speed they appeared to leave trails in the air. Zhou Jiayue stared blankly, swallowing hard. Before she could even pick up her chopsticks, the pot was already completely empty. Zhou Jiayue realized that the master of the hot pot had yet to take a single bite. After the girl in the green attire finished her last morsel, she awkwardly cleared her throat. How about adding some small mushrooms? She suggested, only to decisively decline. Observing the satisfied duo, Zhou Jiayue tugged at the corners of her mouth. Once they had wiped their lips clean, she leisurely produced a serving of cumin and sweet chili-flavored fried chicken. With a smile, she remarked, No worries, I have more. The girl in green and the white ape stared at Zhou Jiayue as she elegantly savored her fried chicken, a soft gulp escaping their throats in unison. Would admitting to being hungry lead to a reprimand? Zhou Jiayue paid no heed to the mournful gazes of both the individual and the monkey. Having devoured an entire pot of hot pot, did they still dare to temper with fried chicken? Let them salivate. After finishing a generous serving of double-flavored fried chicken, Zhou Jiayue found herself merely 80% full. However, as night had fallen, that was more than sufficient. Once she had finished her meal, she turned to the individuals and the monkey lingering beside her and inquired with a smile, Is there anything else? The white monkey, infuriated, stomped his feet, snorted, and then swiftly darted out the door, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the woman in green awkwardly touched her nose and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, suggested, You may stay in the bamboo house for the night. There happens to be a vacant room that has yet to be occupied. Zhou Jiayue, ever accommodating, nodded in agreement, acknowledging the trouble that lay ahead. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a cold moon hung in the sky. Countless stars twinkled in the clear night sky. Within the bamboo house, the unique fragrance of the bamboo and wood permeated the air, the subtle scent seemingly possessing a soothing effect on the soul. Zhou Jiayue reclined upon the wooden bed adorned with a woolen blanket, her previously restless heart gradually finding peace in this moment. It seemed implausible that there was truly no means of departing from this place. The presence of the woman in azure attire did not evoke surprise in her, suggesting that encountering the stars within the martial arts galaxy and subsequently appearing in another temporal realm was a phenomenon deemed normal. Furthermore, the woman's words today hinted that others had likely ventured here before. The absence of those predecessors indicated that departure was indeed possible. Perhaps it was merely a matter of fulfilling certain conditions. Zhou Jiayue pondered all the possibilities. The training ground, martial arts. Could it be that one must reach a certain level of proficiency or defeat the instructor to gain freedom? With countless thoughts swirling in her mind, Zhou Jiayue fell into a deep slumber. The next day, she awoke to the crowing of roosters. As the morning light gently illuminated the world, Zhou Jiayue opened her window and beheld the scene outside. A woman clad in green was wielding a bamboo staff, her movements so swift that they were barely discernible. The woman's demeanor was now utterly transformed from the playful cat-like figure of the previous day. At this moment, she exuded an aura of cold determination, reminiscent of a battle-hardened general who had fought valiantly amidst legions. The bamboo staff was wielded with such skill that it appeared to be a divine weapon. After the final strike, Zhou Jiayue observed as a sturdy bamboo tree, 3 meters away, began to topple slowly. Such astonishing prowess! Zhou Jiayue's eyes widened in astonishment. After retracting her move, the woman in the azure attire offered a faint smile at Zhou Jiayue in the bamboo loft. In the next moment, she appeared by Zhou Jiayue's side, gazing at her with eager anticipation. Are you having breakfast? Zhou Jiayue. The towering figure that had just been established shattered in an instant. Zhou Jiayue approached the wooden table in the room and poured herself a glass of water. Breakfast was Of course, essential. After all, she was but a mortal being, and neglecting to eat would lead to hunger, which, if prolonged, could be fatal. However, the dilemma lay in whether she should dine alone or invite another to join her. After leisurely finishing her water, Zhou Jiayue inquired, "Shall we commence the martial arts training today?" The woman in the green attire blinked and responded enthusiastically, "Of course." A smile graced Zhou Jiayue's face as she retrieved a freshly prepared portion of fried chicken from her space and offered it to the green-clad woman. With the adage to soften the heart is to shorten one's hand in mind, the woman, having savored Zhou Jiayue's fried chicken, presented her with the training plan she had hastily prepared overnight. Chewing her food, she mumbled indistinctly, "Every morning, after the rooster crows, we shall begin collecting morning dew. In the morning, we practice calligraphy and egg carving. In the afternoon, we train on plum blossom stakes and toss sandbags. And in the evening, we will soak in medicinal baths." Zhou Jiayue gazed at the cryptic training regimen, struggling to decipher the meaning behind the illustrations on the parchment, as suggested by the words of the woman in the blue attire. Doubts clouded her mind. Was this training scheme truly serious? The time for collecting morning dew had passed. She could only wait until after breakfast to practice her calligraphy and carve eggshells. It was only when Zhou Jiayue embarked on her training that she realized the reality was far more complex than the blue-clad woman had indicated. The calligraphy practice involved the use of a brush, which alone weighed 3 pounds, and she was also required to attach a 7-pound weight to her wrist. The morning's task was to produce 1,000 large characters. Zhou Jiayue's body had been enhanced by a physical augment, weighing merely 10 pounds, which she could easily lift. However, as time passed, after composing a mere 200 words, her wrist began to ache, rendering it difficult to raise her arm. In a moment of carelessness, her writing became smudged. Previously, she could carry over 100 pounds without feeling the slightest fatigue. Yet now, with only 10 pounds, her hand trembled slightly. Zhou Jiayue gazed at the faded characters, her brow slightly furrowed. After placing down the brush and the heavy weight, she pinched her wrist, taking a moment before she reattached the weight and grasped the brush once more. In the past, when carrying burdens, she utilized the strength of her entire body, never feeling particularly fatigued. Yet at this moment, the entirety of 10 pounds bore down upon her wrist, proving somewhat unbearable. Chapter 55. Commencing training 2.5 hours swayed by the days, and Zhou Jiayue, with trembling hands, finally managed to complete 1,000 large characters. The instant she set down the brush, a woman in a blue robe approached from the side, examining the characters Zhou Jiayue had penned. After a brief moment, the woman lifted her gaze to Zhou Jiayue, offering a gentle smile as she remarked, "It is somewhat better than I had anticipated. However, there remains a distance to reach proficiency. My young friend, further diligence is required." Zhou Jiayue nodded silently. The 1,000 characters were only coherent in the initial few hundred. As it progressed, though devoid of embellishment, they became increasingly askew and lacked structural integrity. After providing guidance on the calligraphy, the woman in blue retrieved several eggs from her ample sleeves. Handing Zhou Jiayue a carving knife, she smiled and said, "I kindly ask you to carve a small bird on the surface of the eggshell before lunch." Once Zhou Jiayue accepted the knife, the woman in blue gracefully descended the stairs, her hair gently swaying as she hummed the peculiar tune she had heard the day before. Zhou Jiayue gazed at the few eggs left on the table, let out a sigh, and, having patted the surface with a piece of burlap, resignedly picked up one to begin her carving. As anticipated, all the eggs succumbed to the first incision. In her failure to control the pressure, she inadvertently nicked her finger. A few minutes later, after disinfecting her finger and applying a bandage, she looked at the eggs, now resembling game props reset to their original state. Her gaze heavy with contemplation. Stretching her fingers to thoroughly ease the stiffness in her wrist, she resumed her grip on the carving knife. Focusing her mind, she attempted to lighten the pressure of her hand. Crack! Another failure. Although a sense of vexation brewed within her, it only fueled her determination to persevere. Zhou Jiayue, undeterred by superstition, persistently engaged in a battle of wills with an egg, continuously adjusting her angle and force. At long last, after an arduous hour and a half, She succeeded in etching an abstract bird, composed of an irregular oval and two triangles of differing sizes, upon the surface of the egg. Gazing at her creation, Zhou Jiayue nodded in satisfied approval. Zhou Jiayue. I'm about to flip the table, after taking a deep breath with my eyes closed. Zhou Jiayue opened her eyes once more and brought her palm down to shatter the remaining eggs. I can no longer endure this. After quietly waiting for 2 minutes. Once the eggs were completely reset, Zhou Jiayue smirked and smashed them again with a single slap. 2 minutes later, shattered. 2 minutes later, broken. After another 2 minutes, this time, even before Zhou Jiayue's hand fell, the eggs swiftly rolled off the table, at a distance of 1 meter from her. The smooth surface of the eggshell revealed a little face, tearfully exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Once she set down the cloth, she redirected her gaze towards the smooth, round, and accusatory egg spirit. Zhou Jiayue's gaze darkened, and her tone turned ominous as she spoke. "Who granted you the authority to crack open without permission?" Upon hearing this, the small face on the eggshell immediately scrunched up in grievance. Your carving is so ugly." Zhou Jiayue let out a cold laugh, seemingly indicating that you wish to endure further humiliation. Upon hearing this, the egg spirit was instantly terrified and began to wail, "Oh, you wicked woman, you are tormenting me." Zhou Jiayue pressed her fingers against her throbbing temples, inhaled deeply, and then smiled at the little egg spirit with a grin reminiscent of the big bad wolf. "Good children don't cry. Come here. Sister promises not to bully you anymore." The egg spirit hiccuped through its tears, casting a skeptical glance at Zhou Jiayue. You're a fraud." Zhou Jiayue slowly extended 4 fingers, murmuring, "All right, I shall believe you this once." At this moment, she found herself in no haste to carve, propping her chin on her hand as she gazed at it, curiously inquiring, is there a difference between being carved and being shattered? To her, both seemed to result in mere fragments. Dandan swayed its body, responding, "Of course, there is a difference. Sister Aching cast a spell on me. If I were to be carved, it wouldn't hurt. However, being shattered as you just did, well, that certainly stings. There are no other eggs. It is only me. Those are merely the manifestations of Dandan." Zhou Jiayue couldn't help but click her tongue. Then she rolled her eyes and began to confer with Dandan. "How about this? I'll carve it once more, and after you submit your work later, you can split it. This way, you won't have to split it so many times." Dandan hesitated, reluctant, but it truly was quite unsightly. Zhou Jiayue. The fist has become firmer. In order to fulfill her obligations, Zhou Jiayue patiently coaxed. "How could a child possibly be ugly? That's merely a cartoon style. Once you carve it, you will become the most adorable little egg." "Really? Is that true?" "Of course." After a moment of earnest contemplation, the little egg resolved to become the cutest version of itself and thus agreed. "All right then. Go ahead and carve it." Zhou Jiayue gently caressed the smooth head of Dandan before once again etching an abstract bird. This time, there was notable progress. She added several short lines to the triangular body to represent wings and included a small triangle at the front to signify a beak. After setting down her carving knife, Zhou Jiayue, with a twinge of insincerity, complimented the creation, exclaiming how adorable it was. Dandan, puffing up with pride, retorted, "Humph, it knows I am the cutest Dandan." By the time Zhou Jiayue completed her final stroke, the sun had reached its zenith in the sky. A woman in a flowing green robe approached, humming a melody, her delicate hand reaching out to examine the fruits of Zhou Jiayue's labor from the morning. 3 seconds later, an eruption of laughter ensued. Dandan excitedly nudged the woman's fingertip, exclaiming, "Sister Aching, look quickly. Am I not even cuter now?" The woman, wiping away the tears of mirth that had gathered at the corners of her eyes, felt a pang of reluctance to reveal the truth. Yes, Dandan is indeed cuter than before." Dandan, upon hearing this, shyly smiled, saying, "Hee, it's all thanks to that naughty girl Zhou Jiayue." He cleared her throat lightly, prompting Dandan to promptly amend her statement. "It's all thanks to the beautiful sister who helped me carve." The woman in green regarded Zhou Jiayue with a gentle smile, remarking, "Young friend, you are quite clever." Zhou Jiayue was uncertain of what she was referring to and hesitated to respond recklessly. The plum blossom steaks and the sandbag tossing took place simultaneously in the afternoon. At some point, 30 wooden stakes had risen in the open space outside the bamboo house. The woman in green stood outside the circle, instructing Zhou Jiayue to stand atop the plum blossom stakes. It appeared that she was to be used as a target for the sandbag toss. "Little friend, are you ready?" Zhou Jiayue steadied herself, gazing at the woman in the azure attire. After taking a deep breath, she nodded slightly, signaling her readiness. Half an hour later, Zhou Jiayue lay on the ground, her eyes vacantly gazing at the sky. 300 sandbags, without exception, had fallen upon her, and she had repeatedly stumbled and fallen from the plum blossom stakes. If someone were to lift her garments at that moment, they would likely be taken aback by the multitude of bruises adorning her body. The woman in green approached Zhou Jiayue with her hands clasped behind her back, still smiling warmly. "Would you like to try again, my young friend?" Zhou Jiayue discerned the mockery in the eyes of the woman clad in green and, gritting her teeth, declared fiercely again. Chapter 56. Please teach me. Master Aching, the green-clad woman, placed Zhou Jiayue into the medicinal pool that had long been prepared, observing her nearly unconscious visage with a sigh before quietly departing. The pool was infused with a blend of no fewer than 100 medicinal herbs, their properties slowly merging with the water as the steam rose, gradually being absorbed by Zhou Jiayue's body. As the medicinal essence permeated her being, the bruises and injuries that marred her skin visibly began to fade, until they vanished completely. Meanwhile, the water in the medicinal pool, resembling dark ink, continued to lighten. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Zhou Jiayue roused from her semi-conscious state. Upon recognizing her surroundings, she deduced that this must indeed be the medicinal bath spoken of by Master Aching. Sitting upright, she crossed her legs, placed her hands upon her knees, and closed her eyes, assuming a meditative posture. As the temperature of the water gradually cooled to a refreshing chill, the medicinal properties had been fully absorbed. Zhou Jiayue, sensing a shift within, opened her eyes and stepped out of the pool. Zhou Jiayue cleared her throat softly and then took a seat at one side of the square table, gazing at the man and the monkey. She inquired, "What would you like to eat?" Upon hearing this, the woman in the blue attire instantly brightened. "Do you have anything else to eat?" Zhou Jiayue nodded, contemplating the delights of roast chicken, roasted duck, hamburgers, pizza, hot and sour noodles, and spicy hot pot. Before she could finish her list, the woman in blue could hardly contain her excitement and rubbed her hands together in anticipation, exclaiming that she wanted them all. The white ape immediately chimed in, expressing his eagerness as well. Consequently, Zhou Jiayue procured 2 portions of each delicacy, one for the woman in blue and the other for the white ape. Setting aside the day's training, the benefits derived from the medicinal pool were profound. Not only had all her bodily aches been completely alleviated, but her meridians felt as though they had been thoroughly unblocked. Emerging from the pool, she felt invigorated, as if her latent potential had been further unearthed. With such significant gains, she had no desire to hoard even a morsel of food. The abundance of dishes was so great that they could barely fit on a single square table. With a wave of her hand, the woman in blue summoned another square table, which promptly appeared to accommodate their feast. Zhou Jiayue ordered herself a serving of hot and sour noodles along with roast duck, accompanied by a chilled cola, indulging in a delightful feast. Once she finished her meal, she turned to the woman in blue and inquired, "What must I fulfill to be permitted to leave?" The woman in blue, nibbling on half a roast chicken, blinked and replied ambiguously, "Ah, isn't it pleasant here? Why does my young friend yearn to depart?" Zhou gazed intently at the woman in the blue attire, her voice calm, yet resolute. "My family is still waiting for me." The white ape slurped a mouthful of spicy hot pot, narrowed his eyes, and casually remarked after glancing at the woman, "When you possess even a fraction of a Qing strength, you shall be free to depart. Now I understand. Thank you." Zhou Jiayue expressed her gratitude to the white ape, then rose and approached the woman in blue. "Please, Master A Qing, teach me." A Qing, gnawing on a roasted chicken, cast a lingering glance at the white ape before letting out a sigh. "It is not that I am unwilling to teach you, but your physical condition, while adequate, lacks a solid foundation. Once you can suspend heavy iron in your hands and flawlessly inscribe 1,000 characters within half an hour, or carve lifelike birds on an eggshell without faltering on a wooden post while evading half of the sandbags, then I shall impart to you my techniques, the true art of vanquishing foes. Zhou Jiayue gazed intently into Qing's eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, she earnestly nodded, affirming her understanding. The following morning, after presenting the half a pound of morning dew she had collected to Qing, Zhou Jiayue commenced her iron practice in calligraphy. With a sense of anticipation ignited within her, she persevered through the discomfort in her wrists, resolutely enduring the strain. Subsequently, she turned to the art of eggshell carving. Drawing from the experience of the previous day, Zhou Jiayue, after allowing her wrists a brief respite, picked up her carving knife to intricately refine her work. However, due to her still nascent mastery of certain lines, she inadvertently shattered several eggs in the process. When the final product emerged, the carved lines appeared somewhat rigid and unrefined. Yet compared to the irregular circles and triangles of the day before, the progress was nothing short of remarkable. During the afternoon's stance and sandbag training, Zhou Jiayue concentrated all her attention on Qing's hands and her own feet. Out of 3,000 attacks, she managed to evade a little over 20. Although the number of successful dodges was negligible compared to the attacks, she only fell from the plum blossom stance 3 times that day. Such improvement astonished even Qing. By the third day, Zhou Jiayue was able to write 500 characters in one breath. Upon completing 1,000 characters, she found her time reduced by a full half hour compared to her first day, and the overall quality of her writing showed no significant difference. The scars on her body were diminishing, yet she continued to absorb the effects of the medicinal pool fully. On the fourth day, Zhou Jiayue accomplished the task of writing 1,000 characters within an hour and a half. The depiction of birds had become so refined that even the downy feathers and sharp talons were intricately detailed. She successfully evaded over 300 attacks. By the fifth day, the morning dew she presented to Qing amounted to 3 pounds. Your growth leaves me in awe. Zhou Jiayue shook her head, saying nothing. On the evening of the 8th day, after concluding all the training, Zhou Jiayue stood before Qing, her body in disarray, struggling to maintain her composure as she laid the completed 1,000-character essay in a bird's eggshell before her. With unwavering determination in her eyes, she implored, "Please, Master Qing, teach me the art of vanquishing foes." She had indeed met the requirements Qing had set forth on that fateful day. Qing gazed upon Zhou Jiayue's resolute visage, and a rare sense of sentiment welled up within her. Very well. With this affirmation, Zhou Jiayue could no longer sustain herself and collapsed. Qing caught the weary girl, whose exhaustion was evident on her youthful face, and let out a sigh, thinking to herself, what a stubborn child. At an indeterminate moment, the white ape appeared beside Qing, casting a glance at the slumbering Zhou Jiayue, revealing a subtle glimmer of admiration in its eyes. Were you not once so? Qing chuckled softly, her expression gentle, as if lost in reminiscence. In those days, it was the old monkey who taught me. Contemplating the pursuit of swordsmanship, Zhou Jiayue awoke early the following day. Upon pushing open the window, she beheld Qing below, transformed in appearance. With her inky hair braided into 2 long, thick plaits and adorned in a brown outfit complemented by a jade ornament on her forehead, she resembled a shepherdess from the grasslands. Qing waved to Zhou Jiayue, saying, "Dear friend, let us commence your sword training today." Chapter 57, Practical Combat. The finest teacher my path is derived from the natural world, effortless yet omnipotent. Young friend, do pay close attention. Upon finishing her words, Qing darted through the bamboo grove, her bamboo staff shifting seamlessly in her grasp, embodying an unstoppable force. The dancing staff became an extension of her being, moving with precision and grace, stirring the air into a cacophony. Moments later, Qing concluded her display. Zhou Jiayue pressed her lips together. Compared to the first day, she could barely discern her own movements. Yet those actions flickered in her mind for merely a fleeting second before vanishing without a trace. Qing seemed to perceive Zhou Jiayue's embarrassment. offering a gentle smile as she kindly inquired, "Dear friend, would you like to see it once more?" Zhou Jiayue nodded in gratitude, and Qing began to move once more. This time, Zhou Jiayue took a deep breath, concentrating intently, her vision sharpening with clarity. As Qing gracefully wielded the bamboo stick, the movements that had previously eluded her memory suddenly materialized in Zhou Jiayue's mind, contrasting vividly with the actions unfolding before her eyes. Zhou Jiayue's gaze suddenly transformed. It was different, utterly different. Zhou Jiayue's breath suddenly grew heavy, and Qing's earlier words abruptly invaded her mind. Is it truly to do nothing, yet accomplish everything? The breeze within the bamboo grove gently lifted the strands of Zhou Jiayue's long hair. Although Qing's actions remained unceasing, Zhou Jiayue had already closed her eyes, as if she had descended into a realm of profound mystery. The bamboo stick that Qing had fashioned for Zhou Jiayue shimmered with a delicate, ethereal glow, its verdant body radiating a hazy luminescence. Zhou Jiayue kept her eyes closed, yet her footsteps moved slowly. The bamboo staff, gripped firmly in her hand, sliced through the air, producing a whistling sound as it followed her movements amidst the trees. Zhou Jiayue's movements were entirely different from those of Qing, yet both possessed an innate grace. At an unknown moment, Qing paused, leaping onto a nearby bamboo branch, meeting the gaze of a suddenly appearing white monkey, and subsequently revealing a smile of admiration. "Monkey Elder, when do you think our young friend will be able to depart?" The white monkey, with its amber eyes glinting, turned to observe the girl wielding a bamboo stick in the forest and grunted softly at the shortest a year, at the longest 3 years. This girl has quite a good understanding, having comprehended it after merely 2 viewings of your demonstration. Yet, Qing's swordsmanship has already reached an extraordinary level. What she demonstrated to the girl was merely a suppression of her might to its lowest state. To achieve even a tenth of her skill is no easy feat. Even so, she must diligently practice daily, without allowing her comprehension to falter, to barely reach the elementary level of martial arts within 3 years, thus meeting the criteria for departure. Upon hearing this, Qing shook her head and smiled. "How about a wager?" The white monkey instantly became alert. A wager on what? Having suffered many losses at the hands of this impudent girl, he was cautious. "Let us wager on the timeline for our young friend's departure. You say 1 year. I say 3 months. The white monkey's eyes widened in astonishment. 3 months? You surely have a high opinion of this girl. Qing merely smiled in silence, adding, "If I lose, I'll share half of the linglong honey with you." Linglong honey. The white monkey's eyes sparkled. This substance was renowned for its ability to purify the spirit. He thought Qing must have lost her senses to suggest that the girl could achieve the elementary level of martial arts in 3 months. If it had been 6 months, he might have hesitated, but 3 months. His heart settled, convinced that he could not possibly lose this time. Thus, he readily agreed. "Very well, I accept the wager." Qing smirked. "And what about your stake, Monkey Elder? It wouldn't be fair to gamble without a wager, would it?" She pointed her slender fingers at the bamboo stick at her waist, smiling. "I recall that your monkey wine is due to be ready this year. How about wagering 20 jars of monkey wine?" Upon hearing monkey wine, the white monkey immediately grasped at Qing's intentions, snorting softly, thinking to himself that this impudent girl was indeed up to no good. However, upon reflecting that he was certain to win this time, he stroked his white beard, which blended seamlessly with his fur, and confidently proclaimed, "Agreed, let it be as you say." The white monkey believed he would finally redeem himself. Meanwhile, Qing merely gazed at the girl in the forest, a flicker of hope glimmering in her eyes. "Young friend, you must strive to excel." Zhou Jiayue remained blissfully unaware that she had become the wager between a man and a monkey. She was immersed in her own realm, attuning herself to the laws of nature. A gentle breeze caressed her, the bamboo leaves whispered softly, and the melodious chirping of birds carried the essence of freedom. Zhou Jiayue's bamboo stick became increasingly graceful in her hands. The movements of Qing gradually crystallized in her mind. She did not attempt to mimic them, but rather to observe. After a considerable time, Zhou Jiayue ceased her actions, standing amidst the bamboo grove, inhaling deeply before slowly opening her eyes, a flicker of brilliance illuminating her gaze. She turned and bowed respectfully to Aching, who perched on a nearby bamboo branch, her eyes sincere in gratitude for the teachings bestowed by her master. Aching smiled and nodded, acknowledging the young disciple's keen intellect. In the ensuing days, Zhou Jiayue devoted most of her time to solitary practice, with Aching occasionally appearing to offer guidance. 3 days later, observing Zhou Jiayue's somewhat restless movements, Aching contemplated and decided to lead her to the far end of the bamboo grove. Before them lay an expansive grassland, the sweeping vista reflecting the wind brushing over the meadows where cattle and sheep grazed. The breathtaking connection between the plains and the sky elicited countless gasps of wonder from Zhou Jiayue. Aching stood atop a small hill, her fingers gently curled at her lips, and upon producing a whistle, a flock of sheep in the distance came rushing towards them. As Zhou Jiayue beheld the flock drawing nearer, the pounding hooves gradually eased. Then the forelegs retracted, while the hind legs tensed and stood upright, transforming into figures clad in white animal hides, resembling sheep-headed beings. Aching chuckled and nudged Zhou Jiayue, asserting that practical experience is the finest teacher. Zhou Jiayue stumbled forward, and upon raising her gaze, she met the fierce and towering figures of the ram-headed warriors. Each of these formidable beings stood at over 2 meters tall, their bodies taut with muscle, embodying the essence of valiant fighters. As she sensed the astonishing aura emanating from the ram-headed beings, Zhou Jiayue's expression grew somber, and she tightened her grip on the bamboo staff in her hand. With the ram-headed warriors encroaching upon her, her heart brimmed with trepidation. Suddenly, the ram-headed warriors launched their assault with remarkable swiftness. Zhou Jiayue narrowly evaded the first attack, only to be caught off guard by a powerful hoof strike to her back. A piercing pain shot through the impacted area, and she gritted her teeth as her bamboo staff swiftly spun around, yet it merely sliced through the air, leaving nothing but a tremor in its wake. The ram-headed warriors emitted sounds that resembled mockery, and Zhou Jiayue found herself with no opportunity to counter. She could only evade their relentless onslaught. The disparity in strength was staggering. The momentary pride brought on by her earlier enlightenment vanished without a trace in the face of such overwhelming adversity. Half an hour later, the whistle of Aching echoed once more, and the ram-headed warriors transformed back into docile sheep. As the flock leisurely dispersed, the scene unveiled a bloodied and disheveled young woman at the center. Zhou Jiayue propped herself up with a bamboo stick, kneeling on the ground, her body marred with injuries. And a wave of dizziness washed over her as she could not restrain herself from spitting out another mouthful of warm, crimson blood. She gazed at the shepherd girl approaching her slowly, a look of shame flickering in her eyes. Master Aching helped Zhou Jiayue to her feet, offering no reproach, but instead smiling gently. My young friend, you must strive even harder. Zhou Jiayue lowered her head, responding in a subdued manner. Yes. Chapter 58. The difficulty has increased. Zhou Jiayue was not indulging in idleness. Each day at the break of dawn, she commenced her collection of morning dew. Following breakfast, she devoted half an hour to practicing calligraphy and another half hour to carving, before embarking on an entire day of swordsmanship training. However, having gleaned a modicum of understanding on her very first day, she felt a sense of premature pride that unsettled her focus. It was only upon recognizing the chasm between herself and her goals that Zhou Jiayue regained her composure. Her battle-worn body could no longer withstand the rigors of further practice. In the palm of her hand, she inscribed 4 characters: beware of arrogance, beware of impatience. Emerging from the medicinal pool, Zhou Jiayue refrained from hastily resuming her sword practice. With her hair cascading freely, she approached her desk, suspending a 15-pound weight of dark iron from her wrist, and continued her unfinished calligraphy. Through her diligent practice, her characters had evolved into sharp, striking forms, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, exuding an overwhelming momentum. Yet in a surprising turn, Zhou Jiayue chose to alter her approach. The once razor-edged strokes transformed into delicate and graceful small scripts. The sharp angles softened, the brilliance concealed, mirroring her tranquil and serene state of mind. Approximately 2 hours later, Zhou Jiayue finally removed the dark iron and set down her brush. Gazing at the elegant 1,000-character script, she exhaled slowly and walked to the window, watching the distant sun descend, yet her heart bore no trace of despair. The sun would rise again, as it always did. A month later, amidst the goat-headed creatures, a single green bamboo struck like thunder. This marked Zhou Jiayue's 5th challenge against the goat-headed beings. In stark contrast to her initial panic and evasion, she now effortlessly dodged all attacks, striking with lethal precision at the opportune moments. One by one, dozens of goat-headed creatures fell before her thrusts and parries. As the last of them collapsed, a Qing stood atop a small hill, chuckling softly as she applauded. Zhou Jiayue raised an eyebrow, and the next moment, a familiar whistle once again escaped from Qing's lips. The injuries on the sheep-headed man had completely healed after transforming into a sheep. One moment he was on the brink of death, and the next he was lively and full of vitality. Zhou Jiayue had grown accustomed to the unusual. The bloodied bamboo stick in her hand remained unput away as she felt the ground tremble with a resounding commotion. In Zhou Jiayue's mind, an alarm was instantly triggered, and she cast a vigilant glance in the direction from which the vibrations emanated. The turf was upheaved as nearly 100 black wild bulls charged toward her. After Qing spoke, her figure gradually became indistinct until it vanished entirely. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiayue's heart sank, yet she dared not allow herself the slightest distraction, for the herd of wild cattle had approached her. With a resounding bellow, the formidable bull charged directly at Zhou Jiayue, its massive horns poised for impact. Zhou Jiayue positioned the bamboo pole horizontally before her, bracing it against the bull's horn, yet she was forcefully propelled backward, sliding away under the relentless charge of the brute. Zhou Jiayue was taken aback, overwhelmed by an immense force. Just as the horns of another formidable bull were about to pierce her back, she gritted her teeth and, using a bamboo stick for support, leapt into the air to resist the bull's might. However, to her astonishment, the two bulls that were on the verge of colliding suddenly transformed into two minotaurs at the very moment of impact. With a subtle shift in their footing, they sidestepped each other, and one of them even seized Zhou Jiayue's feet as she soared upward, twirling her in a circle before flinging her away with great force. Zhou Jiayue rolled on the ground several times before swiftly rising to her feet. Her gaze darkened as she observed a few bull-headed creatures in the distance, now transformed. To her surprise, they exhibited a remarkable sense of coordination. A direct confrontation was out of the question. After evading the oncoming bull-headed beings, Zhou Jiayue sprinted in the opposite direction, only to find that the ordinary wild bulls, which had yet to undergo transformation, were the ones pursuing her most fervently. Zhou Jiayue's gaze flickered as she unexpectedly thrust backward while fleeing. The strike found its mark, and she swiftly withdrew, displaying no inclination to linger. However, the endurance of the herd of wild bulls proved to be more formidable than anticipated, with Zhou Jiayue being the first to falter. Just as she was on the verge of being trampled, a Qing's whistle resonated once more in her ears. The hoof of a bull, mere centimeters from her heart, suddenly froze, and moments later, the herd began to recede like a receding tide. Zhou Jiayue, having narrowly escaped death, lay on the ground, gasping for breath. After roughly wiping her face, she steadied herself with a bamboo pole and gradually rose to her feet. With time, her movements transitioned from sluggishness to fluidity. 10 days later, Zhou Jiayue removed her shackles and, astonishingly, found herself capable of contending with the formidable wild bulls through sheer speed. Both sides stood their ground, unable to gain the upper hand. Another 10 days passed, and the wild bulls could no longer discern Zhou Jiayue's movements, while they searched for the shadow of their adversary. Her bamboo pole had already pierced one of their throats. On a distant hill, a Qing gazed at the girl, standing with her hands behind her back amidst the wild bulls, her eyes brimming with admiration and affection. "Ah, the Monkey King! It seems you shall not be able to take away the exquisite honey after all." Zhou Jiayue could not hear a Qing's whispers. Beneath the vast sky, she gazed upon the fallen wild cattle, her heart devoid of joy or sorrow. After a moment's pause, as the herd retreated under the soothing call of the whistle, She noted the absence of any commencement for the next training session. A Qing approached, gently patting Zhou Jiayue's shoulder with a mysterious smile, suggesting that today as training was sufficient and that she could take a well-deserved rest. At midnight, the silver moon hung high, casting a serene, cold radiance. The usually boisterous bamboo forest was particularly tranquil this night. In the shadows where moonlight did not reach, pairs of chilling green eyes suddenly glimmered. Nearly 1,000 grassland gray wolves had inexplicably breached the barriers, traversing the bamboo grove to locate the bamboo house. They caught the scent of humanity wafting from within, their greedy saliva dripping uncontrollably. The vanguard, lurking in the darkness, had reached the foot of the bamboo house. Following this, a piercing wolf howl rang out, and a dozen vanguards swiftly penetrated the defenseless bamboo dwelling. In the instant the wolf's howl echoed, Zhou Jiayue swiftly opened her eyes, revealing a clarity and composure within their depths. Grasping the bamboo stick position beside her, she immediately initiated both defense and offense as the gray wolf lunged towards her. The initial wave of attackers was effortlessly dispatched. However, it was not long before the entire bamboo hut began to tremble, as if it were on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Zhou Jiayue made a swift decision and leaped from the window of her chamber. She rolled upon landing and rose to her feet, just as the bamboo house behind her collapsed entirely. As she emerged from the ruins, the hidden gray wolves in the forest became agitated with excitement. 1,000 prairie gray wolves encircled Zhou Jiayue, and upon realizing the sheer number of them, even after having faced numerous battles, she couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. With a bitter smile, she remarked, "Master Aching, the difficulty has escalated far too quickly." Chapter 59. The Death of the Wolf King. A howl erupted as the Wolf King issued the command to attack. Upon hearing this chilling cry, Zhou Jiayue's heart skipped a beat, and her gaze instinctively sought the source of the sound, only to be met with a sea of wolves that obscured her view. With no other choice, she gathered her focus and engaged in combat with the gray wolves that leaped towards her. However, the sheer number of wolves was overwhelming. For every wave she repelled, another surged forth. Zhou Jiayue furrowed her brows, her gaze tranquil as she firmly wielded the bamboo staff to guard her surroundings. Lifting her eyes to survey the area, she initially anticipated that Master Aching would be observing her combat from a certain vantage point. However, apart from the endless expanse of gray wolves, there was naught else to be seen. Zhou Jiayue was enveloped in an inexplicable sensation. However, before she could delve deeper into her thoughts, she was abruptly interrupted by a gray wolf with bared fangs leaping forward to tear at her. Zhou Jiayue pressed her lips together, thrusting the bamboo stick forward to lift the corpse of the gray wolf and hurl it forcefully towards the advancing pack. A howl echoed as the gray wolf king, concealed among the throng, issued another command for attack. Zhou Jiayue could distinctly perceive the intensifying onslaught of the wolf pack. Their cold, beastly eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty ferocity, and the drool that dripped from their mouths fell onto the grass, causing the vibrant green blades to wither instantly, emitting a faint sound reminiscent of being scorched by fierce flames. In just a few seconds, the lush green transformed into a parched yellow. Zhou Jiayue's heart sank instantly. Surrounded on all sides, her escape routes were sealed off, and the wolf pack charged at her once more. With nowhere left to retreat, Zhou Jiayue could only brandish her stick in defiance. The wolves moved with astonishing speed, displaying both cunning and treachery. Zhou Jiayue was compelled to confront direct assaults while remaining vigilant against ambushes from the sides and behind. Alone, she was pitted against a horde of wolves, and as her energy waned, a moment's lapse in attention led to a gray wolf sinking its teeth into her arm. The excruciating pain surged through her mind, rendering her momentarily dazed. By the time her brain regained its faculties, her body instinctively drew the dagger from her waist, and with gritted teeth, Zhou Jiayue plunged it into the wolf's skull. After casting aside the lifeless body, she beheld her wounded arm, a gruesome sight of mangled flesh, exuding a foul stench reminiscent of charred remains. Blood poured forth like a mountain stream, gushing from the gaping wound, and her entire arm trembled uncontrollably. Beads of cold sweat dripped from her forehead as she gripped the dagger and bamboo stick with a pallid expression. The remaining gray wolves, their senses heightened by the scent of blood in the air, became markedly more exhilarated. With a unified howl, they lunged toward the encircled humans with ferocious intent. Zhou Jiayue gritted her teeth, swiftly transforming her defensive stance into an aggressive onslaught with a twist of her dagger. She relinquished her cautious guarding and chose to fight with all her might, her attacks becoming increasingly ferocious in an instant. One after another, the prairie gray wolves fell victim to her blade, yet her body sustained more and more wounds from their relentless assaults. Her arms, thighs, abdomen, back, and even her neck bore shallow claw marks, oozing sporadic crimson droplets. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, Zhou Jiayue's lips turned pale, reminiscent of a long-suffering patient, and she experienced waves of dizziness. After a prolonged struggle, her body drenched in blood and sweat, she felt an insatiable chill seeping into her very bones, rendering her entire being frigid. The hand gripping the dagger trembled violently, the skin of her palm split open, yet she could no longer sense the pain. The arm that had been previously bitten had become entirely immobile. Gazing at the encroaching pack of wolves, she steeled her resolve and once more charged forward. Unaware of how many times she had swung her blade, nor could she discern the number of wolf corpses beneath her, her consciousness began to blur, leaving only instinctive actions. She swung, slashed, and lunged. Out of 1,000 wolves, Zhou Jiayue had managed to slay nearly 700. The pack, finally intimidated by her reckless ferocity, felt their greed and cruelty dissipate, their gazes towards her tinged with an unmistakable fear. The Wolf King stood at the rear of the pack, initially confident in his ability to devour an unsuspecting mortal who had just grazed the surface of martial prowess. However, upon witnessing Zhou Jiayue, who appeared as a vengeful deity amidst the slaughter, he was silently alarmed by his grave miscalculation. Yet, in the next moment, the Wolf King let out a furious howl, enraged that this audacious human had dared to slay so many of his kin. She would pay a horrific price for her actions. The Wolf King's roar echoed throughout the bamboo forest, and, at his command, the pack finally retreated from their encirclement of Zhou Jiayue. Zhou Jiayue, with her blurred vision, discerned the gravity of the situation. With a grim expression, she steadied her swaying body using a bamboo stick. Suddenly, the Wolf King leapt forth from behind the pack of wolves. In the moonlight, the Wolf King's gray-brown fur glistened, and its size surpassed that of a typical gray wolf by more than double. Standing on all fours before Zhou Jiayue, it nearly matched her height. The Wolf King's sinister eyes fixated on Zhou Jiayue, as if appraising and calculating her. Realizing that this might be the ultimate confrontation, Zhou Jiayue felt an inexplicable awareness of the absence of a Qing. A foreboding sense lingered within her. Should she falter in this battle, death would be her inevitable fate. Thus, Zhou Jiayue dared not be complacent. After biting her tongue sharply, she charged towards the Wolf King, bamboo stick in hand. The Wolf King's strength was fivefold that of an ordinary gray wolf, and upon their initial clash, Zhou Jiayue, already at her limits, was sent flying backwards. Zhou Jiayue crashed violently to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, her face contorted in agony, as if her very organs had been displaced. The Wolf King let out a furious roar and charged forward once more, determined not to grant this mortal a moment's respite. Zhou Jiayue sensed the imminent danger, enduring the pain as she swiftly turned, her footsteps pivoting to narrowly evade the Wolf King's assault. The only solace for Zhou Jiayue was that, after the Wolf King struck, the remaining gray wolves remained quietly by, refraining from further attacks. Had they chosen to assault her in that fleeting moment of evasion, she would have found herself bereft of any means of escape. The Wolf King abruptly halted, propelling itself forward once more with a powerful thrust of its hind legs. Lunging at Zhou Jiayue once again, realizing she could not contend with its might, she opted to transition from offense to defense. After being thrown aside once more, Zhou Jiayue raised her hand with a sense of numbness. Yet, her injuries were too severe and her strength nearly depleted. Even the simplest of movements, typically effortless, now felt akin to traversing a mountain of blades, agonizing and arduous, as if sensing her utter inability to retaliate. A flicker of human-like derision passed through the Wolf King's emerald gaze. It slowly sauntered to stand before Zhou Jiayue, exuding the air of a noble sovereign. Its head held high as it regarded her with disdain. Then, with a single paw, it pressed down upon her chest, its eyes ablaze with ferocity, jaws agape, poised to devour the wretched mortal who had slain much of its kin. Zhou Jiayue lay with her eyes half open, showing no reaction as the Wolf King approached, as if she were utterly drained of strength, resigned to her fate. However, at the very moment the Wolf King let down his guard and opened his gaping maw, a soft puff echoed through the air, and the fur at his brow began to be slowly stained crimson by a blossoming blood-red flower. With a reluctant whimper, the Wolf King collapsed with a thunderous crash. Zhou Jiayue rose from beside the Wolf King, forcefully pulling her leg free from under his weight. She stumbled back a couple of steps before regaining her balance. In her hand, she clutched the silenced pistol that had previously been used to eliminate Hu Minyan and his companions. Chapter 60. A first step into martial arts, returning home. With the demise of their leader, the remaining gray wolves scattered like monkeys fleeing from a fallen tree, disbanding in disarray under Zhou Jiayue's imposing presence. Zhou Jiayue coldly observed the retreating pack of wolves, standing her ground with no intention of pursuing them. Once there were no more gray wolves in sight, she could no longer hold on, closing her eyes and collapsing to the ground. Witnessing the presence of these wolves, which clearly did not belong here, Qing furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling something. Her expression shifted, and she swiftly flew toward the bamboo cottage. Bai Yuan, equally troubled, frowned and, with a solemn demeanor, unleashed a torrent of silver needles, eliminating all the fleeing gray wolves before darting in the direction of the cottage. In but a breath, Qing appeared beside Zhou Jiayue. Grasping her wrist, she summoned a vibrant azure light that flowed into Zhou Jiayue's body, stabilizing her injuries. Once she had ensured Zhou Jiayue's condition was secure, Qing had the leisure to survey their surroundings. Observing the multitude of wolf carcasses radiating from Zhou Jiayue and the lifeless form of the prairie wolf king nearby, Qing blinked in surprise before letting out a soft chuckle. Her gaze fell upon Zhou Jiayue's pale face, filled with astonishment and admiration. "My dear friend, you truly are a marvel." Shortly thereafter, Bai Yuan arrived, momentarily speechless at the aftermath of battle. Despite having slain over 700 gray wolves and their king, Zhou Jiayue's strength was still lacking. However, what astonished Qing and Bai Yuan was not her power, but her rapid ascent from a novice to such a formidable level in a mere span of time. With a complex expression, Bai Yuan glanced at the still unconscious Zhou Jiayue and shook his head in resignation, realizing he would once again be outdone by that impudent girl. Qing summoned the azure light anew, splitting it into two streams, one enveloping the grotesque wolf carcasses and the other cascading over the collapsed bamboo cottage. Once she lifted Zhou Jiayue into her arms, the wolf bodies vanished entirely, and the once lifeless grass regained its verdant vitality. The reconstructed bamboo cottage bore no difference from its original state when Zhou Jiayue first arrived. After placing Zhou Jiayue in the medicinal pool within the cottage, Qing took a seat in the front hall alongside Bai Yuan. In the medicinal pool, Zhou Jiayue found herself in a peculiar state. The moment she collapsed after the wolves departed, it felt as though her spirit had detached from her body, ascending into the ether, alongside the stars and moon. She soared into the celestial expanse, once more gazing upon the vast universe reminiscent of the martial arts galaxy beyond the training grounds gate. The cosmos above was majestic and grand, and as she traversed its depths, she glimpsed profound mysteries. The resplendent nebulae possessed an indescribable allure, drawing Zhou Jiayue in, yet simultaneously instilling a sense of trepidation. Just as she summoned the courage to advance, an overwhelming sensation of falling gripped her. She looked down at her restored hands, exhaling slowly. Once the medicinal effects had fully permeated her, she rose and stepped out of the pool. After changing into clean attire, Zhou Jiayue made her way to the hall, discovering that dawn had fully broken. Master A Qing, by gong, Zhou Jiayue greeted the two engaged in a game of chess. Qing nodded with a smile, while Bai Yuan merely huffed, his expression inscrutable. Zhou Jiayue awkwardly touched her nose, uncertain of how she had offended the monkey once more. Qing, with a playful smile, winked at her and explained, "The ape just lost 20 jars of monkey wine and is feeling quite distressed. So do not take it to heart." Then, as if struck by a thought, she retrieved 2 items from her bosom and handed them to Zhou Jiayue. One was the pistol that had fallen to the ground when Zhou Jiayue had lost consciousness, while the other was an imposing wolf-tooth necklace that exuded an air of authority. Zhou Jiayue had only taken hold of the pistol. "This necklace does not belong to me." Qing chuckled lightly, stating that this wolf tooth was taken from a wolf king, and thus it could be considered your trophy. Keep it well. With that, Zhou Jiayue accepted the necklace. Subsequently, she glanced at the ongoing chess match between a man and a monkey, then quietly seated herself aside. From her spatial storage, she retrieved several baskets of steamed buns, dumplings, and xiaomai to indulge in. The medicinal pool could only heal her wounds, but could not satiate her hunger. The battle with the wolf pack had drained her considerably, leaving her on the brink of starvation. Upon catching the enticing aroma of the food, Qing promptly abandoned her chess piece, hastily scuttling over to Zhou Jiayue's side. Her eyes sparkling with anticipation, her entire visage exuding a silent plea for nourishment. Zhou Jiayue cast a glance at Qing, resigning herself to the task of selecting a morsel from each dish, meticulously arranging them into a pristine bowl before presenting it to her. For Zhou, eating was a means to replenish her energy, while Qing indulged merely to satisfy her cravings. Thus, there was no need to provide an abundance. A sampling from each would suffice. Upon witnessing this, the white ape immediately plopped down beside them, crossing its arms in a manner that suggested a desire for the young girl to possess a modicum of perceptiveness. Zhou Jiayue let out a soft sigh, pushing a plate towards the white ape. One cannot help but bow one's head when under the eaves of another. After finishing her breakfast, Zhou Jiayue practiced calligraphy for a while before heading into the bamboo grove to train. She believed that the wolf pack's ambush from the previous day was a new challenge set by Qing. Her failure to eliminate the entire pack signified her inability to pass the trial. Therefore, it was essential to persevere and refine her swordsmanship through rigorous practice. Amidst the bamboo, Zhou Jiayue's movements became increasingly graceful and agile. The bamboo pole she wielded alternated between strikes of formidable strength, as heavy as Mount Tai, and gentle touches, as light as a feather. Zhou Jiayue continuously replayed the battle from the previous night in her mind, as the movements of blocks and attacks gradually resurfaced. Each move, though seemingly chaotic, possessed an inherent completeness. Offense, defense, ambush. Her techniques transformed endlessly, her form moving with such swiftness that it seemed to leave traces in the air. Suddenly, a vision of the cosmic nebula she had glimpsed while unconscious flashed in her mind. With a final strike, she poured all her strength into it. With a resounding boom, the nearest bamboo stalk appeared as if wounded by the unleashed sword energy, collapsing in response. Applause rang out from within the bamboo hut. Qing and the white ape emerged from the dwelling, smiling as they congratulated her. "Congratulations, young friend, on officially stepping into the realm of martial arts." As Zhou Jiayue executed her last blow, a portal of time and space abruptly appeared behind her. Zhou Jiayue gazed in astonishment at the undulating blue luminescence resembling rippling water. After a brief silence, she bowed toward the Qing and the white ape, then turned resolutely and departed without hesitation. Chapter 61. A new mission in room 2701 of building number 5, Tianshan Community. The air trembled like water ripples for a few seconds before a figure abruptly descended from a dare. Zhou Jiayue knelt on the ground, and after rising, she swiftly seized the mobile phone on the table, which revealed that merely an hour had elapsed. Zhou Jiayue remained silent for a considerable time, having spent over 2 months in the martial arts space, yet only an hour had passed in reality. "Yeah, come out and have dinner." At the dining table, Zhou Jiayue's gaze lingered on the faces of several individuals, feeling as though she could never gaze upon them enough. Sister, what are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Zhou Jiayue inquired, perplexed as he rubbed his face, suspecting he might have something dirty on it. Zhou Jiayue smiled and shook her head, remaining silent. No one was aware that during the serene hour they spent together, she had been apart from them for over 2 months. Now that the dust had settled, in this moment of truly reuniting with her family, her heart found complete solace. It was as if the floating duckweed in the flood had finally found its roots, and the solitary traveler in the darkness had at last discovered a light. Zhou Jiayue observed them, a warm and gratifying smile lingering on her lips. After the dinner concluded, she finally gathered her emotions and took a moment to reassess the current situation. She summoned the system and inquired about the matters concerning the martial arts realm. Zhou Jiayue raised an eyebrow, her fingertips lightly tapping the table, delivering a merciless sarcasm. You are utterly useless. Were it not for the system's incomplete and ambiguous beginner's tutorial, she would not have been bewilderingly drawn into the martial arts realm. She abhorred this sensation of relinquishing control over her future. The Golden House lamented. Only when the host has amassed enough books and completed sufficient tasks can the system upgrade and unlock various permissions. Essentially, it implied that the blame lay solely with her lack of diligence. Zhou Jiayue huffed, refusing to accept the system's blame. Host, why not undertake a few more tasks? This way, the system can swiftly level up and unlock various permissions. Zhou Jiayue furrowed her brow, recalling a previous exasperating task, which left her with a sense of unease. However, considering the system's current inability to provide any information, she feared that a lack of sufficient details could lead to even more uncontrollable circumstances. After several moments of contemplation, she spoke. Is there a task list? Let's take a look at it first. Rescue Mission 2. Pending acceptance, successfully rescue 500 individuals and receive heartfelt gratitude from over 400 of them. Time limit, 21 days. Mission reward, 10 body enhancement serums. Beginner martial arts manual cold moon sword technique. Zhou Jiayue gazed at the newly added task rewards, her expression shifting unpredictably. This system truly knows how to manipulate one's emotions. Just after the arena was opened, it introduced rewards in the form of martial arts manuals. Though these were merely introductory manuals, she held no disdain towards them. During her 2 months spent in the martial arts realm, Master AQing, in addition to guiding her in swordsmanship, occasionally imparted fundamental knowledge of martial arts. Even if they were only basic manuals, they would suffice for a novice who had just embarked on the path of martial arts to study for quite some time. Zhou Jiayue's mind raced with thoughts as she realized that her system backpack already contained 3 body enhancement agents, and her points had accumulated to 26,240. Initially, she had planned to spend a few days reading to gather her points to 30,000 before exchanging for another body enhancement agent to share with her family. However, with the emergence of a new task, it was evident that completing the task would yield points at a much faster rate than merely studying, and the rewards upon completion were substantial. She conceded that she was intrigued. Most importantly, the martial arts manuals obtained upon task completion were accessible to anyone free of charge. Unlike the techniques found in the martial arts galaxy, which would require a considerable expenditure of points even for her to study again. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, Zhou Jiayue accepted the task. The Golden House was equally delighted, sensing that its upgrade was imminent. Later that evening, Zhou Jiayue spent some time reading before entering the second subspace. As soon as Zhou Jiayue entered the space, Yaya eagerly rushed over and clung to her leg. Caught off guard, Zhou Jiayue's trained muscle memory instinctively kicked in, causing her to kick Yaya away. Ah! Yaya screamed in midair, soaring several meters before colliding with a thick mist resembling a white wall. Dazed, Yaya lay on the ground, convulsing. Upon realizing that it was Yaya, Zhou Jiayue swiftly ran over and embraced her, awkwardly inquiring, "Are you all right, Yaya?" Dazed and disoriented, Yaya shook her head for a moment, before tearfully gazing up at Zhou Jiayue. "Why did you kick me, master? Have you found another dog outside and no longer care for me? Oh, how unfortunate I am." Zhou Jiayue gazed speechlessly at the little imp, whose antics resembled those of a theatrical performer. With a gentle flick of her fingers, she playfully tapped Yaya's tiny head. "I didn't mean to. Does it hurt?" Upon hearing this, Yi pouted and proudly puffed out her unscathed little chest, responding with a tinge of grievance. It hurts, and only my master's soothing will make it better. Zhou Jiayue shook her head and smiled, instantly recognizing that this little one was simply untroubled. After all, being a spirit of the interstitial space, it could not possibly be that fragile. Zhou Jiayue gently pinched Yi's little face and presented her with 2 pieces of children's clothing. Here, this is for you, Yi, as a token of apology. Please don't be upset anymore. Yi gazed at the small garments Zhou Jiayue offered, her eyes suddenly sparkling with delight. Is this really for me? Zhou Jiayue smiled and nodded, prompting Yi to exuberantly don her new outfit, completely shedding her earlier feelings of dejection and grievance. Once she was dressed, Yi twirled playfully before Zhou Jiayue, exclaiming, "Master, look, Yi has a new dress. Full.While prast ernestly, Yaya is truly adorable." With a playful smile, Yi embraced Zhou Jiayue's hand once more and, in a manner reminiscent of a little adult, began to elaborate on the transformations within their surroundings. Since Zhou Jiayue's last visit, the space had expanded from a modest 5 square meters to an impressive 20 square meters, and the canopy of white mist above had risen to a height of 3 meters. Zhou Jiayue entrusted Yaya with vegetable seeds, which have quietly begun to sprout. According to Yaya, in another half-month, these vegetables will be ready for harvest. Zhou Jiayue smiled with relief, appreciating Yi's excellence. After a restful night, she awoke the next morning, feeling somewhat disoriented. There were no roosters crowing, no need to gather morning dew, no calligraphy practice, no talking egg spirit, and no eager young girl in green waiting to be fed, nor the white ape. She lay in bed, staring at the ceiling for a while before letting out a resigned smile. Subsequently, she slipped into the second subspace, grabbing a random object to serve as a prop. She began to practice her swordsmanship. Training must not be neglected for even a day. After approximately 2 hours of practice, Zhou Jiayue finally exhaled and paused, bidding farewell to Yi, who looked on with reluctance. Just after finishing breakfast, Zhou Jiayue conferred with her family about their forthcoming endeavors. However, before they could reach a conclusion, a cacophony of wails and cries echoed from outside. Chapter 62, A Visit from Uninvited Guests. Zhou Jiayue exchanged a glance with her family before approaching the entrance, peering through the peephole to discern the identity of the commotion outside. Standing there was a family of 4. As she scrutinized their faces, she swiftly matched them with the information obtained from her previous scan, which had cost her 10 points. This quartet was identified as residents of room 1201, characterized by the gray inverted triangle above their heads. They had neither visited her for supplies nor possessed any value for assistance. Zhou Jiayue observed coldly, her heart filled with confusion regarding how they had arrived at the 27th floor. In room 2702, Song Qiwanjin peered through the peephole, catching sight of several individuals outside. Overwhelmed by annoyance, she had not anticipated that a moment of weakness would lead to entanglement. Previously, when the rescue team had arrived, she had seized the opportunity to glean information. By sheer coincidence, she encountered the residents of room 1201, the very family with whom she and her sister had once taken refuge. At that time, the rescue team was distributing supplies, and the occupants of room 1201 had sent their child out to wail for more food. However, the rescue team proved to be unyielding, dismissing the child's pleas entirely. Consequently, when the child failed to procure any supplies, they were met with a severe reprimand from the adults. Song Qiwanjin had initially wished to remain uninvolved, yet recollections of the kindness the child had shown her and her sister during their stay compelled her to act. She recalled how she had shared her star candy with her sister, Quan Hui. Thus, gritting her teeth, she stepped forward to prevent the residents of room 1201 from inflicting harm. She offered the 2 chocolate bars she had on her person to the child as a means of repaying the kindness previously shown. Additionally, the rescue team members ultimately intervened to restore order, causing the residents of room 1201 to reluctantly cease their aggression. Little did she know that this moment of compassion would lead them to discover her current residence, and now they stood at her door, demanding supplies. Outside, Wang Na pinched the flesh at the child's waist, her eyes brimming with a faint madness. Dang dang, gvi. If you cry, there will be food. The child head bowed. Rub her eyes incessantly until the pain escalated, prompting her to wail hoarsely, evoking sorrow in anyone who heard her. Unbeknownst to all, in the depths of the child's tears, a glimmer of resentment flickered. She harbored hatred for her parents who had wronged her, and for Song Chuanjin, who refused to open the door. The child who once shared her star candy had evolved into a bitter, resentful figure under the trials of the apocalypse. Hearing the child's cries from outside, Song Chuanjin pressed her hands against her ears in anguish. She understood that opening the door would invite endless trouble. The memory of being driven out alongside her sister still vivid in her mind. She was no saint. Would she truly forgive them without holding grudges? That was preposterous. Had she not encountered Miss Zhou, it was possible that she and her sister would have long since become forgotten. She resolved to wait until they grew weary and departed. Yet, as the child's cries continued to echo, Song Chuanjin could not suppress a sigh, her anger mounting at the thought of those who would exploit a child. Seeing Song Chuanjin's reluctance to respond, Wang Na could not contain herself and struck the child, exclaiming, "Useless thing." She then proceeded to bang on the door forcefully. Xiao Song, please open the door. We were wrong before. We were blind and foolish. We apologize. Xiao Song, show us some compassion. We truly have nothing to eat. Otherwise, we would not come begging. Xiao Song, think of the time we took you in. Have pity on Tang Tang. She is innocent. Song Chuanjin bit her lip in silence. Outside the door, after Wang Na had shouted, her husband and mother-in-law took their turns to join in. Ultimately, seeing that kind words had failed, they began to unleash a torrent of insults. You heartless wretch, turning a blind eye to suffering. You vile creature, open the door. Are you so cruel that you fear not the consequences? No wonder your sister is mentally troubled. This is the retribution for your misdeeds, manifesting in your sister. You and your sister are both cursed with short lives. Do not squander food. Hand over the provisions. Song Chuanjin clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze with fury. The insults directed at her were inconsequential, but they had crossed a line by disparaging her sister. Quan Hui had once been a remarkably bright and clever child, but due to her misjudgment, she had fallen into an icy lake during winter, suffering from a fever that damaged her nerves. Now at 20, she remained as innocent as a child. This was a perpetual anguish within Song Chuanjin's heart. Upon hearing them call Quan Hui a cursed soul, she could no longer maintain her composure. Her eyes reddening, she gripped a fruit knife, flung open the door, and lunged forward. Wang Na was struck in the arm, screaming in agony. Song Chuanjin fixed her gaze on the intruders, her rage surging forth as she brandished the knife, threatening, "Say another word." Wang Na clutched her arm, shrieking in distress, while her husband and mother-in-law retreated in fear at Song Chuanjin's fierce display. Perhaps drawn by her sister's voice, Quan Hui could not resist stepping out of the room. Sister, Song Chuanjin was momentarily distracted by the voice behind her. Just as she turned, Zhang Jijun seized the opportunity, lunging forward to wrest the knife from her grasp. Ultimately, Song Chuanjin was merely a frail woman. During the struggle, she received 2 slaps and was kicked to the ground, the knife snatched away. Quan Hui rushed over to help her sister, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed in horror at the intruders in their home. Villains! You are all villains! Ha ha! Vile wretch, still daring to wield a knife? Do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Hearing the commotion, Old Man Tang and Old Lady Guan emerged from their room, supporting one another, their frail, aged bodies forming a barrier in front of the sisters. Do these old fools still wish to play the heroes? Zhang Jijun's eyes glinted with malice. Just as he prepared to kick the obstructive old man aside, he heard the pained cries of his wife and mother. In the next moment, something heavy struck his knee, causing him to collapse onto the ground, his body lurching forward, colliding headfirst with Old Man Tang and Old Lady Guan. The elderly couple exchanged astonished glances before noticing Zhou Jiayue standing languidly at the door with her arms crossed. Chapter 63. Learn your lesson. The young girl stood at the entrance with an impassive expression, her arms crossed. Beneath her feet, Wang Na and her mother-in-law lay on the ground, seemingly wounded, groaning in pain. Zhou Jiayue cast a faint glance around before her gaze landed on Song Qianjun, who was sitting on the floor. With a slight frown and parted lips, she questioned, "Where is your mind?" The words spoken were utterly devoid of consideration for feelings. Song Qianjun's face bore the marks of two prominent handprints, and upon hearing this, she immediately lowered her head in shame. It was indeed her impulsiveness. Whenever matters concerning her sister arose, she found it impossible to think with composure. Song Qianjun shut her eyes momentarily, awkwardly inhaling through her nose, whispering an apology. Zhou Jiayue regarded her with a frigid tone, asserting that the ones deserving of her apology were not herself, but rather her sister and the two elderly individuals standing protectively before her. The formidable gate was ostensibly the finest protection, for even ordinary explosives might struggle to breach it. Yet, in a fit of rage, Song Qianjun foolishly opened the gate, thereby exposing all of 2,702 to imminent peril. Furthermore, should Song Qianjun and her companions meet with misfortune, it would be exceedingly difficult for 2,702 to avoid being overrun by others seeking to invade. This was her territory. Who dared to encroach upon it at will? Inevitably, there would be a considerable mess to rectify. Nevertheless, she was not Song Qianjun's caretaker and could not be relied upon to assist at every turn. Such indecision and lack of clarity would scarcely allow one to survive long in a world on the brink of collapse. Zhou Jiayue approached Song Qianjun, casting her gaze upon the latter's eyes, which averted in shame, unable to meet hers. With a slight furrow of her brow, she conveyed her unyielding stance. "There shall be no next time." Song Qianjun discerned the underlying implication in Zhou Jiayue's words, her body trembling in shock as she hastily lifted her head, stammering her promise. I understand. There will not be a next time." Had it not been for Zhou Jiayue's timely intervention, the consequences could have been dire, not only for the supplies, but for herself, Quan Hui, and Uncle Tang and Aunt Guan as well. Reflecting upon such a potential outcome filled Song Qianjun with trepidation. Her lips turned pale, nails digging into her flesh. One lesson of this nature sufficed. She vowed never to err again. Zhou Jiayue observed the gradually resolute expression of Song Qianjun, and with a nonchalant nod, prepared to depart. As she lifted her foot to leave, her peripheral vision caught sight of a child who had been lurking in the shadows, stealthily approaching the kneeling man. Unbeknownst to her, the child picked up the fallen dagger from the ground and discreetly concealed it behind their back. Zhou Jiayue lightly clicked her tongue, pretending not to see. In room 2702, Song Qianjun gazed at the three individuals sprawled on the floor and the child standing aside with his head bowed, taking a deep breath. Ultimately, her gaze settled upon Tang Tang. Observing the child trembling with his head down, one hand hidden behind his back, revealing numerous dark bruises on his exposed forearm, Song Qianjun sighed. "Tang Tang, give me the knife." Tang Tang, clutching the handle of the knife tightly behind his back, shook his head vigorously in terror, retreating. No, Song Qianjun did not wish to harm the child. Wang Na had spoken the truth. No matter how wretched they were, the child remained innocent. "Tang Tang, I will not hurt you. Hand me the knife. Do not injure yourself." As Song Qianjun advanced step by step, Tang Tang's fear and resentment surged forth. He lifted his head, his face unwashed for a long time, grimy and dark, with large eyes filled with resentment glaring from his gaunt visage, appearing truly terrifying. Tang Tang trembled, suddenly charging forward, brandishing the dagger, shouting, Why won't you open the door? Why can't you give me more chocolate? It's all your fault. It's all your mistake. D. With a fierce thrust, Tang Tang aimed the dagger at Song Qianjun. Caught off guard by his sudden aggression, she reacted a moment too late. And though she dodged his initial attack, she suffered a cut on her arm. Avoiding another strike from Tang Tang, she looked at him in disbelief, his eyes brimming with malice. It's all your fault. My parents refuse to feed me, and they pinch my arms and my belly every day. You have so much food. Why won't you give us a little more? If I kill you, all your food will belong to us, and my parents will never hit me again. Ha ha ha, D. Tang Tang's words crashed into Song Qianjun's ears like thunder, leaving her incredulous that a child could harbor such thoughts. Song Quanzhenhui cried out from the side. "Sister, be careful." Mr. Tang and Mrs. Guan wore anxious expressions. Taking a deep breath, Song Qiuanjin's demeanor shifted. Let me go. Let me go." Tang struggled against the restraint. Song Qiuanjin instructed Song Quanzhenhui and the others to find rope, binding Tang and Zhang Jijun. They used scraps of cloth to gag the three adults. After tending to her arm wound, Song Qiuanjin approached the bound individuals and delivered several stinging slaps to the faces of the three adults with her uninjured hand, watching as they expressed their anger. Only able to emit muffled sounds, she rubbed her reddened hand and coldly pressed the knife against Zhang Jijun's neck. "Now let us settle the score properly." After extracting the key to room 1201, Song Qiuanjin dragged everyone downstairs. This entire family were miserly hoarders. Despite Zhou Jiayue establishing a resource exchange point in 1803 for an extended period, they had never once visited. After exhausting her supplies, Ningku would rather endure hunger, indulging in a hopeful daydream that the torrential rain would soon cease or that a rescue team would swiftly arrive. Song Qiuanjin was by no means a paragon of virtue. She possessed a character defined by a clear sense of gratitude and vengeance, where debts of kindness were repaid and grievances pursued. Previously, she had lacked the opportunity, but now that it had fallen into her hands, she was determined to extract from room 1201 everything that had been unjustly taken from her. Armed with the keys she had procured from Zhang Jijun, she ransacked room 1201, unearthing not only the hidden treasures of gold, silver, and jewels, but also seizing any movable items of utility, such as chairs, benches, pots, and pans, observing the fury and resentment in the eyes of those present. Song Qiuanjin let out a cold laugh, casting a complex glance at Tang, who was bound and glaring at her with palpable animosity. She clenched her fists and, without uttering a word, turned to leave, securely locking room 1201 behind her. With a sense of finality, she tossed the keys into the floodwaters from the window, watching the currents churn and rise, frothing white with turbulent energy. After a prolonged moment, she departed with a listless demeanor, her face ashen, unable to personally eliminate these individuals. She left their fate to the whims of destiny. If they managed to free themselves from their bonds and find a way to escape the locked room, it would signify that their lives were meant to endure. Conversely, if they could not, they would succumb to a slow death through unending hunger. This experience served as a harsh lesson, instilling in her a profound understanding. She could never afford to show weakness again, as it would only invite endless troubles. She vowed to maintain absolute rationality, refusing to let her anger drag her into the abyss of malevolence. Chapter 64. The Perilous Situation of Xiaohong in Room 2701. Upon her return, Zhou Jiayue resumed discussions with her family regarding the ongoing rescue efforts. Currently, 3 buildings in the Tianqin community had already received aid. Remaining were Building 1, Building 2, Building 3, Building 7, and Building 8. Ideally, if each of the remaining buildings housed 100 individuals eligible for assistance, they would fulfill the mission to rescue 500 people, achieving at least half of their goal. However, based on the circumstances witnessed in Buildings 4 and 6, relying solely on the meager resources of the Tianqin community to complete the rescue mission appeared exceedingly unlikely. It might even necessitate venturing beyond the community to explore other areas. Zhou Jiayue furrowed her brow slightly. Fortunately, the deadline for the task extended over 21 days, allowing her to proceed at a measured pace. Otherwise, it would indeed be quite a headache. Ultimately, she resolved to initiate the rescue efforts within the community according to the building numbers. Before setting out, Zhou Jiayue made a point to seek out Yangkan. Given the system's tendencies, it was certain that upon the completion of this task, new rescue missions would be issued. Since this was a long-term endeavor, relying solely on the few members of the Zhou family would, at times, inevitably prove to be insufficient. Upon realizing this, Zhou Jiayue formed a preliminary outline in her mind regarding the recruitment of personnel. However, it is still premature to discuss this matter, as the current workload has not yet reached a scale that necessitates a large number of people. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to begin preparations on a tentative basis. Zhou Jiayue approached Yang Can with directness, stating her need for some employees. Indeed, she identified herself in the role of a boss. The reason she sought out Yang Can was twofold. Firstly, her acquaintances within the community were limited, and Yang Can was one of the more familiar faces. Secondly, they had previously collaborated, and although Zhou Jiayue perceived Yang Can's abilities to be somewhat lacking, particularly in combat skills, she recognized his obedience. With proper guidance, he could potentially develop into a commendable assistant. Yang Can, taken by surprise, glanced at Zhou Jiayue and promptly nodded in agreement, not even inquiring about the remuneration. Miss Zhou, I am eager to follow you. Zhou Jiayue cleared her throat lightly and declared, from now on, you may simply address me as boss. Yang Can readily acquiesced, understood, boss. Subsequently, Zhou Jiayue broached the subject of remuneration. In this apocalyptic era, currency held no value. It was mere waste paper. Instead, the compensation for the 1-month probationary period would consist of 20 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of vegetables, and 5 pounds of meat. Should there be any additional needs, substitutions with food could be made based on circumstances. Upon hearing such terms, Yang Can was genuinely taken aback. While rice was manageable, the prospect of receiving such ample provisions of vegetables and meat amid torrential rain, coupled with disruptions in water and electricity, seemed rather implausible. However, his curiosity remained unvoiced. He understood that his role was to follow her lead, to trust her implicitly, and to execute every task she assigned with diligence. After finalizing the arrangements with Yang Can, Zhou Jiayue surveyed his dwelling. The entrance had been compromised when a minion had intruded into room 1602, leaving the door in disrepair. Lacking the necessary tools and parts for a replacement, the door remained broken. Typically, Yang Can would seclude himself within his room, thereby making the most of the large iron door that occupied the space. Yang Can glanced at the creaking, swaying door and, without a hint of doubt regarding Zhou Jiayue's words, smiled and nodded in agreement. With that settled, Zhou Jiayue and her group, accompanied by Yang Can, embarked on a kayak journey to building number 1. Considering their physical capabilities, Zhou Goen and Wang Yumei remained behind to safeguard their quarters. Upon reaching building number 1, they secured the small craft and proceeded to unload the supplies. After Zhou Jiayue selected an empty room on the mid-level of the building, she instructed Yang Can and Zhou Jiayue to take Xiao He and roam through the various floors to disseminate the news about the resource exchange. Zhou Jiayue, holding onto the little black dog, performed an oddly comical salute akin to a guard, and with a cheerful smile replied, "All right, sister, just wait and see. I will certainly gather all the residents for you." Zhou Jiayue kicked him in annoyance and urged, "Hurry along." Zhou Jiayue and Yang Can scan the building from top to bottom. On the highest floor, Zhou Jiayue patted the neck of the little black dog. "Heizi, it is time for you to showcase your prowess. Go." The little black dog recalled the 2 large bones it had devoured last time and immediately unleashed a resounding bark. Woof, woof, woof. Instantly, the residents sprawled across the 2 floors below were drawn in by the sound of barking. What on earth? Did I just hear a dog? Am I mistaken? People are on the verge of starvation, and yet someone manages to keep a dog. They exclaimed. "Let us go take a look." Upon opening their doors, the residents downstairs looked up in confusion, realizing the barking seemed to emanate from above. What a hefty dog! Upon spotting the little black dog, everyone's eyes glinted with desire, fixated on it, completely oblivious to the 2 living humans standing beside them. Before Zhou Jiayue could finish his sentence, the residents of this floor rushed out as if enchanted, extending their hands towards the central black dog. The little black dog, accidentally touched, bristled its fur and puffed up its tail. With a howl, it slipped away from the crowd's grasp. "Hey, my dog meat!" The onlookers hastily pursued, pushing Zhou Jiayue and Yang Can aside as they surged forward. The little black dog sprinted ahead, barking as if it were being hunted. Zhou Jiayue and Yang Can exchanged a glance and hurriedly pursued. The individuals downstairs, upon hearing the barking of the dog, curiously ascended to investigate. The convergence of both groups resulted in a chaotic scene reminiscent of a traffic jam, with the corridor in disarray. The little black dog darted amongst the crowd's feet, narrowly escaping being trampled on several occasions. "Oh dear, please don't push." The dog has already dashed off. In an instant, the throng of people unified in purpose, all rushing downwards in pursuit. Inside building number 1, an extraordinary sight unfolded. A plump little black dog sprinted ahead, while behind it trailed a horde of individuals resembling a tide of zombies, their eyes gleaming with fervor and drool cascading from their mouths. At the rear, 2 youths, one a teenager and the other slightly older, wore expressions of anxiety as they struggled to penetrate the throng. Descending several flights of stairs, the little black dog encountered numerous perils, almost being caught multiple times. Fortunately, just before being seized, it leapt into the arms of Zhou Jiayue, who had emerged to assess the commotion. Zhou Jiayue gazed at the unrelenting tide of people surging forward, and with a misstep, she stumbled back 5 or 6 meters. Her movements swift as if choreographed for a martial arts film. The individual at the forefront let out a cry as they fell, triggering a domino effect behind them, with others collapsing in a heap. Those trapped beneath, their eyes rolling back in desperation, weakly extended their hands forward, pleading for salvation. "Help me." Chapter 65. Zhuang Mingjie's decision. Zhou Jiayue gently patted the head of the little black dog, then furrowed her brow as she gazed towards the farthest end of the crowd. Zhou Jiayue and Yang took a deep breath. After receiving Zhou Jiayue's signal through her gaze, they began to assist the fallen individuals, lifting them one by one. Navigating through the crowd, they pushed their way to the forefront. Zhou Jiayue retrieved a small speaker from his backpack and called out to the dazed assembly. "Books and gold can be exchanged for supplies. Do not miss this opportunity. As you pass by, books and gold can be exchanged for supplies." Zhou Jiayue called out 3 times before silencing the horn. Following Zhou Jiayue's instructions, he and Yang can work together to maintain order at the scene. A voice from the crowd whispered, "Young gentleman, did you come from Building 5? Zhou Jiayue and Yang can exchange glances, smilingly responding, "Indeed, brother, you are aware of us?" The individual who posed the question bore an unkempt beard, and his long hair obscured his features, rendering his visage somewhat indistinct. Yet he stood upright, exuding an air of calm detachment. Upon hearing Zhou Jiayue's words, Zhuang Mingjie felt reassured, realizing that the events that had transpired in Building 5 had indeed reached Building 1 before the internet was disconnected. He nodded towards Zhou Jiayue and Yang Kan, then approached the entrance of the corridor to examine the posted exchange rules. Yang Kan's gaze lingered on Zhuang Mingjie for a few moments, an unsettling sense of familiarity stirring within him, prompting him to pay closer attention. After perusing the exchange rules, Zhuang Mingjie hesitantly inquired, "Is it permissible to exchange only books and gold, or might other jewelry and gemstones suffice?" His personal collection of books was rather modest, and he possessed little to no gold. However, he did have 2 large drawers filled with gemstones and jade gifted by the brand representatives. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiayue hesitated for a moment. His sister had previously mentioned that using books and gold as currency was convenient for calculations. However, if someone suggested exchanging something other than money, they should be brought before her. After a brief contemplation, Zhou Jiayue addressed Zhuang Mingjie, instructing him to follow. Zhuang Mingjie was led to the presence of Zhou Jiayue. The young lady, seemingly having procured some chairs and a table from nowhere, sat languidly in a chair, casually poking the head of a small black pug with her finger. At Zhou Jiayue's gesture, Zhuang Mingjie adjusted his somewhat unkempt attire and stepped forward to explain his purpose. "Greetings. May I inquire if it is possible to exchange supplies for gemstones or jade?" Zhou Jiayue raised her gaze to glance at Zhuang Mingjie, as her mind swiftly assessed the benevolence of the individual before her. Upon hearing her words, Zhuang Mingjie sighed in relief, expressing his gratitude before turning to ascend the stairs. On his way, he encountered Yang Kan, who was still maintaining order amidst the crowd. Zhuang Mingjie greeted him with a friendly nod and maneuvered his way through the throng to exit. Watching Zhuang Mingjie depart, Yang Kan suddenly recalled where he had seen this person before. Wasn't he the rising star, Zhuang Mingjie, who had recently gained fame before the torrential rain? He had previously expressed surprise when learning about their shared hometown. not expecting that this celebrity hailed from the same place as himself. Coincidentally, he also resided in the Tianqing community. Recognizing Zhuang Mingjie, Yang Can briefly pondered before patting Zhou Jiayue on the shoulder, who had followed him out. "All right, can go." "You go ahead," Zhou Jiayue replied, shaking the walkie-talkie in his hand, indicating that he could be reached should any assistance be needed. Yang Can nodded slightly and swiftly extricated himself from the crowd, pursuing the recently departed Zhuang Mingjie. As Zhuang Mingjie neared home, he noticed someone trailing behind him, furrowing his brow in apprehension. Everyone possessed their own wits. At such a time, anyone could be a foe. Yang Can maintained a safe distance, his hand discreetly gripping a fruit knife hidden behind his back. Not only was Zhuang Mingjie wary of Yang Can, but Yang Can was equally cautious of him. He was not there to idolize. Rather, he recalled having inadvertently come across Zhuang Mingjie's lucrative jewelry endorsements after the storm, coupled with the earlier conversation they had, leading him to surmise that Zhuang Mingjie must possess a considerable collection of jewels. However, the challenge lay in the fact that, regardless of Zhuang Mingjie's status, even ordinary residents seldom depleted their entire wealth for the sake of bartering. When Zhou Jiayue had exchanged goods previously, she had exhibited a profound interest in jewelry. Yang Can thought to himself that if she were to discover Zhuang Mingjie's treasure trove, she would undoubtedly devise a means to acquire it all. As Zhou Jiayue's employee, it was naturally his duty to alleviate her concerns and prepare in advance. "Dear esteemed star, do not be alarmed. I merely wish to inform you that our boss will only make this visit once. The cessation of the downpour remains uncertain. If you possess a sufficient quantity of jewelry, I strongly advise you to exchange it all for supplies. Otherwise, the next opportunity may not be as fortuitous." Zhuang Mingjie regarded Yang Can with astonishment, astonished that someone could recognize him in such circumstances. He felt a twinge of skepticism towards Yang Can's words, furrowing his brow as he replied, "I will consider your suggestion." Noticing Zhuang Mingjie's hesitation, Yang Can's expression darkened, a fleeting shadow passing through his eyes. He inhaled discreetly, suppressing the darker thoughts beneath the surface, and resumed a demeanor of warmth and politeness. "Of course, you may take your time to contemplate, but I hope it won't be too prolonged, as our stay here is limited." With that, Yang Can silently memorized Zhuang Mingjie's address before turning to leave. After Yang Can departed, Zhuang Mingjie lingered for a while longer, ensuring that the individual had indeed left before cautiously turning to open the door. Inside the room, Zhuang Mingjie gazed at the jewels within the drawer, a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind. He was not only contemplating Yang Can's recent words, but also etching the images of Zhou Jiayue and her companions into his consciousness. As an actor, he possessed a remarkable ability to glean insights from people's appearances and behaviors. The flicker of light in his eyes danced uncertainly as he pondered, gradually transforming into a clarity and resolve, as if he had arrived at a decisive conclusion. He meticulously packed all the jewelry into his suitcase. Chapter 66. Does my daughter deserve this? Room 1701. It turned out he was Zhuang Mingjie. Zhou Jiayue mused. Earlier, Song Qiwanjin had mentioned this person while introducing her to the overall situation of the Tianqing community. After a few moments of contemplation, Zhou Jiayue addressed Yang Can, instructing him to first complete the tasks assigned to the other individuals in Building 1 and regarding Zhuang Mingjie. She decided to assess the situation further a later time. Indeed, the rapid acceptance of this peculiar barter system stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, they had heard of the events that transpired in Building 5. Secondly, apart from Zhou Jiayue, they could find no other individual capable of facilitating such exchanges. Had they not observed those few who attempted to incite chaos, now securely bound and restrained in the corridor? Xiao He, having been terrorized by a throng of individuals earlier, was now clinging to Zhou Jiayue, unwilling to leave her side. Zhou Jiayue harbored no deviant penchant for the mistreatment of small creatures. Therefore, she promptly purchased 10 basic scans from the system. "Do not forget to apply the discount," Zhou Jiayue reminded. The Golden House, albeit reluctantly, emitted a sound of acknowledgement. 90 points deducted. Zhou Jiayue curled her lips upward and initiated a scanning function. Defining range, commencing scan. Scan complete. Zhou Jiayue gazed at the three-dimensional perspective unfolding in her mind, extracting a sheet of paper to jot down several house numbers, which she then handed to Yang, Kan, and Zhou Jiayue, instructing them to convey the message to the respective residents. According to the scanned results, there were currently 92 individuals within Building 1, with 74 being eligible for rescue, excluding those who had been brought down from above. Fewer than 10 households on the ground floor remained within the scope of potential assistance. As for the 18 individuals adorned with gray insignias above their heads, the neutral pen twirled between Zhou Jiayue's fingertips, her expression almost devoid of emotion. Once the supplies were exchanged with the others, it would be time to bind them. The process of exchanging supplies had proceeded relatively smoothly, with the only setback occurring during the abduction when they were met with resistance. "What are you doing to my son?" My son? Whoa, who are you people? What has my son done to offend you? If my son has erred in any way, I apologize on his behalf. I beseech you, spare my son. I implore you. Zhou gazed at the woman kneeling before her, her brow furrowing slightly. After binding the captives, Yang swiftly approached to lead the woman aside, preventing her tears and mucus from staining Zhou Jiayue's attire. The woman, witnessing this, could only cling desperately to Yang Kan's pant leg, weeping incessantly. Observing the damage to his trousers, Yang took a few deep breaths, remaining unmoved. Since the woman's son had been deemed irredeemable, it was evident that he had committed some heinous acts or harbored a heart filled with darkness, and to this day, he showed no remorse or intention to make amends. In contrast, the woman herself had been classified by the system as a salvageable individual, which presented a rather complicated dilemma. Zhou Jiayue's fingertips tapped softly on the table, her mind still grappling with how to resolve the predicament at hand, when suddenly, a figure burst forth from the crowd, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at the woman's bound son. "Beast, may heaven have eyes. You deserve to perish." Upon witnessing her son being assaulted, the woman let out a piercing shriek, releasing her grip on Yang Kan's trousers as she lunged forward to shield the assailant from the middle-aged woman. The latter, undeterred, retaliated, declaring, "You two are no virtuous being, raising such a son." Zhou Jiayue pressed her fingers against her temples in distress, urging Yang Kan and Zhou Jiayue to separate the two parties involved. She then turned to the equally troubled Zhou Lihua for assistance. Perhaps it was the righteous demeanor of Zhou Lihua that momentarily stilled the middle-aged woman, who paused before tearfully recounting the sequence of events. The woman's son, Gao Yipeng, had been bound and was a classmate of Dai Yao, the daughter of the assailant, sharing the same school and grade but different classes. Gao Yipeng harbored a secret affection for Dai Yao since their first year of high school. Upon discovering that they lived in the same neighborhood, he exploited this opportunity to orchestrate numerous chance encounters. However, Dai Yao did not reciprocate his feelings. In fact, she found him rather bothersome and decisively rejected him after his confession, urging him to have some self-respect and cease his pursuits. Had it ended there, it might have been bearable. Yet, merely a month after his confession, Gao Yipeng witnessed Dai Yao strolling down the street with another boy, and they even visited an amusement park and attended a movie together. Feeling utterly deceived, Gao Yipeng's perception of Dai Yao morphed into that of a promiscuous individual, masking her true self behind a facade of virtue. After indulging in a myriad of distorted thoughts, his heart became twisted with a thirst for vengeance. Seizing an opportunity after an evening study session, he enlisted a group of delinquents to assault Dai Yao, disfiguring her face and recording the abhorrent act, which he subsequently uploaded to the school forum, disseminating vile commentary. In the aftermath of this incident, Dai Yao withered like a rose ravaged by acid rain. Unbeknownst to Gao Yipeng, the companion with whom Dai Yao had been enjoying her day was merely her cousin, who was attending university. "This beast has ruined my daughter," the woman lamented. "My daughter has been hiding at home for a month, attempting suicide multiple times, had it not been for timely interventions. Oh, my daughter is only 17. Her life has scarcely begun. I will kill that monster. I seek vengeance for my daughter." Zhou Lihua clarified the grievances between the two parties. Following the timeline, one can infer that had the middle-aged woman reported the incident prior to the torrential rain, The police would likely have been conducting an investigation at that time. Regrettably, the downpour interrupted everything, allowing Gao Yiping to evade justice for an extended period. Upon hearing the woman's account, a fleeting expression of vindication passed across Gao Yiping's eyes, obscured by his long hair, as he coldly mocked, "Serves you right. Who told your daughter to act so disgracefully?" The woman had initially doubted that her son could commit such an act, as he had vehemently denied it during the police inquiry. Just as she was about to defend him, she was met with Gao Yiping's scornful remarks. What more could she possibly misunderstand? Her face turned ashen in disbelief as she gazed at her son. "Yipeng, stop calling him that. It's unbearable." Gao Yiping retorted harshly to his mother. The woman stammered, overwhelmed with grief. "I am so sorry. I apologize on behalf of my son to you and your daughter. What do you want from us? I will do everything in my power to compensate you. Please forgive my son. He is still young and doesn't understand." Even upon learning of her son's heinous actions, how could she bear to let him suffer the consequences? "Your son doesn't understand? He is still a child? What about my daughter? Does she deserve this fate?" The middle-aged woman was both anxious and furious. Chapter 67. Reaping what one sows, violence begets violence. Da Yao's mother, in a fit of rage, broke free from Zhou Jiayue's restraint and fiercely kicked Gao Yiping. In response to the lamentations of Gao Yiping's mother, Da Yao's mother, her eyes ablaze, declared with conviction, "I can never forgive such a scoundrel. Only his death can free my daughter." She was acutely aware that her daughter could no longer survive. Each moment of existence was a torment for her. Yet, driven by a mother's selfish desire, she wished to keep her daughter tethered to this hellish world. Unable to eat or sleep, constantly vigilant, her daughter was at risk of self-harm. A once vibrant life now reduced to a mere shell, resembling a desiccated corpse. The thought of her daughter, bound within their home, unleashed a torrent of tears from Da Yao's mother. Sorrow engulfed her entire being. Kneeling on the ground, the woman covered her mouth, weeping profusely, her eyes imploring her son. "Yipeng, please admit your wrongs and apologize to Da Yao's mother." "Son, I beg you please." Gao Yiping's mother humbly hoped for her son's apology to elicit a modicum of compassion. However, Gao Yipeng, having been kicked, spat defiantly and shouted at Da Yao's mother, "I did nothing wrong. If you dare, kill me. Ha ha ha. Even in death, I will haunt your daughter. Come, take my life. Ha ha ha." Zhou Jiayue could no longer bear it. He casually grabbed a rag and stuffed it into Gao Yiping's mouth, expressing his disdain and anger as he said, "Silence yourself." After clarifying the grievances, the onlookers' gazes towards Gao Yiping and his daughter were instantly filled with contempt and disdain. Zhou Jiayue furrowed her brow as she approached Zhou Lihua, whispering, "Father, how do you believe we should handle this matter? If she were to take action, it would likely result in a decisive outcome. However, that wretched individual's mother is a person in need of assistance, and if we were to eliminate this scoundrel, she might very well succumb to darkness in an instant, which will be detrimental to the progression of our mission. Thus, I intend to leave this conundrum for you to resolve." Upon hearing this, Zhou Lihua glanced at both parties and felt that the situation was somewhat precarious, for he was not a judge. However, it seemed imperative to devise a resolution, lest the matter escalate further. Zhou Lihua pondered for a moment, casting a glance at Da Yao's mother. Even if sentenced according to the law, the crimes committed did not warrant the death penalty. Moreover, even if you were to be killed, the harm inflicted upon your daughter could never be undone. It would be wiser to contemplate what compensation might allow you and your daughter to live better lives. After speaking, he turned to Gao Yiping's mother, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "Your son is no longer a child, and he is well aware of the world's realities. The sins he has committed will inevitably bring about his own downfall. The circumstances that have led your son to this point, and the actions he has taken, bear a significant portion of your responsibility. Simply shielding him will only embolden him further, leading him to greater transgressions." With that, he approached Gao Yipeng, lowering his gaze to meet the arrogant yet defiant expression on his face. "Did you ever consider, while inflicting harm upon others, that one day you might find yourself bound and powerless in a similar manner? That innocent girl you harmed, Did her life deserve to be shattered simply because of your own grievances? He then moved to Dai Yao's mother's side, offering her a dagger. While murder is indefensible, in certain extraordinary circumstances, retaliating with violence may serve as the most profound form of vengeance. It is for you to choose, to kill or to spare. Dai Yao's mother, gazing at the dagger presented before her, felt her rage transform into an unsettling calm. Clenching her fists, she glanced at the pleading woman and the now visibly anxious Gao Yipeng, shut her eyes momentarily, and gritting her teeth, accepted the dagger. With the blade unsheathed, she advanced step by step toward the prostrate Gao Yipeng. Witnessing this, Gao Yipeng's mother cried out in alarm, "No, don't, son, run." She feared that Dai Yao's mother intended to murder her son. As Dai Yao's mother crouched down before Gao Yipeng, her eyes brimmed with profound hatred and anguish. "You must also feel the pain you have inflicted upon my daughter." With that, she raised the knife and struck fiercely. In an instant, blood spattered. The dagger continued its relentless dance, leaving 2 deep gashes across Gao Yipeng's face, exposing the bone beneath. With reddened eyes, Dai Yao's mother's hand trembled as she spoke in a frenzied tone. "My daughter bears 13 scars upon her face. Now, I return them all to you." Finally, she swung the dagger, targeting Gao Yipeng's lower body. Many onlookers instinctively clamped their legs together, a sense of unease washing over them. Gao Yipeng's mother, bound by Yang Kan, could only watch in horror as Dai Yao's mother methodically marred her son's face with the dagger. In despair, she wept uncontrollably, yet was powerless to intervene. A pool of blood spread beneath Gao Yipeng, who writhed in agony, his mouth muffled by a cloth, producing only incoherent whimpers. Terrified, he attempted to evade Dai Yao's mother's dagger, but Zhou Jiayue held him firmly in place, forcing him to endure the excruciating pain. As the final blow fell, Dai Yao's mother gazed at the blood staining her hands, yet felt no satisfaction from the vengeance fulfilled. The resentment within her had not diminished in the slightest. She yearned to plunge a knife into Gao Yipeng's heart, wishing for his immediate demise, and then to carve his flesh piece by piece, reducing his bones to dust to be scattered in the floodwaters. Yet, she refrained from such actions. Instead, she stood before Gao Yipeng's mother, clutching the bloody dagger, her gaze icy and devoid of warmth. Coldly, she uttered, 20 pounds of rice in exchange for your son's life." Gao Yipeng's mother, consumed by thoughts of her bloodied and weeping son, was struck by the ruthless intensity of her adversary's resolve. Upon hearing those words, she nodded frantically, overwhelmed and at a loss. Zhou Jiayue observed the farcical scene nearing its conclusion, silently clicking her tongue in disapproval. Her gaze fleetingly brushed past Gao Yipeng, and she shook her head. With such grievous wounds and significant blood loss, devoid of hemostatic and analgesic medications, he was destined to either bleed to death or succumb to excruciating pain. Of course, should he miraculously survive, he would still face the looming dangers of post-injury infections and other perils. Without medication, it was tantamount to awaiting death. This could be aptly described as a humiliation that, when pressed too far, inevitably leads to retaliation and inflicting harm that, when excessive, invites further suffering. After dispatching her adversary and securing supplies, Dai Yao's mother expressed her gratitude by bowing deeply to Zhou Jiayue and her companions. Once the crowd dispersed, Zhuang Mingjie, who had witnessed the entire ordeal from a corner, slowly approached, dragging a heavy suitcase behind him. Taking a deep breath, he opened the suitcase, and in that instant, even amidst the dim light, the dazzling array of jewels within shone brilliantly before the eyes of the onlookers. Zhou Jiayue was dazzled by an entire box brimming with a variety of exquisite jewels. After a moment of silence, she curled her lips into a smile, wondering if Mr. Zhuang intended to exchange all of this for material goods. Zhuang Mingjie was not surprised when Zhou Jiayue called out his name. He gazed steadily at her, his thin lips uttering words that Zhou Jiayue could not comprehend. "No, these jewels are my token of allegiance." Zhou Jiayue. Yang Kan. Chapter 68 Family Upgrades on the Small Boat. Zhou Jiayue ultimately departed with an entire box of jewels. There was no alternative. The offer was simply too generous. Zhuang Mingjie was still residing in Building 1. However, Zhou Jiayue had provided him with a walkie-talkie, instructing him to monitor the situation in Building 1 temporarily, and had left him with 10 kilograms of rice, just as Zhou Jiayue and the others were leaving. Within room 2203 of Building 1, a single phrase caused Ai Yao's lifeless eyes to finally flicker with movement. Wu Mei, witnessing this, immediately recounted the events that had transpired. After a prolonged silence, Dai Yao finally parted her lips, her voice rasping like the friction of parched tree bark. "Mom, hungry." Upon hearing this, Wu Mei's sorrowful eyes sparkled with joy. "Yao Yao, what did you say?" Dai Yao blinked stiffly, reminiscent of a patient in rehabilitation. After a long pause, she hoarsely repeated, "Hungry." Wu Mei was once again overcome with tears. At that moment, her gratitude toward Zhou Jiayue and the others reached its zenith. Her Yao Yao, her daughter, had finally chosen to embrace life once more. Returning to Building 5, Zhou Jiayue did not forget his promise to Yang Can regarding the door installation. He arranged to meet Yang Can in the afternoon, saying, "You should rest for now. After lunch, I'll come over to install the door." Yang Can naturally nodded in agreement. Once back in room 2701, and after tidying up, Zhou Jiayue beamed as he gathered his family together. Then, he reached into his pocket and produced 4 vials of body enhancement serum. "Here, as promised, the body enhancement serum, one for each of you." Zhou Jiayue was the first to receive his own copy, delightfully holding it as he gazed upon it repeatedly. "Once I drink this, I shall transform into a superhero." Zhou Jiayue rolled her eyes in exasperation, pondering what dreams could possibly arise from merely possessing a slightly better physical constitution. Zhou Jiayue chuckled softly, then uncorked the vial and gulped down the potion with fervor. After finishing, he smacked his lips, observing the verdant liquid that bore no discernible flavor, akin to plain water. The others, however, did not share Zhou Jiayue's eagerness. Instead, they inquired with curiosity, "What sensations accompany your consumption?" "Well, it feels a bit warm." Zhou Jiayue's words faltered as his body suddenly curled inwards, resembling a boiled shrimp. His complexion flushed crimson, and his expression contorted in agony. "Oh no, it hurts. It hurts so much." Wang Yumei immediately felt a surge of concern, instinctively reaching out to steady Zhou Jiayue's precarious form. Yet she found herself at a loss as to how to assist him. Zhou Jiayue hurriedly explained with a hint of guilt, "Ahem. I forgot to mention that the process of body modification can be quite painful. This is a normal occurrence. Mother, please do not worry. It will soon be over." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiayue trembled as he extended a quivering finger towards Zhou Jiayue, exclaiming, "Sister, how cruel you are. You waited until I had drunk before revealing it." Almost immediately, he was rendered speechless by the pain. After a few more moments, Zhou Jiayue managed to stand up. Utterly exhausted, his body drenched in perspiration, resembling someone who had just been pulled from the water. Zhou Gowen wrinkled his nose and leaped back, covering it with disdain as he exclaimed, "Oh, you unfortunate child, why do you smell so foul? Have you fallen into a cesspit?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiayue's expression darkened immediately, and the others slowly became aware of the repugnant odor emanating from him, reminiscent of a bucket of foul refuse. "Ugh!" Zhou Jiayue, who had wisely distanced herself earlier, interjected, "The water is ready for you. Hurry and wash up." Consequently, Zhou Jiayue dashed into the bathroom and emerged anew after a good half hour. The youth, now clad in fresh attire, stood at least 180 centimeters tall, with tousled, soft hair and fair, delicate skin. His features were gentle and exquisitely balanced, neither overly feminine nor excessively rugged. Zhou Jiayue emerged from a shower and immediately made his way to the gym area. After experiencing enhancements in strength, speed, and endurance, he clenched his fist, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Wow, this potion is truly extraordinary. Mom, Dad, Grandpa, you should try it too. Although it does sting a bit, the results are remarkable. I feel as though I could knock out a bull with a single punch." Zhou Jiayue felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through his entire being. Zhou Lihua and Zhou Gowen appeared relatively calm, while Wang Yumei exhibited a hint of hesitation, particularly considering the rather alarming cries of Zhou Jiayue from earlier. Sensing Wang Yumei's uncertainty, Zhou Jiayue gently cleared her throat and spoke in a leisurely manner. "Mother, if you are apprehensive about pain, we can proceed without discomfort." As she spoke, she extracted a slender tube from her pocket. Apart from Zhou Guowen, the others immediately recalled the mischievous antics they had engaged in at their grandfather's house. A shared glance of guilt passed among them, and Zhou Jiayue chuckled lightly. "Grandfather, this is akin to an anesthetic. Shortly, you shall be able to recline and undergo a painless upgrade in slumber." Zhou Guowen perceived nothing amiss and nodded in silence. Consequently, Zhou Guowen, Zhou Lihua, and Wang Yumei procured a mat and laid down in unison across the living room. Once they had ingested the potion, Zhou Jiayue immediately exhaled a plume of white smoke, which danced before the trio's noses, causing them to succumb to a profound slumber. Observing from a distance, Zhou Jiayue pouted and cast a lingering gaze at Zhou Jiayue. His eyes filled with unspoken reproach, silently accusing her of intent. Zhou Jiayue collected the props, discreetly touching her nose, and chose to ignore the forlorn expression of her unfortunate brother. She indeed forgot, and there was no intention behind it. No, there was none. The efficacy of the misty smoke props lasts for 3 hours. By the time they awaken, it will be around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Zhou Jiayue and Zhou Jiayue decided to have their lunch first before descending to assist Yang Can with the installation of the door. The formidable iron door, weighing between 700 to 800 pounds, was effortlessly lifted by the siblings. Under the astonished gaze of Yang Can, Zhou Jiayue proudly showcased his strength, exclaiming, "Hey Can, what do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it?" Room 2701. 3 hours later, the 3 individuals in the living room gradually awakened. Shortly thereafter, a bout of intense retching ensued, leading each of them to rush into the bathroom one after another. Upon emerging, they eagerly congregated in the fitness area, enthusiastically testing the changes in their bodies. Even Wang Yumei was no exception, seated on the multi-gym, curiously experiencing her own physical transformation. Little Black, oblivious to the happenings, trotted over, tail wagging, joyfully circling around the gathering. Zhou Jiayue smiled sweetly as she pinched the chubby cheeks of Little Hay, softly saying, "In a few days, we shall arrange something for our Little Hay as well." Chapter 69. Confronting Cruelty on the 19th day of the torrential rain. The map of Tianqing community had been fully completed. Task progress. Current number of rescued individuals, 324,500. Current heartfelt gratitude received, 67,400. Countdown, 18 days. Zhou Jiayue stood on the balcony, gazing outward, her brows and eyes exuding a serene clarity. Her long eyelashes resembled raven feathers, and her jet-black pupils shimmered with a hint of ethereal light. Her unadorned visage was as pristine as the snow atop a mountain, with her delicate lips merely touched by a subtle blush. Moon, let us embark, in pursuit of expanding the scope of their assistance. The entire Zhou family was mobilized for this operation, accompanied by 5 individuals and a dog, along with the newly recruited employees, Yang Can and Zhuang Mingjie. Zhou Jiayue took out all 5 kayaks she had purchased before the torrential rain. As it stands, the floodwaters have risen to the 10th floor. Yet the downpour shows no signs of abating. If this trend continues by the time the storm subsides, the waters will have inundated at least the 12th floor. In the face of life and death, individuals may cast aside their conscience and dignity. The profound fear and hope for survival will transform them into apathetic fiends. At that moment, chaos is likely to reign once more. Zhou Jiayue sighed softly, pondering the relentless cycle devoid of hope for a brighter tomorrow. Humanity, this vast multitude, resembled a forest ravaged by pests, gradually hollowing out from within. Once the trunks are reduced to mere hollow shells, a single gust of wind could shatter them to pieces. In Building 1, Zhuang Mingjie prepared himself after receiving his mission, waiting at the corridor between the 10th and 11th floors. He shaved off the beard that obscured his face, trimmed his long-neglected hair, and donned one of his few clean garments. Despite the dark circles beneath his eyes and his frail physique, He indeed presented as a rare and handsome figure. A small boat anchored in front of Building 1. Zhou Jiayue observed Zhuang Mingjia's appearance with a slight furrow of her brow, then retrieved a raincoat and a life jacket from her bag, tossing them to him. "Put these on before boarding," she instructed gently. 3 minutes later, Zhuang Mingjia nervously stepped onto the kayak where Zhou Jiayue and Yang Kan awaited him. The destination for this expedition was not far, merely across from Tianjin Community to Lannan Community. Since only Zhou Jiayue and Zhou Jiayue possessed rowing experience, the pace of the entire team was deliberately slow to accommodate others. Despite the distance being less than a kilometer, they struggled against the torrential rain, taking nearly an hour to arrive. Zhou Jiayue and the others remained oblivious to the fact that as they departed from building number 5, a pair of eyes concealed in the shadows had been watching them intently within the dim confines of the structure. Blue Shore Community. Zhou Jiayue and her companions paused before a recent edifice. The corridor's window was securely shut from the inside. Zhou Jiayue brandished the baseball bat in her grasp, and with a gentle yet forceful strike, the somewhat fragile glass shattered. A resounding crash echoed, startling the residents to the ground floor. What was that? Judging by the sound, it seems a glass shattered at the corridor's entrance. Oh, perhaps it was merely the wind. Should we venture out to investigate? Let us not meddle. I am quite famished, devoid of strength. Zhou Jiayue squeezed through a gaping hole in the window, clearing away the shards of glass and debris before guiding each remaining individual inside, one by one. Zhou Jiayue and Zhou Lihua remained until the end, tossing supplies from the ship into the building before leaping in themselves. The buildings in Lannan Community reach a maximum height of only 21 stories, yet each floor accommodates 5 or 6 households. Zhou Jiayue ascended 2 flights of stairs before activating her scanning function. Mere seconds later, guided by the mental blueprint in her mind, she discovered an unoccupied room. However, to label it as entirely vacant would be misleading. Upon forcibly opening the door, she found it furnished in its entirety, clearly indicating that someone resided there, rather than it being an unsold shell of a house. Yet, despite the door being breached, no one emerged to admonish or caution them. Wang Yume, likewise armed with a weapon, gripped the baseball bat nervously, swallowing hard as she hesitantly remarked, "Do you think this might be a bit inappropriate?" The dimming light cast a vague silhouette of the furniture within the room, and Wang Yume felt that such an abrupt intrusion into someone else's home was rather. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiayue cast a soothing glance towards her, shaking her head without uttering a word. As the door creaked open, a faint yet pungent odor of decay wafted from within the room. Instinctively, the others held their breath upon catching the scent. While Wang Yume and Zhou Jiayue were still trying to comprehend the source of the odor, the expressions of the others shifted subtly, their eyes flickering as they began to suspect the nature of what lay ahead. Zhou Jiayue furrowed her brows and illuminated the room with a powerful flashlight, revealing the scene within for all to behold. A thick layer of dust cloaked the furniture, while the balcony windows remained tightly shut, though the curtains were drawn wide open. Further in, Wang Yume gasped in horror, her face paling. In the living room, near the balcony, lay 2 decayed corpses. The bodies were emaciated, their loose, necrotic skin stretched over protruding bones, while white maggots slowly writhed within their nostrils and ears. In a distant corner, a black rat, frightened by the earlier sound of the door being smashed, had hidden itself. The onlookers could clearly see the rat's slender claws and elongated snout as it gnawed at the flesh torn from the corpses. There were no signs of struggle within the room, nor any dried bloodstains upon the floor. Considering the state of the 2 bodies, the cause of death became painfully evident: starvation, as they awaited hope that never came, ultimately perishing from hunger. Wang Yume felt her stomach churn, unable to suppress her urge to vomit, as tears began to well in the corners of her eyes. Zhou Lihua could no longer bear to watch. He turned his face away and embraced Wang Yume in his arms. Zhou Jiayue grasped the arm of the nearest individual with a slight tremor, while Zhou Goen glanced at the captured limb, contemplating before ultimately refraining from breaking free. It was also the first time for Zhuang Mingjia to witness such a scene. His complexion paled slightly as he closed his eyes, gritting his teeth to suppress the chilling sensation that arose within him. Amidst the crowd, only Zhou Jiayue, Yang Can, and Zhou Guowen maintained a somewhat better demeanor. Zhou Jiayue's insights are drawn from her past experiences and foresight. As for Yang Can, he is a man who has traversed the precipice of life and death, having dealt with the deceased. The sight of lifeless bodies fails to elicit any profound impact upon him, merely invoking a sense of disgust. Regarding Zhou Guowen, after decades of existence, he has witnessed and endured an abundance of events. In his youth as a wandering physician, he encountered countless forms of death, rendering the current scene scarcely terrifying in comparison. Zhou Jiayue and Zhou Lihua exchanged a glance and nodded. Zhou Lihua then led Wang Yume out to the corridor. She merely wished for her mother to awaken to the harsh realities of the apocalypse, rather than to endure further torment. The shocks of the present were already overwhelming. There was no need for her to remain here in anguish. After Wang Yume departed, Zhou Jiayue felt unburdened and commanded Yang Can and Zhuang Mingjie to dispose of the body. Yang Can nodded, his expression betraying no hesitation. Zhuang Mingjie glanced at Yang Can, his face pale, and gritted his teeth to endure. His hands trembled slightly, and ultimately he could not suppress the urge to turn away, bending over to vomit. Chapter 70, Dining Together. I'm sorry. After Zhuang Mingjie finished, Yang Can had already silently taken care of the body on his own. He removed his gloves, cast a glance at Zhuang Mingjie, nodded, and forced a smile, assuring him it was all right. Zhuang Mingjie recognized the insincerity in his response, pressed his lips together, and refrained from saying more, though he remained grateful. Despite Yang Can's calm demeanor while handling the body, it was after all a corpse still. He appreciated the assistance in managing it together. After incinerating the gloves worn during the task, Yang Can approached Zhou Jiayue, who stood at the door, and reported, "Boss, it has been taken care of." Zhou Jiayue responded with an acknowledgement. Jiajun and their grandfather took the little black dog upstairs, while you accompanied Zhuang Mingjie downstairs. Yes, I will join you. The Zhou family had undergone enhancements to their physical well-being and given their prior access to plentiful sustenance and ample exercise. She harbored no concerns for the safety of Zhou Jiajun and Zhou Guowen. However, Yang Can and Zhuang Mingjie were a different matter. Their physical condition was at best comparable to that of an ordinary person before a storm, having also endured the ravages of hunger. Yang Can, after receiving the healing elixir, might fare somewhat better, particularly since future provisions were assured, but Zhuang Mingjie could face significant challenges. Her intention in inviting Zhuang Mingjie along was to cultivate his skills, not to allow him to falter at the outset. In the future, there would be even greater distances to traverse and more arduous tasks to complete. She could not accompany them on every venture. Thus, it was imperative to nurture individuals who could operate independently. Currently, with only Yang Can and Zhuang Mingjie at her disposal, careful oversight was essential. "Father, you and Mother should remain here to guard the supplies while I take them downstairs to explore," Zhou Jiayue said, turning to Zhou Lihua. "All right," Zhou Lihua replied. Downstairs, Zhou Jiayue had no intention of knocking on every door. Armed with the scanning results, she directly extracted the individuals marked with gray insignias. She systematically surveyed each household, allowing Yang Can and Zhuang Mingjie to engage if the numbers were few, treating it as a training exercise. Naturally, she did not merely observe. She would offer random guidance as needed. Should the two find themselves at a disadvantage, she would first weaken the adversaries, reducing their combat effectiveness by half before handing the challenge over to Yang Can and Zhuang Mingjie. Although Yang Can's skills remained somewhat unrefined, he had made noticeable progress compared to before. Zhou Jiayue narrowed her eyes, formulating plans for the subsequent arrangements with the two individuals. After consecutively challenging two households, she chose not to impose further difficulties upon them, swiftly resolving the remaining matters herself. Yang Can accepted Zhou Jiayue's formidable prowess with ease. While it was the first time Zhuang Mingjie witnessed Zhou Jiayue in action, the sheer magnitude of her strength left him profoundly astonished, and he silently rejoiced, grateful for his earlier decision to pledge allegiance. Once everyone was directed to the exchange point, Zhou Jiayue relinquished her responsibilities. The process was already familiar to Zhou Jiayue and the others, allowing her to stand by as a mere figurehead. Under the guidance of Zhou Jiayue and his companions, Wang Yume gradually emerged from the shadow of witnessing the corpses, assisting in tallying the items for those exchanging supplies. There were 96 individuals eligible for assistance in this building, and the final count of heartfelt gratitude received amounted to 32, resulting in a gratitude rate of 1/3, which was quite satisfactory. Zhou Jiayue did not dwell on the matter for long. The Blue Coast community comprised 12 buildings, yet the supplies she and her companions had brought were sufficient for only one. She inwardly lamented the absence of a large vessel. Although she noticed that such a boat was available in the system's marketplace, the price was exorbitantly steep. A modest sightseeing boat required 50,000 points, a sum far beyond her meager means. She simply cannot afford it. As for lunch, Zhou Jiayue made the decision to dine together. The Zhou family was of little consequence, and thus Yang Ken would not refuse. Zhuang Mingjie paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement, feeling a profound sense of gratitude arise within him. He had only recently pledged his allegiance, yet the boss had invited him to dine together. One need not be a fool to understand the preciousness of food in such times. The boss's generosity seemed to indicate that she regarded him as one of her own. While Zhuang Mingjie was lost in his emotions, Zhou Jiayue remained oblivious. Her reluctance to complicate matters was secondary. Her primary intention was to seize this opportunity to showcase her financial prowess, instilling in her employees a sense of potential and loyalty that would compel them to serve her diligently. In the future, she undoubtedly planned to recruit more individuals, but Yang Ken and Zhuang Mingjie, as her initial supporters, would likely form the backbone of her future endeavors. It was essential to fortify their loyalty towards her. Naturally, if anyone were to exhibit signs of disloyalty, she would not hesitate to test the sharpness of her blade on their heads. Lunch was served in room 2701. Upon the flick of a switch, Yang Ken and Zhuang Mingjie were astounded as the lights illuminated the space. Their raincoats hung on the balcony, while Zhou Jiayue cordially provided them with clean towels and clothing. Once they had changed in the restroom, Wang Yume poured 2 cups of hot water from the dispenser and handed them over with a smile, saying, "First, have some hot water to warm your bodies." After changing their clothes, the two sat stiffly on the sofa, accepting the hot water with gratitude, murmuring, "Thank you, Auntie." Wang Yume smiled gently, then, recalling something, fetched a computer from her room and set up a projector. She also retrieved a platter of peanuts, sunflower seeds, and fruit snacks, apologetically stating, "I have nothing of great value to offer. Please enjoy some television while I prepare dinner." With that, she turned and entered the kitchen, where the sound of chopping echoed shortly after, as if she were preparing a hearty meal. On the wall opposite the sofa, a popular television drama played, while the left side of the living room was designated as a fitness area, where Zhou Lihua was seen performing pull-ups on a bar. Adjacent to the multi-gym was a massage chair. Zhou Goen lay comfortably with his eyes closed, indulging in a soothing massage. Yang Ken and Zhuang Mingjie held steaming cups of water, exchanging glances that revealed an overwhelming sense of astonishment. The distinction lay in the intensity of their reactions. Yang Ken's shock was comparatively subdued, while Zhuang Mingjie's was markedly pronounced. Zhou Jiayue, clutching a can of cola, plopped down beside Yang Ken. With a crisp sound, he pulled the tab, indulged in a refreshing sip, and let out a satisfied sigh. Then, with a slight twitch of his nose, he caught the enticing aromas wafting from the kitchen. Turning to Yang Ken and Zhuang Mingjie, he smiled and exclaimed, "Brother Ken, Brother Jia, you are in for a treat. It seems my mother is about to showcase her culinary prowess with her signature braised pork ribs with potatoes today. I'm not boasting. Her skills could easily rival those of a professional chef." Zhou Jiayue had just changed in her loungewear when she caught sight of Zhou Jiayue's smug demeanor. Unable to restrain herself, she playfully tapped his head with her finger, questioning his arrogance. Zhou Jiayue let out a cry, clutching his head as he lamented, "Sister, you are driving me to madness." Zhou Jiayue let out a scoff, as she was inherently rather foolish. Yang Ken and Zhuang Mingjie exchanged a glance. Their expressions a blend of awkwardness and restraint, finding it truly difficult to utter any words. Chapter 71. In times of helplessness, one can only grit their teeth and endure. Sending Zhou Jiayue to the kitchen to assist. Zhou Jiayue sat down beside her, pouring herself a glass of plain water. The boss was seated nearby, while Yang Can and Zhuang Mingjie felt a palpable tension, instinctively sipping their drinks to mask the awkwardness. Zhou Jiayue chuckled softly, setting down her glass. Leaning back, her gaze casually swept over Yang Can and Zhuang Mingjie, declaring, "You are too weak." Her tone was flat, devoid of mockery, merely a statement of fact. Taken aback by her words, Yang Can and Zhuang Mingjie lowered their heads in shame, unconsciously tightening their grips on their glasses. Indeed, following their actions in the morning, they had come to a stark realization of the vast chasm separating them from the Zhou family. Not to mention Zhou Jiayue. Even the seemingly effortless strength exhibited by Wang Yume was beyond their reach. "Boss, I will strive to improve," Yang Can asserted with determination. Zhou Jiayue uttered a sound of acknowledgement and turned her gaze toward the silent Zhuang Mingjie beside her. "Have you practiced before?" Upon hearing Zhou Jiayue's inquiry, Zhuang Mingjie instinctively straightened his posture. Despite having encountered numerous influential figures prior to the torrential downpour, none had exuded the formidable aura that he now sensed emanating from Zhou Jiayue. The martial arts drama was filmed during a time when he was still relatively unknown. Although he portrayed merely a minor character, he approached the role with utmost seriousness. To excel in that production, he sought out a martial arts instructor 6 months in advance to hone his skills. Consequently, he shone brightly in the series, earning the director's admiration and paving the way for subsequent opportunities in blockbuster productions. During that 6-month period, devoid of other commitments, he immersed himself wholeheartedly in rigorous training. And fortunately, his efforts bore significant fruit. Zhou Jiayue nodded in acknowledgement of Zhuang Mingjie's words, neither affirming nor denying them. Whether his skills were merely superficial was a separate matter. At least for the time being, they sufficed. "You should move to Building 5 in the next couple of days." At this juncture, Zhou Jiayue paused and glanced at Yang Can. "He will be staying with you. Is there any issue?" Yang Can cast a fleeting glance at Zhuang Mingjie, a shadow of intrigue crossing his eyes. When he raised his gaze again, he met Zhou Jiayue's inquisitive stare and shook his head in compliance, replying, "No problem." The essence of Zhou Jiayue's intentions was understood by both parties, the necessity for mutual learning and adaptation. Zhuang Mingjie would instruct Yang Can in martial arts, while Yang Can would impart to him the art of maintaining composure in the face of certain challenges. Setting aside personal feelings, Zhuang Mingjie's willingness to teach martial arts represented a valuable opportunity for enhancement, which Yang Can readily embraced. Meanwhile, Zhuang Mingjie contemplated the significance of moving into Building No. 5, as it brought him closer to the boss, symbolizing the trust placed in him, compelling him to perform admirably. 40 minutes later, 7 individuals were seated around a dining table, encircling a lavish spread of 7 dishes and a soup, 5 meat dishes, and 2 vegetarian ones. Each portion was generously sized, filling an elongated table. The final dish, a pot of soup, was presented directly from the cooking vessel. Zhuang Mingjie and Yang Can gazed at the seemingly ordinary home-cooked meal before them, yet they were enveloped in an almost surreal sense of happiness. It had been an eternity since they had savored such a typical meal. Although they had supplies provided by Zhou Jiayue that prevented them from succumbing to hunger, they dared not ignite the stove unless absolutely necessary. With water and electricity curtailed, their only means of heating food was gas. The torrential rain showed no signs of abating, compelling them to conserve gas, and the frying pan was ill-suited for steaming rice. They relied on a haphazard mixture of rice and vegetables, concocting a chaotic stew or porridge, cooking in large quantities to last 2 days, indifferent to the coldness that would set in. Once the gas was depleted, they would be left with no choice but to dismantle their wooden furniture for firewood, and with limited timber, it would not sustain them for long. Thus, they had recently begun to fret over how they would cook in the days to come. It was only upon the arrival of 2,701 that they realized the vast disparities between individuals. While they were preoccupied with their cooking dilemmas, this new environment boasted complete utilities, appearing entirely unaffected by the storm. Faced with the comfort of their living conditions and the abundance of food, Yang Kan and Zhuang Mingjie experienced profound astonishment. "Stop dawdling. Eat quickly, so we can get back to work," they urged. The Zhou family had already begun to use their chopsticks, while Yang Kan and Zhuang Mingjie remained momentarily lost in their own emotions. Zhou Jiayue felt compelled to remind them. The current members of the Zhou family were all gluttons. If Yang Kan and Zhuang Mingjie did not hasten their eating, they would soon find themselves licking their plates. "Ah!" Finally, the two responded, and upon noticing the situation at the dining table, they nervously reached for their chopsticks. The warm food. How blissful! The meal in room 2701 could be deemed the most extravagant feast Yang Kan and Zhuang Mingjie had enjoyed after the storm. Their confidence in Zhou Jiayue grew stronger. Following their leader meant there was meat to eat. After a half-hour respite, the group set out once more. In the darkness, a pair of enigmatic eyes fixated on Zhou Jiayue and the others as they departed. Turning her head, Zhou Jiayue's gaze darkened momentarily, but in an instant, she let out a soft scoff and resumed her expressionless stare ahead. Building number 5, room 1303. Han Yuanyuan was startled by Zhou Jiayue's penetrating gaze, breaking out in a cold sweat. Yet from such a distance, she should not have been able to see her clearly. Han Yuanyuan was uncertain, but she could not afford to wait any longer. Time was running out. In a room within 1303, Han Yuanyuan's frail body curled up in a corner like a sickly cat, trembling as she hugged herself. Her dim gaze fell upon Li Bin, who was smashing things in the room. His exposed skin bore the marks of abuse. 3 days had passed without a morsel of food, and their household was now bereft of provisions. No, to be precise, only she and Tu who were left without sustenance. 3 days ago, when the food ran out, the Li family had secretly consumed the hidden supplies, keeping it from her and Tu Hu. She was unsure if Tu Hu had noticed. She discerned it from Li Bin's clumsy acting. Perhaps he believed that even if she did discover the truth, she would remain silent. Li Bin acted exceedingly nonchalant in her presence, feigning indifference. Tu Hu might have realized it as well, yet chose to remain silent for the sake of Li Shanshan's unborn child. Han Yuanyuan scoffed derisively, calling him foolish. Once he starved to death, what would Li Shanshan's child have to do with him? She no longer wished to ponder Tu Hu's intentions, even if he was willing to die for Li Shanshan. It was of no concern to her. However, she could not continue to sit idly by. She was on the verge of collapse. After finishing his rampage in the room, Li Bin caught sight of Han Yuanyuan huddled in the corner. He kicked over a chair and bellowed, "You harbinger of misfortune, wretched creature. Why don't you come over here and take your punishment?" Han Yuanyuan closed her eyes and trembled as she crawled over. Her downcast gaze harbored a deep-seated hatred. She could ignore him and reject his perverse demands. Yet, she was acutely aware that if she did so, the consequences would be dire. Silent defiance would only stoke Li Bin's fury further. Given her current frail state, if he were to unleash his rage, she might very well be beaten to death. The Li family could not possibly blame Li Bin for the demise of a deceased outsider. The most likely scenario was that they would assist him in erasing all traces of the body. Han Yuanyuan clenched her fists, and in her helplessness, she could only grit her teeth and endure. Li Bin's fist struck her back, causing her to stifle a groan and succumb to the force, collapsing to the ground. Li Bin jursit, kaling her a kortlis sekundret. Trembling, Han Yuanyuan shielded her vital areas with her hands, while her mind raced incessantly. Li Bin's violent demeanor could only signify one thing. The meager provisions they had hidden were probably running low. With her eyes filled with resentment, she shut them tightly before reopening them with newfound resolve. Chapter 72. Time to clean up in the afternoon. Zhou Jiayue retrieved the other 2 speedboats. The morning session had seen a limited deployment of 5 kayaks due to the collective inexperience in rowing. The afternoon, well, it was akin to hastily pushing a reluctant duck onto a perch. With the addition of 2 boats, the progress made in the afternoon surpassed that of the morning. Wang Yumei's understanding of the treachery of human nature in the apocalypse and the merciless acceptance of disaster was gradually being elevated. Room 1303 of Building 5. Under Han Yuanyuan's subtle guidance, the Li family finally noticed Zhou Jiayue and her group. One could hardly blame them for their lack of awareness. The prolonged wait had drained their confidence, leading them to cease gazing out the window for the arrival of a rescue team. Outside, the only sights were the despairing gray sky and the ever-rising floodwaters. Most chose to hide away in their rooms, quietly lying in bed to conserve energy. Han Yuanyuan, too, found herself in a corner, lost in thought, when she inadvertently made an observation. Then, the subsequent scene unfolded. At the stairway of Building 5, near the water's edge, the Li family looked on in indignation as Zhou Jiayue was the first to leap through the window. Zhou Jiayue immediately noticed Li Bin and his companions. Yet her gaze remained indifferent, as if she were oblivious to their presence. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern the vigilance in her eyes and the readiness to act at any moment. Han Yuanyuan was also pulled out by Li Bin, yet she continued to cower in the corner, resembling an invisible specter. Two remained ensnared by Li Shanshan in room 1303. Truth be told, even without Li Shanshan's interference, two who lacked the strength to deter Li Bin and his group. The Li family, upon spotting Zhou Jiayue, had no time to spare for Han Yuanyuan. It was Zhou Jiayue, however, whose gaze lingered on Han Yuanyuan for a brief 2 seconds after surveying the Li family. Since Zhou Jiayue's arrival, Han Yuanyuan had been cautiously observing her. Noticing the chill that swept across Zhou Jiayue's eyes, she realized her previous concerns were indeed warranted. She had been recognized. Han Yuanyuan lowered her gaze, managing a bitter smile, her lips pressed together in silence. She found herself devoid of other options. Survival was paramount, and Zhou Jiayue was her sole opportunity and glimmer of hope. She could not afford to let this chance slip away. Following Zhou Jiayue, Zhou Jiajun, Zhou Lihua, and Wang Yumei all subsequently jumped in one after another. Zhou Goen recognized Li Bin, who was leading the way up the steps, and his brow furrowed in irritation as he rolled his eyes, exclaiming inwardly, "Not this unsightly fellow again." Initially, Li Bin had felt his confidence wane due to the multitude of onlookers. However, upon hearing Zhou Goen's words, his composure was ignited with fury, and he vehemently retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting, you old fossil?" The expressions of Li Bin's parents shifted dramatically. Having cherished their son as their most precious treasure, they could not tolerate any disparagement directed at him. Yet, before they could interject, Zhou Lihua had already ascended the steps in 2 swift strides. Seizing Li Bin by the collar, Li Bin found himself lifted off the ground, his face flushed as he struggled against Zhou Lihua's grip, finally succumbing to fear. "Why you let me go?" Zhou Lihua, with a countenance that was rather stern, calmly remarked, "Has no one instructed you to show respect to your elders? How outrageous! Where did such madness come from?" Li Bin, feeling the pressure, was on the verge of rolling his eyes. Upon witnessing their son being bullied, Li's parents immediately rushed forward, intent on confronting the aggressor. Zhou Jiayue brandished a long knife, positioning it swiftly before the parents of Li. A subtle smile gracing her lips, yet her eyes devoid of mirth. "Your son lacks manners. Since you have failed to instill any, do not impede others." The long knife, borrowed from Zhuang Mingjia, was blunt. Yet, even a mere bamboo stick in Zhou Jiayue's hands could prove deadly, let alone a dull blade. The Li parents, stricken with fear, stood frozen, paralyzed by the moment. In a shadowed corner, Han Yuanyuan witnessed Zhou Lihua effortlessly lift Li Bin with one hand, while Zhou Jiayue, even more ruthless, unsheathed her knife. Han Yuanyuan was taken aback by the spectacle, involuntarily swallowing hard as a wave of dread washed over her. The girl wielding the knife seemed to perceive her scheming. Would she? Han Yuanyuan felt beads of cold sweat form on her forehead, her fingers intertwining in an anxious dance. A bitter taste surfaced in her mouth. Was there truly no escape for her? Li Bin felt as though he were suffocating, his flailing legs gradually losing strength. Among those present, aside from the Li parents, none sensed the gravity of the situation. Even Wang Yumei merely furrowed her brow, lacking the inclination to voice her thoughts. Zhou Lihua continued to inquire. Do you know how to articulate your thoughts? Li Bin felt as though stars were bursting forth before his eyes, the terror of impending doom engulfing him. Upon hearing the question, he began to blink frantically, rendered speechless, and could only communicate through the intensity of his gaze. Zhou Lihua cast a frigid glance at him, and with a flick of his hand, the man was sent sprawling to the ground. Coughing violently, without the threat of a long knife, Li's parents immediately rushed towards their son, crying out in despair, "Son, what has happened to you? Oh, how could you treat us so cruelly?" Yet before they could finish their lament, their words were abruptly interrupted by the sound of mocking laughter nearby. Zhou Jiayue's fingertips flicked upon the long blade, uttering not a single word, yet sending chills down the spines of Li's parents. The couple promptly sealed their lips, daring not to utter a syllable. At that moment, the three members of the Li family had long forsaken their initial intentions upon arrival. The malevolent intent displayed by Zhou Jiayue and Zhou Lihua made it abundantly clear that extracting resources from their grasp, let alone engaging in further conversation, could pose a grave risk to their very lives. Zhou Jiayue cast a cold glance at Li Bin, who lay sprawled on the ground. Were it not for his unwelcome appearance, she might have almost forgotten about his existence. As the recruitment process unfolded and the number of personnel increased, Building No. 5 would undoubtedly become her stronghold. Having resolved to continue with the mission, it was time to commence the elimination of these insignificant obstacles within Building No. 5. Zhou Jiayue narrowed her eyes, while the members of the Li family remained blissfully unaware of the imminent danger that had quietly descended upon them. In Chapter 73, dying at her hands, willingly, in a corner, Han Yun did her utmost to diminish her presence. The three members of the Li family huddled together, trembling like quails. Mr. and Mrs. Li were filled with regret, wishing they had heeded their son-in-law's counsel from the very beginning. Zhou Lihua's gaze swept over Li Bin, who was cowering behind his parents, and he let out a cold snort. Li Bin immediately shuddered in fear. He was a man who most feared the strong and bullied the weak. Having previously failed to comprehend the gravity of the situation, he had been dealt with accordingly, leading him to wear a woeful expression. I spoke out of turn, my foolish mouth. Please, Your Honor, do not stoop to quarrel with someone as uncouth as I, he pleaded. The sensation of being grasped by the collar, suffocating and feeling as though death was imminent in the next moment, was truly terrifying. He had no desire to endure that experience again. Zhou Lihua furrowed his brow and remained silent, instead directing his gaze towards Zhou Gowen's expression. Zhou Gowen observed his son, turned to look at him, casting a fleeting glance at the disheveled trio from the Li family, yet chose to remain silent. Thus, Zhou Lihua understood that the matter was considered settled. At the rear of the group, Yang can continue to assist Zhuang Mingjie in unloading the items they had brought from the small boat. The belongings brought by Zhuang Mingjie were few. Aside from the long knife held by Zhou Jiayue, there were merely some clothes and toiletries. Zhou Lihua and his companions remained silent, while the three members of the Li family dared not sneak away, cowering in a corner like frightened mice. After securing the small boat, Zhou Lihua and his group ascended the stairs with unwavering gazes, disregarding the individuals huddled nearby. Witnessing their casual departure, Han Yuan's heart sank completely. The anticipated confrontation had not materialized. Li Bin, having merely provoked them, was swiftly subdued, thus sparing himself the fate of inciting the wrath of these formidable individuals. In that moment, despair welled up in Han Yuan's hollow eyes, tears of hopelessness welling forth. Indeed, as Zhou Jiayue and the others departed, Li Bin reverted to his true nature. With rage igniting his crimson eyes, he violently kicked Han Yuan, who was cowering beside him, unleashing a torrent of abusive language. It was all this wretched woman's fault. Had it not been for her, he would not have found himself in such a humiliating predicament. Such complicity in cruelty. The buzzing in her ears intensified, and the darkness before her seemed boundless. Oh, how she longed to simply cease to exist. A sudden sharp pain coursed through her scalp. She was not the heartless boss who callously appropriated her subordinates' possessions. Zhou Lihua nodded subtly to Zhou Jiayue, then led Wang Yume and the others onward up the stairs. Zhou Jiayue stood in place for a few seconds, and when she turned around, the smile on her face vanished without a trace. Her footsteps were light and silent, the inky strands of her long hair trailing behind her like a blurred shadow in the darkness. Room 1303. Li Bin hurled Han Yuanyuan to the ground and seized a nearby stool, swinging it towards her with ferocity. Han Yuanyuan curled into herself, trembling from the impact. Yet, the pain of her body paled in comparison to the chilling despair that gripped her heart. As Li Bin raged and mercilessly beat Han Yuanyuan, her parents stood by, watching, occasionally muttering phrases like "bad luck star." Gradually, Han Yuanyuan closed her eyes, contemplating that she might very well be beaten to death this time. Perhaps it was for the best. It was a pity, though, that she couldn't drag these brutes down to hell with her. Just as Han Yuanyuan resigned herself to the impending doom, the door of 1303 suddenly creaked open, the sound of the lock being disengaged echoing in the ears of those in the living room. Li's parents were taken aback, and Li Bin furrowed his brow. Turning to look, the door slowly swung open, revealing a familiar face beaming at the entrance. In her hand, she wielded the very long knife that had just threatened Li's parents. Zhou Jiayue wore a faint smile at the corners of her lips, somewhat bashfully stating, "I apologize, but I do not possess the key. This is all I can do." She shook the doorknob she had just removed. As she relaxed her grip, the doorknob fell to the ground with a thud, rolling to a stop at Li Bin's feet. Staring at Zhou Jiayue's angelic countenance, Li Bin felt as if ensnared by invisible tendrils, immobilized by fear and unable to react. Han Yuanyuan, in a daze, heard the girl's voice. Her hollow gaze, upon encountering the frost-like girl at the doorway, suddenly contracted. As if burned by an unexpected flame, she became agitated, biting her pale, cracked lips, her heart bouncing erratically like a ball, yet her eyes remained fixated on the girl at the entrance. The moment she stepped inside, Li's parents erupted in terrified screams, urgent and furious. Meanwhile, the door, now devoid of its handle, swung shut in response to the breeze. Li Shanshan remained in her room, reclining on the bed, while Tu Hu, bound at hands and feet, sat despondently at the foot of the bed, looking utterly haggard. Observing Li Shanshan in her state of repose, Tu Hu felt a whirlwind of emotions: exhaustion, helplessness, embarrassment, and silence. His gaze slid from her slightly weary face to her subtly protruding abdomen. After a long pause, he closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Outside, the sounds of shouting and scolding were disregarded by Li Shanshan, who also held disdain for Han Yuanyuan, that wooden-headed fool. As for Tu Hu, he too was struggling for survival. Just as Li Shanshan was on the verge of slumber, the clamor in the living room abruptly ceased, replaced by the terrified screams of Li's parents. Li Shanshan's eyes flew open, a flicker of confusion crossing her features, her brows knitting in irritation as she rose to put on her shoes, intending to investigate. Tu Hu, startled awake by the sudden cries, felt a disquieting premonition stir within him. Noticing Li Shanshan's movement, he instinctively opened his mouth to dissuade her. "Shanshan, don't go." His voice was weak and hoarse, lacking strength. However, Li Shanshan merely cast him a sidelong glance, disdainfully averting her gaze as she continued toward the exit. In the living room, Han Yuanyuan stared blankly, her eyes wide. A vivid spray of blood erupted from the very person she had desperately sought to eliminate, a torrent akin to a fountain, cascading before her eyes. Zhou Jiayue, with a stoic expression, drew her long knife. The towering mountain that stood immovable before Han Yuanyuan suddenly crumbled. Behind the mountain stood a cold-faced girl, her visage shrouded in frost, yet radiating an undeniable brilliance. Tears unexpectedly rolled down the corners of Han Yuanyuan's eyes. In that moment, even if she were to perish at the hands of this girl, she would do so willingly. Chapter 74. The child is not mine. Upon witnessing the brutal murder of her beloved son, Li's father and mother felt their hearts shatter, the world around them turning dark. Once the initial shock subsided, they disregarded their terror and rushed forward, intent on battling Zhou Jiayue to the bitter end. Han Yuanyuan, noticing their desperate movements, felt a surge of anxiety wash over her, instinctively warning them to be cautious. Yet, Zhou Jiayue merely flicked her knife dismissively, her brows remaining unfurrowed. Li's parents charged forward, but they could not even graze the hem of Zhou Jiayue's garment. To Zhou Jiayue, their movements appeared as sluggish as that of snails. Even if they were given a head start of 2 meters, they could not touch a single strand of her hair. Observing Zhou Jiayue evade effortlessly, Han Yuanyuan inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. With clenched teeth, she suppressed the pain coursing through her body, taking advantage of Li's parents' distraction to stealthily crawl aside. She felt utterly drained. Remaining in the center of the living room would only hinder Zhou Jiayue's exertion. However, she was resolute in not letting this opportunity slip away without action. Huddled in a corner, she grasped the ashtray she had stealthily retrieved from the table's edge. Her eyes fixated on Li's parents' movements, and when they turned their backs to her, Han Yuanyuan suddenly sprang up, channeling all her strength to strike Li's mother on the head. Caught unawares, Li's mother instantly suffered a grievous wound. As Han Yuanyuan gazed upon the fallen figure of Li's mother, her entire being trembled, not from fear, but from exhilaration. She had finally vanquished that old crone. Her expression oscillated between a semblance of laughter and tears, infused with a frenzied excitement. Upon seeing his wife collapse, Li's father erupted in rage, his eyes ablaze. With his loved ones fallen, he lashed out, grasping for Han Yuanyuan's throat. The sight of his son and wife lying lifelessly had evidently dealt a heavy blow to him. Han Yuanyuan, having already spent her strength on that singular blow to Li's mother, found herself unable to resist any further. Soon, her face turned purple as Li's father tightened his grip, her struggles becoming feeble and diminishing. Zhou Jiayue coldly observed for a moment, and only as Han Yuanyuan was on the verge of her last breath did she slowly approach and plunge a knife into Li's father's heart. The grip around her neck suddenly relaxed, and air rushed eagerly into her lungs. Han Yuanyuan, half reclined on the ground, began to cough violently, a prominent circle of purple bruises around her neck. Li Shanshan stood at the doorway, staring blankly at the scene before her. On the floor lay the lifeless bodies of her parents and younger brother. A strange girl's long knife remained embedded in her father's corpse. The front door was blown open by the wind, cold air flooding into the room. Li Shanshan shuddered at the sudden chill, and the lengthy reflex arc finally allowed her to comprehend what had transpired. Her eyes widened in terror, a scream lodged in her throat, for she saw the girl withdraw the blade and step toward her. The blood, dripping from the knife, fell to the ground and seeped into her very heart. A tide of fear surged within her, causing Li Shanshan to retreat in panic. Her disordered steps led her to tumble onto the floor, yet she still scrambled backward in a frenzy. Shanshan! Inside the room, two who remained oblivious to the chaos outside, only seeing Li Shanshan, who had just stepped out moments ago, crawling back into the room as if being pursued. However, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Just as Li Shanshan crawled into the room, the door had yet to close when Zhou Jiayue was already upon her, the cold, bloodied blade pressed against her throat. Please, don't kill me. I know nothing. I've done nothing. Li Shanshan maintained her position on the ground, reclining backward, the blade's presence rendering her immobile. She was not particularly astute, and even now, she could not deduce Zhou Jiayue's identity. Yet, she was selfish enough to unhesitatingly betray anyone when her life was in jeopardy. If you must kill, then kill him. I'm innocent. I know nothing. One hand propped on the ground, her other hand trembled as it pointed toward Tu Hu, bound at the foot of the bed. Tu Hu recognized Zhou Jiayue and gazed at her with astonishment at her murderous demeanor. At the moment, Zhou Jiayue pressed the knife against Li Shanshan's neck. Despite her previous transgressions against his principles and even threatening his life, he instinctively wished to plead for her. He was painfully aware that upon discovering Li Shanshan had hidden supplies from him and the Li family, selfishly hoarding for herself, the last remnants of his feelings for her had been eroded. Human hearts are tender. Her betrayal would surely chill him. Protecting her was merely a long-established habit. Yet, before he could utter his plea, he heard Li Shanshan's words, "If you must kill, then kill him." The words caught in his throat. Tu Hu stared blankly at Li Shanshan's cowardly yet venomous expression. Finally, He took a deep breath, seemingly resigned to despair, and closed his eyes. Zhou Jiayue, a medical student, briefly fixed her gaze on Li Shanshan's face before noticing her abdomen. Frowning slightly, she wondered, is she pregnant? In a rare moment of clarity, Li Shanshan detected the hesitation in Zhou Jiayue's tone and promptly replied, yes, I am 3 months along. Zhou Jiayue's brows furrowed even more tightly. Just as Li Shanshan was preparing to make another attempt to persuade Zhou Jiayue to spare her, Han Yuanyuan suddenly stumbled in. She harbored an intense desire for the demise of everyone in the Li family, including Li Shanshan. Han Yuanyuan hurled the ashtray in her hand directly at Li Shanshan's head. With a piercing scream, Li Shanshan felt a gash open on her forehead. Ultimately, Han Yuanyuan lacked the strength to deliver a fatal blow. Instead, she merely inflicted a small wound. After the throw, Han Yuanyuan collapsed to the ground, panting for breath, while Li Shanshan continued to scream, clutching her head. Zhou Jiayue gazed expressionlessly at the unfolding scene before her. Only after Han Yuanyuan had finished smashing objects did she slowly sheath her knife. Han Yuanyuan, seated on the ground, took a deep breath, and upon witnessing Zhou Jiayue's action, she understood that the latter would not strike again. Turning her attention to Tu Hu, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Wake up, you fool! Li Shanshan never cared for you. She married you merely to find an honest man to take her burdens. The child in her womb is not yours." At her words, Tu Hu's eyes widened, piercingly focused on Han Yuanyuan. "What did you say? The child is not mine." Chapter 75. Submission or death. The child in Li Shanshan's belly does not belong to Tu Hu. This revelation had come to Han Yuanyuan inadvertently during a conversation with the Li family. After Han Yuanyuan's disdainful declaration, Tu Hu fixed his gaze on Li Shanshan, enunciating each word. Is she telling the truth? Li Shanshan shook her head frantically, her face pale as she protested. No, of course not. Tu Hu, she is sowing discord. How could the child in my womb possibly not be yours? How dare you doubt me? Tu Hu scrutinized Li Shanshan's face, missing not a single change in her expression. She appeared furious yet panicked, her demeanor betraying a sense of guilt and an intense desire to conceal her unease. Li Shanshan believed she had deceived Tu Hu, her gaze fleetingly drifting from Zhou Jiayue's face. Her parents and younger brother had perished, slain by this unfamiliar, deranged woman, who exuded such strength that she seemed utterly indifferent to the value of human life. Li Shanshan felt no inclination to retaliate against her. Though this madwoman appeared to spare her out of consideration for her pregnancy, Han Yuanyuan suddenly spiraled into a frenzy, intent on killing her. At this moment, Tu Hu was her sole reliance, and she knew she must cling to him tightly. Yes, the child. The child was her bargaining chip. She needed Tu Hu's assistance to eliminate Han Yuanyuan. Li Shanshan's eyes sparkled with newfound determination, momentarily disregarding the pain in her forehead. She hastily crawled to Tu Hu's side, trembling as she untied the ropes binding him. Then, she concealed herself behind him, pointing at the vigilant Han Yuanyuan seated on the ground. Tu Hu, kill her. Kill this wretched woman. She wants to kill me and your child. You must go and slay her. Han Yuanyuan's ferocious demeanor, having just used an ashtray as a weapon, terrified Li Shanshan, who was too cowardly to confront her directly, instead urging Tu Hu to take action. However, what Li Shanshan did not anticipate was that, upon gaining his freedom, Tu Hu's first instinct was not to heed her command to kill Han Yuanyuan, but rather to turn with crimson eyes and seize her by the throat. Tu. Li Shanshan gasped, wide-eyed as she struggled and writhed, clawing at his face and arms in a frenzy. Yet, it seemed as though Tu Hu felt no pain, allowing her to inflict scratches and bruises upon him. His voice was hoarse, his eyes reflecting an ability to see into the very depths of her soul, heavy with sorrow and fury. Li Shanshan, I have never hated anyone as much as I hate you. Am I not good enough for you? Why do you deceive me? Why treat me this way? No wonder. Suddenly, Tu Hu burst into laughter, tears seemingly streaming from the corners of his eyes. Li Shanshan, you shall pay for your treachery. The fury ignited within him only intensified, causing his grip to tighten as the blood flowed more profusely from Li Shanshan's forehead due to her fierce resistance. Blood trickled down her cheek and onto her neck. Ultimately, her struggles diminished until they ceased entirely. Once Li Shanshan grew quiet, Tu Hu released his hold. Collapsing to the ground, gazing at his blood-soaked hands, he became momentarily frozen, then trembled uncontrollably, his eyes wide with terror, as if awakening from a fit of rage. Unable to comprehend that he had taken a life. Seated on the ground, Han Yuan, sensing the crisis had abated, felt her taut nerves finally relax. Her hands that had shielded her now limply resting at her sides. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiayue, who had remained an observer until now, finally stirred. She glanced at Tu Hu before stepping in front of Han Yuan, her expression impassive, her gaze slightly lowered as she looked down at her. A shadow fell over Han Yuan, who struggled to lift her head, only to hear the girl, reminiscent of the moon, speak in a chilling tone, submit or face death. Han Yuan's narrowed eyes met the obsidian depths of the girl's gaze, and within those unruffled eyes, she perceived a danger that seemed ready to spill forth from the abyss. Certainly not a benevolent being, Han Yuan concluded within her heart. Yet, her wishes had been fulfilled, and she had been saved by the girl. Henceforth, what would it matter to surrender her soul to the devil? Looking into Zhou Jiayue's moonlit, tranquil eyes, Han Yuan revealed the only smile she had worn in years, her voice hoarse yet resolute, akin to a sacrificial vow. She slowly declared, "I pledge my life, henceforth to follow you, becoming your most loyal servant." Upon hearing this, a trace of a smile finally graced Zhou Jiayue's indifferent lips. She extended her hand toward Han Yuan and softly remarked, "You have made the right decision." Raising Han Yuan from the ground, Zhou Jiayue departed. Casting not a glance at the self-doubting and conflicted Tu Hu, she turned to the swaying Han Yuan behind her and instructed, "Keep up." Han Yuan gritartit, enduring the pain coursing through her body, and fixed her gaze on the slender yet formidable figure ahead, taking resolute steps forward. Thus, the gears of fate began to turn. Han Yuan had never imagined that in the future, she could rise above her weakness and stand at such heights, all because of Zhou Jiayue. After leading Han Yuan away from room 1303, Zhou Jiayue halted in the dimly lit corridor. As she turned to face Han Yuan, a white pill appeared in her hand. "Take this," Zhou Jiayue commanded. Han Yuan accepted the pill without a single question, tilting her head back and swallowing a whole. She completely entrusted her life to Zhou Jiayue, who, in turn, was exceedingly pleased with Han Yuan's performance. Moments later, Han Yuan felt a warm sensation enveloping her as the pain throughout her body gradually faded, replaced by a slight itch at her wounds. Instinctively, she reached out to touch her skin and was astonished to discover that the scars, which had marred her for years, silently fell away at her gentle caress, revealing new flesh that was as smooth as jade. She abruptly lifted her gaze. Her expression toward Zhou Jiayue filled not only with astonishment, but also with a fervent blaze of desire. The instantaneous alleviation of her ailments and the restoration of her wounds. Such feats could only be accomplished by divine intervention. "You," Zhou Jiayue silenced Han Yuan's words with a gentle touch of her fingertip against her lips, her eyes shimmering with a subtle smile, an air of secrecy enveloping them. Consequently, Han Yuan sealed her lips, her gaze fixed intently on Zhou Jiayue, a profound feeling rising within her, surpassing mere admiration, steadying her emotions. When Han Yuan looked at Zhou Jiayue once more, her eyes sparkled with the fervor and madness of a devotee blessed by the divine. In that instant, she even contemplated offering her very soul and life in devotion. Chapter 76. What are you afraid of? Zhou Jiayue led Han Yuan to room 1602. Yankin had just assisted Zhuang Mingjie in organizing their living quarters. The layout of the rooms in Building 5 was quite similar, and room 1602 also comprised 3 rooms. However, there were only 2 bedrooms, which Yang Can and Zhuang Mingjie had already divided among themselves. The remaining room had previously served as Yang Can's study, but now it stood as nothing more than an empty shell. Nevertheless, this posed little issue for Zhou Jiayue, as she had recently acquired several sets of furniture. After settling Han Yuan in, Zhou Jiayue took a moment to survey room 1602, and after a brief contemplation, she resolved to leave a generator for the room. Her stinginess only manifested in matters unrelated to herself. Within room 1602, all were her employees, and she did not mind providing them with trivial benefits and conveniences. Before departing, Zhou Jiayue returned the long knife to Zhuang Mingjie. Upon seeing the bloodstains on the blade, he shuddered and promptly declared that the knife was merely a decorative piece in his possession, then graciously offered it back to Zhou Jiayue. He accepted the knife with a sense of relief, as it would be rather unkind to discourage the enthusiasm of such eager employees. After Zhou Jiayue put away the knife, she turned to Yang Can and said softly, "Once everything is tidied up, please gather everyone upstairs to collect this month's wages." Han Yuanyuan was the only one among the three without any supplies. Although Yang Can had no objections to Han Yuanyuan moving into room 1602, he felt reluctant to continue depleting his resources to ensure her survival. After all, his pride as a boss had not yet reached such heights. Resources should be distributed appropriately to avoid any future misunderstandings and grievances. It was not easy for her to find a few employees she favored. In truth, the decision to include Han Yuanyuan was rather impulsive. Initially, in room 1303, she intended to deal with Li Bin and his companions, and regarding Han Yuanyuan, she had hoped she would face some hardships due to her initial calculations. Thus, when Han Yuanyuan was seized by Li's father, she refrained from rushing to her aid immediately. However, setting aside these considerations, Han Yuanyuan, as a person, could be deemed both courageous and resourceful. In times of weakness, she adeptly utilized others to her advantage and was resolute in seizing opportunities, displaying neither foolish kindness nor wavering resolve. Most importantly, she perceived an unwavering trust in Zhou Jiayue. Given this, what reason did she have not to welcome her into her fold, even if it meant expending a healing elixir worth 10,000 points? After briefing Yang Can, Zhou Jiayue departed. In room 1602, Yang Can glanced at Han Yuanyuan, sighed deeply, and expressionlessly handed her the key to her room. Sensing Yang Can's aloofness, Han Yuanyuan wisely refrained from further discussion, merely expressing her gratitude with a simple thank you. In contrast, Zhuang Mingjie offered Han Yuanyuan a friendly smile. When Yang Can and the others came upstairs to collect supplies, in addition to the promised compensation, Zhou Jiayue generously provided Yang Can with an extra 3 pounds of fruit as compensation for Zhuang Mingjie and Han Yuanyuan residing in room 1602. Yang Can's initial reaction was to decline, but after a moment's reflection, he surmised Zhou Jiayue's intentions and, after some hesitation, accepted the offering. Only by accepting the items would the boss feel more at ease. Although he was a beneficiary, Yang Can could not help but sigh inwardly, feeling a pang of sorrow as he pondered when the boss would trust him more, understanding that no matter her actions, he would harbor no resentment or dissatisfaction. He was willing to do anything for her. After all, she was his divine lady. Zhou Jiayue was unaware of Yang Can's intentions. After distributing supplies to a few individuals, she pulled out a heavy machine from behind her. The eyes of the onlookers instantly lit up. It was a generator. Zhou Jiayue smiled gently, affirming, "Indeed, you may take them down together." Zhuang Mingjie felt increasingly convinced that he had made the right choice in his employer and exclaimed joyfully, "Thank you, boss." Zhou Jiayue continued to smile, appearing in good spirits. Upon returning home, she checked her task progress. Current number of people rescued, 553, 500 completed. Current heartfelt gratitude received, 149, 400, countdown, 18 days. On the 20th day of the torrential rain, progress moved slowly. Current number of people rescued, 824, 500 completed. Current heartfelt gratitude received, 201, 400, countdown, 17 days. On the 21st day of the torrential rain, current number of people rescued, 1145, 500 completed. Current heartfelt gratitude received, 273, 400, countdown, 16 days. On the 22nd day of the torrential rain, current number of people rescued, 1456, 500 completed. Current heartfelt gratitude received, 346, 400, countdown, 15 days. The final segment of the Blue Shore community map was completed today, and her visible supplies were dwindling. Zhou Jiayue rested her head on her hand, gazing at the open map of the city before her. The temperature had now dropped to 2 or 3 degrees, and the floodwaters had risen to the 12th floor. The vacant rooms within the building had once again become overcrowded, since most had exchanged supplies through her. Incidents of conflict over the dwindling resources have been relatively rare. However, resources would inevitably be depleted. Zhou Jiayue's gaze was heavy as she turned her attention to the calendar she had marked. It had already been the 22nd day. Her alabaster fingers were gathered together on the table, her eyes vacant as they fixed on a point in the distance, clearly lost in thought. Gradually, Zhou Jiayue's gaze shifted to the sky outside the window. The dark clouds loomed heavily, shrouding the world in a gray veil, rendering its true form increasingly indistinct. Raindrops cascaded down, striking the tightly shut glass panes. Zhou Jiayue's expression remained unchanged, yet her eyes bore a palpable weight. After a long moment, she let out a soft sigh, as if engaging in a silent dialogue with herself, her voice barely audible. It felt cruel, as if it were a mere illusion. Just as Zhou Jiayue's words faded, a brilliant flash of lightning streaked across the sky outside. The impending aura of devastation approached, as if it sought to scorch her very being. In that instant, Zhou Jiayue stood exposed beneath the lightning's radiance, her eyes reflecting an unfathomable darkness, inscrutable and profound. Following the lightning came the resounding booms of thunder. Zhou Jiayue remained composed in her seat, yet her gently clasped hands had transformed into tightly clenched fists. Host, do not doubt the authenticity of the world. In the depths of Zhou Jiayue's mind, the fleeting moment illuminated by lightning caused every non-existent hair to stand on end. It was only a few seconds after the thunder had subsided that she quietly exhaled, then spoke up to remind herself. The Golden House was incapable of monitoring Zhou Jiayue's thoughts at all times, and thus remained oblivious to the fact that its host had begun to question the authenticity of the world. When exactly did such thoughts arise? It had not detected them in the slightest. Nevertheless, the Golden House anxiously scrutinized Zhou Jiayue's expression, as if seeking to unveil her innermost thoughts. Yet, Zhou Jiayue had already completely relaxed, as if the tension of her previously clenched fists had been nothing but an illusion. Why the anxiety? What were you afraid of? Chapter 77. Bringing it to light, Zhou Jiayue wore a calm expression. Yet her gaze shimmered like a sword imbued with a chilling light. You seem rather anxious, she remarked. The Golden House was momentarily taken aback, then stiffly shifted the topic. Its cold, mechanical voice chuckling awkwardly as it said, "The marketplace has recently optimized and developed a search function, and we have introduced some new products that the host may find intriguing." Aware that the system was deliberately diverting the conversation, Zhou Jiayue paused for a few seconds, let out a soft snort, and ceased her inquiries. Upon accessing the system marketplace, she indeed found a new row of categories and search indicators at the very top of the page. The first page of products was filled entirely with items newly added following the marketplace's optimization. Zhou Jiayue's gaze drifted indifferently over the array of peculiar items. Stink bomb, a disposable device that, upon detonation, can incapacitate all living beings within a radius of 100 meters. Duration, 3 minutes. Price, 200 points. Gas mask, capable of withstanding all toxic gases, possessing exceptional corrosion resistance, equipped with an oxygen circulation feature. Reusable. With a required interval of over 12 hours between 2 uses. Duration, 4 hours. Price, 2,000 points. Magic beans, nutritionally balanced. Allows the consumer to abstain from food and water for 30 days. Price, 100 points. Little horn. Zhou Jiayue glanced downward, her gaze ultimately resting upon an item priced at 200,000 points. Boundary stone, fragment, a mysterious black monolith from an enigmatic realm. The area enveloped by this stone will transform into an absolute sanctuary, impervious to any calamities. Encompassing radius, 10 miles. Price, 200,000 points. Impervious to any calamities, indeed. Zhou Jiayue gazed intently at the introduction of the product information. The Golden House discerned the host's hesitance and uncertainty, explaining. Host. The function of this boundary stone is akin to a protective shield, although its coverage area is limited to a radius of 10 miles. This is due to the stone's damage. If it can be properly repaired, the coverage area could extend infinitely. Upon hearing the words of the Golden House, Zhou Jiayue furrowed her brow. A defective item could fetch as much as 200,000 points in the marketplace. Thus, the conditions for repair must be exceedingly stringent. Not to mention other factors, the price alone was beyond her current means. Excluding the points consumed during this period, her total points amounted to just over 130,000. Zhou Jiayue let out a soft sigh, swiftly perusing the newly added products before closing the online store. It was not a matter of affordability, but rather of their current utility. Nonetheless, after a brief glance, she formed a mental note of these newly emerged items, ensuring that she would not miss any opportunities for survival due to a lack of familiarity with the merchandise in the marketplace. Zhou Jiayue's gaze returned to the map of Fushi. The mission required the rescue of merely one more community to reach completion. Yet, the supplies she had visibly displayed were dwindling as the task progressed. Within the confines of room 2703, only a fraction of a bedroom's worth of resources remained. With a fingertip, she tapped a specific location on the map, her expression darkening slightly. She needed to devise a method to legitimately extract a portion of the supplies from the space. Fortunately, it appeared that the rain would lessen the day after tomorrow. Zhou Jiayue succumbed to a deep slumber, enveloped in such contemplations. The 23rd day of relentless rain had passed. The mission was thoroughly accomplished. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for completing the rescue mission. The rewards have been duly deposited into the host's inventory. The remaining supplies were confined to a small corner of the room, intended solely for the Zhou family, which would be entirely consumed in less than half a month. Yet, the family harbored no grievances, despite their concerns. They unwaveringly supported Zhou Jiayue in pursuing her desires. Moon, we believe in you. This statement was made with resolute conviction, devoid of any hesitation. On the 24th day, as dawn broke, the rain gradually diminished, eventually returning to a gentle drizzle reminiscent of the 11th day. In Building 5 of Tianqing Community, Zhou Jiayue and her companions descended from the upper floors. In the corridors of certain levels, residents forced into the corners by the flood regarded Zhou Jiayue and her group with a mixture of fear and gratitude. Their trepidation stemmed from the formidable strength exhibited by Zhou Jiayue. Many had witnessed her uncompromising and ruthless demeanor when confronting provocateurs, even though those miscreants deserved their fates. Zhou Jiayue's indifference to human life instilled a sense of dread within them. Conversely, their gratitude arose from the opportunities they had received from her to survive, albeit at a cost. Moreover, they were not oblivious to the comings and goings of Zhou Jiayue and her companions during these tumultuous days. Venturing outside amidst the deluge signified peril. They understood that this seemingly aloof yet powerful group risked their lives to deliver supplies to those desperately awaiting assistance, rescuing them from darkness and despair, much like their own past struggles. Thus, amidst this blend of fear and gratitude, a thread of reverence and admiration emerged. Although new tasks had been issued, Zhou Jiayue had no intention of resuming missions for the time being. Today's excursion aimed to gather supplies and bring the hidden resources into the open. Observing Zhou Jiayue and her companions traveling light, devoid of any provisions, the onlookers felt perplexed but refrained from intrusively inquiring. Only after the group departed did they huddle together, engaging in idle chatter. Thanks to Zhou Jiayue's efforts in eliminating the rogue elements, those deemed salvageable by the system, despite being driven away by the torrential rains and stripped of their homes, still found solace in camaraderie, bonding like friends amidst their shared adversity. We have indeed weathered this storm together. Once this calamity passes, we must celebrate with a drink. An age-old adage echoed. Distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors. Never had this sentiment resonated so profoundly. Without your assistance, I might have drowned. One recounted how he had twisted his ankle while fleeing, tumbling down the stairs into a waterlogged floor, unable to rise due to cramping. Had he not been pulled to safety by another, he might have truly succumbed to the flood. Ah, it's merely a trifling matter. You're simply fortunate, my friend. Regardless of the circumstances, we must extend our heartfelt gratitude to you all. When the calamity has passed, I shall treat you to drinks. Ha ha ha. Indeed, once the disaster subsides, we shall not hold back, and we will feast upon you. Everyone's heart is fervently yearning for the swift passage of this calamity. Chapter 78. Striving for survival on this outing, Zhou Jiayue entrusted the task of navigation to Yang Can, as he was the one among them who had resided in the city for the longest duration. Their destination was a grain purchasing and selling company within the city. In truth, Zhou Jiayue held no illusions that the company still possessed any grains. The authorities are not naive during their rescue operations. They undoubtedly focused on scavenging such locations. It would be a rarity to find any grains remaining. However, she merely required an excuse to transfer the supplies from the subspace. If she were to gather any grains, it would be a fortunate bonus. If not, it would align perfectly with her intentions. The group consisted solely of Zhou Jiayue, Zhou Jiayue, Yang Can, and Zhuang Mingjie. The nearest grain company was nearly 15 kilometers from Tianqing community, so to save time, Zhou Jiayue took the initiative to navigate them in a speedboat. Thanks to her ability to manipulate objects from a distance, and as her subspace expanded, so too did her capacity for scanning. Upon arrival at the grain company, she promptly assessed the situation using her scanning feature and proceeded to deposit the accumulated rice from her space at the designated spot, guiding her companions to discover the bountiful supplies. This was a deliberate display for her companions, as the limited supplies were insufficient for the tasks ahead. The others harbored no suspicion, understanding the need to keep this location concealed from others. They simply needed to return together next time to extract more supplies. The only risk lay in the possibility of encountering someone else during their next visit, which would complicate matters. However, the likelihood of such an occurrence was minimal. Should it happen, Zhou Jiayue would simply have to exert more effort and find another location to continue her endeavors. As they approached the community, Zhou Jiayue communicated with Zhou Lihua and the others via radio. Thus, as their small boats neared Building 5, they spotted Zhou Lihua and the others standing resolutely by the window. To prevent any prolonged delays, after securing the supplies, Zhou Jiayue and her companions set out once more. Their actions did not escape the notice of the residents within the building or the community, for once the rain had diminished, they began to observe and anticipate anew. The rain had lessened. Would the rescue team return? Who could say? Zhou Jiayue could roughly discern their mindset, yet she could not embrace it. The notion of relying on others for salvation, relinquishing one's life and death to their whims, is utterly foolish. If one merely contemplated, countless opportunities for self-rescue would emerge. Take food as an example. The torrential floods unleashed by heavy rain would inevitably carry fish and shrimp along with the currents. Although these aquatic creatures could not be evenly distributed throughout the city, and even if they were, their presence would be exceedingly scarce, with a diligent search and patient waiting. One might still catch sight of one or two. However, the majority overlooked this possibility, paralyzed by the terror of the flood. They shunned the murky depths of death that loomed before them. Yet, if starvation was imminent, would they not be inclined to take a desperate gamble? This is precisely why, despite the multitude of residents in the entire community, Zhou Jiayue had only managed to recruit Yang Can, Zhuang Mingjie, and Han Yuanyuan thus far. Those she sought must possess the fortitude to confront life and death, unafraid of risks, willing to cast aside so-called benevolence, and equipped with a certain cunning. This explains her initial choice of Yang Can over Song Qiuanjin. Both were individuals she had interacted with frequently, yet compared to Yang Can, Song Qiuanjin was weighed down by far too many attachments and ties. In this regard, Song Qiuanjin mirrored her to some extent. However, the distinction lay in Zhou Jiayue's complete ability for self-preservation, which Song Qiuanjin lacked. She required more capable individuals and continued her observation. This was an opportunity she had extended to see if anyone could comprehend its significance if anyone could seize it. On the first day, discussions abounded. Yet, as their gazes fell upon the somber curtain of rain and the surging waves, the flicker of hope that had ignited within their hearts was swiftly extinguished by a single, weighty drop of rain. Thus, the first day concluded amidst the clamor of voices. On the second day, the downpour seemed to diminish, transforming into a gentle drizzle. The flames of hope in the eyes of the people flickered brighter, yet this hope was merely a reflection of their anticipation for the rain to cease. Zhou Jiayue concealed herself in the shadows, discerning the glimmers of hope reflected in the eyes of the crowd. With an expressionless demeanor, she turned and departed. The hope that once illuminated their gazes transformed into anxiety, as some among them found their supplies, obtained from Zhou Jiayue, dwindling rapidly. Yet, despite their desire to continue exchanging for resources, none among them expressed a willingness to accompany her in the quest for more provisions. Zhou Jiayue's gaze turned frigid, yet she merely shook her head to decline those who wished to continue exchanging for supplies. If one desires to survive, they must fight for their own lives. This serves as a piece of advice left for those whom the system deemed salvageable. After Zhou Jiayue uttered these words, she was about to turn and leave. A sense of disappointment washed over her, as she felt her time had been squandered. However, just a few seconds after her statement, as she had just stepped down 2 stairs, a somewhat disheveled man suddenly emerged from the crowd. He called out to Zhou Jiayue, his voice tinged with nervousness, and inquired, Could you lend me a kayak? Zhou Jiayue turned around, her gaze settling upon the disheveled man, momentarily pausing. The man with the kitchen knife? Is that you? The scruffy man appeared somewhat astonished that Zhou Jiayue recognized him, yet he quickly nodded eagerly. I previously exchanged supplies with you and I would like to borrow a kayak. He repeated his request, visibly anxious. His stock of supplies was nearly depleted, but due to the rules established by Zhou Jiayue, he could not exchange them again. The only recourse was to venture out in search of more. However, he lacked a vessel capable of navigating the floodwaters. Zhou Jiayue possessed an aura so formidable that he dared not meet her gaze directly, thus failing to perceive the indifferent scrutiny in her eyes. In Chapter 79, titled Poison, it was noted that their reactions were swifter and their courage greater, which allowed them to return unscathed on multiple occasions. Upon hearing this, Hong Hui let out a bitter smile and sighed. If given a choice, he would prefer to avoid the risk of venturing outside. However, compared to languishing at home and awaiting death, the prospect of stepping out offered a glimmer of hope. He felt compelled to try. Should he meet an untimely end in the flood, at the very least, he would reduce the burden on resources, thereby affording his wife and child a better chance at survival. Resolutely, Hong Hui lifted his head to meet Zhou Jiayue's assessing gaze and declared, I am certain. Zhou Jiayue then slowly lifted the corners of her lips, and under Hong Hui's anxious observation, she nodded lightly, indicating approval. Initially, Hong Hui had merely intended to use a kayak for his solitary search for supplies, never anticipating that Zhou Jiayue and her companions would be willing to include him. Undoubtedly, accompanying them would significantly enhance his safety. As his gratitude towards Zhou Jiayue deepened, he cast a glance at his wife and child, and buoyed by their encouraging looks, he nodded in agreement. He was not one to shy away from challenges. Otherwise, he would not have ventured forth alone with a knife to procure supplies from the enigmatic 1803. On the 27th day of relentless rain, a torrential downpour descended with a ferocity that seemed intent on obliterating this already ravaged world. This deluge surpassed any prior storm in its intensity, evoking terror among the populace. The heavy black clouds churned ominously, accompanied by thunder that resonated like divine retribution. The long-awaited rescue was not forthcoming. As they gazed at the sky that appeared on the verge of collapse, despair and fear surged within them once more. Was this truly not the apocalypse? Such a harrowing thought loomed in the hearts of all. In the early days of the deluge, countless rumors circulated online, with doomsday theories abounding. Yet, the majority remained calm and rational, believing this to be merely an unprecedented natural disaster, with themselves being unfortunate victims. They held onto the belief that calamities would eventually pass. Homes could be rebuilt, light would prevail, and the future remain bright. Yet now, Uncertainty clouded their minds. Each day, the water level rose higher, food supplies dwindled, and rescue efforts remained elusive, leaving them in a state of perpetual anxiety. The inability to confront the harsh reality of their situation spread like wildfire. Zhou Jiayue observed with a detached gaze, removed from the turmoil surrounding her. The apocalypse was irreversible. The torrential rain was merely the beginning. Without the courage to confront the harsh realities and the resolve to overcome insurmountable challenges, death was inevitable. She could not be a savior, nor did she possess an excess of compassion. Just as she advised others, to survive, one must fight for their life, against heaven, against humanity, and against oneself. A fleeting glimmer pierced through as the fog parted and then congealed once more. At this moment, Zhou Jiayue is practicing the reward obtained from completing the rescue mission, the cold moon sword technique. This technique comprises 9 levels, and remarkably, Zhou Jiayue has advanced to the 3rd level within less than 5 days of practice, showcasing her extraordinary talent. As the extreme cold approaches, Zhou Jiayue intends to refrain from venturing outside before its arrival. The physical prowess of the Zhou family has been enhanced through body augmentations, and the practice of the cold moon sword technique does not impose overly stringent requirements. Thus, under Zhou Jiayue's demonstration and guidance, the other members of the Zhou family clumsily began to dance as well. Meanwhile, Xiaohe, upon Zhou Jiayue receiving the task reward, was administered a dose of the body enhancer without hesitation. Unaware of the pain that would ensue, Xiaohe howled thunderously, prompting the neighbors above and below to suspect that the Zhou family had finally resorted to slaughtering dogs for sustenance. Strangely enough, unlike humans, Xiaohe soon succumbed to slumber after a brief bout of howling. The excess fat vanished, and in a flash, its size increased to more than 3 times its original form. Its fur gleamed, muscles flowed with elegance, and its beastly eyes exuded both danger and allure. If one were to overlook its occasional clumsy demeanor, Xiaohe now resembled a top-tier canine beauty. However, Zhou Jiayue understood that Xiaohe was still merely a pup, and its potential extended far beyond this. After affectionately patting Xiaohe's head and receiving a playful nuzzle in return, Zhou Jiayue departed from room 2701. In room 1602, Zhou Jiayue summoned her 4 subordinates. "Boss, what are your instructions?" Zhuang Mingjie inquired with curiosity. Since the rain had intensified, Zhou Jiayue had informed them to refrain from venturing outside and focus on recuperation. They had been idle for 3 to 4 days, and this sudden gathering surely indicated a new task. As the 4 gazes converged upon her, Zhou Jiayue smiled gently and extended her hand, revealing 4 vials of green serum prominently displayed in her palm. "What is this?" "Poison, to prevent any betrayal," Zhou Jiayue replied with a smile, her demeanor reminiscent of a masterful antagonist orchestrating every move. The 4 exchanged glances, and after a brief moment, Yang Can and Han Yuanyuan simultaneously reached out, each seizing a vial and without hesitation, tilting their heads back to consume it. Zhuang Mingjie and Hong Hui were taken aback by their actions, realizing it was too late to intervene. Zhou Jiayue observed the 2 individuals who had consumed the potion, a deeper curve forming at the corners of her mouth. As they began to exhibit expressions of anguish, she leisurely turned her gaze towards the stunned Zhuang Mingjie and Hong Hui, even crossing her legs, as though completely indifferent to the lives of Yang Can and Han Yuanyuan. "And you two?" Zhou Jiayue inquired with a smile, regarding the perspiring pair. Yang Can and Han Yuanyuan had collapsed to the ground, their bodies racked with pain, yet they valiantly gritted their teeth, seemingly unwilling to appear too disheveled before Zhou Jiayue. Among the 4, Zhuang Mingjie shared the least intimate connection with her. He followed her merely in search of a way to survive. The relief he had felt upon seizing the opportunity now gave way to a profound sense of dread and chill. Poison, to control individuals in such a manner. He should have anticipated it. He ought to have realized back at Building 1 that Zhou Jiayue was far from virtuous. Unable to restrain himself, Zhuang Mingjie cast a glance at the 2 writhing in agony on the ground, fear surging within him, prompting him to instinctively step back. Chapter 80. Construction mission, it appears Mr. Zhuang has made a decision. Zhou Jiayue's face still bore a smile, yet her gaze toward Zhuang Mingjie had grown indifferent. She then turned to the only person present who had yet to express an opinion, Mr. Hong. Hong Hui felt a similar astonishment and panic within, yet he understood that in this chaotic turmoil, without sufficient leverage, what basis could the boss have to trust him? Images of Zhou Jiayue rescuing their family from peril flashed through his mind, and his racing heart instantly found solace. He exhaled heavily, took a green vial from Zhou Jiayue's hand, his expression resolute. Without uttering a word, he uncorked the vial and gulped down its contents. Zhou Jiayue's smile became more genuine, and then she tucked away the last remaining vial of potion. "Boss!" Zhuang Mingjie called out in a hoarse voice. Zhou Jiayue emitted a nonchalant sound, revealing no intention to pursue the matter further. Observing her languid demeanor, Zhuang Mingjie instinctively exhaled in relief. Yet he was acutely aware that his retreat had widened the chasm between himself and Yang Can and the others. Nevertheless, he resolutely refused to relinquish complete control of his fate to others. Meanwhile, his consciousness had already descended into the system space, where he opened the new task page. Rescue Mission 3, pending acceptance, successfully rescue 3,000 individuals. Deadline, 30 days. Task reward, 20 body enhancement serums, 50 fine iron swords. Construction Mission 1, pending acceptance, the continuation of civilization requires a stable social structure. Please select a location as your central territory and ensure that over 1,000 citizens reside within it. Deadline, 7 days. Task reward, 5 tons of food, 200 adult chickens, 50 adult sheep. The rescue mission had undergone a transformation, no longer demanding heartfelt gratitude, thus significantly reducing its difficulty. As Zhou Jiayue's gaze drifted further down the page and landed upon the newly issued construction task, her expression shifted to one of subtle complexity. Was this a directive to construct a sanctuary? Zhou Jiayue's face, perpetually calm and serene, could not help but furrow her brows in distress. Zhuang Mingjie, unaware of the thoughts swirling in Zhou Jiayue's mind, felt an increasing sense of anxiety upon witnessing her troubled expression. Zhou Jiayue, indifferent to his presence, rose with a stoic expression once Yang Can and the others had stabilized. She paid no heed to the astonished or delighted gazes cast upon her by those behind, oblivious to the foul stench surrounding them. Yang Can and his companions acutely felt the transformation within their bodies. An overwhelming surge of power coursed through them, igniting unrestrained joy. Meanwhile, Zhuang Mingjie finally grasped that his conjectures had led him to overlook something significant. As she traversed the corridor after departing from room 1602, Zhou Jiayue's gaze fleetingly swept over the individuals huddled on ground. The odor in the corridor was far from pleasant. Most of the people were grimy, their faces a tableau of despair and numbness. Today marked the final day of relentless rain, with the downpour set to cease after midnight. Yet, suffering would not abate. Tomorrow, as the clouds part, a new wave of calamity looms. A sudden drop in temperature will usher in an unprecedented snowstorm for the southern regions. The polar-like chill will render the unprepared utterly helpless, robbing them of the capacity to even struggle. No longer is food the sole craving. The biting cold becomes an everlasting nightmare for those who manage to survive. In the depths of Zhou Jiayue's lowered gaze, tumultuous emotions surged. Memories that once tormented her to the brink of despair flooded back like a deluge, attempting to drag her once more into the thorn-laden abyss of darkness. Zhou Jiayue closed her eyes momentarily, a flicker of brilliance illuminating her gaze. In her mind, a long sword emerged, astonishing the world, subsequently dispelling the shadows and heralding the dawn. Upon reopening her eyes, only an unwavering courage remained in her clear gaze. In her past life, she too had experienced the unease of powerlessness and the torment of being bullied due to her frailty. As her thoughts ebbed and flowed for a while, Zhou Jiayue sighed softly. She shifted her gaze from the crowd to the darkness outside the window. Although inherently indifferent and lacking in compassion, the newly unveiled task rewards were undeniably enticing. After deciding to undertake the mission, a sense of inexplicable relief washed over her, and her steps became lighter. In her mind, she established the Tianqing community as her stronghold. The moment Zhou Jiayue pressed the confirm button, the confusion and despair that had gripped the hearts of the community members dissipated instantaneously, as if they were subconsciously drawn to a singular direction. It seemed that there, a king awaited to guide them toward rebirth. Zhou Jiayue remained unaware of this transformation. However, having made a resolute decision, she would no longer hesitate. Room 2702. Song Qianjun was quite astonished by Zhou Jiayue's arrival. The recent activities of the Zhou family have been conducted without any deliberate concealment, thus she is well aware of their recent endeavors. To be frank, she has contemplated the notion of accompanying them on their outings. However, upon careful consideration, she ultimately decided against it. Observing Zhou Jiayue's smiling visage, she found it difficult to discern the purpose of this visit. If it were to continue guiding her in the search for jewelry, given the current tumultuous situation outside, it is likely that few jewelry stores would remain unscathed. Furthermore, Yang Can, a member of their party, possesses an intimate familiarity with Fushi that rivals her own. Though uncertain of Zhou Jiayue's intentions, Song Qianjun nonetheless respectfully invited her inside. "I apologize, but there is truly nothing at home to properly host you," Song Qianjun said, feeling quite awkward. Zhou Jiayue nonchalantly waved her hand, and then, under the anxious gaze of Song Qianjun, elaborated on her intentions. She wished to appoint Song Qianjun as the manager of Tianqing community, entrusting her with the meticulous arrangement of personnel and their daily lives. Although she had received the construction task, her primary focus would still be on the external rescue missions, allowing for the community's internal affairs to be managed by someone familiar with its nuances and capable of overseeing its operations. "You mean?" Upon hearing Zhou Jiayue's proposal, Song Qianjun's eyes widened in disbelief. She gazed into Zhou Jiayue's eyes, hoping to discern a hint of jest, yet found none. Instead, she encountered a confidence that was firmly grasped and an indomitable spirit moving forward. Miss Zhou is truly determined to establish a sanctuary, a refuge for those tormented by calamities. Moreover, she intends to appoint her as the manager of this haven. Song Qianjun felt a surge of emotions, her heart racing, as she gazed intently at Zhou Jiayue's calm and cheerful countenance. Taking a deep breath, with a firm nod, she resolved to contribute her modest efforts towards Miss Zhou's grand aspiration. Chapter 81. Into the Frigid Abyss. In response to Song Qianjun's somewhat fervent gaze, Zhou Jiayue felt a twinge of guilt and murmured in acknowledgement. Her sole intention was to fulfill the task and reap the rewards without overthinking it. Imagining scenarios is a folly. Zhou Jiayue pondered silently. Song Qianjun was, to a certain extent, a woman of action. The moment Zhou Jiayue nodded, she sprang into action. To expedite Song Qianjun's acclimatization, Zhou Jiayue compiled the information she had gathered from exchanging supplies across various buildings into a document and handed it to her. "I will summon Yang Can and the others shortly to assist you. For today, let's focus on organizing building number 5. Song Qianjun nodded, a confident smile gracing her lips. "Very well, Miss Zhou. In 3 days, I shall present you with a tidy and orderly establishment free from chaos." Having previously served as the president of a major corporation, and with a background steeped in management principles, coupled with Zhou Jiayue's unwavering support, she felt adequately equipped to oversee the community's administration. Once Yang Can and his team had finished tidying up, Zhou Jiayue called them over to entrust them to Song Qianjun. As for herself, with 5 subordinates at her disposal, why should she personally attend to every matter? A diligent boss is not one who shirks responsibility. Song Qianjun, decisive and assertive, showcased her commanding presence before the others. Under the imposing influence of Yang Can and his companions, building number 5 was swiftly reorganized. Song Qianjun was already well aware of the community's circumstances, and with the information provided by Zhou Jiayue, most residents received appropriate arrangements. When Song Qianjun returned to report her progress, Zhou Jiayue was genuinely taken aback. "You have done remarkably well," she praised generously. Song Qianjun, feeling a bit bashful at the compliment, admitted To be honest, even with Yang Kan and the others providing intimidation, I was still surprised by the residents' level of cooperation. They seemed a bit too compliant. However, recognizing this as a positive development, she chose not to dwell on it. Yet, there remained a small fraction of residents within the building who had completely run out of supplies. What then did the boss intend to do about them? Zhou Jiayue gently rubbed her fingertips together, and before undertaking the task, she understood the profound significance behind this construction assignment. Ensuring the livelihood of the populace within her territory, did this not mean she must shoulder the responsibility for their survival? Anticipating this, when Song Qiuanjin mentioned it, Zhou Jiayue promptly tossed the key to room 2703 to her. Finding an empty room, she could start cooking, providing a simple porridge each day. For the moment, she could not guarantee they would be well fed, but sustaining their lives was the priority. Song Qiuanjin received the key with astonishment, having observed the actions of the Zhou family. She had surmised that most of their supplies were stored in room 2703. Yet, she had not expected Zhou Jiayue to entrust the key to her so readily. With a complex expression, Song Qiuanjin cast a deep glance at Zhou Jiayue. Ultimately, she grasped the key firmly, exhaling resolutely, as if taking on a sacred mission, vowing, "I shall ensure every resource is utilized to its fullest potential." The supplies within 2703 were primarily those gathered over the past few days, neither abundant nor scant. However, in comparison to what lay within the spatial confines, they were but a meager offering. Moreover, even if Song Qiuanjin were to succumb to greed, how many mouths could be fed? Clarity breeds scarcity. She did not mind indulging in a hint of selfishness now and then. Furthermore, with the onset of extreme cold, lacking adequate winter gear and robust health, she could not afford to stray far from the community. Remaining here meant remaining under her watchful eye. This was why she had refrained from testing Song Qiuanjin with physical enhancement agents, as she had done with Yang Kan and his companions. There was simply no need. She could fulfill her responsibilities without venturing outside the building. In the dead of night, as the hour, minute, and second hands converged at midnight, the world seemed to pause, enveloped in an instant of silence. The ominous clouds, torrential rain, thunder, and lightning, shadows that had loomed over humanity for an entire month, suddenly dissipated. Yet, as the second hand ticked forward, a fierce, chilling wind surged forth, howling ominously, as if lamenting for those lost to the floodwaters. The temperature fluctuated bizarrely, oscillating before finally settling at a frigid minus 15 degrees Celsius. At the very moment the deluge ceased, the floodwaters, which had risen steadily over the months, receded with astonishing rapidity. As the waters diminished, they quickly formed a layer of ice. By the time they had fallen to a height of 5 or 6 stories, the surface was entirely frozen. If one were to gaze out from a nearby window, they would witness the once turbulent waters transformed into a serene, lifeless expanse of ice. Snowflakes began to drift gently from the sky, blanketing the world in a shroud of ethereal white. All filth and corruption would be concealed beneath the pristine snow. The world would don a cloak of purity. Unbeknownst to those slumbering, a shiver coursed through their bodies. Instinctively, they curled up tighter, striving to retain their warmth. As the cold crept through the walls, slowly infiltrating their homes, those in light slumber were finally roused from their dreams by the biting chill. Why is it so cold? Has the temperature dropped again? Grateful for my grandmother's blessings, the rain has finally ceased. Is it snowing outside? Oh dear, it seems we are plagued by either rain or snow. How frigid it is. The next morning, everyone was astonished by the sight of the swirling snow and the frozen lake beyond their windows. Situated in the southern region, the city had never experienced such low temperatures, even in the depths of winter. The sudden drop in temperature compelled everyone to rummage through their homes for cotton garments and down jackets. Each person resembled a bundle ball. Song Qiuanjin truly proved to be an excellent manager, as she reserved room 1803, which Zhou Jiayue was accustomed to, for the distribution and exchange of supplies. Zhou Jiayue was willing to distribute porridge free of charge, but Song Qiuanjin was not inclined to agree. Providing free meals would only foster laziness. Thus, she devised a simple system for redeeming labor points. Only by completing daily tasks, and earning a certain number of points could one collect food or exchange for other supplies at 1803. Consequently, early in the morning, when Zhou Jiayue descended to inspect the premises, she observed a group of individuals wielding brooms, cloths, and mops, diligently cleaning both the interior and exterior of the building. Upon noticing Zhou Jiayue, they greeted her with cheerful shouts of Boss Zhou. Zhou Jiayue. How peculiar. I can only manage an awkward smile. Due to the receding floodwaters, many rooms within the building have been vacated. Zhou Jiayue and Song Qiuanjin had discussed the possibility of accommodating more individuals from other regions in the future. Therefore, Song Qiuanjin instructed the residents to undertake cleaning tasks in the rooms without arranging for anyone to reside there. However, prior to assigning the cleaning duties, Song Qiuanjin cleverly scavenged the area with Yang Can and others. Although they found no food and most of the furniture was rendered unusable, some jewelry and ornaments that had been hastily left behind became a fortunate windfall for Zhou Jiayue. Upon observing the items presented to her, Zhou Jiayue raised an eyebrow, contemplating that such diligent workers could be welcomed in greater numbers. Chapter 82. Selection Assessment after organizing matters in Building Number 5 in the morning. Song Qiuanjin and Yang can swiftly commence the reclamation of other buildings. The process proved unexpectedly smooth. Within less than 2 days, the Qianqing community underwent a remarkable transformation. The pervasive despair and lifelessness dissipated, replaced by an energetic fervor. I already have 20 work points. Today I can enjoy a hearty meal. Haha, I'm nearly there too. I'll accumulate 20 work points by tomorrow. Ah, you all are fortunate. I've been unable to secure any tasks for 2 consecutive days, and my work points remain at 0. Oh dear, that does sound unfortunate. With an increasing number of participants, I believe the frequency of task postings will surely diminish after this cleaning assignment, making it even harder to accumulate work points. What shall we do then? Hey look, ISNT Captain Yang announcing new tasks. Yang had just affixed a notice to the outer wall of room 1803, designating an area as a bulletin board. As the curious crowd gathered around, they greeted him enthusiastically. Captain Yang, is there a new task, Captain Yang? There aren't enough tasks available. Could you perhaps speak to Boss Zhou about assigning more? We are willing to work hard. Captain Yang. Yang raised a hand, signaling for silence. He then stated, a security team and patrol team will soon be established. In addition to work points, there will also be material rewards. Please refer to the specific requirements on your own. Pointing to the notice behind him, Yang seized the moment when the crowd turned to read the announcement and discreetly slipped away, relieved to evade their persistent inquiries. If he had been detained, the conversations could have dragged on until dusk. With Yang gone, the crowd could only peruse the notice themselves. To ensure the safe operation of the shelter, we are publicly recruiting all residents. Recruitment positions: 1 security team, 15 members requirements, physically fit, obedient to orders, must venture out to scavenge for supplies, and able to accept the risk of death. Compensation: 1,000 work points per month and 20 pounds of rice. 2. Patrol team quota: 20 individuals. Requirements: physically fit, obedient to commands, alert and cautious, must conduct safety patrols both inside and outside the shelter. Compensation: 600 work points per month and 10 pounds of rice. This recruitment is open to all residents. Those interested may gather at the community square at 2 p.m. today for on-site assessment and selection. Selection method: the crowd quickly perused the announcement, their gazes fixating on the compensation section for the recruited positions. Upon the release of this notice, excitement and enthusiasm surged among the populace. Judging solely by the remuneration, it was evident that everyone desired to join the guard team. However, upon seeing the requirement to face the risk of death, many felt a pang of trepidation. Not everyone possesses the fortitude to confront mortality. While the patrol team's benefits may not rival those of the guard team, the former does not entail the perilous task of scavenging for supplies, thereby offering a significantly greater level of safety. In this light, the patrol team appears to be a commendable option. Such scenes were mirrored across the other 7 buildings. At 1:50 p.m., atop the thick ice layer, the entire community, save for the very young or elderly unable to venture out, was present, regardless of gender. This marked the first recruitment initiative by Boss Zhou. Even if one could not secure a position, witnessing the event was worthwhile. The ice surface was a clear tableau of chatter, with the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. Yang Kan and his companions stood in a line, adorned in the uniform combat attire distributed by Zhou Jiayue the previous day, wielding glinting metal bats, distinctly setting them apart from the others, exuding an air of authority. Minutes slipped by, and as the discussions grew more animated, the Zhou family, including Xiao He, made their entrance. Boss, Yang Kan and the others greeted respectfully. Zhou Jiayue nodded, holding the dog with one hand, and inquired, "Are you all prepared?" The method of assessment had been discussed with a few individuals the previous day. Upon Zhou Jiayue's arrival for confirmation, Yang Kan stepped forward and officially announced the commencement of the selection process. 3 minutes later, the participants had gathered at the designated location, standing in formation, while behind them, the unleashed black steed of a dog was poised with eagerness. With a bark, the participants sprang into action. As the last contender completed the 100-meter dash, the black dog, filled with excitement, shot forth like an arrow. Running on the icy surface, many initially struggled with their balance, stumbling after just a few steps. Gradually, through repeated falls, they began to gain experience. Not only did the frequency of their tumbles decrease, but those with sharper minds and more agile bodies also learned to glide on the ice, conserving energy while increasing their speed. At first, the black dog moved through the crowd like a wolf among sheep, eliciting a series of comedic blunders from the participants. After knocking down nearly 100 individuals, it took on the role of a shepherd dog, corralling the frantic throng with precision. Within 5 minutes, nearly 200 participants had been eliminated. Among the remaining 100, the black dog seemed to revel in the chase, leisurely trailing behind those who appeared to be fleeing. Occasionally, it would surge forward, instilling terror in the participants who scrambled desperately to escape. In less than 10 minutes, at least 40 individuals succumbed to exhaustion and exited the contest. The rest continued to grit their teeth and persevere. In the frigid air, these individuals sweated profusely, their breath forming white mist before them. "Keep going. Stay strong." Their friends and family cheered them on. The selection process was not overly complicated, as long as one persisted until the end without being toppled by Zhou's ferocious dog. Victory would be theirs. Another 10 minutes passed, and only 30 remained. At the sound of a whistle, the black dog received its command. Howling as it bared its gleaming teeth and lunged towards those who were now struggling to breathe. "Help! Someone save me!" a voice cried out in panic. For no one could guarantee that the dog would act with restraint. Yet some, bold and observant, seized the opportunity to evade the dog's lunges by gliding on the ice. Others, more daring, stood their ground and faced the oncoming charge head-on. Ultimately, however, none of the participants escaped unscathed. All collapsed onto the ice, panting heavily. The black dog strutted past them with its head held high, barking once before bounding into Zhou Jiayue's embrace, exuding an air of eagerness for affection, praise, and approval. Zhou Jiayue smiled as she gently patted the dog's head, then turned to Yang Kan, who stood behind her taking notes, and said, "Each participant in today's selection will receive half a kilogram of rice, and the list of those selected will be posted tomorrow morning. Also, please come to me later to collect some medicine for injuries to distribute to the wounded residents." Chapter 83. Little Zhou harbors no malice in room 2704 of building number 5. Meng Jiangwo and his companion stood by the window, observing everything below. When Song Qianjun previously rearranged the residents of building number 5, she deliberately avoided the 27th floor. After all, special individuals warrant special treatment, a notion tacitly approved by Zhou Jiayue. Furthermore, she reserved the 25th and 26th floors specifically for core personnel. Yang Kan, Han Yuan, Hong Hu, and Zhuang Mingjie each possessed a separate residence on the 26th floor, while the 25th floor currently remained vacant. Yang Kan's former residence, room 1602, had been provisionally designated as the mess hall and meeting room, as it was the only space still operational due to the generator provided by Zhou Jiayue. As for Song Qianjun, Although room 2702 remained rather rudimentary, she had grown accustomed to it and was continuously improving the interior decor. Most importantly, driven by an ineffable personal desire, she wished to remain closer to Miss Zhou. As long as Miss Zhou did not evict her, she had no intention of moving out. Meng Lao, shall we take action? Du Ming inquired, his brow furrowed. Despite having remained indoors for a month, they were not entirely oblivious to the happenings beyond their walls. All potential dangers must be nipped in the bud. Zhou Jiayue had previously rescued old Meng, and while he certainly felt gratitude, Du Ming remained wary of her presence. Upon hearing Du Ming's words, Meng Jiangwo paused momentarily, then cast an amused glance in his direction. "Oh, Ming, try to remain calm. This young lady has saved an old man like me before." After a brief pause, a realization struck him, and he chuckled again. "All right, let's not overthink this. I believe that little Zhou harbors no ill intentions. Have you noticed how well the community has been maintained these past few days? Without her, we likely wouldn't have enjoyed such peace for this long. We ought not to always assume the worst in others." The name of Basho has spread throughout the entire neighborhood. Thus Meng Jiangwo is also aware of Zhou Jiayue's name. The reason he advised Du Ming not to stir up trouble is that he, from the perspective of someone in a position of power, contemplates matters more profoundly than Du Ming does. Zhou Jiayue's actions, if placed in a time of peace, would undoubtedly lead to her arrest. After all, establishing a force-threatening organization without official approval is detrimental to societal progress and national stability. Yet during these tumultuous times, Meng Jiangwo sighed with deep concern. A month of relentless torrential rains had resulted in devastating floods, displacing countless families, leading to a collapse of moral order and transforming major cities into submerged ruins. Just when the downpour finally ceased, a bitter chill enveloped the land. Survival has become increasingly arduous. How much longer can the barely surviving humanity endure? If a formidable leader were to emerge at this moment, it might not be entirely unfavorable for the nation. His lack of faith in the authorities did not stem from skepticism, but rather from a profound understanding of the situation. The scale of the disaster was simply too vast. Often, the authorities found themselves well-intentioned, yet powerless. Those who had not received aid were left to struggle for survival on their own. However, in the face of calamity, individual strength proved woefully inadequate. Their desperate efforts could be easily shattered by the gentle sweep of a wave. The arrival of Zhou Jiayue, however, instilled a glimmer of hope for survival among them. Whether it was the resources she provided or the solace she offered to the hearts of the people, Meng Jiangwo found himself unable to suppress his approval. Rather, he welcomed her emergence. In the end, Du Ming opened his mouth, his expression a mixture of conflict and hesitation, ultimately succumbing to a weary closure of his eyes. Only his clenched fist betrayed his feelings of grievance and discontent. Xing cast a glance at Du Ming, her brow slightly furrowed, pondering that this fool could be remarkably stubborn in his youth. She hoped he wouldn't take matters into his own hands recklessly. Xing resolved to find an opportunity to speak with Du Ming to alleviate his excessive wariness regarding 2701. Wang Yume looked at her anxiously. "Are you coming down with a cold?" Zhou Jiayue touched her nose, blinked upon hearing this, and jested, "I am not sick. Perhaps someone is scolding me." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiayue's lips immediately curled downwards. She harbored a strong aversion to the taste of ginger. Zhou Jiayue reveled in the misfortune of others. However, before his mocking laughter could escape his lips, Wang Yume's piercing gaze swept toward him, and she remarked, "You are no different. Zhou Jiayue, Zhou Lihua, Zhou Goen." Thus, joyfully, Zhou Jiayue emerged, well aware that none in the Zhou family had an affinity for the taste of ginger. The following morning, when the list of selected candidates for the guard and patrol teams was announced, the successful entrants were naturally elated, while those who were not chosen wore expressions of despondency. One side was filled with exuberance, a scene of great festivity. "Son, look, your name is here. From now on, we shall not worry about our meals. Congratulations, congratulations." Conversely, another group appeared utterly disheartened, sighing heavily. "I was so close to being selected." "Brother, do not lose hope. Perhaps there will be another opportunity next time." "Let us hope so." Once all selected candidates gathered in room 1803, Yang Kan's gaze swept over the jubilant crowd, his brow furrowing as he spoke solemnly. While you have successfully passed the selection for the guard and patrol teams, do not celebrate prematurely. You remain at risk of elimination at any moment. Now, those whose names I call, please stand on the left side, the rest on the right. The training for the patrol and guard teams was entirely entrusted to Yang Kan and his colleagues. As the commander, Yang Kan led the team, with the remaining members serving as deputy leaders to assist him. In room 2701, Zhou Jiayue was meticulously organizing the forthcoming arrangements. Although the Tianqing community had fully submitted, the construction tasks were not yet entirely complete. The total population of the entire community was still fewer than 600 individuals. Zhou Jiayue squinted her eyes, realizing that she would need to go elsewhere to capture some individuals. Zhou Jiayue's gaze extended into the distant expanse of ice and snow, a thought crossing her mind as a faint smile graced her lips. Just in time, the third rescue mission could commence. Chapter 84. The search and rescue begins. Zhou Jiayue did not afford the new recruits much time to recuperate after they had savored their first hearty meal and enjoyed their first restful sleep. They received orders to embark on an outing. "Son, do take care," the anxious father implored before his departure. "Don't worry, Dad. With Boss Zhou and Captain Yang by my side, everything will be just fine," the dutiful son reassured him. The frigid winter sun cast its lifeless rays upon the snow, and thus the guard team set forth. "Dad will be waiting at home with a warm meal for you." This marked the guard team's inaugural mission, and the entire community eagerly anticipated their triumphant return. Zhou Jiayue, holding on to Little Black, stood at the forefront of the line, waved to the crowd, and then turned to embark on their journey. On this outing from the Zhou family, only Zhou Jiayue and Zhou Jiayue were present. In the biting cold of the first month, as the temperatures had not yet reached an unbearable level, this period marked the time of greatest human activity following the torrential rains. Zhou Jiayue instructed Zhou Lihua and others to remain at home, primarily to ensure the safety of the community residents and to mitigate the risk of being caught off guard by the sudden arrival of official rescue teams. With the torrential rains having ceased, she was skeptical that the rescue teams would forego such a prime opportunity for outdoor assistance. While this might have been the case elsewhere, the presence of a certain individual in Tianqing community led Zhou Jiayue to anticipate that the rescue teams would soon arrive. She was resolute in her determination not to allow them to take her subjects or encroach upon her territory. In the midst of the wintry landscape, Zhou Jiayue's gaze burned with intensity as she marched against the wind. Steering clear of Blue Coast community, she led her companions towards a more distant human settlement. Lacking any means of transportation, the guard team had no choice but to rely on their own feet. An hour later, they reached Changhe community. Zhou Jiayue completed the final location of the rescue mission here. The total number of survivors in Changhe community following the disaster is significantly fewer than that in Tianqing community. The number who perished from starvation is alarmingly high. Zhou Jiayue's arrival ignited excitement among the residents of Changhe community, as they recalled that she was the one who had previously brought them supplies. Zhou Jiayue did not intend to linger any longer. She instructed Hong Hui to select 3 individuals to remain behind, while she led the others onward. After Zhou Jiayue and her companions departed, Hong Hui and the 3 guards retrieved a large megaphone from their backpacks. The 4 dispersed and activated the megaphones, reciting the pre-prepared script. A few minutes later, Changhe community erupted with excitement. Tianqing Refuge, an official organization? Tianqing. Wait, is that the Tianqing community I know? Exchanging labor points for supplies. That sounds quite appealing. Should we go? Let us go. After all, remaining here one T bring down rise from the heavens. Under the guidance of Hong Hui and his companions, the survivors of Changhe community began to gather their belongings. Meanwhile, ahead, Zhou Jiayue and her group pressed on. In Lishui, Jiyuan community, within a cold, dim room, a gaunt woman tightly wrapped herself and her child in a quilt. "Mommy, I'm so hungry." A frail voice emerged from beneath the covers. The emaciated woman extended her bony hand to gently rest on her child's head, patting it softly with a dry, hoarse voice. "Yes, Linlin, be good. Linlin can endure." Nestled within the quilt, the small child blinked at the nearly half-obscured face, quietly grasping her mother's hand before slowly closing her eyes. Not far from the community, a group of over a dozen individuals trudged through the snowstorm. As they approached the community, the guard team stumbled over an object beneath their feet. Quickly regaining their footing, they cautiously beckoned two others to assist in uncovering the unidentified object from the snow. "It's a person," Xiao Yang exclaimed. Yang furrowed his brow and approached, crouching down to check for breath, then looked at Zhou Jiayue, confirming they're still alive. Zhou Jiayue nodded slightly. They were likely residents from the nearby community. Since they were still alive, it was best to take them along. Consequently, the first to discover the individual, Xiao Yang, hoisted the person onto his back, while another member of the guard team carried his backpack. The group proceeded into Lishui Jiayuan community, where Xiao Yang gently set the person down and, at Yang Can's indication, roused him from slumber. "Hey, brother, wake up." After a few moments of bewilderment, the individual, Zhou Jiayue, fully regained his senses. He warily surveyed the dozen or so people surrounding him and, with a hint of anxiety, inquired, "Who are you?" Xiao Yang scratched the back of his head, revealing a broad smile. "No need to be alarmed, brother. We are from the Tianqing shelter." "Tianqing shelter," Zhou Jiayue murmured, suddenly recalling something. His guard relaxed, and he excitedly grasped Xiao Yang's arm. You're here to rescue us sent by the authorities?" Xiao Yang hesitated for a moment, glancing at Yang Can. Upon receiving a nod, he gently patted Zhou Jiayue's hand and replied, "Indeed, we are here to rescue you, but we are not an official organization. Look over there. The most distinguished figure is our leader, Boss Zhou. He could not bear to see the people displaced and threatened by disaster, so he established the shelter to provide a haven for those with nowhere to turn." Xiao Yang's words were heartfelt, and his flattery came across as entirely natural. Upon reflection, one could hardly believe their eyes. Was this not the same sycophant encountered earlier at Building Number 5 during the supply exchange? Truly, he was a remarkable talent to have infiltrated the guard team. Zhou Jiayue turned her head away in silence. Previously, when exchanging supplies and undergoing assessments, her appearance was so unkempt that it was impossible to discern her features. Now that she was clean, it was truly a challenge to recognize her. Such comments should certainly not be made in her presence again, as they were rather awkward. Zhou Jiayue followed Xiao Yang's gaze towards the front of the line. With just a glance, Zhou Jiayue realized that the youthful, exquisite, and ethereal girl before him was the leader of this group, referred to as Boss Zhou by Xiao Yang. Was this truly not some whimsical jest? Moreover, Zhou Jiayue's discerning eyes subtly scanned the faces of the more than 10 individuals in front of him. Generally speaking, should not such arduous tasks of searching for survivors be undertaken by those beneath her rather than her? Boss Zhou, the ruler of a refuge, surprisingly decided to emerge personally. Zhou Jiayue's eyes flickered. This could only signify one thing. The so-called Tianqing refuge has very few capable individuals. It is possible that the mere dozen people before him constitute the entirety of what Tianqing refuge can muster. The population of this refuge may be fewer than 100, and its supplies are likely scant. Zhou Jiayue sighed, his fervent heart doused as if by a bucket of cold water, instantly cooling down. Chapter 85. The fat sheep. What Zhou Jiayue did not realize was that his speculation was only partially correct. While Tianqing refuge indeed had a small populace, it boasted abundant resources. As long as Zhou Jiayue wished, the supplies could be plentiful enough to render hunger an impossibility. Xiao Yang, observing the fluctuations in Zhou Jiayue's expression, could not help but interject, "Brother, our refuge is quite commendable. As long as the people are diligent, starvation will not be a concern." To prevent the community from being buried under heavy snow, Zhou Jiayue instructed Song Chuanjin to assign additional snow-clearing tasks to the residents. This task would not be rescinded in the near term. Thus, the residents of Tianqing community need not fear the lack of tasks to accumulate work points. Furthermore, the selected members of the guard team and their families would generally refrain from competing with ordinary residents for tasks. Consequently, with an increase in tasks and a decrease in competition, diligence would ensure that no one would go hungry. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Zhou Jiayue hesitated. Although he held little faith in this obscure refuge, It was, after all, the first encounter with an external rescue team in a long while. Regardless, since they could still venture out to rescue survivors, it was certainly better than their current plight. Zhou Jiayue cautiously inquired, "May I ask, how many individuals can your refuge take if you come to rescue?" Xiao Yang regarded him with a meaningful glance, replying, "That depends on how many of you are willing to accompany us." After saying this, he patted Zhou Jiayue on the shoulder, then rose to commence the planned actions. Alongside several members of the guard team, he produced a gong and began to strike it, resonating through the community. Under Zhou Jiayue's arrangement, the members of the guard team dispersed to initiate search and rescue operations throughout the various buildings. Xiu Linlin, blinking awake in a daze, beheld a familiar figure and, in a faint but joyful voice, called out, "Daddy." Zhou Jiayue succinctly recounted his observations from outside. Subsequently, he grasped the hands of his wife and daughter, hesitatingly stating, "This should be a private refuge. I'm uncertain of the conditions within, but we may not be able to await the arrival of an official rescue team. I think." AI Jiayue glanced at her daughter, meeting the child's bewildered gaze, and let out a soft sigh. Moreover, the fact that they could still venture out to rescue others indicated that, at least for the time being, the resources within Tianqing Refuge remained sufficient. AI Jiayue held her daughter, gazing at her frail form, her eyes slightly reddened. "Darling, we may endure another day or two, but Linlin." AI Jiayue's voice caught in her throat, the words remaining unspoken. Zhou Jiayue understood his wife's unfinished sentiment, and with a heavy heart, he gently stroked their daughter's head. Finally, he made a decision. "Let us gather our belongings and join Boss Zhou and the others at the Tianqing shelter." The survivors of Lishui Garden numbered over 1,500, more than 3 times that of the Changhe community. Yet, this was not due to the residents of Lishui Garden possessing more abundant resources than those elsewhere. Rather, the larger base population made the remaining survivors seem more plentiful. Lishui Garden was already one of the larger communities within Fushi, with nearly 20,000 inhabitants before the deluge. Now, fewer than 2,000 remained. A foul stench of decaying bodies pervaded the entire community. Upon entering the neighborhood, a team of over a dozen guards split into 2 factions. One group, led by Yang Qian, set out to rescue survivors, while the other, under Zhou Jiayue's command, scoured the homes of the deceased for treasures. As for the bodies of the victims, Zhou Jiayue sighed, instructing the guards to gather them for a collective cremation later. In death, let them retain some dignity. At the very least, let them not be reduced to mere carrion for rats and cockroaches. This was the only act of compassion she could offer. Lishui Garden was expansive, and after Yang Qian rounded up the survivors, they assisted in collecting valuables. It took 5 or 6 hours to thoroughly pillage the entire community. Meanwhile, the flames of a pyre consumed the mound of corpses in the open space, never extinguishing. Nearly 8 hours had passed since Zhou Jiayue and her group departed from Tianqing community. The night had fully descended, shrouded in darkness without the moon's illumination, and the once glimmering snow now rendered indistinguishable in the blackness. Inside one of the buildings in Lishui Garden, Zhou Jiayue and her companions gathered around a fire made from scavenged stainless steel bowls and wooden furniture. They sat encircled by the warmth of the flames. With limited backpacks, they had not brought much food for this venture. Aside from a gong and a horn, their supplies consisted solely of numerous bags of candy and a few bottles of mineral water. Yang Qian had just distributed 2 pieces of candy to each of the over 1,000 survivors. After reporting the situation, Yang Qian led the remaining members to another room, where a fire pit had been prepared for them. In the other chambers, the gathered survivors of Lishui Garden felt a mix of apprehension and anxiety from the earlier encounter with Zhou Jiayue's group. This unease transformed into bittersweet anticipation after receiving the 2 pieces of candy, evoking a complex array of emotions that were difficult to articulate. The tumult of feelings soon lulled them into a deep slumber. Yet, the malevolence lurking within the concealed masses began to awaken as darkness enveloped the land. In the pitch-black darkness devoid of any illumination, a multitude of eyes, 20 or so, quietly flickered to life. They exchanged furtive glances before stealthily emerging from the crowd. A few feeble beams of flashlight, reminiscent of the erratic signals from an antiquated television set, intermittently illuminated the space among the group. Gradually they closed in, and one among them, grinning maliciously, pointed towards the room where Zhou Jiayue and her companions were situated. "Boss, a prime target," exclaimed the speaker, his eyes ablaze with a ravenous greed that could no longer be concealed. Others, too, instinctively wiped their mouths, which seemed to drool, their faces twisting into a frenzy of unhinged desire at the mere thought of what lay within. There are a few particularly tender-looking women inside. Just thinking about it drives me mad. Their eyes shone with an insatiable hunger, glistening with a cruel and indifferent lust, though the others remained silent. Their expressions mirrored those of the two speakers, fixated intently on the direction of Zhou Jiayue and her companions, their gazes suffused with brutality and avarice. Each of their minds echoed the thought that these individuals, who identified themselves as inhabitants of the heavenly shelter, appear to be far more succulent than the emaciated remnants of mere bones they had encountered before. The one referred to as Boss grinned widely, revealing gums stained with remnants of blood and flesh. With a menacing smile, he declared, "No one here will escape today." Chapter 86. An early encounter with the King of Hell. Meanwhile, within the chamber occupied by the guard squad, Zhou Jiayue, resting against the wall, suddenly opened her drowsy eyes. Seemingly sensing something amiss, she lifted her gaze toward a particular spot. The flickering flames in the center of the room cast dancing shadows, creating peculiar shapes upon the dimly lit walls. In that moment, a strange smile curved at the corners of Zhou Jiayue's lips, as if she had glimpsed something intriguing through the wall. The night watchmen of the guard squad, noticing her awakening, immediately straightened their backs in tension, adding a leg from a chair to the fire pit to maintain the flames, demonstrating that they were not shirking their duties. Zhou Jiayue glanced at the night watchman and then rose to stretch her somewhat stiff legs. Observing Jiayue's action, hesitated for a moment but mustered the courage to ask softly, "Boss, do you have any instructions?" "Enemy attack. Gasped in shock, enemy attack." Once he regained his composure, he swiftly roused everyone who had been asleep. In another room, Yankin slowly opened his eyes upon receiving Zhou Jiayue's signal. He awakened all personnel and then opened the door as a team of individuals swiftly vanished into the night. Zhou Jiayue, composed and tranquil, instructed Chu Lu to relocate the brazier to an unoccupied room. In the living room, the members of the guard team, under Zhou Jiayue's command, anxiously prepared their ambush. Outside the room, footsteps, intentionally softened, stealthily approached. Time passed slowly, and just as the guards were nervously swallowing their saliva while fixating on the door, a distinct click echoed from the darkness, the sound of the door lock being picked. As the tightly shut door began to open slowly, a beam of light, not particularly intense, probed inward from outside. In the darkness, a glint of cold light flashed, and that feeble illumination was abruptly accompanied by a sharp cry of pain, falling to the ground in an instant. This scream acted as the spark igniting a powder keg. Chaos erupted. The knife plunged into flesh, spilling forth a vivid bloom of crimson. The ambushers, caught off guard, were thrown into disarray. "Damn it, there are people behind us too." Upon realizing the ambush, the first instinct of the attackers was to retreat. Yet, upon turning, they found their escape blocked. Surrounded on all sides, they had nowhere to flee, nowhere to hide. "To hell with it, let us fight back." Yankin stood at the staircase, observing the clearly flustered assailants with a smile reminiscent of death itself. In the next moment, the gentle yet aloof youth launched himself like a cannonball into the enemy ranks, unleashing a merciless onslaught. The members of the guard quickly regained their composure and followed suit. At the forefront, the man referred to as the boss was sent flying by a kick from Han Yuan, crashing into the crowd and toppling several individuals in his wake. The spot where the boss landed instantly transformed into a vacuum. Like Yang Kan, Han Yuan was ruthless against the enemies, dispatching foes with the ease of slaughtering livestock. In one moment, she wiped the blood splattered across her face, and in the next, her dagger was hurled, embedding itself in the neck of a burly man opposing the guard team. The battle raged fiercely, yet Zhou Jiayue stood apart, untainted akin to an observer. Her gaze gradually swept across everyone, and ultimately, she could not suppress a look of lament. She too yearned to engage, yet her subordinates were so fierce, leaving her no opportunity to strike. In just a brief moment, over half of the 20 or so attackers had been eliminated. The remaining individuals, witnessing this, finally succumbed to fear and began to beg for mercy. However, Yang Can and Han Yuan remained deaf to their pleas, and the guard team mirrored their indifference. Soon, the corridor on this floor was littered with over 20 fresh corpses. Once the chaos subsided, Yang Can calmly retrieved a pristine handkerchief from his pocket, wiping his bloodied hands clean. At this moment, the guard team had also discerned the identities of the attackers. "Captain Yang, I've seen these individuals in the resident group." The recognition came swiftly, for these 20 or so stood out conspicuously among 1,000 gaunt figures. Tall and robust, they bore no signs of prolonged hunger, their presence unmistakable. Moreover, the heavy, dark brown or deep red scabs adorning their bodies emanated a stench that provoked nausea and instilled fear. It was as though aged blood had been splattered onto their forms, ultimately drying and hardening into crusts. During the day, Captain Yang sensed something amiss but opted for restraint. Unexpectedly, the adversaries sought them out that very night. The members of the guard gazed at Yang Can with admiration, particularly in light of the overwhelming prowess he had displayed in battle, which deeply inspired these impassioned youths. Meanwhile, the thoughts of those fighting alongside Han Yuan resonated with those of Yang Can's faction. After listening to the report from the guard, Yang Can nodded and instructed them to dispose of the bodies meticulously. Once he had cleansed his hands of blood, ensuring not a trace of impurity remained, he stepped over the corpses and approached Zhou Jiayue, who appeared utterly bored in the room. Upon verification, all 26 individuals were present. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiayue responded with a hum. In the afternoon, Yang Can had relayed to her the peculiarities concerning these individuals. While rummaging through gold and jewels, she had noticed several locations devoid of the victims' bodies. The room bore evident signs of struggle, with conspicuous bloodstains, yet the corpses had mysteriously vanished. If it were merely rodents or insects consuming the remains, it would be illogical for no bones to remain. Thus, it could only be the work of humans. In ancient times, during famines, it was not unheard of for individuals to resort to cannibalism. In the present day, the consumption of human flesh may not be as rare as one might think. The remnants of bones that linger may have been cast into the floodwaters or buried in the snow. However, the survivors in Lishuejun were already like startled birds. Should a murder transpire before their very eyes, it would likely shatter the last vestiges of their psychological defenses. Hence, this evening's events unfolded as they did. Zhou Jiayue shook her head. These individuals were indeed overly anxious. Initially, she had merely intended to discreetly eliminate them on her journey home. Yet they had come forth, seemingly eager for their demise. Regrettably, they would have to meet their fate sooner than anticipated. Chapter 87. Triumph the next morning after a night of recuperation. The team set forth once more. The sudden disappearance of over 20 individuals from the crowd went unnoticed by the anxious residents. Perhaps it was due to their lack of familiarity with one another, compounded by the fact that those who vanished had stealthily slipped away under the cover of darkness, thereby garnering little attention from the inhabitants of Zhou Jiayue. Even if a few discerned the absence of a companion, they were loath to speak up at such a moment. Their own survival took precedence, leaving them with little energy to concern themselves with others. With the replenishment of sugar, although the residents remained weak, they managed to muster a semblance of spirit. Under the guidance of the escort team, they shouldered their belongings and formed a winding line, struggling forward through the snow and wind. Shortly after their departure, a dark figure, swift as lightning, approached the procession with great speed. Wang Xiaohai came to an abrupt halt just before colliding with the group, shaking off the snow that clung to him, and excitedly circled around Zhou Jiayue. The residents near the front of the line were initially startled and stepped back in surprise upon seeing Xiaohai. However, once they recognized the affectionate interaction between Zhou Jiayue and the dog, realization dawned upon them. This was the dog of the esteemed Zhou. Their eyes brightened with newfound anticipation and hope. If even a dog was so well cared for, Surely the conditions at the refuge must be quite favorable. Zhou Jiayue smiled as she patted the head of Xiaohe, then opened the children's backpack behind it, retrieving a note. Having undergone enhancements through a physical booster, Xiaohe was brimming with energy, requiring 3 to 4 hours of frenzied play outdoors each day. Upon their arrival at Zhou Jiayue yesterday, Zhou Jiayue had allowed Xiaohe to amuse itself. After completing the task, Zhou Jiayue obtained a fragment of the territory map. With the first task accomplished, the second task swiftly emerged. Expansion Task 2. A commendable lord shall not confine their vision to the present. Please complete the expansion of the territory within 15 days, ensuring a population of over 5,000 residents within your domain. Reward: 20 tons of food, 50 adult dairy cows, 50 adult reindeer, 50 adult sled dogs. Among the 2 letters, one was a message for Song Qiuanjin, and the other a letter for her family. Unfortunately, the distance between Lishui, Guan, and Tianqing had surpassed the communication range of their intercoms, and the tools available in the marketplace for communication required signal support. Thus, they had to resort to this rudimentary means of correspondence for the time being. As for Xiaohe, the transformation effects of the physical booster on animals were evidently superior to those on humans. Aside from physical enhancements, it had also elevated its intellect. Xiaohe could fully comprehend her commands, executing them with remarkable efficacy. In a letter from yesterday, Zhou Jiayue had instructed Song Qiuanjin to arrange for personnel to incorporate the Blue Shore community into the Tianqing refuge. The current population of the refuge stood at 1,935, with a capacity extending to 8,000. At this moment, within the Tianqing refuge, Song Qiuanjin was wearily pinching her brow. The expedience in organizing the integration of the Blue Shore community within a single day was attributed to prior experience, enabling quicker adjustments to circumstances. Furthermore, the establishment of a patrol team provided additional manpower, enhancing efficiency. The cooperation of the residents of the Blue Shore community rendered the process seamlessly smooth. Thus, after enduring a long night, the Blue Shore community had undergone a remarkable transformation, fully becoming a part of the Tianqing refuge. Song Qiuanjin set down her pen, approached the window, and gazed at the winter sun gradually ascending in the distance, tightening her cotton coat around herself. Then, a smile of anticipation graced her lips. The darkness and uncertainties of tomorrow, which once instilled fear in her heart, could no longer evoke any trepidation. This newfound courage was bestowed upon her by Miss Zhou. Therefore, she was determined to exert her utmost efforts to fulfill Miss Zhou's aspirations. In the snow-blanketed, monochrome forest, a winding line of humans moved slowly like a great serpent. Due to the need to consider the physical conditions of the survivors, their progress was particularly sluggish. They had set out early in the morning and barely reached their destination by noon. Within the Tianqing refuge, the awaiting crowd had already received news and gathered at the entrance. It was Boss Zhou and her team. I see my son. I see my boy too. They must be survivors from another location. I cannot discern their faces, but there must be at least 1,000 individuals. That exceeds the population of our own community. Where do they reside? It matters not. Surely, Boss Guan will make proper arrangements. This marks the inaugural mission for the guard team, and not only their families but the entire community is engulfed in concern. The young man who received a slap merely scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Darling, are you hurt? His wife inquired anxiously, scanning him for injuries. No, I'm perfectly fine. He reassured her with a smile. Brother, you've worked hard. A friend patted him on the shoulder in comfort. Such scenes unfolded almost universally among the members of the guard team. Zhou Jiayue and Zhou Jiayue were also pulled aside by the Zhou family, who expressed their concerns with worry. When asked if they had encountered any danger, Zhou Jiayue hesitated momentarily. Did a midnight ambush count? However, the assailants were swiftly dealt with. So, perhaps it did not count. Observing Zhou Jiayue's nonchalant dismissal of the matter, the Zhou family chose not to press further. Du Ming, meeting Zhou Jiayue's puzzled gaze, adopted a serious demeanor and stated, Miss Zhou, I wish to have a word with you. Chapter 88. Too arrogant. Although Du Ming was obstinate, he was not entirely reckless. He had absorbed some of Mr. Ming's words and thus resolved to converse with Zhou Jiayue first. The number of individuals at the Tianqing shelter was rapidly increasing, and its scale had become considerable. If left unchecked, it could potentially evolve into a colossal threat to national security. He had already established contact with the military stationed in Fushi. If Zhou Jiayue were amenable, the optimal course of action would be to persuade her to join the regular army, thereby incorporating the Tianqing shelter as an official refuge. Conversely, if Zhou Jiayue harbored ulterior motives, the only recourse would be to suppress it before it could grow, ensuring it did not jeopardize the stability of the nation. Du Ming's assumptions were overly simplistic. Perhaps his blind trust in the government led him to overlook the possibility that official shelters might no longer be able to accommodate more survivors. To expect Zhou Jiayue to relinquish her autonomy and unconditionally surrender the Tianqing shelter to the state based solely on a few eloquent arguments was absurd. She had invested considerable resources and effort into the shelter, and it was inconceivable that she would abandon it at the mere suggestion of lofty ideals. She had never been a paragon of virtue. Thus, it was foreseeable what kind of conflict would arise after Du Ming's attempts at persuasion bore no fruit. In room 1602, within this temporary conference chamber, Du Ming stood abruptly after Zhou Jiayue's refusal to be swayed. The chair scraped against the floor with a jarring sound as he glared at Zhou Jiayue, who remained leisurely sipping her tea. Unable to contain his indignation, he admonished, "Miss Zhou, as a citizen, how could you act in such a manner?" Zhou Jiayue lifted her downcast eyes, casting a cold glance at the burly man, whose face was contorted with rage. Du Ming continued, "Miss Zhou, you truly disregard old Meng's trust. He spoke highly of you, yet you—" "Enough." Zhou Jiayue finally set down her teacup in exasperation. When Du Ming suggested they have a conversation, she had anticipated he might share something of value. Instead, he proved to be nothing more than a fool. Zhou Jiayue found it tiresome to continue the pretense of civility, her cherry-pink lips curling into a scornful smile. It seemed that Mr. Du had yet to recognize the reality of the situation. The entire Tianqing was now under her dominion, and moreover, within the confines of room 1602, everyone present except for him was aligned with her. Zhou Jiayue could not fathom why this man seemed to court danger with such audacity. Was he truly so complacent in his longevity? How could he dare to speak to her in such a manner? It was utterly brazen. She was at a loss for any term more fitting than foolish to describe him. Did he not notice the two formidable figures behind her, on the verge of unleashing their wrath upon him? Zhou Jiayue gazed at Du Ming with an expression of incredulity. Were it not for the favor owed to that esteemed individual, what grounds did he have to believe that 2,704 could remain unscathed until now? To speak more harshly, a decrepit old man on the brink of death and two middle-aged men in decline. Did he truly think that subduing them would pose any significant challenge? Zhou Jiayue, surprisingly, felt little anger, merely a sense of incredulity. In contrast, Du Ming was taken aback by Zhou Jiayue's sudden surge of intensity, and once he regained his composure, his anger intensified further. Zhou Jiayue rolled her eyes with a lack of grace. Rising from her seat, she strode toward the doorway, her indifferent voice drifting back. "Mr. Du, you are not worthy to challenge me." For Du Ming, this statement was nothing short of a profound insult. He glared and advanced, only to be intercepted by Yang Can and Han Yuan. Unconcerned with the principles of martial ethics, the two exchanged not a word, yet simultaneously acted to force Du Ming back several paces. As the door to room 1602 closed, a chilling voice slipped through the crack. "Don't kill him. Leave a life for 2704. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Yang Can and Han Yuan darkened instantly. Their strikes became increasingly ruthless, each aimed at vital points. This fool dared to shout at the boss. They had long harbored grievances against the occupants of room 2704. How could someone, having contributed nothing, reside on the same floor as the boss, enjoying protection while remaining restless, even daring to command the boss? Truly, a lack of respect. The thought of not being allowed to kill him. How infuriating. It must be said that the loyalty of Yang Can and Han Yuan towards Zhou Jiayue had reached an extreme. In their hearts, no one was more important than Zhou Jiayue, not even themselves. They would not tolerate anyone slandering her, harming her, or even displaying the slightest disrespect, which would provoke their wrath. As Du Ming was forced back, he finally acknowledged the prowess of these two seemingly inconspicuous figures. Once a distinguished figure in the military, known as the Mighty Bull, Du Ming initially faltered at their onslaught, but soon engaged in a back-and-forth exchange. Shocked by the strength and reflexes of Yang, Can, and Han Yuan, he found himself unwittingly becoming their training dummy as they exchanged glances, silently agreeing to use him to hone their skills. The physical enhancers had only improved their physical capabilities, but combat experience could only be gained through regular training and real encounters. The previous individuals from Zhou Jiayue had hardly posed a challenge, yet this one was perfectly suited for their needs. As time passed, Yang Can and Han Yuan grew increasingly adept, while Du Ming began to tire. After being knocked down once more, shadows loomed over him. A peculiar smile crept onto Yang Can's expressionless face, and the warmth in his voice turned chilling as he spoke. The game has only just begun. At the entrance of room 2704, Zhou Jiayue lowered her hand that was poised to knock and quietly waited for a few seconds before the door swung open. Upon seeing the visitor, Xing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly smiled and said, "Ah, Miss Zhou, are you here to see Elder Ming?" Zhou Jiayue fixed her gaze upon Xing, not averting her eyes until the smile on the latter's face began to falter. Only then did she lazily utter, "When do you plan to depart?" "What did you say?" Xing was taken aback, her smile vanishing entirely, replaced by an expression of bewilderment and confusion. The astonishment etched on Xing's face appeared genuine, not feigned. Zhou Jiayue furrowed her brow and remarked, "Du Ming came to seek me out. Was that not the intention of old Ming? Surely, you do not believe that after provoking me, you could continue to reside here as if nothing has transpired?" Zhou Jiayue candidly stated, to which Xing responded with astonishment. "Du Ming has already gone to seek you out." Zhou Jiayue pursed her lips in silence. Xing felt an ominous premonition. What about others? Zhou Jiayue cast a glance at her and informed her of Du Ming's whereabouts. When Xing located Du Ming at the stairwell of the 16th floor, he had already succumbed to unconsciousness, drenched in blood. Chapter 89. The military, upon learning the full circumstances, Meng Jianguo fell silent for a moment before heaved a deep sigh. "Aji, how many gold bars do we have left at home? Let us see if it's enough to make amends to Boss Zhou." "Forget it. I will go myself." "Meng Lao," Xing exclaimed in surprise, attempting to dissuade him, but was silenced by a mere glance from Meng Jianguo. "Go and fetch the gold bars." With no choice but to comply, Xing lowered her head and went to retrieve them. Meng Jianguo's manner of addressing Zhou Jiayue had shifted from the affectionate Xiao Zhou, as one would address a younger relative, to the more distant Boss Zhou. Although Meng Jianguo understood that Du Ming's predicament was of his own making, the bond forged over nearly 2 decades made it difficult to dismiss. Yang Can and Han Yuan were resolute in their intention to spare Du Ming's life, yet they possessed a plethora of torturous methods that would inflict profound suffering. When Meng Jianguo arrived, Zhou Jiayue had already surmised the purpose of his visit. She opted not to invite him inside, but chose instead to go to room 2704. "I apologize, Boss Zhou. This matter was precipitated by Du Ming's recklessness." Meng Jianguo set aside his pride and offered an apology to the young girl before him, who was younger than his own grandson. Zhou Jiayue interrupted Meng Jianguo, hoping that as long as the elder Meng did not share the same sentiment, it would suffice. The subordinates had acted with little discernment, and she offered her apologies to Elder Meng on their behalf. Meng Jianguo shook his head and instructed Xing to present the prepared gold. Xing pursed her lips, turned around to retrieve the items, and willingly opened the safe, allowing Zhou Jiayue a clear view of its contents. Zhou Jiayue gazed at the gold bar before her, which she estimated to weigh no less than 50 pounds. Her brows slightly furrowed. "What does old Meng mean by this?" "Boss Zhou, I shall not beat around the bush. I seek a favor from you. I hope you can overlook past grievances and extend your mercy to save Du Ming's life." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiayue couldn't help but chuckle. After thoroughly pillaging the entire Lishui Jin, she found Meng Jiangwo's offering of gold to be rather insignificant. Old Meng has overestimated my abilities. I am unable to save Du Ming's life. Upon entering, Zhou Jiayue instantly discerned Du Ming's injuries. In his current condition, devoid of various equipment and medication, he could only await his fate. The external wounds were manageable, but the internal injuries posed a significant threat. Fractured bones and damaged organs. TSK? Akan and Yuan had indeed been rather ruthless. The healing elixir could potentially save him. However, acquiring it required a staggering 10,000 points, a sum far beyond the meager gold Meng Jiangwo provided. Furthermore, being an outsider, she could not possibly administer such a potent remedy to him. Its effects were rather extraordinary, likely to incite unnecessary complications. Upon hearing Zhou Jiayue's words, Meng Jiangwo and Xing's expressions darkened considerably. Meng Jiangwo took a deep breath. Was Boss Zhou implying that the gold bars were insufficient? Zhou Jiayue cast a peculiar glance at Meng Jiangwo, her brows gently furrowing. Why is old Meng so certain that I can save Du Ming? I'm not a celestial being. In response, Meng Jiangwo regarded Zhou Jiayue with a complex expression, the weariness on his aged face becoming even more pronounced. Boss Zhou, Du Ming made contact with the station military in Fushi yesterday. Zhou Jiayue's expression faltered momentarily, only to be swiftly replaced by a shadow of anger. Was Meng Lao threatening her? No. Meng Jiangwo shook his head. He sought to strike a deal with the proprietor, Zhou. He continued to push the box of gold toward Zhou Jiayue. Miss Song had become Zhou's representative throughout the entire community. Perhaps Zhou had already surmised his true identity. The military would arrive at Tianqing community before nightfall at the latest. All I ask is for you, Zhou, to help delay Du Ming's injuries, allowing him to endure until the army's arrival. This box of gold shall serve as compensation. Furthermore, I assure you that the military will not take action against you. This refuge shall remain under your control. Zhou Jiayue fell silent for a moment, refraining from questioning the veracity of Meng Jiangwo's words. After all, there was no need for him to wager Du Ming's life as a gamble. Zhou Jiayue had long anticipated the arrival of the military, though she did not expect them to arrive so swiftly. She was not particularly fearful of an encounter. Given the current circumstances, even if the military were to show up, they could not possibly deploy a large number of personnel at once. If their numbers were few, it was they who ought to be concerned, for she had 2 little madcaps under her command. Furthermore, she was not entirely without resources. The military would be loath to act against ordinary civilians. If they were to target her alone, the peculiar weapons available in the system's marketplace would suffice to pose a significant challenge to them. In a more severe scenario, she could simply abandon the mission and retreat with her family into the second subspace. This second space had already expanded to 20,000 square meters and continued to grow. With the first batch of vegetables now fully matured, and the chickens and sheep acquired from construction tasks have been introduced into the space. With just her family, she could easily survive indefinitely within. These thoughts whirled through Zhou Jiayue's mind, yet in reality, only 3 or 4 seconds had elapsed. Zhou Jiayue smiled faintly, no longer resisting Meng Jiangwo's request. If it were possible to avert trouble, that would be ideal. Furthermore, merely delaying her injury was something she could manage without the pharmaceutical products of the system. Zhou Jiayue accepted the gold from Meng Jiangwo, subsequently employing acupuncture to curb the deterioration of Du Ming's injuries. Regardless of whether the army would arrive, she stated with an impassive expression, as soon as darkness falls, I shall remove the needles. With that, Zhou Jiayue departed, carrying a box of gold. In a world blanketed in white, devoid of twilight hues, the military unit from the official refuge finally reached Tianqing just as dusk was approaching. As Zhou Jiayue had surmised, their numbers were not substantial, amounting to merely 12 individuals. The leader was a resolute young man, his features sharp and well-defined, clad in a crisp uniform that exuded both stature and vigor. However, before they could draw closer, they were intercepted by a patrol team. Halt! What is your purpose here? The dimming light, coupled with the blinding snow, obscured the patrol members' ability to discern the military uniforms representing their nation. Soon, A powerful beam from a flashlight illuminated the scene as the patrol team advanced swiftly. The patrol members exchanged glances, questioning, official refuge rescue team? It was only then that they recognized the attire worn by Meng Weijiang and his companions. The patrol team's leader hesitated, ultimately deciding against allowing them immediate entry. Please wait here while I report to Chairman Song. Chapter 90. She truly is an exceptional leader 10 minutes later. Zhou Jiayue, Song Xuanjin, Yang Kan, and Meng Weijiang, representing the official rescue team, gathered in room 1602 of Building 5. I apologize, but it is evident that Captain Meng has observed along the way that Tianqing does not require rescue. Upon hearing this, several young individuals behind Meng Weijiang furrowed their brows. Yet, as Captain Meng had yet to speak, they naturally restrained their reactions. Zhou Jiayue's actions, if placed in ancient times, would be deemed as banditry and usurpation, surely attracting the ire of the authorities. Meng Weijiang's gaze lingered on Zhou Jiayue's face for a considerable time before he spoke. This is not a decision that Miss Zhou can make alone. Indeed, as Meng Weijiang traversed the Tianqing community, he noted its orderly state, which starkly contrasted with the anticipated chaos and filth. This was indeed surprising. However, transient prosperity does not resolve enduring predicaments. Prior to his departure, Hanja had briefed him on the community's circumstances, indicating that the residents would likely be left with scant resources during the torrential rains. The current sustenance might be precariously upheld by this young lady's efforts. Yet, with several hundred individuals in the community, how much provision could she possibly afford? He harbored no desire for conflict. Rather, he found Zhou Jiayue somewhat naive, imbued with youthful exuberance, yet lacking foresight. While official shelters may not guarantee abundant meals for everyone, they strive to ensure that each individual receives at least a morsel. Additionally, they were actively seeking to gather more resources, and the might of the military is not something that a loosely organized civilian band could rival. Meng Weijiang's intentions were noble. However, his information was somewhat outdated. He remained unaware that the Tianqing shelter currently housed not merely a few hundred, but over 3,400 individuals. As for the resources possessed by Zhou Jiayue, while they were not for public discourse, Zhou Jiayue chose not to engage further with Meng Weijiang on the topic, instead deftly shifting the conversation. Since it is quite late, Mr. Meng, perhaps you should allow your team to rest. Any matters can be addressed tomorrow. Guanzhen, please assist Captain Meng in arranging accommodations. Yes, boss. Coincidentally, Meng Weijiang also wished to visit his grandfather. Thus, he acquiesced to Zhou Jiayue's suggestion. Once inside the room designated by Song Xuanjin, the rescue team members could no longer contain their grievances as the door closed behind them. Captain Meng, you are too courteous. These individuals are clearly not of good character. Indeed, Captain Meng, they have no intention of engaging in a meaningful dialogue. Tomorrow, they will surely concoct more excuses to delay matters. How could ordinary people possess such an abundance of supplies? There must be something amiss with them. They might have seized it from elsewhere. Captain Meng Weijiang turned to regard those who had spoken, and under the weight of his imposing gaze, they promptly silenced themselves. He pinched the bridge of his nose and declared, "Enough. After a long day of travel, let's rest. We shall address everything tomorrow." With that, he intended to ascend the stairs to find Meng Jiayue, only to discover two individuals stationed at the door, as arranged by Zhou Jiayue. Meng Weijiang, one of the sentinels, upon seeing someone emerge, immediately grew tense and reached for his walkie-talkie. However, upon recognizing it was Meng Weijiang, he feigned nonchalance, greeting him with a smile. "Ah, it is Captain Meng. Our boss instructed us to ensure your comfort during your stay, so we've been assigned to keep watch over you. Rest assured, with us here, you can enjoy a peaceful night's sleep." Meng Weijiang, I truly appreciate your efforts. Meng Weijiang, I wish to step outside. Of course, Captain Meng, if you wish to go out. May I accompany you as your guide? The sentinel offered enthusiastically. Meng Weijiang, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "No need. I am familiar with the way." Thus, the sentinel said nothing further and cheerfully stepped aside, allowing Meng Weijiang to exit. Zhou Jiayue had specifically instructed that if Meng Weijiang were to leave, they need not concern themselves with him, but rather keep a vigilant watch over the others. The events unfolding at the entrance were keenly observed by the team members within the room, who instantly felt an increased sense of wariness and discontent towards Zhou Jiayue and her companions. What they termed as guarding the night was, in truth, nothing more than surveillance. How insidious! After parting ways with Meng Weijiang and others, Zhou Jiayue arrived at room 2704. With kindness, she informed Meng Jiangwo of Meng Weijiang's arrival, and then conveniently removed the silver needles from Du Ming's body. Meanwhile, Meng Weijiang was ascending the stairs just as Xinji, having learned the news, was descending to search for someone. 20 minutes later, the medic provided emergency treatment and dressed Du Ming's wounds. Previously, Xinji had only managed a rudimentary bandage due to the lack of medication, enduring the situation as best as she could. Once the medic finished, he stowed away the military first aid kit and wiped the sweat from his forehead, unable to restrain a murmured complaint about the severity of the injuries. Nevertheless, the medic felt no embarrassment. It was merely an offhand remark. To prevent Du Ming from developing a fever in the night, both the medic and Meng Weijiang stayed in room 2704. However, the transmission of information was disjointed and unclear, leaving Meng Weijiang with limited understanding of Tianqing, only knowing that Zhou Jiayue had established a sanctuary there. It was only during a conversation with Meng Jiangwo that she realized how much vital information Du Ming had inadvertently omitted. After a moment of silence, Meng Weijiang inquired, "Grandfather, do you believe that Boss Zhou is someone capable of bearing the responsibility?" Meng Jiangwo sighed. Although he disapproved of Zhou Jiayue's actions regarding Du Ming, he acknowledged that she was indeed an admirable leader. She was decisive and ruthless toward external threats, yet gentle and compassionate within her ranks. At least, that was the impression Zhou Jiayue left. Weijiang, the official sanctuary must be nearing its capacity, he continued. If it were only a few hundred people, it might be manageable, but thousands. Meng Weijiang fell into silence. The official sanctuary was already showing signs of operating beyond its limits. In the Tianqing sanctuary, typically 2 families shared a residence, with no more than 3 households at most, totaling no more than 10 individuals in a single house. However, in the official sanctuary, it was commonplace for 20 people to occupy one room, cramming in as long as there was space. This was already an improvement after the floodwaters receded. During the height of the flooding, it was normal for 30 or 40 people to be crammed into a single room, with belongings haphazardly strewn about, making movement nearly impossible. Yet in those desperate times, survival took precedence over comfort. Chapter 91. Cooperation. After Meng Jiangwo posed that question, Meng Weijiang fell into contemplation, the sound of sighs echoing in the darkness. By the way, grandfather, my second uncle is now at the official sanctuary in Fushi, Hong, and has also arrived in Fushi. Meng Jiangwo's tone brightened. He had spoken with Hong and before the floods, aware that the situation in Xing County was dire. The subsequent loss of contact had left him in constant anxiety regarding Meng Hong and S safety. Previously, Jiang Han had informed him that his grandson was on a rescue mission in Xing County, but upon seeing his grandson, he had never dared to inquire further, fearful of receiving no news, or worse, bad news. At last, the gloom that had weighed heavily on Meng Jiangwo's heart began to lift. He had 2 sons. His eldest son and daughter-in-law had sacrificed their lives for the nation when Wei Jiang was still young. His younger son, who ventured into politics, provided him with a measure of comfort, as he no longer faced constant peril. However, this sense of security was short-lived when his only grandson clandestinely applied to a military academy after graduating high school, keeping it from the family. His younger son, now of considerable age, had yet to take a wife. At this point, Meng Jiangwo no longer harbored hopes for his descendants to find spouses. He simply wished for their safety and survival amidst the tumultuous world. In room 2704, Meng Weijiang, mindful of his grandfather's health, engaged in conversation for a while before urging him to rest adequately. Meanwhile, in her room, Zhou Jiayue contemplated the potential benefits of the presence of Meng Weijiang and others. Through their brief interaction today, she discerned that Meng Weijiang did not harbor strong opposition to her occupying Tianqing. Rather, his concern seemed to center on whether the populace would receive proper care. Meng Jianguo could serve as an excellent ally in this endeavor. With this in mind, Zhou Jiayue's lips curled into a faint smile as she inscribed the words "official refuge" onto a blank sheet of paper. Moments later, Zhou Jiayue manifested in the second subspace, where a delicate and charming doll appeared before her. Yiya leaped into Zhou Jiayue's embrace, affectionately nuzzling her cheek and exclaiming, "Master, why did you take so long to visit Yiya?" Zhou Jiayue weighed the object in her hand and chuckled. "Yiya, you seem to have gained some weight." Yiya grinned mischievously and replied, "Well, when one eats well, one grows, right, Master? My ability to accelerate growth has significantly improved." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiayue joyfully pinched Yiya's small face. Vegetables that originally required half a month to mature now flourish in less than 3 days, thanks to Yiya's extraordinary abilities, effectively shortening the growth cycle by 4/5. Moreover, Yiya's talent is not limited to individual crops, but encompasses all the flora within the entire space. Prior to Zhou Jiayue's arrival, Yiya had just completed the harvest of the previous batch of vegetables. Currently, apart from a small enclosed area designated for raising chickens and sheep, the rest of the space is entirely sown with rice. The crops cultivated within this realm defy the constraints of seasonal changes and environmental conditions. Once planted, they thrive and grow effortlessly. Now, those rice seedlings that have sprouted are vibrant green, brimming with vitality. Zhou Jiayue made her way towards the nearby chicken coop and sheep pen, accompanied by the sounds of clucking and bleating. As Zhou Jiayue approached, it was astonishing to discover that among the 200 chickens, 180 were hens, leaving only 20 roosters. At that moment, all the hens were engaged in laying eggs. Zhou Jiayue's gaze shifted to the adjacent sheep pen. Among the 50 sheep, 45 were ewes, all evidently in their lactation period. "Yiya, do you know how to milk a sheep?" "Yeah, titit, hadi tulit," admitting that she had never learned and was unsure if she could. Thus, Zhou Jiayue, relying on the knowledge gleaned from her previous readings, clumsily demonstrated the process, narrowly avoiding a kick from the sheep. Fortunately, her quick reflexes saved her from embarrassment in front of Yiya. Yiya attentively observed Zhou Jiayue's actions and soon nodded in understanding, eager to replicate the demonstration. With delight, she proceeded to mimic Zhou Jiayue's method. Zhou Jiayue had to concede that certain matters indeed require innate talent. The lambs under Yiya's care were remarkably docile. Zhou Jiayue gently caressed Yiya's little head, a good child with a promising future. That evening, after meticulously inventorying the supplies in the shelter, Zhou Jiayue succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, under Zhou Jiayue's subtle guidance, the entire refuge buzzed with activity. Residents were busy shoveling snow or engaging in physical exercises. The guard team, led by Yang Kan, commenced their drills downstairs at dawn, while the patrol team methodically conducted security checks and patrols. Each building had a designated dining hall. Today's menu featured steaming rice porridge and fluffy steamed buns, with the addition of eggs, though these required the exchange of labor points. However, aside from the newly arrived survivors, who among them lacked at least a couple of 100 labor points, an egg could be obtained for merely 20 labor points. The faces of the residents radiated tranquility and contentment. While their current situation could not be compared to the pre-disaster days, it was certainly a far cry from the pangs of hunger. In extreme conditions, people often find it easier to feel satisfied. For the recently arrived survivors, Zhou Jiayue granted a 2-day grace period. During this time, the Tianqing refuge would unconditionally provide meals for them. Although the meals offered could not rival those exchanged for labor points, 2 bowls of porridge a day were assured. After 2 days, they would be fully capable of earning points through tasks within the community to exchange for supplies. Not only did the accumulated snow within the community require clearing, but the snow covering the roads leading outward also needed to be regularly maintained. Thus, as long as one was industrious, everyone within Tianqing Refuge could enjoy a full stomach. Meng Weijiang and the rescue teams received the same white porridge as the new survivors. despite Meng Weijiang's initial refusal, insisting they had brought their own supplies. Song Qianjun merely smiled and remarked, "This is a special arrangement from the boss." Consequently, Meng Weijiang accepted this hospitality. The rescue teams typically consumed far superior meals than the ordinary residents of the refuge, as they were tasked with daily searches for supplies or rescuing survivors, which demanded considerable physical exertion and warranted a greater distribution of resources. Yet, this did not mean they were unaware of the true conditions within the official refuge. Upon seeing the white porridge specially provided by Zhou Jiayue, Meng Weijiang and the rescue teams fell into a contemplative silence. The porridge's thickness was more than double that of what the ordinary residents consumed. Gazing at the bowl before him, Meng Weijiang recalled his grandfather's words from the previous night and sighed softly. He urged his teammates not to waste Zhou's thoughtful gesture. After finishing the porridge in a few large gulps, he proceeded to room 1602. As anticipated, Zhou Jiayue was reclining with her legs crossed, inviting him for tea. Chapter 92, A Better Reward in Room 1602. Meng Weijiang engaged in conversation with Zhou Jiayue for a full 2 hours before concluding their discussion. This dialogue would later be regarded as a pivotal moment in the annals of history. Meng Weijiang departed with the rescue team. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiayue diligently commenced her responsibilities in preparation for the forthcoming arrival of her subjects. 3 days later, Zhou Jiayue meticulously cleared out several surrounding communities, skillfully gathering a number of talented individuals from among the residents. Together, they successfully repaired the electrical systems that had been ravaged by torrential rains and floods. Zhou Jiayue procured the generator and fuel, ensuring that each building would enjoy 2 hours of electricity daily. When the generator first roared to life, the entire shelter was illuminated as if it were midday. Subsequently, as the residents' initial excitement subsided, they consciously reduced their consumption of electricity, cherishing their current way of life and avoiding any waste of resources. A day later, Meng Weijiang once again appeared at the Tianqing shelter, accompanied by a solemn procession of weary refugees. "Boss Zhou, I hope you have not deceived me," he remarked. Zhou Jiayue gazed at the seemingly endless throng of people behind Meng Weijiang, and with a radiant smile, she said, "Captain Meng, there is no one in this world more worthy of my trust than myself. These individuals will live on." Meng Weijiang chose not to elaborate further, silently transferring the entire contingent of 30,000 individuals to Zhou Jiayue. This number was merely a fraction of the official refuge. This could be regarded as a test. Their evaluation of Zhou Jiayue would span 3 days. Should anything amiss be detected after this period, he would not hesitate to eliminate her, regardless of the cost. Having prepared in advance, the 30,000 were swiftly organized. Upon receiving a bowl of thick, warm porridge, the anxieties of all were alleviated. Zhou Jiayue even arranged for physicians to conduct simple health examinations for them. Among the thousands who arrived earlier, over 30 had prior medical experience before the torrential rain. At least half of the residents in the Tianqing refuge volunteered to assist, offering warm water and clothing to the distant survivors. These small acts of kindness brought tears to the eyes of the newly arrived survivors. Was this a glimpse of paradise? After a day filled with activity, they finally settled everyone in. That night, Zhou Jiayue collapsed on her bed, having claimed all her task rewards. Congratulations, host, on completing Rescue Task 3. Reward, 20 body enhancement agents, 50 fine iron swords. Rewards have been issued to the host's backpack. Congratulations, host, on completing Rescue Task 4. Reward, 50 body enhancement agents, 100 fine iron swords. Rewards have been issued to the host's backpack. Congratulations, host, on completing Construction Task 2. Reward, 20 tons of food, 50 adult dairy cows, 50 adult reindeer, 50 adult sled dogs. Rewards have been issued to the host's backpack. Congratulations, host, on completing Construction Task 3. Reward, 200 tons of food, 50 sleds, 50 boxy carts. Rewards have been issued to the host's backpack. Congratulations, host, on completing Construction Task 4. Reward, 500 tons of food, 50 adult reindeer. These 5 tasks were nearly completed simultaneously as the 30,000 residents were settled. Rescue Task 4 involved aiding 10,000 individuals. Construction Task 3 ensured that 10,000 could reside within the territory. Construction Task 4 aimed to provide for 30,000 inhabitants. After claiming her rewards, Zhou Jiayue glanced at the progress of 2 new tasks. Rescue Task 5. Persons rescued 18, 432.30.000. Deadline: 30 days. Reward: 300 healing elixirs. 200 fine iron swords. Construction Task 5. The host has begun to embody the role of a lord. We kindly urge the host to continue striving towards becoming an exemplary ruler. Please complete the territorial expansion within 30 days, ensuring that over 80,000 individuals reside within the territory. Reward: 1,000 tons of food, 500 adult chickens, 500 adult sheep, 500 adult cows. Zhou Jiayue no longer needs to fret over her tasks, as she has found free laborers. With some leisure time at her disposal, she can now contemplate the selection of personnel for the next escort and patrol teams. The scale of the refuge is expanding, and relying solely on the current manpower to maintain safety is not a sustainable strategy. Moreover, the body enhancers and refined iron sword in her backpack cannot be left to gather dust. Resources that can be effectively utilized are the true treasures. Otherwise, they are no different from refuse. At present, her cold moon sword technique has reached the 6th level of mastery. Among the Zhou family, the most gifted individual, Zhou Jiayue, has also attained the 3rd level of mastery. Zhou Lihua has reached the pinnacle of the 2nd level, and it is believed that he will soon transcend into the 3rd realm. Meanwhile, Zhou Goen and Wang Yumei have only recently ascended beyond the 2nd level. It is time to pass on the Han Yu sword technique to others. Zhou Jiayue's gaze flickered as she sprang from her bed, swiftly composing an outline for her plan. A more detailed arrangement would be presented to Song Qiuanjin tomorrow. Undoubtedly, every task she entrusted to Song Qiuanjin was executed with remarkable excellence. She was not a miserly employer. Although she had not reached the extent of offering her a physical enhancer, she considered the well-being of Qiuanjin's younger sister, Song Quanhui. From the outset, she discerned something amiss, an innocence that was evidently incongruous with her age. After several encounters, she became aware of the nature of the issues that plagued the young girl. Zhou Jiayue contemplated that, compared to physical enhancers, perhaps it was the healing elixir that Song Qiuanjin truly desired. The following day, after presenting the plan to Song Qiuanjin, Zhou Jiayue extended a white pill. This may prove beneficial for your sister's condition. Zhou Jiayue did not speak with utmost certainty. Song Qiuanjin, taken aback, accepted the pill. Although she was unaware of its miraculous healing properties, she felt immensely grateful for the concern Zhou Jiayue had shown. Zhou Jiayue entrusted her tasks before taking her leave. Although Song Qiuanjin had lost hope of her sister returning to normalcy, this was bestowed by Miss Zhou, who never undertook endeavors without assurance. What if this pill truly had a beneficial effect on her sister's condition? A fanciful thought began to blossom in Song Qiuanjin's heart. Song Quanhui, ever obedient, accepted the pill without a hint of curiosity and swallowed it whole at her sister's urging. Song Qiuanjin anxiously observed her sister. Quanhui, do you feel anything? Song Quanhui scratched her head, blinked, and murmured, it's warm. I'm so sleepy, sister, I want to rest. Before closing her eyes, Song Quanhui dutifully tucked herself under the covers. Upon witnessing her sister's reaction, Song Qiuanjin's immediate thought was that the medicine had indeed taken effect. Chapter 93. The monster attack. 10 minutes passed. Amid Song Qiuanjin's tense anticipation, Song Quanhui stirred awake. Sister. Upon regaining consciousness, Song Qiuanhui's gaze was clear, and a gentle smile graced her lips. Her childish demeanor vanished. Tears streamed down Song Qiuanjin's cheeks. Her sister had truly recovered. On the 10th day of extreme cold, with temperatures plummeting to -20 degrees, a new batch of guards and patrol team members have been successfully selected. Zhou Jiayue's points have surged dramatically. With over 3 million points at her disposal, spending a mere few hundred thousand does not cause her any distress. She exchanged for more than 20 body enhancement agents from the marketplace, combining them with the rewards from the system to amass a total of 100. Dissolved in water, she administered this mixture to 300 members of the guard and 100 members of the patrol team, and commenced instructing them in the cold moon sword technique. Zhou Jiayue provides only periodic guidance, while the daily training of the guard squad is primarily conducted by the Zhou family and individuals such as Yang Can. Within the cart drawn by the reindeer lies a staggering 100 tons of provisions. Zhou Jiayue sat at the front of the first carriage, a gentle smile gracing her lips, as 50 sled dogs forged ahead, followed closely by a procession of reindeer. Good heavens! How on earth did Boss Zhou accomplish this? Where did she procure such magnificent creatures? Boss Zhou is nothing short of a deity. At that moment, Meng Weijiang and the others had yet to depart. The sight of the young woman guiding the reindeer-drawn carriage slowly emerging from the snow left an indelible and profound impression on their minds. Upon entering the Tianqing refuge, Zhou Jiayue leapt gracefully from the carriage, tenderly caressing the antlers of the reindeer before instructing Yang Can to oversee the unloading of supplies. During the process of transporting the goods, the members of the escort team wore smiles that could scarcely be contained. With such an abundance of supplies, they would have more than enough to sustain them for quite some time. The following day, Meng Weijiang voluntarily tendered his resignation. Did he not say 3 days? Zhou Jiayue teased, still a day short. In that moment, the perpetual furrow of Meng Weijiang's brow relaxed, and as he gazed at Zhou Jiayue, a barely perceptible smile flickered in his eyes as he softly replied, "No longer necessary." Zhou Jiayue shrugged, refraining from uttering any further words of persuasion, and simply wished Captain Meng a safe journey. 20 minutes later, Meng Weijiang and the others departed. However, shortly after their exit, the sound of clattering hooves and the melodic calls of deer echoed from behind. Boss Zhou Jiayue, akin to the spirit of wind and snow, sat gracefully atop the back of a reindeer. Behind her lay the 50 boxy carriages that had astonished the crowd yesterday. What does Boss Zhou mean? Meng Weijiang inquired. Zhou Jiayue smiled gently, yet her eyes held an endless audacity and recklessness. After pondering, she considered whether it would be too troublesome for Captain Meng to continue sending people over. Perhaps he might contemplate directly integrating the official refuge into Tianqing. The members of the rescue team behind Meng Weijiang were rendered speechless by Zhou Jiayue's words. What was she saying? Upon hearing this, Meng Weijiang's gaze towards Zhou Jiayue grew profound. After a few seconds of silence, he turned away, gazing into the distance as if looking towards the official refuge. Snowflakes fell upon Meng Weijiang's shoulders as he spoke. Does Boss Zhou know how many people are currently in the official refuge of Fushi? His eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly dazzled by the boundless whiteness of the snow, his voice dropping to a somber tone. 280,000 people. The daily consumption of food is no trivial matter. Even these 50 trucks of supplies are insufficient. From where does Boss Zhou derive the audacity to accommodate so many? Zhou Jiayue raised an eyebrow, casting aside a bomb, questioning who claimed that her resources were so meager. Meng Weijiang abruptly turned to her, lips pressed together, awaiting Zhou Jiayue's next words. To her surprise, Zhou Jiayue merely smiled, observing the tension etched on Meng Weijiang's face. She suddenly let out a soft laugh. In an instant, her clear gaze transformed, burning with a bright and spirited intensity. Zhou Jiayue declared, "As long as you dare to offer, I shall boldly accept. I desire not only those 280,000 Meng, but also you." This statement, at first glance, seemed excessively ambiguous, leaving Meng Weijiang wide-eyed in astonishment. The other members of the rescue team wore expressions of intrigue. Indeed, in the following moment, Zhou Jiayue continued, "Meng, come work for me. I hold you in high regard." The rescue team members responded, "Ah, is that all?" Meng Weijiang cleared his throat and turned away, stating, "Boss Zhou, I am a soldier. My loyalty lies solely with my country." Zhou Jiayue smiled with indifference, remarking, "You may certainly continue to pledge your loyalty to your country. But is not the protection of the populace equally your responsibility?" Zhou Jiayue continued to entice, assuring, "Rest assured, I will not force you into acts of treachery against our nation. On the contrary, by remaining by my side, you can harness my influence to establish connections with other regions more swiftly. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement." Meng Weijiang, upon hearing these words, cast a profound glance at Zhou Jiayue, ultimately exhaling a deep sigh, embodying both struggle and concession. In the end, he chose not to refuse. Zhou Jiayue's smile blossomed even brighter, akin to a resplendent flower blooming amidst the snowy expanse. Zhou Jiayue's admiration extends beyond Meng Weijiang as an individual. It encompasses the formidable army he commands. Although the guard squad has ingested diluted physical enhancement agents, resulting in a notable improvement in their physical capabilities, they are diligently practicing the cold moon sword technique. Nonetheless, in terms of overall competence, they remain inferior to the military personnel who have dedicated themselves to years of rigorous training. Zhou Jiayue and Meng Weijiang together ventured to the official refuge, which has now transformed into a branch of the Tianqing Sanctuary. Within the confines of the sanctuary, authority does not rest solely with Meng Weijiang. However, Jiang Han exhibited an even greater indifference than Meng Weijiang. With a mere glance at the supplies Zhou Jiayue had brought, he generously decided to hand over the entire sanctuary to her. At last, this burdensome hot potato has been cast aside. Boss Zhou, you are truly a magnificent benefactor. Zhou Jiayue merely smiled and remained silent. Subsequently, with Zhou Jiayue's support, both shelters entered a phase of rapid development. With Meng Weijiang's assistance, soon the survivors from the entirety of Fuzhou were gathered within shelter. The Tianqing shelter continuously radiated influence into the surrounding areas. As time progressed, the temperature plummeted swiftly. By the 30th day of the extreme cold, the temperature had dropped to -30 degrees. Most individuals refrained from venturing outside, except for the guards and patrol teams who had consumed a diluted version of the body enhancement serum. Naturally, after Meng Weijiang agreed to assist her, Zhou Jiayue generously allocated a portion of the rewards, including the body enhancement serum, to him, albeit in a diluted form. On the 31st day of the extreme cold, within the Tianqing community, the patrol team suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath their feet. Initially, they thought it was an illusion, but soon the sensation intensified. The patrol team leader suddenly spotted a multitude of creatures charging towards them from a distance. In a panic, he shouted, "Run!" and immediately seized his walkie-talkie. "Report. Strange creatures are attacking. Report. Strange beings." Chapter 94. Discovery. While practicing swordsmanship in the subspace, Zhou Jiayue was suddenly struck by a wave of unease. She furrowed her brow, seized her sword movements, and swiftly exited the space. Outside lay an expanse of indistinct, incessantly approaching alien beasts. Zhou Jiayue's pupils abruptly constricted. How could this be? The exotic beasts were supposed to emerge only after the extreme cold, yet the period of frigid temperatures lasted a full 3 months. Why were they appearing now? In that instant, Zhou Jiayue's mind was a tumult of confusion. In the distance, the patrol team was annihilated under the onslaught of the beasts. Yang Kan, having received the final transmission from the patrol team, urgently notified Zhou Jiayue that the beasts were charging towards the refuge. Zhou Jiayue clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and coldly issued the command. All members of the guard team, prepare for battle. Zhou Jiayue was the first to charge forward. Confronting the monstrous beasts, she held nothing back. Wielding her sword with utmost precision, each strike unleashed a torrent of blood. Soon, Yang Kan and the others gritted their teeth and joined the fray against the ferocious creatures. Zhou Jiayue sensed the formidable power of the aberrant beasts. The sole solace was that these creatures appeared far less formidable than she had recalled. Moreover, their sizes did not seem as colossal as she remembered. These aberrant beasts were merely mutations of ordinary animals. The torrential rains and biting cold, while wreaking havoc, also induced this transformation. Yet, this transformation was exclusively directed at flora and fauna, leaving humanity as the sole, complete victim. The current aberrant beasts, if one must categorize them, resembled fruits hastily ripened, still underdeveloped and incomplete. Zhou Jiayue exhaled a sigh of relief, albeit with a sense of bewilderment. Yet, she had no time to ponder further. The peculiar beasts before her, though not as formidable as those of a later age, were overwhelming in number. For every one that fell, another would take its place. Even she had to tread carefully. Before long, casualties began to emerge within the ranks. The death of comrades filled those nearby with dread and fury. However, the beasts showed no mercy, their crimson eyes gleaming as they seized every opportunity to leap forth and viciously bite. The blood that spilled had not even reached the ground before it froze into crimson icicles. Within the building, the warned residents huddled in their homes, cowering beneath their beds, while outside raged a true battle to the death. Song Chuanjin stood at the window, gazing down at the conflict below, her gaze fixed upon the bizarre creatures, her complexion pale and anxious. What were these entities? A mutation of animals? Why had they suddenly turned against them? Were other areas under siege as well? For where had so many creatures come? A cascade of questions flooded Song Chuanjin's mind, each one unresolved, like a tangled ball of thread that offered no clarity. Time slipped away unnoticed as members of the guard fell one by one. Yang Kan and Han Yuanyuan worked in perfect synchrony, slaying beasts not far from Zhou Jiayue. They had prepared themselves for the possibility of sacrifice at any moment. The beast had first appeared at 3 in the afternoon. 2 hours had passed. The cold sun in the sky had dipped below the horizon, leaving no trace of its presence. With the onset of darkness, the beasts eerily began to retreat. The ground was littered with the remains of bodies, a gruesome sight of bloodshed. Those who survived knelt in anguished tears. Zhou Jiayue stood frozen in place for a considerable time. Beneath her feet lay countless corpses of exotic beasts, yet she felt an overwhelming chill enveloping her. In her previous life, she had never encountered such a multitude of these creatures appearing in unison. Moreover, the battles among these beasts were relentless, leading to a fight to the death. How could they retreat mid-conflict? It was as if an unseen force, a pair of enormous hands, was quietly orchestrating everything from behind. Zhou Jiayue felt as though countless eyes were watching her from the darkness, sticky, chilling, and obscure. Boss, Yang Kan and Han Yuanyuan, despite the pain coursing through their bodies, slowly approached her. The two had only recently begun their swordsmanship training, yet they were determined to remain by Zhou Jiayue's side. Even in the most perilous area teeming with ferocious beasts, though they had narrowly escaped death, they were battered and bruised, their wounds frozen, preventing them from bleeding out. Zhou Jiayue heard the sound and mechanically turned her head. At that moment, her expression was exceedingly intricate, as if she were ensnared in an unsolvable predicament. Ultimately, she closed her eyes. She retrieved the healing elixir and instructed Yang Kan and Han Yuanyuan to distribute it to the injured. In a vague sense, Zhou Jiayue felt that the crisis might not yet be over, and this impending danger was not brought upon her by the beasts. At this point, Zhou Jiayue no longer cared about exposure. Both Yang Kan and Han Yuanyuan were aware of the nature of the medicine Zhou Jiayue had provided. Within the sanctuary, which had been enveloped in tranquility for a considerable time, an air of sorrow once again permeated the atmosphere. Host, the Golden House spoke hesitantly. It wished to offer comfort, but found itself at a loss for words. Zhou Jiayue wiped the blood from her face. System, you must have some knowledge, right? Golden House sighed and hesitated, saying, it's merely a conjecture, but perhaps we have been discovered. Zhou Jiayue furrowed her brows, inquiring, what does this mean? The events of today had far surpassed the expectations of the Golden House, which had not anticipated that individual would possess such keen insight. At this moment, the Golden House resolved to cease its concealment. At the very least, the host should be forewarned. Its prior silence stemmed from a fear of being detected by that individual. However, the situation had deteriorated to such an alarming extent that individual had evidently become aware of something significant. Just as the Golden House was about to speak, it was suddenly interrupted by a startling exclamation. Host, flee immediately. Zhou Jiayue also sensed the anomaly and instinctively sought to lead her family into the second subspace. However, this entire realm was shrouded by a mysterious force, rendering escape impossible. To her horror, Zhou Jiayue realized that her own body had become utterly immobilized. In the corner, a thick mist, as dense as a gathering storm cloud, suddenly manifested. Zhou Jiayue beheld, at the heart of the inky mist, a pale blue hand emerging slowly. The fingertips were adorned with elongated black claws, and on the back of the hand, dark veins protruded. It resembled the talons of a demon. Zhou Jiayue found herself utterly immobilized, helplessly observing as a hand reached towards her head. The pale, ghostly hand became transparent upon contact with Zhou Jiayue's skull, its fingers penetrating directly through her cranium, probing internally as if in search of something. An overwhelming and indescribable agony engulfed Zhou Jiayue entirely. Soon, the hand seemed to have discovered something. It paused momentarily before extracting an object from her mind. It was a miniature golden house. Just before she succumbed to darkness, Zhou Jiayue faintly heard a voice, ambiguous in its mockery. So it was merely a trinket. How bothersome. The hand was once again shrouded in black mist, and as the fog dissipated, the light returned to its normal state, as if nothing had transpired. At that moment, Zhou Jiayue was left with blood streaming from her orifices, ensnared in an abyss of darkness. The first volume concludes.